starting from a small beast, growing up, simulating various secret realms from ancient times to the future, acquiring various skills and items. Let the beast take paths never discovered before, evolving continuously from the lowest quality, advancing step by step without ever stopping. This all begins with a failed student encountering a poison sound infant. Chapter 1. The Failed Student. On the day the college entrance exam results were announced, some were happy while others were crying. With only 299 points, Lu Sheng heard his score, just 1 point short of the lowest line for a third-year university. This 1 point could be considered a death sentence. Even the homeroom teacher, after announcing his score, couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance at him. This world was different from Blue Star and Blue Star. One could still become wealthy without attending university. But in this beast taming world, if one didn't go to university, it meant they could never become a beast master. He never expected that after crossing over, he would fall at the threshold of the college entrance exam before even starting his ascent to the peak. Well, at least he could skip the application process. With a sorrowful face, Lu Sheng could hardly hear the surrounding voices. He just wanted some quiet time. After the homeroom teacher finished announcing everyone's scores, they collected the application forms. When the teacher saw that Lu Sheng hadn't written a single word on his form, they frowned and said, "Lu Sheng, are you really giving up?" Lu Sheng raised his head and said helplessly, "Teacher, with my score, I can't get into any school." The teacher hit his head hard and said, "I told you not to stay up late before the exam and not to push yourself too hard. And look what happened. You caught a fever during the exam and had to be sent to the hospital. Fortunately, you're only 1 point short if you take the self-study exam. You can still get into a third-tier university, right?" Lu Sheng sighed. He had thought about adding points through self-study, but to take the self-study exam, he would at least need a beast. With only him and his brother relying on each other, he could hardly support himself, let alone afford a beast worth hundreds of thousands or millions. In the end, under the teacher's pressure, he filled out an application for a third-tier university. After school, Lu Sheng returned home with his head down. He thought his brother was still working at the factory, but when he opened the door, he was hit by a strong smell of tobacco. Cough, he couldn't help but cough. "Bro, why are you back so early?" Lu Qingshan shot him a glare and said gloomily, "Your homeroom teacher called me you're just 1 point short. Why can't you be a bit more reliable? Do you want to end up like me, working hard in a factory?" Seeing his brother looking prematurely aged, Lu Sheng felt even worse. He knew his brother worked extra hours running food deliveries after finishing his shifts at the factory, sleeping less than 2 hours a day just so he could focus on his studies. Now that he had performed so poorly, he couldn't bear to face his brother, who had put all his hopes on him. "Stop looking like such a loser. I've been through worse storms than this. I managed to support you even when I was sleeping on the streets. So what's there to be afraid of?" Lu Qingshan forced a smile, trying to comfort him. Lu Sheng knew his brother was just putting on a brave face, and he was probably feeling worse than he was. He could only say, "Bro, he'll just work with you from now on." "Nonsense. Don't ever say that again. Go, make some noodles and wait for me to come back." Lu Qingshan glared at him, kicked him into a squat, and while walking towards the door, cursed, "Your brother may not have much, but I know a lot of people. Just wait, they'll find a way for you." Lu Qingshan hurried out, leaving the door open, and soon the sound of a rickety bicycle echoed outside. Lu Sheng got up in a daze, feeling that his brother would definitely come back empty-handed. People like them, who were dirt poor, couldn't possibly know any influential friends, could they? Getting into university was an impossible task without solid backing. He made the noodles, and after boiling water, waited for 2 hours until the soup dried up and the noodles turned into a lump. It was past 11, almost midnight, and the next day was approaching. Lu Sheng slumped in front of the lumpy noodles on the table, nearly falling asleep when he suddenly heard the familiar sound of a bicycle outside. He got up and opened the door, peering into the dark night where he could hardly see his fingers. He saw a flicker of light swaying in the wind, and his brother slowly stumbled to the door. Something was off about his brother's gait, and Lu Sheng felt anxious, rushing out. Under the dim light, Lu Qingshan appeared particularly pale, and upon seeing Lu Sheng, he seemed to lose almost all his strength, letting out a weak but hearty laugh. "Shengzi, you won't believe it. I got you a beast, and it's quite cute," he said, but one hand was holding onto the wall as he slowly sank to the ground. Lu Qingshan carefully placed a beast on the ground. It was a pink salamander, looking like a baby that couldn't walk, with a light purple diaper-like wrap around its lower body and tail. It had 4 bumps on its head, a white lightning mark on its forehead, and its belly, cheeks, and palms were white. Its fingers and toes each had 2 digits. This is a normal-level poison sound infant. It can only generate electricity for now. Although it doesn't have an evolved form, I think you should be able to cultivate it well. Lu Qingshan shared the little information he had gathered from others. Lu Sheng was stunned. The only beasts available for free trade on the market were normal level, and the cheapest he had heard was over 200,000. What had his brother done to get this beast? I told you, I know a lot of people. Getting a beast that nobody wants is a piece of cake. Lu Qingshan pretended to be nonchalant, but his voice was weak, revealing the truth. Looking at his brother, Lu Sheng didn't think he had done anything bad, but he looked pale as if he had undergone surgery. Bro, you didn't do anything foolish, did you? Lu Sheng hesitated for a moment before asking. Nonsense. How could that be? Don't talk nonsense. Lu Qingshan hurriedly denied it, but his flustered expression already told Lu Sheng the truth. Lu Sheng nodded, helping his brother back home, tears streaming down his face in the dim alley. Bro, hey, why do you look so unhappy? Are you disappointed that I didn't get you a better beast? Lu Qingshan teased with a forced smile. Lu Sheng wiped his eyes and said firmly, they'll definitely get in, even if it kills me. Nonsense. Can't you say something nice? Lu Qingshan sighed as he took a drag from his cigarette, the flickering light casting shadows. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. If you can't get in this time, just honestly work with me, it'll make sure you have enough to eat. Being a beast master isn't that big of a deal. Chapter 2. The Simulator. Lu Qingshan quickly finished the lump of noodles, savoring it as if it were a royal feast. One bowl down, now I finally feel comfortable. He patted his belly, his complexion regaining a bit of color. Seeing him finish and put down the bowl, he was about to head out again, and Lu Sheng couldn't help but ask, bro, aren't you going to rest a bit? You bookworm. If it weren't for my co-worker covering for me today, would I come back so early? Go on, do what you need to do, him not that easy to take down. Lu Qingshan said, lighting a cigarette and impatiently pushing Lu Sheng aside. As he opened the door, he began to sing. Get up, those who can't be killed will keep working. I'm a working soul. Lu Sheng knew he couldn't persuade his brother, and he understood that the most important thing now was to fulfill his brother's wish. Getting into university was the top priority. He carried the poison sound infant into the room and followed the school's teachings, injecting his spirit into it to form a contract. The poison sound infant showed no signs of resistance, and a crystal of contract formed in his mind. Detected Beastmaster, would you like to activate the simulation evolver? After struggling for so long, Lu Sheng finally saw a glimmer of hope. The long-awaited system for traversers had finally arrived. Is this the beginning of his good fortune after hardship? Taking a few deep breaths, he calmed his excitement and chose to activate it. He selected the Poison Sound Baby, which has two evolution paths. The normal evolution path, Poison Electric Baby DJ, Salamander, Final Evolution. The exploratory evolution path, Poison Electric Baby, Super Baby, Unknown Evolution, requires exploration points to unlock. The simulation evolver provided two evolution routes. The first evolution into DJ Salamander has an elite quality, while the second evolution path has 3 or even more evolution opportunities, and evolving in a Super Baby is of epic quality. The only issue is that the resources needed for Super Baby are significantly more. Without any hesitation, Lu Sheng directly chose the Super Baby route. Life and death are in the hands of fate. If he dies, he will die. But if he survives, he will live for eternity. He began the simulation. On the first day, the Poison Sound Baby appeared in a cave. It seemed quite confused, but due to its lazy nature, it chose to lie down. On the second day, it woke up to find itself still in the cave, thought for a long time, and fell asleep again. On the third day, the Poison Sound Baby woke up hungry and tried to crawl out of the cave, only to encounter an attack from a burrowing mouse. Its attempts to generate electricity were ineffective, and the Poison Sound Baby was severely injured and fled. On the fourth day, the Poison Sound Baby's stamina declined, and it began to miss the bipedal creatures, increasing its affinity. On the fifth day, due to extreme hunger, it bit through its poison sac and comprehended the skill of venom. On the sixth day, the burrowing mouse ambushed it while it was asleep. Because it was covered in poison sacs, the burrowing mouse was poisoned to death. On the seventh day, relying on the burrowing mouse's body, the Poison Sound Baby regained its stamina and attempted to explore outside. Exploration point 1 on the eighth day. Having seen too many powerful Beastmasters, the Poison Sound Baby felt fear and used venom to create traps in the cave. On the 10th day, the Poison Sound Baby used venom multiple times, progressing from beginner to proficient. On the 12th day, an iron-pawed bear set its sights on the cave, and the Poison Sound Baby was killed. Simulation ended. Reward. Exploration point 1 unlockable. Venom proficient. Requires 1 exploration point. Lu Sheng was speechless. The Poison Sound Baby seemed too passive. After so many days, it had only explored once. If it weren't for the iron pawed bear targeting the cave, it might have survived for ages. Since there was only one unlockable skill, Lu Sheng could only let the poison sound baby comprehend it. The poison sound baby opened its eyes, seemingly having had a nightmare. It thought the iron pawed bear was nearby and instinctively used the proficient venom. A deep purple toxin was sprayed onto the ground, instantly creating a large hole. Lu Sheng quickly dodged, his heart racing. He never expected that the skills learned in the simulator could be directly used in reality. Did this mean that the poison sound baby could gain abilities in just a few days that would take other Beastmasters years to acquire? The poison sound baby was also a bit surprised, but being inherently lazy, it didn't think much of it. Seeing the bipedal creature, it began to whimper as if it had seen its mother. Lu Sheng knew it had suffered. Although he couldn't afford Beastmaster food, he could at least provide noodles. The poison sound baby had been hungry for a long time in the simulator, and upon eating hot noodles, it instantly became happy and began to chirp. Lu Sheng felt the poison sound baby's affinity continuously rising, and his mood improved as well. The super baby path provided by the simulator requires several conditions that cannot be missed. The poison sound baby needs to reach beginner level 10, learn the psychic skill telekinetic headbutt, and use a world class or higher moon gem with full affinity to evolve into the epic level super baby. Fortunately, the poison sound baby isn't too difficult to please otherwise. Being stuck at the affinity level would be troublesome. While the poison sound baby was eating noodles, the mental energy consumed by activating the simulator also recovered significantly. At that moment, he received a phone call. "It's me, Teacher Lee," the homeroom teacher said first. This was the first time he had called him, and Lu Sheng was curious. He then learned that his brother had informed the teacher about him acquiring a Beastmaster, and it suddenly dawned on him. So it was the homeroom teacher who told my brother about the self-study exam. Lu Sheng felt extremely complicated at that moment. "I'm sorry, I spoke out of turn." The teacher seemed to sense something, and an uneasy thought crossed his mind. Similar incidents to Lu Qingshan happened every year, but not all had good outcomes. Thinking of this, he felt a bit guilty and said, "Since you have acquired a Beastmaster, you should participate in the self-study exam properly. I just received news that this year's Beastmaster class still has a few spots left. If you're willing, you can come by any time to take the assessment." Lu Sheng was momentarily taken aback. The teacher hung up before he could refuse. The Beastmaster class organized by the school had many students entering university through self-study exams each year. The school provided a lot of support to improve the pass rate, including hiring professional Beastmasters and offering rewards, greatly increasing the chances of passing the self-study exam. I can't blame the teacher for my brother's situation. I can only blame myself for not getting into college. The opportunity the teacher mentioned is very important to me. I absolutely cannot miss it. With this in mind, Lu Sheng decided to simulate a few times before the Beastmaster class assessment to help the poison sound baby reach at least beginner level 1. Chapter 3, Battle with Xiaomeijia. After finishing its meal, the poison baby began to feel drowsy, yawning with its mouth wide open. "Wait until it sleeps, and then we'll simulate it again. This time, don't just hide in the cave," Lu Sheng said hurriedly. The poison baby seemed not to have heard him, as a large bubble formed from its nose. It had actually fallen asleep while he was speaking, and Lu Sheng's face darkened as he humorously said, "Since you refused to drink, don't blame me for feeding you punishment wine. Let's simulate." On the first day, the poison baby slept soundly on the grassland, as the sun was just right, making it sleep even deeper. On the second day, when the poison baby woke up, it found itself surrounded by electric sheep. Because it looked like a human baby, the electric sheep felt no threat and even fed it some sheep's milk, which it liked. On the third day, the poison baby followed the electric sheep on their migration. It observed how the electric sheep generated electricity from their wool to remove impurities, but ultimately fell asleep without understanding any techniques. By the third month, the poison baby had become familiar with the leader of the electric sheep and had consumed a lot of sheep's milk, seemingly growing. By the 6th month, the electric sheep evolved into thunder sheep, successfully challenging and expelling the leader of the electric sheep. The poison baby and the electric sheep leader left the flock and encountered an attack from the gray rock wolf, sustaining serious injuries and escaping the battlefield. In the second year, the electric sheep leader died from its injuries. The poison baby ventured alone to challenge the thunder sheep and was struck dead by 100,000 thunders. Simulation ended. Reward: 5 exploration points. Unlock 1 year of cultivation. Requires 2 exploration points. Unlock understanding of 100,000 thunders. Requires 1 exploration point. This time, the The rewards from the simulation were much better than last time, and Lu Xing had enough exploration points to exchange. The only problem was that after the simulation, Lu Xing had a splitting headache. The second time was even worse than the first. He really needed to rest. Lu Xing covered his head and stumbled onto the bed. He didn't notice that the poison baby had a look of losing a loved one in its sleep. After a long sleep, Lu Xing finally woke up and found that the poison baby was no longer in the place it had been sleeping. After searching carefully for a while, he discovered that the poison baby was sitting on the ground watching videos on his phone. He sneaked over to take a look and was surprised to see a childhood nightmare, Electric Sheep and Gray Rock Wolf. The video had just reached the end of the first episode when the poison baby saw the Electric Sheep leader comprehend the ultimate move of 100,000 thunders at a critical moment and send the Gray Rock Wolf flying. It began to imitate it excitedly. My phone. Lu Xing couldn't help but scream as he snatched the phone away. However, he was still hit. The poison baby's electric shock transferred directly to him, leaving him paralyzed and feeling fried. Before losing consciousness, Lu Xing secretly hoped that the poison baby still couldn't use 100,000 thunders. The poison baby was a bit puzzled. Why couldn't it use 100,000 thunders no matter what? Because it had died from this move in the simulator, it longed for it deeply. After Lu Xing lost consciousness, it repeatedly learned from the video how the electric sheep used 100,000 thunders. When Lu Qingshan returned home, he found his brother collapsed on the ground, charred. He couldn't help but feel both amused and angry as he glanced at the innocent-looking poison baby, then dropped a few hundred yuan and said, "My foolish brother is left in your care. Use this money to buy some beast food. Don't let him starve you." Woo woo woo. What a good person. The poison baby was so moved that it couldn't help but want to cuddle Lu Qingshan. Seeing this, Lu Qingshan remembered the electric shock skill and the unconscious Lu Xing, and he fled in a hurry, shouting, "No need to thank me. Thank my brother instead." The poison baby felt a bit sad. After all, it was still a child. Isn't it normal not to control its moves? Half an hour later, Lu Xing finally recovered. He rubbed his numb hands and then saw the poison baby waving small coins. "Did my brother come back?" he asked. The poison baby nodded heavily and vigorously waved the small coins. Lu Xing thought this must be the beast food allowance his brother gave. Looking at the excited poison baby, he realized that despite its laziness, it also had a greedy side, and he immediately devised a plan. "All right, let's go out for a big meal." The poison baby automatically climbed onto Lu Xing's shoulder, its excitement completely uncontainable. "I hope you can keep this up." Lu Xing smiled slightly and took the poison baby to the largest shopping mall nearby. This mall had restaurants for humans, as well as restaurants for beasts, and besides food, there were entertainment options in the most popular beast battles in this world. The poison baby was completely unaware of the dangers posed by bipeds. When Lu Xing arrived here, he finally revealed his intentions. There's a saying among humans, "You can't reap without sowing." You're a mature beast now. If you can win the battle, then we can go for a big meal. The poison baby whined in dissatisfaction, but Lu Xing wouldn't indulge it and immediately submitted the betting stakes for the duel. "Look, the money is gone. If you lose, we can only go back." The poison baby was both angry and helpless, and at that moment, its stomach let out a loud growl, causing it to glare angrily at the opposing beast. The opposing beast was an ice fox, beautifully groomed with fur and wearing a scarf, looking quite noble and cute. The ice fox's trainer was a girl, and Lu Xing couldn't help but glance at her as she was dressed adorably. "I'm Xiao Meijia. Can we start?" the girl said, frowning. "No problem. I'm Lu Xing. We can start." Lu Xing felt that the other party seemed unhappy and directly replied. The ice fox was very fast, quickly approaching the poison baby and using a flurry of scratches. The poison baby was hurt by the scratch and retaliated with a toxic blast, but the ice fox nimbly dodged it. The poison baby continued to spew toxic blast, and Xiao Meijia frowned and said, "Your beast doesn't seem to have much battle experience, but it can spray so much toxic blast. That's quite rare." "Just average," Lu Xing said. Finish it off. Use hail." The ice fox paused for a moment, releasing ice-type energy from its mouth, and the energy erupted into hailstones that rained down onto the poison baby. The poison baby couldn't dodge in time and had to take the hits. The hailstones tore several gashes in the poison baby's body, but soon, it was the ice fox that couldn't hold on. It had just paused to cast a spell when the poison baby found an opportunity and hit it directly with a toxic blast. Although the ice fox was agile, it had a weak build and couldn't withstand it for long before fainting. Even though the poison baby was also nearly out of health, it remained standing in the end. "You're very lucky, and also, you used the toxic blast well." Xiao Meijia told Lu Sheng before hurriedly taking the ice fox for treatment. Lu Sheng also sent the poisoned baby for treatment, and after deducting the treatment costs from the prize money, only a small amount was left. It seemed that dreaming of making money in the mall was just that, a dream. Chapter 4, I Want Fish. Next, Lu Sheng participated in several beast battles, and the poisoned baby finally digested a year's worth of cultivation from the battles, finally reaching the entry-level stage 1. At entry-level stage 1, the poisoned baby belonged to beast with certain combat abilities and was no longer considered a pet. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, he stopped participating in battles, pocketed the winnings, and then leisurely headed to the restaurant. At the beast restaurant, Lu Sheng unexpectedly ran into Xiao Meijia, who was also there having a meal with her beast. She looked a bit surprised and said, I just saw your battle. Your beast may only be of ordinary quality, but it grows quickly. It reached entry-level stage 1 in just a short time. After playing a few matches, Lu Sheng realized how low the battle level was here. Many beasts couldn't even follow their trainer's commands. Xiao Meijia's skill level was among the best of the rookies. In fact, the country has regulations that minors cannot own beast companions. So at this age, many beast tamers are just starting to get in touch with their beasts and have no systematic command at all. Your beast is also well trained. It's clear that you are focusing on training the speed of your ice fox. If it weren't for your hail technique still being unskilled and leaving me an opening, I might have already lost, Lu Sheng said with relief. Xiao Meijia didn't think so. She adopted her ice fox only after the college entrance examination.
But it is of elite quality and can reach lower quality after evolution, which is simply not available on the market.
It usually eats high-quality beast food and even hired a specialized beast tutor, but none of this has led her to victory. She started to view the boy in a new light and suddenly had an idea, asking, tomorrow, there will be a small competition held at the mall. Are you interested in teaming up with me? Competition? Lu Sheng had really paid attention to it. Seeing that he seemed uninterested, Xiao Meijia cheerfully recommended. This is just a small competition. Only entry-level beasts will participate. The first prize is a 1-year restaurant voucher for beast food. The second prize is a 6-month voucher. And the third prize is a 1-month voucher. Although the prizes are quite ordinary, it's a good opportunity to familiarize yourself with the competition atmosphere. What do you think? Xiao Meijia, being wealthy, obviously looked down on these prizes, but Lu Sheng, being poor, immediately lit up at the thought. Then count me in. I'm aiming for first place, Lu Sheng declared fiercely. He was determined that even if he had a headache, he would make the toxic baby simulate some results tonight. Toxic baby shivered at Lu Sheng's determination. Since you agreed, let's start the simulation. On the first day, toxic baby appeared in a snowy field where there was no vegetation. It felt a bit cold, so it dug a hole and buried itself inside, seemingly entering hibernation. On the 90th day, a snow spore dug a hole and discovered the frozen toxic baby, treating it as food and bringing it home. On the 92nd day, toxic baby woke from hibernation to find that the snow antelope had eaten its toxin pouch and died. It seemed to have comprehended some information after sleeping for so long but quickly forgot it. On the 100th day, relying on the meat of the snow antelope, toxic baby discovered a frozen river in the snowy field, filled with fish that could fill its belly if it could dig them out. On the 110th day, the river's lord, the emperor seal, found toxic baby stealing its food and expelled it. On the 111th day, unwilling to leave, toxic baby began to mimic the thunderclap technique it had seen in a video, gaining some information. On the 115th day, toxic baby did not comprehend thunderclap, but through related learning, it learned to summon lightning. On the 120th day, toxic baby battled the emperor seal and was killed by a single ice pillar. Simulation ended. Gained 2 exploration points. Unlocked summon lightning, entry level. Requires 2 exploration points. Unlocked 3 months of cultivation. Requires 1 exploration point. Lu Sheng had previously simulated and had 2 exploration points left, expecting to save them, but these 2 were exactly what he wanted to keep. Since choosing was so difficult, he decided to take them all. With a wave of his hand, only 1 exploration point remained, and Toxic Baby gained another enhancement. Upon waking, Toxic Baby immediately hugged Lu Sheng's finger, rubbing against it and making a whimpering sound, as if to say, please don't send me to those horrible places to suffer again. Facing this pitiful Toxic Baby, Lu Sheng's heart softened. He stroked its fluffy pink fur and smiled. You did great in this simulation. We have a better chance tomorrow. Toxic Baby sighed in relief and quickly took out its stash of snacks to eat heartily. The feeling of being hungry in the snowy field was simply too unbearable. Chapter 5. 2 rounds of competition. Toxic Baby, who was extremely sleepy, couldn't be awakened in the morning, so Lu Sheng had to carry it to the mall. There was still some time before the competition started, but the mall had already begun to warm up, with various stalls selling beast-related merchandise and food all around. Toxic Baby woke up at some point and, seeing toys for baby beasts, immediately started to whine excitedly. Lu Sheng took a glance and saw it was a plush toy of the electric sheep. He rolled his eyes and, without mercy, grabbed the back of Toxic Baby's neck and took it away. Xiao Meijia arrived early at the mall and seeing the large and small bags in her hands. It was clear she had visited quite a few shops. There are so many limited edition products today, it would be a waste not to buy them. Noticing the strange look in his eyes, Xiao Meijia hurriedly explained. Lu Sheng chuckled and said, "As long as you're happy, it's fine. I'll go first in the next round, so you save your strength." Xiao Meijia understood his intention and grinned. "All right, I'll go first in the second round." "Deal." Lu Sheng nodded. Soon, the Taiku Warehouse Cup competition began, with 10 teams participating, and each team could play up to 3 matches. In the first round, Lu Sheng and Toxic Baby faced off against Chenin and a Scarecrow doll. The Scarecrow doll looked well-trained and transformed into a shadow moving across the field. Toxic Baby responded with the same strategy, spraying toxic gas across the field, taking advantage of a brief interval. The Scarecrow doll suddenly appeared in front of Toxic Baby and launched a series of cactus spikes. After allowing the opponent to get close, Toxic Baby flashed a sly look in its eyes, and with a sudden spark, it activated its electric attack, paralyzing the Scarecrow doll. Chunin shouted urgently, "Use curse." But the paralyzed Scarecrow doll moved like a lagging screen, and before it could use the curse, it was drenched in toxic gas. After spraying, Toxic Baby turned and ran, bouncing as if mocking the Scarecrow doll. The Scarecrow doll was furious and no longer listened to its tamer's commands. Chunin shouted, "Quick, dodge." But he was not a smart trainer. The Scarecrow doll stepped right into the trap of the toxic gas laid by Toxic Baby at the start. With the double poison explosion, the Scarecrow doll finally fell. Next was Xiao Meijia's turn. Her opponent was a flame cat, although it had an advantage over the ice fox. It was poorly trained and quickly eliminated. The next match was Xiao Meijia's turn first. Her opponent was named Zhuang Dongmei, with a hunting hawk as her partner. The hunting hawk soared into the sky at the beginning, but the ice fox was not defenseless against an opponent with aerial superiority. The hunting hawk used a dive attack, but the ice fox shattered under a single hit. What appeared before it was merely a substitute. The Real Ice Fox appeared and unleashed hail. While the individual attack power of hail wasn't high, it was an area attack, and after consecutive hits, the hunting hawk could not withstand it. With a scream, the hunting hawk was knocked to the ground, and the ice fox seized the opportunity to pounce and bite, forcing the opponent to surrender. Lu Sheng couldn't help but exclaim, "You actually know how to use a substitute? Why didn't I see you use it last time?" Xiao Meijia blushed a little and said, "This technique cost me 10 million. But after learning it, my proficiency was too low, and it took a long time to use successfully." Substitutes belong to techniques that can be encountered but are hard to seek, and it's difficult to learn them through self-study. Even 1 million can't be considered many. However, Lu Sheng still envied and said, "What a rich person." When it was his turn again, this time his opponent was Zhuang Dongmei's sister, Zhuang Xiaoxia, who was also using a hunting eagle. Facing a beast that had the aerial advantage, Lu Sheng did not dare to be careless at all. This time, he took the initiative to approach his opponent and then used the technique he had just learned. The Poison Sound Baby sensed Lu Sheng's scheme and couldn't help but giggle. Zhuang Xiaoxia didn't know what technique Lu Sheng was talking about, but she knew she absolutely couldn't let the Poison Sound Baby get close. So she ordered the hunting eagle to use its only ranged attack, Breeze. Small whirlwinds continually rushed towards the Poison Sound Baby. The attack power was not strong, but it slowed its pace. However, at that moment, the Poison Sound Baby released electric light all around it, and with a loud bang, a golden lightning struck it. Along with this lightning, the Poison Sound Baby's 2 fingers released a much larger electric shock than normal. The hunting eagle's eyes widened, and in the next second, it was covered by lightning. Its body charred and fell to the ground, unable to rise again. In the second round, Lu Sheng and Xiao Meijia clapped and celebrated. The next opponent seemed to have some skill, apparently a student from the beast control class at Pingcheng High School. Xiao Meijia leaned close to his ear and said. She repeated the information she had just gathered. The opponents were 2 boys, one using a vampire bat, skilled in draining blood and attrition, and the other using a little magic monkey, carrying a burning wooden stick as a prop, and so far, no opponent had forced it to use its techniques. Just its stick skills could defeat opponents. Their beasts had been cultivated for at least 3 years, and I estimate I can't beat either of them. So let me take the lead this time, and I will do my best to exhaust one opponent first. Xiao Meijia was very self-aware. She knew that if they wanted to win the duel, they could only rely on Thunder Strike, which could greatly increase electric-type abilities, to have a chance of taking down two at once. Of course, in the second round, both sides had exposed their techniques, and the opponents would definitely be on guard. So the chances were actually not high. I understand. Lu Xing looked at the time, nodded, and returned to the lounge. There were 9 minutes left until the finals. And currently, there was a temporary idle group warming up the atmosphere on the battlefield. Lu Xing said to the Poison Sound baby, "Now the pressure is on you. For a year's worth of meals, let us start simulating." The expression on the Poison Sound baby changed, and in the next second, it appeared in another time and space. On the first day, the Poison Sound baby appeared in a burial ground, and skeleton spirits crawled out from underground, beginning to chase the Poison Sound baby. A ghost dragon appeared, confused and thinking the Poison Sound baby was its child, thus helping it eliminate the skeleton spirits. On the second day, the ghost dragon brought the Poison Sound baby back to the dragon's nest, where the Poison Sound baby discovered the dragon's treasure. It finally remembered Lu Xing's advice and wanted to take one piece, but was rejected by the ghost dragon. Exploration points 10 on the third day. The ghost dragon fell into a deep sleep, and the Poison Sound baby was sadly caught in a cuddle kill, forced to fall asleep together, learning the technique Sleep Beginner. On the 10th year, influenced by the ghost dragon, the Poison Sound baby's sleep quality greatly increased, and it comprehended how to control sleep time, mastering sleep. On the 11th year, the ghost dragon woke up and went out to hunt. Half a day later, a thief entered the dragon's nest, and the Poison Sound baby secretly hid a gem, only to be killed by the thief. Simulation ended. Obtained exploration points 11. Unlock Sleep Mastery. Requires exploration points 5. Unlock Moonstone. Requires exploration points 5. Unlock 11 years of cultivation. Requires exploration points 11. Lu Shang covered his forehead and sighed. How to break this choice anxiety? Either choose 11 years of cultivation or choose sleep and moonstone. Both are so desirable. Sigh, this 11 years of cultivation looks great. But it's probably a big pit. The Poison Sound baby has no cultivation after sleeping for 11 years. Forget it, I want to dwell on it. I choose the first and second options. Lu Xing declared his decision, and the Poison Sound baby mastered the advanced sleep technique, and a perfect gem appeared in his hand. This moonstone is the evolution item for the Poison Sound baby. I didn't expect it to remember to hide it at the last moment. It seems my words weren't in vain. Chapter 6 Mastery Level Sleep in the final round of the competition. The opponent who took the stage first was Xiao Yu and his partner, the Vampire Bat. The Vampire Bat and the Ice Fox almost attacked simultaneously, one using Blood Cross Blade and the other using Hail. However, neither of these techniques hit the opponent in the end. Assassin-type beasts were extremely similar in this regard. Xiao Yu frowned slightly. He had studied the Ice Fox and knew that this beast was a ranged attacker with almost no close combat ability. So this attrition was actually more beneficial to the Ice Fox. Under his training, the Vampire Bat was integrated in both long and short range. So now it was time to leverage its strengths against the opponent's weaknesses. The Vampire Bat quickly closed in, and the Ice Fox seemed a bit at a loss. Standing still, Xiao Yu felt something was off and urgently commanded it to perform a serpentine maneuver. The Vampire Bat quickly changed its course, narrowly avoiding the hail attack. The Ice Fox reappeared, but this time, there was a substitute and a real body on the field. Xiao Meijia couldn't help but frown. Being from a professional background was indeed troublesome, as she could spot the flaw at a glance. Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that the opponent's hidden moves should have been exhausted. The Vampire Bat used a surprise attack technique, and like a teleport, a black shadow collided with the Ice Fox. The Ice Fox was injured and retreated but gritted its teeth and roared, swinging its fox claws and using frenzied scratch. The Vampire Bat remained calm, baring its fangs, and blood particles transferred from the Ice Fox to its body. In terms of attrition, this is precisely my strong suit. Xiao Yu smiled coldly. Xiao Meijia knew the situation had become irreversible, but she didn't want to make it easy for the opponent. At least she wanted to give Lu Shang, who was coming out second, a better chance. A trace of determination flashed in the Ice Fox's eyes as it quickly gathered icy frost light while approaching. The Vampire Bat instinctively swung its wings to attack. And in the next second, hail fell from above the two beasts. The Ice Fox was hit by the wings and hail, losing its fighting ability, while the Vampire Bat also lost 1/3 of its health due to the hail attack. The result was not perfect. Xiao Yu couldn't help but walk off the stage with a grim face. The next match was Lu Sheng and his partner, the Poison Sound Baby, against Sun Changshan and his partner, the Little Magic Monkey. Sun Changshan was very large, bald, wearing sunglasses, and had turned his school uniform into tight-fitting attire, resembling a gangster. His beast was just like him, swaggering onto the stage with a cigar in its mouth, carrying a burning stick very arrogantly. Since the Little Magic Monkey had defeated 2 opponents with ordinary attacks, it was naturally a favorite to win the championship in the eyes of the audience. Little Magic Monkey, finish off the opponent quickly, Sun Changshan commanded. He didn't issue any techniques, clearly seeing the Poison Sound Baby as weak and planning to resolve it with ordinary attacks. Poison Sound Baby, use Thunder Strike. A bolt of golden lightning struck the Poison Sound Baby, and the Little Magic Monkey sneered. The burning stick came down like a dragon, piercing towards the opponent. The Poison Sound Baby was hit and flew off due to its small body, its stamina plummeting. But it struggled to get back up and surprisingly used Thunder Strike again. Sun Changshan showed a surprised expression, saying, "This guy actually dared to summon lightning twice during the match. It should be known that continuously using Thunder Strike can maximize voltage amplification. But lightning also produces immense destructive power, and if one is not careful, they could fall." A thicker bolt of lightning crashed down, and at that moment, the Poison Sound Baby closed its eyes and actually fell asleep in the blink of an eye. The destruction of Thunder Strike and the recovery from sleep constantly countered each other, ultimately achieving balance. To be able to use sleep in such a short time. How high is this guy's technique proficiency? Sun Changshan was dumbfounded, feeling warlike for the first time against this opponent in the match. Little Demon Monkey. Don't give it time to wake up. Use the double spinning staff to defeat the opponent. He decided to use the special skill mastered by Little Demon Monkey to send this respectable opponent off the battle platform. Generally speaking, the sleep duration is uncontrollable, and it's possible to remain asleep for several rounds. Even though Poison Sound Baby has mastered advanced sleep through controlling sleep duration, waking up in a very short time is still quite difficult. Little Demon Monkey tossed the flaming staff into the air, and another shadow staff appeared mid-air. It did a somersault, kicked off forcefully, and then the 2 flaming staffs, one real and one fake, whizzed past, spinning wildly and charging straight at Poison Sound Baby. Poison Sound Baby struggled with closed eyes, and the flaming staff struck it, causing its energy to plummet. Fortunately, the effect of advanced sleep continued to linger, leaving it with a sliver of health in the end. Yep, it finally woke up thanks to the pain. Poison Sound Baby felt an unprecedented surge of power, emitting sparks generated by a raging voltage all over its body. It rubbed its fingers together and raised them high, and the scorching lightning crossed the duel arena, directly penetrating Little Demon Monkey's body. Little Demon Monkey fell heavily to the ground, and it took a while for it to struggle to get back up. It let out a roar, picking up the flaming staff like a berserker to launch a surprise attack. Poison Sound Baby used the electric shock again, and the electric light clashed with the afterimage. Little Demon Monkey finally exhausted its energy, and the staff slipped from its hands, weakly smashing onto Poison Sound Baby's head. But it couldn't take away the last bit of health from Poison Sound Baby. With a thud, Little Demon Monkey fell down, unable to rise again. The second match was a victory for Poison Sound Baby. This match was filled with ups and downs, and the most favored student from the Beast Tamer class was unexpectedly defeated by a commoner Beast Tamer, becoming the biggest highlight of the event. Xiao Yu didn't expect he would need to step onto the stage himself, and he couldn't help but say to Lu Sheng, "Impressive, you even defeated Sun Changshan. I'll remember you." Poison Sound Baby was panting heavily, waiting for the blood-sucking bat to take the stage. At this time its energy was almost depleted, while the blood-sucking bat still had 1/3 left. Chapter 7. The Poor Lu Shan. The lightning effect on Poison Sound Baby flickered with dazzling electricity, and under Lu Sheng's secret signal, it seemed ready to shoot out a strike to defeat Little Demon Monkey at any moment. Xiao Yu watched as Sun Changshan took Little Demon Monkey for treatment, slowly walking onto the duel stage, constantly calculating the gains and losses in his mind. Among the students of the Beast Tamer class, Sun Changshan was in the 3rd tier, while he was only in the 4th tier. His family sold a house to support him through the Beast Tamer class because of his poor grades, and no matter how frugally they lived, he could only rank at the bottom of the class. Only impoverished students like him would participate in the performance-oriented beast battles. "The restaurant voucher, I must have it," Xiao Yu said with determination. Since Poison Sound Baby had enhanced the lightning twice, it would surely rely on its electric shock skill to defeat Bloodsucking Bat in one blow. However, The advantage of blood-sucking bat lay in consumption, meaning it didn't need to engage in a hard fight with the opponent. As long as it relied on blood-sucking and exchanged moves with the opponent, it would definitely be the one remaining on the stage in the end. It felt like a long time had passed in his mind, and when the match began, blood-sucking bat seized the initiative with its speed advantage. It opened its mouth wide, and its blood-sucking fangs controlled the tiny droplets of blood that oozed from Poison Sound Baby's body. Poison Sound Baby showed a look of pain, as if it was about to fall. However, Lu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief, as the opponent still chose a cautious consumption strategy. The information Xiao Meijia had informed in advance played a significant role. In fact, from Sun Changshan's defeat to Xiao Yu stepping onto the stage, he had been continuously guiding Xiao Yu towards his accustomed strategies. For many people, habitual strategies are their comfort zone. And when there isn't much time to calculate gains and losses, it's easiest to return to their familiar comfort zone. But they didn't know that their comfort zone is also an easily exploitable trap for the enemy. Sun Changshan falling under the charge gave him the illusion that Poison Sound Baby would still use the electric shock. Blood-sucking bat's frail body made him anxious, as it could either fall or counterattack, making it hard to judge probabilistic outcomes, which led him to hesitate and choose a long-range attack. But this time he miscalculated. If blood-sucking bat got close, it actually had a chance to defeat Poison Sound Baby, while Lu Sheng was even less willing to gamble on that chance. The next second, Poison Sound Baby closed its eyes and entered a sleeping state, while droplets of blood continued flying towards blood-sucking bat, and its own energy was continuously recovering. The blood-sucking consumption move was extremely weak in terms of damage and could not instantly penetrate the remaining energy of Poison Sound Baby, while the advanced sleep quickly restored its energy in the following time, replenishing 1/3 of its energy. Seeing Poison Sound Baby's energy continuously recovering, Xiao Yu knew he had missed the best opportunity. You can't walk by the river without getting your shoes wet. I finally lost to another opponent who plays for consumption. Xiao Yu sighed bitterly and conceded defeat. 10 minutes later, Lu Sheng and Xiao Meijia took the healed beast onto the stage to receive their awards. Behind the crowd of onlookers, Lu Qishan was loading takeaway from the mall onto his electric bike. Hearing the cheers of the audience, he instinctively looked towards the people on stage receiving awards. Unfortunately, there were too many people, and he couldn't see anything. Just then, the phone notification for an order rang, and Lu Qingshan had to put aside his curiosity and ride out of the mall. How great! I heard the first prize at the mall is a year's worth of restaurant vouchers. That would save a lot on training expenses. Lu Qingshan thought enviously. After completing several rounds of deliveries, Lu Qingshan was sweating all over, thinking that since Lu Sheng hadn't been to school recently, he should cook something good for him. So he stopped by the market to see if there were any cheap ingredients. Having been used to boxed meals, he was shocked by the vegetable prices during his first visit to the market. A kilogram of pork actually costs $20. Isn't that robbery? Lu Qingshan was dumbfounded. In the end, when he walked out of the market, he had only bought $3 worth of flour and a bag of cabbage. Forget it. Eating a little less won't kill me. I've heard that beasts eat more delicately than humans. What will I do if I don't save money in advance? Lu Qingshan muttered to himself. With the free restaurant voucher, Lu Sheng planned to finish the meal problem for Poison Sound Baby at the mall before going back. Suddenly, his phone rang. When he picked it up, it was actually Brother Qingshan. Shinzi, I've made the noodles, waiting for you to come back and eat. Where are you? Hurry back, or the noodles will get cold. Lu Qingshan said loudly. Lu Sheng remembered he hadn't mentioned his award yet, and he couldn't help but feel guilty. Sorry, I forgot to tell you a good piece of news. What is it? Can't you just say it when you get back? Lu Qingshan replied unhappily. Isn't there a competition at the Pingqing Mall today? I got first place, and now I can eat here for free for a year. Lu Sheng said happily. After hearing this, Lu Qingshan was stunned for a long time. He still remembered the scene when he picked up the takeaway, and the audience cheered for the victory in the competition. He thought it was very far from him, but didn't he expect it to be so close? He didn't even know what he said afterward, silently putting down the phone. Shengzi has succeeded. He can eat free banquets in the future, unlike his brother, who is so poor and has to save this and that. Lu Qingshan choked up a bit, seeing the noodles getting cold, afraid of wasting them. So he quickly finished both servings. After dinner, he still had to go to the factory for a shift. When leaving, Lu Qingshan rummaged in his pocket and placed all the money he earned from the deliveries on the table. Chapter 8. The Counterattack of Cream Coconut Egg Tree. Poison Sound Baby rarely had a hearty meal, and its spirit was extraordinarily different. When it returned home, it surprisingly didn't sleep immediately. which made Lu Xing think of the capitalist sending blessings. After several intense confrontations and using the simulator once, theoretically, Poison Sound Baby should be resting. But since it was still so energetic, how could he not exploit it? Don't blame me. Who told your beast tamer to be a poor guy? You can only make up for your shortcomings through hard work. Lu Xing felt a twinge of guilt. But when his gaze fell on the $50 his brother left him, he became resolute. Poison Sound Baby was still innocently watching the electric sheep and gray rock wolf. The next second, the simulator was activated. On the first day, the Poison Sound Baby appeared confused on the deserted island. In extreme anger, it kicked the cream coconut egg tree and was attacked in return. Due to being covered in coconut cream, it attracted wild beasts over the next week. On the second day, the Poison Sound Baby was severely injured while being chased by the queen bee, iron palm bear, and steel claw, and ultimately, in the struggle among these beasts, the Poison Sound Baby became a reserve food for the iron palm bear. It wanted to dig a hole to escape but made slow progress due to lacking relevant skills. On the seventh day, the iron palm bear licked off all the cream from the Poison Sound Baby, which led to it being rejected and abandoned. The Poison Sound Baby wanted to go to the beach to catch fish, but was blocked by the cream coconut egg tree. On the eighth day, the Poison Sound Baby ate many poisonous mushrooms. It didn't die, and its toxicity increased. It seemed to have discovered its own paradise. On the 28th day, the Poison Sound Baby ate a millennium-old poisonous mushroom, fell into hallucinations, lost its memory, and became lost in itself, turning into a wild beast. On the 29th day, it encountered the cream coconut egg tree, which felt guilt over the encounter. To help it regain its memory, the cream coconut egg tree hit it on the head with a coconut, causing it to faint. On the 30th day, the Poison Sound Baby underwent aromatherapy. The cream coconut egg tree thought the head stimulation was insufficient and attacked again with the coconut, causing the Poison Sound Baby to faint once more. On the 40th day, its memory had not returned, but due to the training of its head, it comprehended the skill Iron Head, Beginner. Since coconuts could no longer knock out the Poison Sound Baby, the cream coconut egg tree felt disappointed but still provided coconuts as food. On the 41st day, the Poison Sound Baby grew fond of the feeling of using Iron Head to break coconuts, but due to the limited yield of the cream coconut egg tree, it suggested that the Poison Sound Baby crash into rocks. On the 120th day, the Poison Sound Baby shattered a reef in the sea and grasped the essence of Iron Head, making it more proficient. On the 200th day, the coconuts of the cream coconut egg tree were exhausted, and the Poison Sound Baby was driven away. It encountered the iron palm bear, used Iron Head to intimidate it, and then escaped calmly. On the 1000th day, the Poison Sound Baby kept eating poisonous mushrooms and using Iron Head to crash into mountains, improving its cultivation. On the 1100th day, the Poison Sound Baby's head became incredibly hard, and no beast dared to look directly at its Iron Head, which changed due to the fear it instilled in many beasts. On the 1110th day, the Poison Sound Baby found that Iron Head had reached a bottleneck and realized the path to mastering Iron Head. On the 1113th day, it found a hard diamond, attacked it with Iron Head, broke the diamond, and upgraded Iron Head, but the Poison Sound Baby died from the backlash. Simulation ended. Reward Exploration Points 6. Unlock Iron Head, Mastery. Exploration Points 5. Unlock Poison Attribute 5. Requires Exploration Points 2. Unlock 3 years of cultivation. Requires Exploration Points 3. Lu Xing fell into contemplation. The 3 options presented were all tempting, but counting the 2 exploration points he had saved, he only had 8 points, which was not enough to obtain all the rewards. He could only use the difficult elimination method, among which the most useful was the mastery level Iron Head, which could greatly enhance the Poison Sound Baby's melee capabilities, making it very useful for perfecting the attack system. Next was the 3 years of cultivation, this time. Due to the Poison Sound Baby being in a state of amnesia, it had actually worked hard in the simulation. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Poison Sound Baby in the simulation was much stronger than the lazy creature in reality. Perhaps it was because a child without a mother takes charge early. With this cultivation, the Poison Sound Baby should be able to barely catch up with the progress of students in the Beast Tamer class, increasing Lu Xing's chances of passing the assessment. Thinking of this, he reluctantly gave up on the poison attribute, which would become more useful later on, but unfortunately, he didn't have enough exploration points right now. Lu Xing sighed and ultimately chose the first and third options. The Poison Sound Baby gained the skill and cultivation infusion. Its head became shiny and hard, gleaming with a metallic luster, and then it finally broke through from beginner level 1 directly to beginner level 2. barely reaching beginner level 3. Indeed, even if an ordinary beast tamer trained hard for 3 years, it could only grow that little. Lu Xing sighed in regret. Thinking about it, most of the students in the beast tamer class who had trained for 3 years were above beginner level 4, with those who had resources at home even approaching the initial stage. Fortunately, he had long been psychologically prepared. He already had the simulator as a golden finger. And no matter how little cultivation he gained, he wouldn't be afraid. Even if he had to rely on accumulation, he could still raise the poison sound baby. Chapter 9. Beast Tamer Class Assessment. The poison sound baby had become stronger, but it was also angry. It turned its butt around and deliberately made a loud whimper, indicating that it would no longer pay attention to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng felt a bit awkward and took out a mung bean popsicle from the fridge to offer it. The poison sound baby couldn't resist licking it, revealing a blissful expression, but upon seeing Lu Sheng, it immediately shook its head and whined again, displaying a defiant face. Don't be angry, okay? We have to participate in the Beast Tamer Class Assessment tomorrow. Isn't this just a last-minute effort? Lu Sheng coaxed like a child. The poison sound baby rolled its eyes at him, as if saying, I've worked so hard, and you actually let me fall onto a deserted island. I hate you. Lu Xing had no choice but to bring out his trump card. He handed his phone to it and said, You can play for an extra hour tonight. Is that okay? The poison sound baby was somewhat swayed. It glanced at the phone, then raised 2 fingers but felt it was inadequate and raised 2 fingers from the other hand as well. Lu Xing couldn't help but laugh. The poison sound baby only had 4 fingers in total, and it couldn't raise more than that. It was so angry that it even wanted to lift its foot. All right, for hours it is. Don't be angry, okay? Lu Sheng handed the phone over again. The poison sound baby thought for a moment, still feeling a bit unwilling, and finally puffed up its cheeks, making a whimpering sound as if threatening him that if he made it work overtime again, it wouldn't stop at just 4 hours. Humph. After picking up the phone, it glanced at the mung bean popsicle, and Lu Sheng, understanding, shoved it into its mouth. This time, the poison sound baby finally smiled. Lu Xing finally breathed a sigh of relief. The next day, Lu Xing found the poison sound baby sleeping soundly while hugging the phone. He thought that since it had played on the phone so late last night, he wouldn't wake it up, gently cradling it in his hands. He turned and walked out of the room. The Beast Tamer class at Pingqing High School would have a large number of students who failed to enroll when it came time for graduation. However, the Beast Tamer class preferred quality over quantity, and it was not easy for failing students to get into the class. When Lu Xing arrived, he saw a long line outside the teaching building, all there to sign up for the assessment. Just counting casually, there were actually more than 20 people, most of whom brought ordinary level beasts. After signing up, they would immediately be arranged to enter the duel arena to fight against professional level beast tamers. As the line gradually diminished, when it was Lu Sheng's turn, there was only one girl left who managed to hold out until the end with her healing bell of the Lily Bell, earning a place in the Beast Tamer class. Lu Xing, Poison Sound Baby, beginner level 3. After completing his registration, the girl who passed the assessment seemed to notice something. She first glanced at the Poison Sound Baby, then fixed her gaze on Lu Sheng, as if trying to remember him. Lu Sheng was puzzled. Did this girl know him? But during the 3 years of high school, it seemed he had never seen her before. Go in, don't keep teacher Su Fan waiting too long, reminded the teacher in charge of registrations. Only then did Lu Sheng nod, putting the question aside, and walked confidently into the duel arena. On the field, besides teacher Su Fan, there was also his beast, the Ancient Bell. The Ancient Bell was an elite-level beast of steel and psychic attributes. Having it test the new students was anything but simple. Oh, your beast seems to have been trained quite well. Su Fan immediately noticed something about the Poison Sound Baby's head. The metallic luster clearly indicated that it had practiced steel-type moves, and the proficiency was not low. Next, please battle against my beast for 1 minute. As long as you are not defeated, you can become a student of the Beast Tamer class. Su Fan pressed the stopwatch to start timing, and the Ancient Bell floated over to the Poison Sound Baby slowly. The Poison Sound Baby might have gotten used to being reckless in the simulator, showing an excited expression on its face, as if it wanted to use the ancient chime to hone its iron head. It leaped up and heavily crashed into the ancient chime, its iron head striking like a hammer, causing the ancient chime to emit a loud roar. The ancient chime displayed a pleased expression, seemingly enjoying the impact. After landing, the Poison Sound Baby did not hesitate and jumped up again, charging with its head. This time, the ancient chime actually took a small step back. Su Fan was somewhat surprised. A mere entry-level beast could actually make a professional-level ancient chime retreat a step. This was simply unbelievable. He suppressed the urge to have the ancient chime use its skills and said, "Stop playing around. It's time to work." The ancient chime paused for a moment, then suddenly accelerated and casually unleashed a normal attack, even without using skills. A professional-level beast could deal damage with just a simple normal attack, hitting the Poison Sound Baby like a finishing move. The Poison Sound Baby couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, having to close its eyes and enter a sleep state. Mastery-level Ironhead and mastery-level Sleep? Su Fan couldn't help but exclaim. There were others in his beast training class who had learned mastery-level skills, but no one had learned two. The fact that Lu Sheng could cultivate a regular beast with no evolutionary potential to this level was truly eye-opening for him. Su Fan did not let the ancient chime continue attacking. He waved his hand and said, "You've passed the assessment for the beast training class." Lu Sheng was still calculating the time in his mind, thinking about how to endure, but unexpectedly, the other party announced that he had passed. "Although it hasn't been a minute, I acknowledge your strength, so there's no need to continue." Su Fan smiled slightly, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Among entry-level students, you're quite good. However, I must remind you to think long-term. Although skills are not as effective at the entry level, as you progress, quality and level can completely overshadow skills. I suggest you focus your energy on leveling up your beast from now on." Lu Sheng awkwardly nodded. Teacher Su Fan completely misunderstood him. It wasn't that he wanted to improve his skills, but it was all because the Poison Sound Baby was slacking off in the simulator. Except for the occasional flashes of brilliance while being passively beaten, it absolutely would not stand up to train at other times, preferring to lie down and sleep. The current situation was entirely the Poison Sound Baby's own fault. Chapter 10. The delivery person in the luxury car. In the end, among the repeat students this year, aside from Lu Sheng, there was also a girl using a lily bell. They both belonged to the transfer students. When they arrived at the classroom, the girl was the first to step onto the podium to introduce herself. "My name is Bai Shaoling. My beast is a lily bell, and I specialize in support skills. I joined the beast training class because I was hospitalized and couldn't participate in the college entrance exam." After she finished speaking, her dark eyes intentionally or unintentionally scanned Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng felt the heaviness in her gaze again, frowning in confusion, but still had no impression of her. After she stepped down from the podium, Lu Sheng had just taken a few steps when he noticed two familiar classmates in the audience. Sun Changshan and Xiaoyu clearly hadn't forgotten that Lu Sheng had defeated them yesterday, and their faces instantly turned ugly. Lu Sheng greeted them and then smiled, saying, "I'm Lu Sheng. My beast is the Poison Sound Baby, and I specialize in electric-type skills. I joined the beast training class because I failed the college entrance exam." Su Fan had them sit in the last row and then said, "The beast examination is divided into 3 assessments, just like the self-examination. The first is a written test covering beast knowledge and problem-solving. The second is a secret realm exploration, where you must complete tasks within a certain time and return. The third is a beast duel. Last year, in the beast duel, many candidates were eliminated because they were unprepared and faced beasts with attributes they were weak against." He then glanced at Lu Sheng and added, "Although the process is the same, the self-examination is relatively simple. You just need to go to your chosen school for the assessment. Based on percentages, it gets added to your college entrance exam score. You're already close to the 3rd-tier line, and with your current strength, passing should be no problem." If it were the old Lu Sheng, he would definitely have opted for the self-examination to be safe. However, now that he had the simulator, he no longer looked at 3rd-tier schools. He raised his hand and stood up, saying, "Teacher Su Fan, I want to try participating in the Beast College entrance exam." Su Fan frowned slightly and said, "There are only 3 months left until the Beast examination. Your current strength is still quite a distance from the weakest student in the Beast training class, and the odds of getting into university are slim. I advise you to think carefully before making a decision. I want to give it a try, even if I fail. It's not too late to take the self-examination," Lu Sheng said firmly. "Well then, since you've made that decision, I can only hold you to the standards of a formal student in the Beast training class," Su Fan said helplessly. In the morning, they covered the content of the written test. Lu Sheng, relying on his experience from the college entrance exam, kept practicing problems and made good progress. The only uncomfortable part was that he felt that his desk mate, Bai Shaoling, seemed a bit infatuated, constantly staring at his face, not knowing what she was thinking. After class, he wanted to take the Poison Sound Baby to the mall for a free lunch, but Bai Shaoling closely followed him. Unable to resist, Lu Sheng asked her, "Classmate Bai, do we know each other?" Bai Shaoling seemed startled, stammering momentarily. However, after encouraging herself, She bravely walked up to him and reached out to touch the head of the poison sound baby. This feeling, it really is you, she couldn't help but exclaim. Lu Sheng became suspicious. He looked at the confused poison sound baby and then at Bai Shaoling. Do you know each other? He asked the poison sound baby. Woo-woo. The poison sound baby shook its head vigorously, indicating that it did not know her. Lu Sheng felt even more that Bai Shaoling was strange. He ignored her and turned to head to the mall. Bai Shaoling stood there for a long time, and after leaving the school, she got into a luxury car and had the driver take her to the hospital. In the car, besides her, there was another completely unrelated delivery person who was eating takeout without a care, completely oblivious that he was in a luxury car worth over $1 million. Brother Lu, your brother is named Lu Sheng, right? I saw him, and he has already entered the Beast training class, Bai Shaoling said softly. Lu Qingshan finished the last few bites and casually threw the leftovers out the window. Didn't he expect you guys to run into each other? This brat. Didn't he expect he really has some skills? No matter what, it's good that he got in. However, don't tell him about my business, or he'll go all out against you. I understand. There is a part of you in that life. Since you've chosen, I won't waste it. Bai Shaoling said quietly. Haha, you pay, I provide the marrow. It's just an equivalent exchange. I'm quite open-minded. After all, I'm just a worthless life. My brother is different. He can get a year's worth of free meals as a beast master and will definitely achieve great things in the future. It would be too much of a loss to fight with rich people. Lu Qingshan said proudly. I hope so. Bai Shaoling looked out at the scenery, her mood seeming to darken. Chapter 11. The final battle for the Beast training class top spot. Brother Sun, do you know that new student, Xiaoyu? Some classmates in the Beast training class curiously asked. Sun Changshan's face turned awkward. He felt embarrassed to tell them that he lost to a repeat student. Xiaoyu was more open-minded about it. He said helplessly, I've only encountered him in a competition. His strength isn't simple. Brother Sun couldn't even last one move and lost directly. Sun Changshan shot him a glare and coldly snorted, I was just careless. If I had gone all out from the beginning, he wouldn't have been able to use Thunderstrike twice. I doubt it. He has mastery level sleep. He can slowly wear you down if given the chance. TSK, I didn't expect him to connect Thunderstrike with sleep so perfectly. That is truly amazing. Xiaoyu exclaimed in admiration. Su Xian, who had been indifferent, suddenly found it interesting. She was the undisputed top student of the Beast training class with her Beast, the Split Cloud Cat, already at the first tier of the initial stage. Just with that, she could easily choose any key schools and even had a chance to get into the top university in the capital. For her, defeating Xiaoyu and Sun Changshan was just average. But being able to use dual thunder strikes in conjunction with sleep to deal extreme damage was something that ordinary people couldn't achieve. In the afternoon, Su Fan asked the students of the Beast Master class to pair up for battles. At this moment, the usually quiet Su Xian suddenly suggested, Teacher, please let me duel with Lu Xing. I want to see how strong he really is. Su Fan was somewhat displeased. He originally wanted to pair Bai Shaoling with Lu Xing, as their strengths seemed more evenly matched. However, Su Xian's sudden interjection made the situation awkward. You are already at the first stage, and battling Lu Xing is completely meaningless. Su Fan complained. Xiaoyu, on the other hand, found it interesting and couldn't help but cheer. Teacher, let them have a go. This kid Lu Xing is no simple matter. He defeated both me and Sun Changshan in a 1-on-2 match at the Pingshan shopping mall. Oh, Su Fan was unaware of this and glanced at Lu Xing again. Su Xian smiled slightly and said to Lu Xing, how about this? I won't bully you. If you can win against me, I'll teach you a move. What do you think? Lu Xing felt a bit trapped. The other party seemed very interested in him. Even if he didn't agree now, he might miss out on an opportunity later. It would be better to agree. If he could win, he would learn a move for free. Okay. But I want your guarantee that you'll teach me until I master it. Su Xian hesitated for a moment. She thought about her own strength and how she wouldn't lose to him, so she agreed. At this point, whether Su Fan refused or not didn't matter. He also wanted to see how many rounds Lu Xing could last against Su Xian, who was at the first stage. The duel began, and Su Xian showed no mercy, commanding her Lianyun cat to charge at the poison sound infant. The opponent used its iron claws, seemingly aiming to end the battle in one move. The Lianyun cat was incredibly fast, forcing the poison sound infant to instinctively meet the attack with its hardest iron head. Both the Lianyun cat and the poison sound infant were pushed back, surprising Su Xian. Such a powerful iron head. Everyone present could see that in this duel. The Lianyun cat was slightly at a disadvantage. If it weren't for its physical quality at the first stage, it might have sustained light injuries from that attack. The two beasts exchanged blows, with iron claws and iron heads clashing loudly, creating a deafening metallic symphony. Both sides were wearing down. But Lu Xing knew that with the opponent's stamina far exceeding that of the Poison Sound Infant, he would eventually lose. The Poison Sound Infant also realized this. Suddenly, Lu Xing's voice echoed in its mind, causing its pupils to shine brightly. After another exchange, the Poison Sound Infant was pushed back but pretended to close its eyes to rest. Su Xian could not allow it to recover, so she immediately commanded the Lianyun cat to use a surprise attack. Meow! A fierce black light shot toward the feigning Poison Sound Infant. Now Lu Sheng, hearing the sound, the Poison Sound Infant suddenly opened its eyes, revealing a sly smile. Just as the Lianyun cat was about to get close, the Poison Sound Infant dodged and struck it hard from the side with its iron head. Everyone present was caught off guard by how convincing the act was, leaving Su Xian at a disadvantage. Taking advantage of this brief moment, the Poison Sound Infant unleashed Thunder Summon. After being shaken back, the Lianyun cat showed a hint of fear towards its iron head. By the time it shook off the impact, the Poison Sound Infant had successfully summoned thunder. The sky flashed with lightning, and the Poison Sound Infant's fingers sparked with electricity, sending a devastating bolt of lightning across half the battlefield. Once the Lianyun cat overcame its fear, it let out a roar and charged forward with its flaming charge. Despite the Poison Sound Infant having enhanced itself once, this exchange still didn't yield much advantage. Lu Xing chose to have the Poison Sound Infant feign sleep again, but this time it was for real. The Lianyun cat saw the Poison Sound Infant sleeping again and felt a shadow of doubt creep into its heart. Su Xian couldn't help but shake her head. This hesitation might shift the situation in Lu Xing's favor again. She never imagined that a first-stage beast would struggle so much against a third-stage beast. The opponent's moves were nearly perfectly connected. As long as it couldn't be taken out in one hit, it could continually recover. This set of true and false attrition tactics is quite good. Su Fan couldn't help but exclaim. The pressure shifted to Su Xian. Although her beast's level was high, her mastery of moves was not as proficient as the Poison Sound Infant's, making it hard to imagine how the opponent had trained. Su Xian could only resort to her trump card. The Lianyun cat unleashed its signature move, the Flame Fist, just as the opponent was about to unleash a big move. The Poison Sound Infant calmly opened its eyes and summoned thunder again in full form. Flames burned in the Lianyun cat's hand as it punched the Poison Sound Infant. The Poison Sound Infant did not back down, sparking with electricity. Ing! The Poison Sound Infant released an even thicker bolt of electricity than before. This time, the electric bolt resembled a thick beam of light, directly penetrating the Lianyun cat's defenses. It fell heavily to the ground, unable to get up. After the Poison Sound Infant finished its move, the after-effects of the Thunder Summon erupted, causing crackling explosions around it. The Poison Sound Infant tilted its head and fell over, unable to use sleep before slipping into a near-death state. Lu Xing couldn't care less about the final judgment and hurriedly picked up the Poison Sound Infant to head to the medical room. Chapter 12. First simulation interruption in the medical room. Dr. Yi expressed dissatisfaction to Lu Xing and Su Xian, saying, "If you had come a little later, it could have been life-threatening. Please be mindful of your limits in future battles." Lu Xing quickly nodded. "I'll be careful next time. Thank you, Dr. Yi." Dr. Yi could only shake his head. He knew these students were all fighters, and even if they promised, they would likely make the same mistakes again next time. Fortunately, in this world, beasts possessed miraculous powers, and even if heavily injured and on the verge of death, they could still be saved. While the Poison Sound Infant and Lianyun cat were being treated, Teacher Su Fan announced the results of the match. In this battle, the Lianyun cat fell first, so the winner was Lu Xing. Su Xian sighed helplessly. "All right, I was indeed a step too slow. A bet is a bet. Tell me what move you want to learn." Lu Xing had been troubled about the conditions for evolving into a super infant and knew this opportunity was rare. So he asked, "Can I have the Poison Sound Infant learn a psychic move?" With a laugh, Su Xian nearly choked. She covered her mouth and chuckled. "You really are not polite. Not only can I not teach you, but even if I could, your beast wouldn't be able to learn it. Are you doing this on purpose? The Poison Sound Infant can't learn it?" Lu Xing had never thought about it this way, considering it was the simulator that provided the evolution pathway, so it couldn't possibly fail. It might not necessarily be unlearnable. Teacher Su Fan chimed in. The existence of beast masters is to help beasts break through their limits. By combining different moves, when they reach a perfect level, the beast may trigger a chemical reaction within the moves themselves, thus learning a brand new move. Reaching perfection is not something he can achieve right now. That's why I said it's impossible. Su Xian retorted without holding back. Lu Xing, however, put on a thoughtful expression, prompting Su Xian to cover her forehead and exclaim, "You idiot! You don't really want to learn psychic moves, do you? There is no need for you to do this." Su Fan chuckled. He believed Lu Sheng and his beast had a chance of successfully combining, especially since the Poison Sound infant had already mastered 2 proficient moves. Moreover, even if they failed, it would lay a good foundation for the future, so why not? He then took out his teacher's ID and tossed it to Lu Sheng, saying, "This will be your reward for this match. Go check the library for what you need." Hearing this, Su Xian got angry. "Hey, why did you give it to him? I said I'd teach him until he masters it." "Lu Sheng, you better come up with something credible, or I won't let you off the hook." Lu Sheng was stared at fiercely by her and could only helplessly say, "I haven't thought of anything yet, but I will next time." After saying that, he quickly made his escape. After school, Lu Sheng took the Poison Sound infant to the school library, where there was an elevator exclusive to internal staff. If Su Fan hadn't given him a teacher's ID, he wouldn't have known there was such a hidden special elevator in the library. After swiping the card for verification, the elevator slowly opened. Inside, there was only one button that led to the 9th floor, which was inaccessible by stairs. The 9th floor was unexpectedly narrow, with not many books, but there were a few computers connected to the national intranet, a privilege exclusive to the school that was completely inaccessible from the outside. After spending more than half an hour researching, Lu Sheng gradually understood the principle of combining moves. For superpower moves like the Mind Hammer, it was best to first learn a move related to the superpower, then combine it with one or more related moves. And only when the proficiency was perfect could there be a chance of generating a new move. Predecessors had discovered that the moves closest to superpower types were transformation moves. Through numerous trials and errors, they compiled a long list of moves. Lu Sheng was overwhelmed by the sheer number of transformation moves and wondered how to select them to combine into the Mind Hammer. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and tried to input the moves he planned to combine into the simulator. Poison Sound Infant Meditation Cosmic Power requires 1 exploration point. Proceed with simulation? It could actually be done, and he almost shouted out in excitement. However, when he attempted to click to proceed with the simulation, Lu Sheng suddenly realized that he had no exploration points left. The Poison Sound infant was seriously watching videos and suddenly felt a chill all over. Looking up at Lu Sheng and letting out a scared whimper. "Don't be afraid, it's just a simulation, it won't really harm you," Lu Sheng said with a gentle smile. Then chose to start the simulation. On the first day, the Poison Sound infant appeared in Mechanical City with a phone, and due to lacking an electronic identity, it was arrested by a magnetic monster and imprisoned. On the 3rd day, the Poison Sound infant, having run out of battery while watching videos in prison, began to cry. Its cries elicited sympathy from another prisoner, and a kind-hearted charging bug helped recharge its battery, leading to a friendship between the two. By the 7th day, the inmates were obsessed with the videos on their phones, and the Poison Sound infant became the most popular beast in the prison. On the 30th day, the Poison Sound infant's phone was discovered to possess technology not belonging to Mechanical City and was subjected to dissection and modification by the demigod beast, the Infinite Mechanical Dragon. The Poison Sound infant underwent hypnosis and interrogation as the Infinite Mechanical Dragon sought information about the simulator, causing the simulation to be interrupted. Simulation ended. Gained 5 exploration points. Unlock 30 days of cultivation. Requires 1 exploration point. Unlock demigod modified phone, pure version. Requires 1 exploration point. This was the first time Lu Sheng encountered an interruption in the simulation, which was different from dying and exiting. It felt more like a self-protection measure of a cheat. If it was a false world, did it still need self-protection? Was the world in the simulator real? He couldn't help but ponder this question. After thinking for a long time, he shook his head and smiled wryly, realizing he was overthinking. Just because the simulated world was real, did that mean he should stop simulating? He looked again at the options for this simulation, and this time there was nothing worthwhile. Generally speaking, a year's worth of cultivation required 1 exploration point. But even if it was less than a year, it still required 1 exploration point because the minimum cost was 1, so naturally Lu Sheng would not choose this reward. The second option was a bit of a scam. This phone was clearly his, so why did it incur a fee after being brought into the simulation by the Poison Sound infant? With his poverty, he only had this one phone. If he didn't redeem it, he would likely face social death. He glared fiercely at the Poison Sound infant and chose to unlock the demigod modified phone. Soon, a sci-fi phone with an alien aesthetic appeared before him. Chapter 13. The Poison Sound infant wants to sing. The modified phone was smaller and lighter, and the reboot speed was astonishingly fast. clearly indicating that the phone's components had been upgraded rather than downgraded. Just this aspect put Lu Sheng at ease, and as for the software inside the phone, he took a cursory glance and saw that there weren't many changes, just a few added applications and some unclear functions. Lu Xing was too busy to study it further, so he casually tossed the phone to the downcast poison sound infant, encouraging it to regain its joy. With exploration points finally available, Lu Xing was able to simulate the combination of moves. He first used 2 transformation moves for the simulation after deducting 1 exploration point. The simulation results showed Poison Sound Infant Meditation Cosmic Power 90 chance to generate Mind Power, remaining others. To his surprise, the probability of generating the Mind Hammer was less than 1 in 10,000. He refused to give up and used 2 transformation moves for another simulation. The results showed Poison Sound Infant Meditation Bending Spoon 90 Mind Power, 1 Mind Hammer, remaining others. This result was clearly better than the last, but a 1 probability was still too low. Was there something he had not noticed? With few exploration points left, Lu Xing did not intend to waste them and returned to the library to search for academic papers. Fortunately, there were many papers related to this topic in the Beast Master field. Although many had failed, the successful ones left valuable experiences for future practitioners. The more he read, the more he felt that the combination of moves required a certain commonality. Perhaps he could deduce from the effects produced by the Mind Hammer to find the moves most similar to its effects. Lu Sheng quietly searched for information related to the Mind Hammer. An hour later, he suddenly smiled silently. It truly was a case of missing what was right in front of him. He had forgotten that he had already learned Iron Head, a physical attack that could intimidate enemies and had similar power. Wasn't that the closest move? With newfound confidence, Lu Sheng simulated again. Poison Sound Infant Meditation Iron Head 50 Mental Strong Thought 20 Mind Hammer, remaining others. This time, the probability surged again, and Lu Sheng felt that with just a few more attempts, he could simulate it. To gain more luck, Lu Sheng picked up the Poison Sound Infant, took a deep breath, and began the simulation. Poison Sound Infant Bending Spoon Iron Head 90 Mind Hammer, 1 Spirit Tooth, remaining others. This probability seemed very high to him. With a whoosh, he exhaled a long breath of turbid air, and his whole body suddenly relaxed. The heavy burden that had been weighing on him for days was finally lifted significantly. As long as he had a goal, no matter how difficult, he could continue to move forward. What frightened him more was not knowing where the goal was. The Poison Sound Infant was completely captivated by the modified phone. The phone's appearance had been redesigned according to the aesthetics of Beast Masters, with ultra-miniature mechanical gears flowing within a crystal shell, and the back featured a small logo of the Infinite Mechanical Dragon. The phone also had powerful functions, capable of understanding spoken words and even reading brainwaves for automated operation, floating in midair when it couldn't be held. Curious about what other functions the phone had, it accidentally opened the Beast Master version of the music player, thus opening a new door. This player was hidden within the human-developed Penguin music, and its music library included Beast Master music that did not exist in the human world. The Poison Sound Infant fell in love with Beast Master music, not only secretly learning the songs, but also sending videos of itself singing to Dodo. At first, the view count on Dodo was minuscule, as very few humans could appreciate Beast Master exclusive music. The Poison Sound Infant felt a bit disappointed. It even began to doubt its singing ability, wondering why no one was liking these songs. Lu Sheng noticed the Poison Sound Infant's downcast demeanor and couldn't help but wonder if he had been too harsh on it. With that thought in mind, he felt the 50 yuan in his pocket, gritted his teeth, and bought a Didi Sheep plush toy as a gift for the Poison Sound Infant. He remembered that during the ancient warehouse competition, the Poison Sound Infant had really wanted this toy, but at that time, he couldn't even afford a meal, so he had to drag it away. The Poison Sound Infant was startled by this sudden gift. It also knew that Beast Masters weren't wealthy, so how could it suddenly receive a gift? Lu Sheng rubbed its head and said, "Poison Sound Infant, you've been working so hard lately. This toy is for you. When I make a lot of money in the future, I'll get you even better gifts." Woo-woo. The Poison Sound Infant felt both heartbroken and happy. It was heartbroken because the Beast Master was spending money recklessly, and happy because the other party, despite being so poor, still gave it a gift. At this moment, the Poison Sound baby unexpectedly wanted to make Dodo go viral, so it could support its Beast Master. Chapter 14. The Queen's Admiration in Another Sleepless City. Lilith Beast was boredly scrolling through Dodo after just finishing a large concert. Her fans could never guess that a world-class queen diva would spend her free time on a platform meant for ordinary people. Lilith Beast was extremely popular in the human world. She was beautiful, humanoid, had a perfect figure, and possessed a singing voice that surpassed that of humans. Her Beastmaster, Lu Mei, could only act as her manager, guarding the door while she rested, afraid that fans would intrude and disturb her enjoyment. Lilith Beast's fingers continuously swiped through various videos, only a few making her smile, but these were quickly erased from her mind. For a beast that could read minds and sense human emotions, everything human seemed boring to her. She yawned, unconsciously scrolling through the screen when suddenly, a cute, pink creature resembling a human baby in a purple diaper appeared in a video. Lilith recognized this as the very ordinary Poison Sound Baby. She was uninterested and about to swipe away the video when the Poison Sound Baby gathered its emotions and began to sing. In that instant, Lilith felt a gust of wind hit her face. The song felt like the first light of the world piercing her heart. It was so beautiful, simply heavenly. As a diva, she felt at a loss for words for the first time. She had never heard a song that belonged solely to the beast. From hatching from an egg to stepping onto the biggest stage in the imperial capital, everything she had heard and sung were human songs. Hearing the music of beast culture for the first time from the Poison Sound Baby's video, she was completely shocked. Although the singing beast lacked technique and had many flaws, the overwhelming emotion covered these issues, and most importantly, it was the beast's own language, its own music. Repeatedly hearing the song from meals to baths, and from baths to the bed, she watched the video countless times, only to realize at last that she had forgotten to like, save, and tip the video. The song was called The Aspiration to Soar Like a Giant Whale, such a beautiful name. She marveled as she liked the video. Soon, the video received its first like, leaving Lilith Beast stunned. Such a beautiful song only had her as the sole liker? Lilith Beast felt a little smug. She might be the first beast to discover this masterpiece, but at the same time, she couldn't imagine how sad the beast who created this song must be. After hesitating for a moment, for the first time in her life, she added the stranger video creator as a friend on Dodo and tipped 99 yuan in coins. This wasn't tea because she was stingy, it was simply because she had never recharged on Dodo. And this 99 yuan was from the coins gifted to her while browsing videos, which she couldn't cash out due to lacking 1 yuan. Soon, she was added as a friend by the Poison Sound Baby and wrote a long comment. The Poison Sound Baby took a long time to discover the function that converts beast sounds into text from the modified phone. Ing was converted to thank you. Boss thanks. Then this was sent to the comments below. Lilith Beast rolled around happily with her pillow, then as if realizing something, disdainfully tossed the pillow to the floor. Lu Mei heard the commotion and hurried in, respectfully asking, Your Majesty Lilith, is there anything wrong? Lilith Beast directly commanded, I want to see the Poison Sound Baby doll appear in my room right now, immediately. Very simple. I will take care of it right away. Lu Mei didn't expect the queen to fall in love with the Poison Sound Baby doll. Such a cute interest would surely explode in the fan community. She happily agreed, and soon a dedicated team would deliver it. Lilith Beast felt the human admiration for her and the filth within her heart, her face flashing a trace of disgust. After waving her hand to shoo them away, she once again immersed herself in the music of the Poison Sound Baby. On the other side, the Poison Sound Baby suddenly received a notification on its phone, 99 yuan credited, and it also had a fan adding it as a friend. The double happiness completely dissipated its disappointment. It decided not to disappoint any fan and would perform even better in the next song. Lu Sheng saw the Poison Sound Baby inexplicably pumped up, seemingly invigorated. Although he didn't understand the reason, since the result was good, he didn't have to worry about the beast's mental state anymore. After finishing his research at the library, Lu Sheng returned home in the dead of night. Today, he saw his brother had come back early and was lying on the bed asleep, with a lunchbox that his brother had bought for him on the table. A warm current surged in Lu Sheng's heart, and he decided not to let Lu Qingshan down. So he said to the Poison Sound Baby, We need to work hard and quickly perfect Iron Head. The Poison Sound Baby was full of energy today and gave a little ing to indicate it would take care of it. Simulation begins. Chapter 15. The Advancing Bestie. On the first day, the Poison Sound Baby appeared in the underground world. Remembering the Beast Master's instructions, it began to train Iron Head. On the 5th day, it started to feel hungry, its body weak and hollow, and the progress of training Iron Head began to decline. So the Poison Sound Baby began to explore the underground world. On the 6th day, it discovered a few mushrooms, barely filling its stomach before continuing to train Iron Head. On the 7th day, the Poison Sound Baby encountered an attack from a ground-burrowing mouse. After defeating it with Iron Head, it gained a little brother. On the 10th day, the poison sound baby relied on the ground-burrowing mouse to obtain rare ores in the underground world. Discovering that these ores could be used to train Ironhead, causing Ironhead to begin to change. On the 32nd day, the poison sound baby's little brothers increased to 3, and it obtained more ores, which triggered the dissatisfaction of the ground-burrowing mouse king. On the 44th day, the poison sound baby repelled the ground-burrowing mouse king, harvesting a large amount of fear, and it comprehended the information for the promotion of Ironhead to mastery level. On the 56th day, after healing from injuries, the poison sound baby challenged the ground-burrowing mouse king, defeating it and leaving gracefully, gaining a moderate amount of fear. On the 63rd day, the poison sound baby challenged the ground-burrowing mouse king again, posing with muscles after defeating it, gaining a moderate amount of fear. On the 78th day, the poison sound baby challenged the ground-burrowing mouse king for the 3rd time, defeating it with almost no injuries and gaining a small amount of fear. On the 80th day, the poison sound baby challenged the ground-burrowing mouse king for the 4th time, and the ground-burrowing mouse king surrendered without a fight. Disappointed, the poison sound baby severely injured it, gaining a very small amount of fear, and began to be referred to as Ironhead Baby by some beasts. On the 100th day, the poison sound baby conquered the original forces of the ground-burrowing mouse king. It wanted to continue expanding, but was severely beaten by the corpse flower and returned with serious injuries. It calmed down, began to analyze seriously, racking its brains to survive. On the 110th day, the poison sound baby woke up to find the fear on it had become more intense. It discovered the usefulness of titles, so it had the ground-burrowing mouse secretly spread the fame of Ironhead Baby. On the 560th day, in order to showcase Ironhead, the poison sound baby independently established a ground-burrowing mouse farm covering an area of 1 mile in the underground world. Due to a bountiful mushroom harvest, its fame spread widely among the ground-burrowing mice. On the 1500th day, the poison sound baby used its iron head to open up a ground-burrowing mouse farm covering an area of 100 miles, resulting in a significant increase in the reproduction rate of the ground-burrowing mice, drawing hostility from nearby beasts. It gained the respect of the ground-burrowing mice and was honored as the Ironhead King. In the 6th year, the poison sound baby found itself at a standstill and began to enter seclusion to train Ironhead. During the promotion process, it comprehended the mysteries of mastery-level Ironhead. While it was in seclusion, the ground-burrowing mouse group lost its leader, and the farm faced a siege from surrounding beasts, resulting in heavy casualties among the ground-burrowing mice. The poison sound baby was forced to exit seclusion and used mastery-level Ironhead to defeat the corpse flower that had previously beaten it. But it was unable to withstand the combined attacks from many beasts and ultimately fell. Simulation ends. Gain 20 exploration points. Unlock Ironhead King. Requires 5 exploration points. Unlock Master Level Ironhead. Requires 10 exploration points. Unlock 6 years of cultivation. Requires 6 exploration points. Lu Sheng should have been happy. In just one simulation, Ironhead had reached the master level, and there was also the title of Ironhead King, which could absorb fear, greatly enhancing Ironhead's power and fear factor. But why? The total of the 3 rewards just exceeded 1 exploration point, and his previous exploration points were already used up. Regret and pity filled Lu Sheng, and he knew he could only give up on the 6 years of cultivation. He couldn't abandon the master level Ironhead. And the title of Ironhead King, which could absorb fear, was essential for upgrading to the perfect level Ironhead, so he couldn't give that up either. Well, he thought, he had to remember this lesson in the future. Never use up all exploration points at once, or he wouldn't be able to choose when good things came along. Lu Sheng reluctantly chose the first 2 options and saved 5 exploration points. After acquiring the master level Ironhead and the title of Ironhead King, the poison sound baby's head returned to its original state and became rather inconspicuous. The poison sound baby touched its own head and felt it was very hard. Lu Xing couldn't help but chuckle. Meanwhile, back at home, Su Xian couldn't help but tell her best friend about what had happened today. Woo-woo, Qiong, I got slapped in the face. I lost so badly. Su Xian complained with a mournful expression. Zhou Qiong couldn't help but tease. I see you're just asking for it, thinking you had it in the bag. So stable you couldn't be more so, and ended up giving the opponent a free move. Don't you think you're like a transport team leader? Su Xian felt like she was going to spit blood. She initially wanted comfort, but unexpectedly got stabbed by her best friend continuously. That guy is not just like that. Before the match, he asked for a full teaching. I felt he had bad intentions back then, and after winning, he actually asked me to teach the poison sound baby how to use superpower moves. I really wanted to shove his head into the ground for some deep reflection. Su Xian retorted. Her best friend couldn't help but chuckle. I also think this guy has bad intentions. HLL, make sure you can never teach him properly. Doesn't that mean you'll have to be at his beck and call? Over time, wouldn't feelings develop? Zhou Liqiang joked deliberately. Su Xian couldn't help but gasp. This guy was terrifying. Actually wanting her to be his little brother? Zhou Liqiang didn't expect Su Xian's thought process to be so unusual. She had spoken so ambiguously and obviously, yet the other party still thought differently. Well, based on my years of experience as a bookworm, this guy shows emperor-level potential right after failing the exam. You might as well take this opportunity to throw yourself at him. Looking at your lonely life, you might as well just give in, Zhou Liqiang said helplessly. There was some sincerity in her words. After all, her best friend had been a bit slow since childhood, and aside from her talent for beast taming, she was like a tomboy. Su Xian snorted coldly, as if he has emperor-level potential. Soon, I'll let him know why the flowers are so red. Chapter 16. Master-level Iron Head debuts. Lu Shang practiced some questions and just raised his head to find Su Xian staring at him. What's wrong? Is there something? He couldn't help but ask. Su Xian snorted. You ran away so fast yesterday. Shouldn't you reply to me today? I don't want to owe you forever. Lu Xing had planned to complete the final part of the combination move yesterday. He knew that a move like bending a spoon wasn't expensive at all, and even if Su Xian didn't know it, she could easily get it. I've thought it through. Please teach me the move of bending a spoon. Su Xian showed an expression of I knew it, disdainfully saying, sure enough. Bending a spoon is so simple. You just want to sell me a personal favor to win people's hearts. I tell you, no way. Seeing Lu Xing stunned by her words, she felt her guess was entirely correct. I want to teach you bending a spoon. You have to learn the fire punch. Whether you like it or not, you'll learn it after school. Su Xian threatened with a rogue demeanor. Lu Sheng was confused. He hurriedly explained. I really just want to learn bending a spoon. Su Xian had an expression of having seen through him long ago. She said, bending a spoon is such a simple move that you can just buy a few used spoons from superpower users and comprehend it yourself. You're clearly just coveting my body, wanting to take the top spot in the beast taming class. Lu Sheng examined the girl up and down. He had to admit she was delicate and charming, with the potential to be a school beauty. However, her thought process was simply terrifying, and he could only politely decline. However, she did remind him that learning bending a spoon didn't actually require any tutorial. A quick search online would yield plenty. The only trouble was that it was relatively expensive. Items used by superpower users, like spoons, could only be bought at the beast tamers market. He was so poor that he couldn't afford them. Thinking of this, he lost all motivation for class and spent the entire morning searching on his phone for the cheapest way to obtain spoon props. Unfortunately, superpower users were a scarce resource, and the market price for such props was at least over 10,000, which was simply maddening. While browsing this information, he grew increasingly desperate. Accidentally, an unrelated job advertisement caught his eye. Hiring a background actor, special invitation, requires at least one proficient level move, 5,000 yuan per performance. Interview location, Pingqing Mall basement. Lu Xing stared at this job advertisement for several minutes. The working hours were short, the pay was generous, and it just happened to be at Pingqing Mall, where he could interview during lunch. It was simply perfect. As soon as class ended, he immediately took the poison sound baby, who was playing with his phone, and sneaked out of the classroom, completely ignoring Su Xian's warning to not leave after school. After enjoying a free lunch leisurely, Lu Sheng went to the basement level and found that the entire floor was surrounded by spotlights and cameras, and he had to be careful walking over the densely packed cables. Noticing a stranger entering, a worker who looked like a handyman immediately appeared in front of him and intercepted him. Sorry, this is a filming site. No entry for idle people. I'm here to apply for the background actor position. Lu Sheng raised his phone to show the job advertisement to him. The other party looked at him and the poison sound baby with suspicion. If he could refuse, he would definitely send them away. Unfortunately, he was just a handyman and could only suppress his doubts and point them in the right direction. At the end of the road, turn left. It's the first room. Thank you, Lu Sheng said, avoiding the crowd of staff gathered together and the messy cables, finally arriving at the entrance. There was a row of chairs at the entrance, where several beast tamers and their beasts were already waiting, the youngest among them being at least 20 years old, while Lu Sheng was the first so young. After signing up, Lu Sheng sat in the last chair, and as each background actor went in and came out, By the time it was his turn, no one was left. Lu Sheng and his beast, Poison Sound Baby, please come in. The staff called to them as they entered. Upon entering, Lu Sheng saw a disheveled man with glasses and stubble chatting listlessly with an assistant. The staff read from the registration form, Director Su. This is Lu Sheng and his beast, Poison Sound Baby. Su-wen nodded slightly, turned his head to glance at them, and with some disappointment said, sorry. We need a beast that possesses proficient level moves. You probably don't meet the standards. Lu Sheng smiled slightly. Whether I meet the standards, you'll know after seeing. The Poison Sound Baby showed a move for them to see. It confidently let out a sound and jumped from Lu Sheng's shoulder to the ground, slightly closing its eyes, and seemed to fall into a deep sleep like a holy monk. Su-wen's gaze was sharp. He could tell at a glance whether it was proficient level. He nodded slightly, but his expression still remained cold. Everyone who had just come in for the interview had a proficient level move, while Lu Sheng had only just reached the standard. Seeing this situation, he thought he might still be eliminated. So he said to the Poison Sound Baby, perform another move. The Poison Sound Baby opened its eyes, its little head shining brightly, like a dazzling light bulb. The master-level Iron Head was unleashed. And along with the title of Iron Head King, the entire room was suddenly engulfed in a terrifying intimidation. The fear that permeated the air made the Iron Head of Poison Sound Infant seem like a sharp blade pressed against their necks, chilling them to the bone. This seemed to be a master-level Iron Head. No, this momentum was far beyond that of an Iron Head. How did you practice to achieve this? Su-wen widened his eyes in disbelief. Sorry, we're just here for an audition for extras, not to impart experience. Lu Sheng looked at them with satisfaction as their eyes widened in shock. Once Poison Sound Infant put away the Iron Head, Director Su finally breathed a sigh of relief. He took off his glasses, wiped the sweat from his brow, and whispered to his assistant beside him, 5,000 yuan for a master-level beast tamer. That's worth it. Let's just adjust the script to give them more screen time. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? The script has already been set, right? Changing a script isn't that hard. I could write dozens of such plots in a day. Su-wen scoffed. If it weren't for the fact that he had just shot a movie about beast tamers that flopped, he wouldn't have come to such a small crew to film a TV series. The assistant had no choice but to quickly make the changes as instructed. Fortunately, this TV series was an anthology, so altering the plot wouldn't affect the following developments. After waiting for a while, Su-wen quickly finalized the plot and turned to Lu Sheng with a gentle smile, saying, very good, you are the actor we need. Here is your script. You can get ready to take your position. Director Su handed him a freshly printed script that was still warm. Lu Sheng glanced at it and quickly realized it was a third-rate TV drama filled with cliches and completely lacking in originality, which instantly put him at ease. Chapter 17. The aging Yin Na Lu Sheng's first scene began filming. His character was originally a ninja chasing the protagonist, Xiao Guang, but later, after witnessing Xiao Guang saving villagers, he turned to the light and became a ninja protecting her in secret. Lu Sheng wore a mask throughout, not needing to reveal his face. All voice work would be done in post-production. He just had to maintain a cool demeanor. He and Poison Sound Infant followed orders, posing in front of a green screen, either running or gazing into the distance. These actions had little technical difficulty, and even if there were flaws, they would be cut in post-production. Lu Sheng felt a bit like he was taking wedding photos in a studio. This feeling persisted until the end, as he was essentially performing a one-man show. He secretly mused that being an extra meant he didn't even have to interact with the protagonist during the early scenes. He was always running and observing from the shadows, which would be reflected in the film through various perspective switches. Next came the main scene. Please show a look of 7 parts shock, 2 parts admiration, and 1 part agreement. Director Su suddenly instructed him. Okay. Lu Sheng began to change his expression as directed. He personally believed his emotions were in place, but that was probably just his own opinion. Thus, this segment of just eye expressions took longer than all previous poses combined, stretching a full hour before he barely passed. Damn, filming is exhausting. Lu Sheng couldn't help but complain. Director Su chuckled, patting his shoulder. You're just an extra. Real actors don't have it as easy as they do on screen. The next scene is scheduled for tomorrow. You should have time, right? Tomorrow happened to be the weekend, and since Lu Sheng didn't have classes, he indeed had time. He had read the script and would be filming a scene where a mysterious ninja dies protecting Xiao Guang in a secret realm. After this scene, he could exit the production as an extra. This money is easy to earn. I can make 10,000 yuan in just 2 days. And then I can go to the market and see if I can find props like a soup spoon at a similar price. Lu Xing felt pleased. And after leaving the set, he could still enjoy a free dinner at the mall. Just as he sat down after ordering, a woman in a professional skirt suit sat down opposite him. Lu Xing looked around in confusion. Weren't there plenty of empty seats in this restaurant? Hello, I'm Yun Na, an agent from Xinglu Entertainment. Do you have a moment? Yun Na smiled and handed him a business card. Lu Xing glanced at the card, which had the company address and contact details, looking quite professional. Are you perhaps interested in becoming my agent? Lu Xing asked in surprise. Yun Na nodded. Although you're currently just an extra, you have great potential. In the entertainment industry, there aren't many beast tamers with master-level skills. There are many job opportunities. And the pay isn't low. Of course, that means I'll earn a good commission too. She was quite straightforward. Although Lu Xing had some vague understanding of the situation, her candidness, even mentioning commission, moved him. You know I'm a student, and right now, the priority is to get into college. I hardly have any time. Lu Xing expressed his doubts. Yun Na smiled lightly. Of course, we understand that. However, I think you might misunderstand your current identity. You are not just a student. You are also a beast tamer. Beast tamers need a lot of resources to quickly level up their beasts. To be honest, with your current beast, it will be very difficult to get into a good university when the beast tamer exam comes around. Undeniably, she made a valid point. The beast tamer class primarily required him to pass written exams, and his actual strength could only rely on the simulator. In the eyes of outsiders, it was indeed difficult to keep up with his peers. On the other hand, he knew that while he had a simulator and could make unimaginable progress daily, many things still needed to be obtained in reality, such as resources for practicing skills or items to enhance his cultivation. These were all products of the civilization created by beast tamers, and if he could utilize these resources in conjunction with the simulator, his beasts could truly soar. You've convinced me, but what can you do for me? Lu Xing was slightly tempted. Yun Na smiled slightly and confidently replied. My purpose is to find suitable jobs for you and increase your pay. Just like this time, your beast could clearly command a higher salary. But due to the lack of an agent, the terms were completely controlled by the other party, and you had to accept the standard of an intermediate level. After careful consideration, Lu Xing finally nodded, agreeing with her statement. If she could indeed find him work and increase his salary, then sharing the commission would be a given. However, they still needed to negotiate the percentage. They started at 60 to 40, then moved to 70 to 30, and finally 80 to 20, where Yun Na finally stopped budging. And they detailed the contract based on the share. All right, let us sign the contract. Lu Xing agreed, then glanced at the contract, frowning again. 10 years is too long. 5 years at most. 5 years is too short. We can't invest that much, and once you graduate, you might just leave us. Yun Na argued logically. No, I can't accept that. I can make my beast reach master level now, and in 5 years, my strength will be far beyond that. There is no reason to be bound like this right now. Lu Xing stood firm. If he weren't short on cash and needed someone to provide him with short-term job opportunities, he wouldn't even consider this. Yun Na knew the boy's potential. She had originally wanted to bind his future to herself while he was still young, which was why she rushed over when she heard the news. But unfortunately, Lu Xing was not someone who would blindly pursue immediate benefits, which made Yun Na regard him more highly. After all, in the entertainment industry, maturity and steadiness were also valuable assets, and they weighed heavily, directly influencing how far one could go. To ensure that they could continue cooperating without creating too much tension, Yun Na didn't hold out for long and relented, saying, how about this? Let us each take a step back. If you choose to continue in the entertainment industry after 5 years, you must prioritize us at Xinglu Entertainment. Lu Xing considered for a moment, smiled, and shook hands with her, saying, all right, here's to a pleasant cooperation. Yun Na held the other person's hand, and the large stone floating in the sky finally fell. To be honest, the entertainment industry is highly developed now, but resources are becoming increasingly scarce. She had just entered the industry, and the company hadn't allocated any resources to her. She was just told to run around building connections with a phone book. Those who have been in the industry for a long time know that the older the agent, the more valuable they are. Having a wide network means having resources. Even small celebrities on the 18th tier are reluctant to sign contracts with her, so she could only look for extra roles. But how much potential can most extras have? Cultivating them would take a lot of effort, and she was fully aware of this, so being able to sign with Lu Xing finally gave her a glimmer of hope. Chapter 18. Talented actors at 6:40 on a weekend. While in the restroom, the sound of cicadas could be heard. The sky was slightly bright. and the temperature was just right for a long trip. The lazy sleeping habit of the poison sound baby was hard to correct. Sometimes it would even let out a whimper while hanging on Lu Xing. The crew had a bus parked at the entrance of the mall, and if they arrived early, they could even get free hamburgers and coffee, which was indeed better than the exploitation in low-budget productions. Lu Xing didn't know many people, so after grabbing a hamburger, he sat down on a stone step nearby. About 10 minutes later, an extra sat down next to him and started eating a hamburger heartily. This person was quite outgoing, the type who was good at socializing, and immediately struck up a conversation with Lu Xing. "Bro, I'm also an extra. I saw your performance yesterday. It was your first time, right?" he asked cheerfully. Since the other person had spoken, Lu Xing couldn't just remain silent. "It really is my first time. I'm a featured extra, so once I finish these 2 scenes, I'll have to disappear. Featured is great. The pay is much higher than that of regular extras. Let me tell you, don't think that featured roles are just extras. The money is not much lower than that of third-tier actors." This guy gave a thumbs up, looking enviously at Lu Xing. Lu Xing smiled slightly. The hard threshold for featured roles was evident. First, you needed to have at least 1 contracted beast, which costs hundreds of thousands at the very least, plus daily expenses, which would drain the savings of an average couple over many years. It was even harsher than buying a house. At least a house could be liquidated, but the contracted beast and beastmaster were bound for life. Even if the beastmaster died, the beast could never contract a new beastmaster. Additionally, there were various requirements, including skill level, appearance standards, and even the beastmaster themselves needing to meet certain criteria. With all these restrictions, getting selected was a challenge, so it was natural for the high salary. Of course, the other party understood this logic as well. After complimenting Lu Xing a couple of times, he introduced himself. "Bro, my name is Wu Guang. Every time there's a scene with shout-outs and head shaking, it's me. This time, I have a scene with you, so please take care of me." Lu Xing recalled the script and indeed remembered a scene where he had to defeat the pursuers. But it didn't mention who they were, so it was him. Extras don't get names. In the script wouldn't he have him experience the harshness of the entertainment industry again. The 2 chatted like old friends for about half an hour. The bus had also stopped for about 10 minutes, and the crew finally gathered. After roll call, they got on the bus and quickly set off. There were several secret realms in Picheng, one of which was close to the city and had been swept through by the military multiple times, making it one of the safer secret realms, having been commercialized for 5 or 6 years. After passing several checkpoints, both the bus and the passengers were scanned for safety, and they were allowed in once no hazards were detected. Upon reaching the edge of the secret realm, they immediately felt a different atmosphere, a small beast market, an adventurer's guild, and beastmasters coming and going. There were hardly any established buildings. It looked like a picnic where simple tents had been set up and signs hung to signify businesses. This place was a small rest area opened by the military in the secret realm. Further in, one would be out of reach of human civilization. Drones couldn't fly in, the internet couldn't connect, and electricity could only be supplied by their own diesel generators. Everything had to be done in a roundabout way. The staff were still moving equipment, and Wu Guang called him and a few newly acquainted extras to take a stroll through the beast market. It wasn't easy to come here, and they didn't have much money to buy anything, but just looking was already a feast for the eyes. Lu Xing had the 5,000 labor fee from yesterday, so he wasn't anxious. Although he also planned to just look without buying. If the price was right, he might not be able to resist spending. The market near the secret realm might be close to the source, and overall prices were about 50 lower than online. Lu Xing noticed that the props he was particularly interested in, soup spoons, were also for sale, with the cheapest going for 8,000 and the most expensive just over 20,000. He was still a bit short, but after finishing today's scene, it should be enough. He felt confident, and his face naturally lit up. Then he saw that a moonstone was on sale. Its quality was ordinary, and the price was 5 million. He gasped internally. This was just an ordinary moonstone, and it was already 5 million. Wouldn't the perfect grade moonstone he had be worth several hundred million? Lu Xing didn't dare to look too long, fearing that someone would see through him. He turned around and walked with Wu Guang towards a stall selling beast eggs. The prices here were about the same as outside, with nothing below 1 million. They were just here to see something new, and it was unlikely they could find a bargain. This group of extras initially wanted to relax by browsing, but the clearly marked prices made them feel their own poverty, and they lost the mood to continue shopping. Even Wu Guang, who was always cheerful, returned to the crew with his head down. "Get ready to start. Everyone, take your positions." The staff shouted loudly with a megaphone, and everyone had to perk up. Due to the good value for money, Lu Sheng, as a featured extra, was given many more lines and had to be the first to appear. "I'm off first. Let's chat later," Lu Sheng said to the other extras and walked into the secret realm. Unlike indoor shooting, once Lu Sheng stepped out of the resting area, the photographer began recording the entire process. He followed the script's requirements, directing the Poison Sound Baby to fight against the Iron Palm Bear. To highlight the strength of the Poison Sound Baby, it was required to use Thunderstrike and then unleash electric shocks. A huge bolt of electricity pierced through the Iron Palm Bear. It didn't resist, closed its eyes, pretended to be exhausted, and fell backward with a crash. After this take, director Su wanted to film a segment of Lu Sheng posing with an expression of disdain. This part of the plot was about the protagonist, Xiao Guang, being chased by enemies, accidentally entering the jungle, and being seriously injured. Lu Sheng secretly took action to eliminate the nearby beasts. After filming this scene, the next part was about the protagonist being caught by the enemy, and to allow her to escape smoothly, Lu Sheng had to die at the hands of the opposition. The actress playing Xiao Guang looked to be in her early 20s, but had a baby face. Her name was Fong Ying, and although she had not been in the industry long, she was already trending towards stardom. Fong Ying and her partner entered the scene. Her partner was a cute little rabbit beast, basically zero in strength, and served as a cute presence in the drama. "Run. Keep running. Where do you think you're going? Hand over the Genesis slate, and I'll let you go." The supporting character in a black robe cackled menacingly. Fong Ying bit down on a blood pack in her mouth, clutching her heart as if gravely injured, and said defiantly, "The Genesis slate concerns the fate of the human world. I absolutely cannot hand it over to a villain like you. If you refuse to drink a toast, you'll have to drink a punishment. Boys, go." With a wave of his hand, Wu Guang and the other extras jumped out. "Okay, that essay wrapped." Director Su finished this scene and asked Lu Sheng to get ready. The supporting and main characters took a break, some drinking water, while others chatted and slacked off. Once the extras were on set, Director Su began the next segment of filming. Lu Sheng, with the Poison Sound Baby, made a brilliant entrance at a critical moment. The Poison Sound Baby was still carrying the Thunderstrike effect, emitting faint sparks of electricity. Wu Guang was the first to charge in angrily, and the Poison Sound Baby knocked them down with a few ordinary attacks. Here, Lu Sheng found it a bit confusing. As a supporting villain, shouldn't the beasts be attacking? How could humans fight against beasts? If it weren't for this villain organization being too poor, then it must be that this crew has no money. Lu Sheng couldn't help but smirk under his mask. The fight scene seemed to have some intricacies. Director Su made them rehearse several times and even personally directed the action before it passed. Obviously, it wasn't important for the usual plot. What mattered was the fight looked good. Lu Sheng began to understand how third-rate TV drama should be filmed. In the next scene, it was time for the black-robed supporting character to shine. "You traitor, how dare you obstruct the organization from seizing the Genesis tablet? You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Old ghost, take him down." A wave of resentment began to swirl as a malevolent spirit emerged from the dark clouds, resembling the head of an old man who, after being killed along with his family, crawled out of hell with a piercing scream and lunged at Poison Sound Baby. Old Ghost had trained this well. Although he didn't look good on the outside, he was full of spirit, and a single breath of resentment was enough to offset several $100s in special effects. Poison Sound Baby shot out a surge of energy, but the opponent was already aware of how Poison Sound Baby would attack, dodging with a quick movement, and then opening his mouth wide to use a move that no one would use in a battle: devour the heavens and annihilate the earth. This move took a long time to execute and had a narrow attack range, making it easy for enemies to evade. Despite its high damage, it was meaningless if it couldn't hit. Although there were many drawbacks, such a move could effectively showcase the enemy's terror in a TV drama. And the black-robed person again delivered a dramatic performance. "Ha ha ha, do you understand my power now? I'll give you a chance to return to the organization, otherwise just wait to die." At this moment, Lu Sheng, following the script, directly removed his mask and threw it in front of the opponent, then spoke for the first time. "Xiao Guang is humanity's hope, and I cannot allow you to harm her. Now is the time for my redemption. Poison Sound Baby, let us no longer hide and show them the results of our years of training." Poison Sound Baby nodded heavily. The title of Ironhead King combined with the mastery of Ironhead broke through layers of resentment in that instant. The cold light of Ironhead shone outward. And even though he knew it was just acting, Old Ghost couldn't help but tremble. "Mastery level? No, it's actually mastery level. You Lodier Ninja are actually a genius," the black-robed person exclaimed. "Go, Poison Sound Baby. Use the last Ironhead." At Lu Sheng's call, Poison Sound Baby jumped into the air, brushing against Old Ghost as if it was an accident. Old Ghost felt a chill envelop him and couldn't help but shrink back. Xiaoguang, run! Lu Xing shouted back. If it were based on real strength, Old Ghost might have already been severely injured and on the ground, but in the script, Old Ghost's strength was at the master level, and Poison Sound Baby could only hold him off for a moment. The final shot of the filming was a freeze frame of Lu Xing lying on the ground, with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth as required, portraying a look of seeing a beautiful world before slowly closing his eyes. Click, perfect. Director Su didn't expect this most difficult scene to pass in one take. This extra actor actually had some talent, and he couldn't help but mentally note this young man. For talented actors, a thoughtful director would record them in their contacts, as they might need them at some point in the future. Lu Xing clearly belonged to this category. Chapter 19. The Annihilation Engine. Lu Xing changed out of the costume provided by the crew into casual clothes and took his luggage to settle today's pay with the production staff. Wu Guang was waiting for him nearby, looking hesitant as if he had something to discuss. This scene made Lu Xing feel uneasy. If someone with social skills like him showed this expression, it was definitely going to be troublesome for him. Lu Xing really wanted to grow wings and fly back. But he wasn't bold enough to directly ignore him. Buddy, there's something I want to discuss with you. What do you think? Wu Guang finally spoke up. Lu Xing sighed inwardly, smiling on the surface while being alert deep down. Don't ask to borrow money. I'm not familiar with you. Wu Guang, as if afraid of being overheard, pulled him aside and whispered, Hey, buddy, it's rare to come to the secret realm. Don't you want to explore around? Lu Xing relaxed when he heard it wasn't about borrowing money. Sorry, I'm not interested in taking risks. The crew can film safely because there are professional beast tamers clearing the area in advance, but if we go deeper, I'm not going along. After saying that, Lu Xing tried to pull away. However, Wu Guang grabbed his hand with surprising strength, making it difficult for him to leave or stay. 5,000 yuan. Is 5,000 yuan okay? Just take me around for a bit. I'm curious and want to hang out in the secret realm a little longer. So I have something to talk about later. You know Old Wu, just love to brag. Look, it's rare for us to be extras together. What a good fate. Hearing the 5,000 yuan, Lu Xing was indeed tempted for a moment, but since he had just received a payment, his resistance had increased significantly. After hesitating for a moment, he shook his head. I really can't take an ordinary person into the secret realm. Sorry. Wu Guang noticed that he was still a bit tempted by the money and immediately counted out 10,000 yuan from his luggage and pressed it into Lu Xing's palm. Buddy, this is everything I've saved up. Help me out. Just hang around the outskirts for half an hour. It's really easy for you. Wu Guang pleaded with all his might. Lu Xing felt the heavy 10,000 yuan in his hand and suddenly thought about how hard Qingshan Ge worked to earn so little money. Just accompanying Wu Guang for half an hour could earn him 10,000 yuan. Thinking this way, it didn't seem impossible. Fine, just half an hour. I won't stay for a second longer. Lu Xing finally succumbed to the temptation of money, nodded, and told the production staff. Many people find it hard to enter the secret realm, and they all want to stroll around the rest area, so the crew also intended to let them relax, delaying the bus's return by 2 hours. After Lu Xing finished his report, he signaled for Wu Guang to follow. The filming location was silent, not a soul in sight, just patches of shrubs and trees, and occasionally, one could see the shed exoskeletons of bug-type beasts. Wu Guang silently looked around, glancing at his watch from time to time, as if afraid time would slip away unnoticed. Being cautious, Lu Xing walked slowly, while Poison Sound Baby yawned repeatedly, seemingly unbothered. It had been through countless battles and simulations, and this secret realm was nothing to fear. After walking for a little over 10 minutes, Wu Guang couldn't help but get anxious. Buddy, can you walk a bit faster? Why haven't we seen a single beast in this secret realm yet? Lu Xing thought it was better not to see anything. That meant safety. I'm only responsible for accompanying you for half an hour. Whether we see beasts or not is not my responsibility. His tone was quite cold. Originally, he didn't know why Wu Guang was willing to pay him to stroll in the secret realm, but once he mentioned beasts, it was exposed. Wu Guang seemed to want to leverage his presence to catch a wild beast. Whether to sell it or keep it for himself was unclear. But it was definitely a business that wouldn't lose money. Lu Xing didn't believe that wild beasts could be easily captured. This world didn't have pokeballs, and even if one won a battle, the opponent could still escape. It wasn't as easy as just saying that defeating them meant they would become the master. As Wu Guang watched the time pass second by second, he finally couldn't help but quicken his pace, rushing ahead to search for traces of beasts. This was really going to lead to danger. Lu Xing couldn't help but feel annoyed. However, Wu Guang seemed to have reached a reckless level. He picked up a branch and began to shout and sweep through the grass and bushes. Lu Xing regretted it. He thought he could manage just half an hour, but he didn't expect some people would really be asking for trouble. Before he could come up with a countermeasure, Wu Guang was ambushed by an enraged golden beetle. "Oh, my foot. Bro, help me." Wu Guang desperately tried to pull out his right leg, but the golden beetle, filled with rage, had no intention of letting go. Although Wu Guang's actions were truly deserving of it, he couldn't just stand by and watch. Lu Xing signaled to the poison sound baby, and immediately a bolt of lightning struck the golden beetle, causing it to let go of Wu Guang in pain. Wu Guang, clutching his injured right leg, knelt on the ground and howled loudly, like a bait attracting beast tamers, constantly spreading the signal that there was food here. "This is bullshit." Lu Xing cursed angrily, urging the poison sound baby to drive the golden beetle away quickly. The golden beetle charged at the poison sound baby with its golden pincers, but the poison sound baby stood its ground, engaging in a head-on confrontation. In terms of skill, the poison sound baby had the upper hand, and with the power boost from Iron Head King, the golden beetle felt as if its golden pincers were as fragile as glass, making cracking sounds as if they were about to shatter. It was frightened and dared not exert more force. In an instant, its entire body was sent flying and quickly disappeared into the bushes. Wu Guang, seeing his dearly desired beast vanish, momentarily forgot to howl. Kneeling on the ground with a face full of disappointment, Lu Xing, seeing that the two big troubles had been resolved, felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. He walked over to help Wu Guang up and comforted him. "Forget about the beast. I'll take you back for treatment first." "No, I can't go back. There are still 10 minutes left. We just agreed to stay here for half an hour." Wu Guang struggled. "I don't want the money back. Just give it to you. Now, let's hurry back. Your earlier screams might attract other beasts, and if their numbers increase, I won't be able to protect you." Lu Xing impatiently interrupted his attempts to speak. He was already tired of being with a teammate who felt like a liability, as if they could be wiped out at any moment. Wu Guang was injured and unwilling to admit defeat, but his body obediently limped back to the crew with Lu Xing's support. He was thinking everything would return to square one when the poison sound baby suddenly emitted a serious warning. Lu Xing's heart jolted as he noticed the ground trembling slightly, likely indicating a large beast was approaching them. "This is bad, really bad." Lu Xing panicked slightly and could only tell Wu Guang, "Your previous screams might have attracted beasts. I'll hold it off here. You hurry and escape back." Wu Guang saw Lu Xing's pale face and realized they were truly in trouble. He couldn't help but feel guilty. If it weren't for his desire to catch a beast, he wouldn't have dragged Lu Xing into this mess. Wu Guang nodded heavily, saying, "I won't drag you down. If you can't hold it off, just run." After saying that, he shook off Lu Xing's support and limped desperately toward the crew. As the annihilation engine left, Lu Xing regained his composure. He issued commands, and the poison sound baby activated its double lightning mode, then fell into a sleeping state. The ground tremors became more pronounced, and suddenly a tree fell, as if a giant rhino carrying a gray castle appeared before them. A proficient level beast, the bunker rhino. "This is really a big trouble." Lu Xing couldn't help but gasp. This proficient level beast was already in its complete form, unlike the ice fox, which, although also proficient level, was just a newborn rookie. The strength of a complete proficient level beast ranged from beginner to professional levels. Lu Xing couldn't estimate its strength, but it was clear they were not capable of defeating it. The poison sound baby awakened from its sleep, radiating electricity all over its body. But facing such a gigantic beast, it felt intimidated and had no thoughts of victory. The bunker rhino scanned Lu Xing and the poison sound baby, its nostrils the size of human heads exhaling 2 jets of white mist. With a thud, it slammed its arms onto the ground, causing spikes to rise from the earth. The spikes were sharp and densely packed. The poison sound baby dared not be careless and used Iron Head to smash the spikes one by one. The next second, the giant beast lunged at it with a thunderous punch. The bunker rhino's titanium alloy Rohan punch struck its cheek, sending the poison sound baby flying. If most of the impact hadn't been absorbed by the hard Iron Head, it would have collapsed by now. After a hard struggle, it managed to get back up, but the bunker rhino let out a disdainful roar and grasped 2 large trees, yanking them out and swinging them towards it. The poison sound baby endured the excruciating pain, releasing bursts of electricity to barely push the trees away. However, the bunker rhino charged at it again, and this time, Lu Xing jumped into the fray, swiftly lifting the poison sound baby and diving into the bushes. The bunker rhino missed its target, and the frail human it had ignored actually disrupted the sacred duel of beasts, making it roar in rage. Chapter 20. Wits against wits. This time, it was really a huge loss. Lu Xing swore that even if Wu Guang begged, he wouldn't return that 10,000 yuan. He carried the poison sound baby, continually weaving through the trees, as the poison sound baby entered a sleeping state, gradually recovering stamina, while he himself began to lose his sense of direction, completely unaware of where he was. The bunker rhino was indeed powerful. But since Lu Xing did not move in a straight line, relying on his far superior agility, he managed to shake it off after a series of twists and turns. Lu Xing found a dense thicket, smeared himself with some unknown feces he picked up, and then lay down quietly. After 10 minutes, the relentless bunker rhino was still searching for its whereabouts nearby, unaware that its prey was lying dead in the spot it had just passed through. His heart raced as the bunker rhino had passed by him 3 times, several times nearly stepping on him, just half a meter away. This beast was really persistent. Lu Xing was furious to the extreme and began to think of ways to kill it. Since the beast thought he was still nearby, it would definitely come back again. Thus, he decided to set a trap right here. The poison sound baby fully recovered its stamina through sleep and wanted to show this big guy a thing or two. So, the 2 troublemakers conspired and deemed the plan entirely feasible. The poison sound baby was responsible for quietly digging a hole about 10 meters deep with iron head, while Lu Xing collected branches and vines to cover it up as camouflage. In the simulator, the poison sound baby had gained experience from digging out farms in the underground world, and the trap was solid and smooth, impossible to escape. Lu Xing's disguise was also impressive. At first glance, there was no sign of anything amiss. Everything was ready, and they returned to stealth mode. A few minutes later, the bunker rhino returned to the spot, suspiciously using its enormous nostrils to sniff around, as if it could find Lu Xing that way. Another unpleasant odor wafted into its nostrils, and the bunker rhino sneezed violently before heading towards the thicket, wanting to savor the foul droppings of whatever beast had made them. Perhaps because it had walked back and forth several times, it had lost its vigilance, and the bunker rhino unwittingly stepped into the trap. The sensation of weightlessness arrived late, and darkness enveloped it, with only a sliver of light shining in from the hole. The poison sound baby and Lu Xing peered at each other with mischievous smiles. After locking eyes, Lu Xing patted the poison sound baby's shoulder. "It's up to you." The poison sound baby nodded heavily, a flash of vengeful pleasure crossing its face. The bunker rhino couldn't help but let out a terrified roar, for above its head, streams of potent toxins rained down, as if trying to fill the 10-meter-deep pit. The bunker rhino, filled with rage, jumped but couldn't escape, and when it tried to crawl out, it could only crash against the walls of the pit, causing earth-shaking sounds. Lu Xing ignored it. Everyone gets angry, but who wouldn't? It dared to chase them for so long, as the toxins continued to accumulate. Even if each instance of damage wasn't substantial, it added up quickly, and soon even the bunker rhino began to weaken and wilt. Whether to live or die, that was up to it. Lu Xing looked down at the bunker rhino that had once made him exhausted, and his mood finally lifted. The bunker rhino still tried to struggle, using its howl, the shrill sound causing Lu Xing's eardrums to bleed. Lu Xing had initially thought that if the beast submitted, he would pull it out, but since it refused to relent, it was time for the next act. Lu Xing is doing well, so you can continue to enjoy. The poison sound infant ruthlessly releases electricity, and the bunker rhino has nowhere to hide, only passively accepting the electric therapy. The crackling sounds are incessant, accompanied by the screams of the bunker rhino, as if returning to the interrogation room of the 80s and 90s. After an unknown amount of time, the bunker rhino has become quiet, charred on the outside and tender on the inside, a pleasant smell of beef wafting out. The bunker rhino's pride crumbles in the face of death, and it finally bows its head in surrender, spitting out a piece of spirit jade as the price of defeat. This spirit jade has been used quite a bit by the other party, now only the size of an egg, but still quite valuable. Spirit jade is a precious resource that can be directly absorbed by beast tamers to enhance their cultivation, only produced in secret realms. And its price fluctuates greatly depending on the amount of spiritual energy contained within. The poison sound infant seems to have sensed something delicious and keeps making whimpering sounds, wanting to get this spirit jade from Lu Xing. Lu Xing chuckles helplessly, although he briefly considers selling it for some money to go home. He can only give in when he sees the poison sound infant's eagerness. After grabbing the spirit jade that Lu Xing handed over, the poison sound infant swallows it whole. Just like the bunker rhino, a cool breath slowly flows through it, and the poison-sound infant feels its stagnant cultivation rapidly improving. Lu Sheng takes one last look at the nearly lifeless bunker rhino, tossing it a vine before leaving. As for whether it can make it out, he doesn't care anymore. Following the path opened by the bunker rhino, Lu Sheng spends over half an hour returning to the starting point. Then he staggers toward the rest area in the direction he came from. After running and dodging, his physical strength is greatly depleted, and by the time he returns to the rest area, smelling of excrement, the bus is about to depart. The others have no idea what happened to him in the secret realm. Lu Sheng guesses that Wu Guang returned without saying a word or looking for someone to rescue him. At this moment, his mindset is surprisingly calm, especially when he sees Wu Guang limping and avoiding eye contact, even too afraid to come and ask for his money back, which makes his expression even more relaxed. After all, he still has a long way to go. Why bother to stoop to the level of this small-minded person with no bright future? Once home, he first takes a shower to wash off the stench. The poison-sound infant is already playing with the spoon prop that he bought for 8,000. Lu Xing had the money to buy a better spoon, but after asking the shopkeeper, he learned that the spoon only affects the speed of understanding techniques and doesn't impact anything else. Thus, he, reasoning that time in the simulator is abundant, spent the least amount of money to get the most suitable spoon. As for the remaining 12,000, he has stuffed all the money into his brother's wallet. When his brother opens it, he will surely be shocked. Just thinking about his brother's expression at that time makes Lu Xing feel that his efforts today were not in vain. With a joyful heart, Lu Xing begins his final simulation for the day. Chapter 21. The Love of the Banana Dragon on the First Day. The poison-sound infant appears on the grassland and saves the banana dragon from being attacked by the limestone wolves, accompanying it on its journey. On the second day, the banana dragon needs to return to its migrating group. The poison-sound infant practices with the spoon while sitting on the banana dragon. On the 10th day, the banana dragon still hasn't found its group. It realizes it has been abandoned and cries for a long time. The poison-sound infant still hasn't grasped the technique of bending the spoon, and in its frustration, it starts to sing, raising the banana dragon's affection level. On the 30th day, the banana dragon gives up on finding its group and decides to stay with the poison-sound infant. But the poison-sound infant is only interested in the bananas produced by it. On the 100th day, the banana dragon tries to steal the spoon but is caught by the poison-sound infant. The poison-sound infant feels a sense of crisis and wants to leave. But the banana dragon retains it with a new flavor of banana it produced, promising never to dare again. On the 181st day, the banana dragon grows tired of its situation, instinctively beginning to carry the poison-sound infant as it migrates. On the 232nd day, the poison-sound infant finally bends the spoon. It has comprehended the technique of bending the spoon. On the 300th day, the banana dragon finds the forest. And they stop again. The poison-sound infant discovers that bending the banana dragon's fruit increases its skill proficiency, so it begins to interact with the banana dragon, raising its affection level. On the 400th day, the poison-sound infant's bending spoon technique has become quite skilled. It has grasped the technique of casting spells with its fingers. But it doesn't know how to master it, so it starts frequently disturbing nearby beasts. On the 430th day, they are driven out of the forest by local beasts and can only continue migrating. On the 481st day, they encounter an insect swarm attack. The poison-sound infant realizes that a technique that originally could only divert attention can actually deal with super small animals, discovering the training secret of bending the spoon. On the 670th day, the poison-sound infant's bending spoon undergoes a change. It discovers that a mastered bending spoon can interrupt spellcasting, which piques its interest in this technique. On the 680th day, the banana dragon suddenly finds traces of its group, and they begin to track them. On the 710th day, they encounter the banana dragon's group. Since the banana dragon is the only eligible male in the group, it faces pressure to marry. On the 750th day, the banana dragon only wants to lay eggs with the poison-sound infant, which angers all the female banana dragons. And they decide to teach the poison-sound infant a lesson. The poison-sound infant accepts the challenge, but it only competes to see who can cast spells faster. On the 751st day, the poison-sound infant competes with the first female banana dragon, after drawing attention with its magically bending fingers. It uses its superpower to bend the female's toe, causing her pain and preventing her from casting spells. On the 758th day, the poison-sound infant continuously battles female banana dragons. Understanding the technique of bending the spoon, it can now make the opponent lose focus merely with its gaze, without using its fingers. On the 860th day, The poison sound infant comprehends the technique of sound spell casting and receives information about advancing to mastery level. On the 1001st day, the poison sound infant is invincible. The female banana dragons lose focus in its presence, and even if they can withstand the pain, they cannot outrun the poison sound infant. It can now cast spells from any part of its body, having grasped the essence of bending the spoon, which has risen to mastery level. On the 1008th day, the banana dragon kneels before all its group members to propose to the poison sound infant. The poison sound infant has completed its task in the simulation and has no reason to stay. It smiles as it accepts the banana and kills itself to return. Simulation ended. Gained 15 exploration points. Unlock 3 years of cultivation. Requires 3 exploration points. Unlock mastery level bending spoon. Requires 10 exploration points. Unlock charm 5. Requires 5 exploration points. Lu Xing thinks this time's multiple choice question is very simple. Charm only affects the simulation progress of beast tamers and is of no real use. He directly chooses the first 2 options, leaving a total of 7 exploration points. It's the first time he feels so wealthy. And he can't help but show a smile of a rich landlord. The rewards are distributed, and the poison sound infant gains a full 3 years of cultivation. The spirit jade originally in its body suddenly disappears, and its level continuously rises from entry level 3 all the way to entry level 5. Finally reaching the 3rd tier of beast tamers. This spirit jade can actually increase so much cultivation. Lu Xing is astonished. 3 years of cultivation this time far exceeds that of the isolated island. It seems like both increase 2 levels, but entry level 5 is a threshold. Breaking through this bottleneck requires more cultivation than the previous 4 times combined. Who knows how many people have fallen at this threshold? That's right, I'm talking about you. Xiaoyu, being able to break through so silently relies entirely on the unreasonable characteristics of the simulator. Based on the current level of the poison sound infant, it can even try for a 2nd-tier college. Due to the hard work of the toxic baby, Lu Xing rewarded it with the freedom to use his phone these few days. The toxic baby eagerly grabbed the phone to record a video. The music it practiced for 3 years in simulation was completely different compared to its first attempt. However, even so, the video it posted on Doudu had only a few viewers. After an unknown amount of time, the first like appeared, with the Doudu nickname showing as Lilith. The toxic baby remembered that this was its first fan and felt very happy. Unexpectedly, the new song was also the first one she liked. At that moment, the phone vibrated. It turned out to be a text message from her. Lilith, the new song is so good. I can feel the pain of unrequited love. Is this your personal experience? The toxic baby thought for a moment and realized that the emotions in this song did indeed incorporate its personal experiences. But that experience belonged to the infatuation of the banana dragon. The toxic baby replied, "Wow, you're so amazing. You can tell that." Lilith responded, "Of course. I'm the queen diva." The toxic baby exclaimed, "Wow, I'm impressed." Lilith was shocked. "You actually believe that so easily. How naive." The toxic baby chuckled, "I don't know why, but I feel like you wouldn't lie to me." Lilith huffed, "All right, I admit it. I am the Queen Lilith." The toxic baby asked, "Your Highness, since you're so amazing, could you teach me how to sing? I feel like I don't sing very well, and I don't have any audience." Lilith replied, "Silly humans can't understand our music, but it seems you haven't learned any singing techniques. I can definitely teach you about that." The toxic baby thanked her profusely, nodding eagerly. Lilith chuckled and rolled around on her bed with a one-to-one hug pillow of the toxic baby. This little cutie is so innocent. Chatting with her brings Lilith no pressure at all. Even after revealing her identity, the other party showed no change, making her feel all her fatigue disappear. Lu Mei saw the Queen Diva so happy and couldn't help but secretly take a photo to send to the fan group, instantly receiving hundreds of thousands of red envelopes, making her hands sore from counting. Originally in high spirits, Lilith detected the foul odor emanating from humans and couldn't help but snort, slamming the door shut. These bipedal beasts are so annoying. Fate will eventually liberate the beast tamers. A cold light flashed in her eyes. Chapter 22. The burning beast. On a clear and refreshing day, the toxic baby curled up with the phone, unwilling to get up. And Lu Xing picked it up and placed it on his shoulder as he went outside. As soon as he stepped out of the house, he saw a bright and beautiful girl standing under a telephone pole, puffing her cheeks and glaring at him. Lu Xing felt a bit awkward. He didn't expect her to come to his house to confront him after not catching him at school. Didn't expect that. You can run away from the monk, but not the temple. Su Xian snorted. Lu Xing helplessly raised his hands in surrender. All right, I give up. Do whatever you want. As you wish. Su Xian nodded in satisfaction. I'm not a devil. If I don't repay what I owe, I always feel uncomfortable. My signature move is the fire fist. So you better learn it well. Yes, yes. Lu Xing nodded helplessly. He wasn't someone who didn't know better. She was clearly the type to repay grudges and favors. So there was no need to keep avoiding her. His submissive attitude made Su Xian very pleased. She patted her electric bike and said, I'll take you to the steel factory. It's a great place to practice the fire fist. You can't get in without some connections. Lu Sheng asked in confusion. Can you really practice the fire fist in the steel factory? Su Xian looked at him disdainfully. The steel factory has many fire-type beasts working day and night. The best special steel requires processing with the fire fist. Do you think they wouldn't be skilled? Lu Sheng suddenly understood and got on Su Xian's electric bike. She accelerated onto the sidewalk, and the lazy sunlight filtered through the trees onto their backs, filling him with the fresh scent of a girl. Although Su Xian was carefree, she was indeed beautiful, with long, straight black hair that reached her waist. When the breeze blew, it revealed her fair neck, and he could faintly see her collarbone, which made his heart race. The sidewalk was not easy to navigate. The electric bike stopped and started, and Lu Sheng couldn't avoid bumping into Su Xian. However, she showed no reaction, and Lu Sheng felt her soft body, making him feel somewhat awkward. When they arrived at the steel factory entrance, Lu Sheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su Xian looked at him curiously. What's wrong? Your face is so red? And no, I'm just a bit hot, Lu Sheng said, dodging the question. Su Xian skeptically glanced at him, then suddenly leaned in and sniffed. I see. Your male hormones have intensified. You must be in heat. Lu Sheng felt as though he had been shot, involuntarily taking 2 steps back. He didn't expect her to be able to smell that. Ha ha, just kidding. You actually believe that? Su Xian laughed heartily, patting his back with great enthusiasm. The security guard at the steel factory looked at the 2 teenagers with a speechless expression. Shaking his head, this world has really changed. In the past, it was boys being lewd. Now, it's the reverse, with girls teasing boys. The security guard recognized this young lady from the Su family. She often came to the steel factory to work with the blacksmiths, leaving all sweaty and smelly. Not knowing what this budding young girl was after, he pressed the brake to open the iron gate, and Su Xian finally stopped teasing. She casually tossed her electric bike aside and strode into the steel factory. Most of the employees inside the steel factory were still human. Only those requiring high-precision operations would have beasts present. As they went deeper, Lu Xing felt the temperature rising. He had completely forgotten about that ripple. And in front of him appeared a 2-meter-tall burning beast, who was continuously hammering a red-hot iron block into special steel. Master Kai, I'm back. Su Xian greeted the burning beast enthusiastically. The burning beast stopped its work, looked up at Su Xian, then turned to Lu Sheng with a confused expression. Su Xian patted Lu Sheng's shoulder and said, This is the little punk I mentioned before. I brought him here for you to teach him the ropes. The burning beast immediately shot Lu Sheng a hostile glare, as if to say, You little brat are bullying my young lady. Lu Sheng felt the temperature in the room become even more intense, and he looked at Su Xian with a wry smile, realizing she was doing this on purpose. Ah, toxic baby, I can only let you suffer. Lu Sheng woke the toxic baby, who was sleeping soundly with the phone in its arms. The toxic baby opened its confused eyes, and the fierce burning beast appeared in front of it, startling it into jumping up and letting out a whimper. Master Kai. It defeated the Cloud Splitter Cat. Please give it proper guidance. Thank you. Lu Sheng left the bewildered toxic baby behind and walked out of the forging room without looking back. Su Xian followed him out, unable to hold back her laughter. I didn't expect you to be such a beast tamer, so timid. Lu Sheng couldn't help but defend himself. I'm just trying to let the toxic baby receive better education. How can that be called timid? Just as he finished speaking, a piercing scream echoed from the forging room. Lu Sheng couldn't help but feel his heart jump. Su Xian laughed. Don't worry, this is a necessary path for practicing the fire fist. The Cloud Splitter Cat went through this too. It won't die. Well, with you saying that, I feel relieved. Lu Sheng forced a smile. He secretly encouraged the toxic baby. Only by enduring hardships can one rise above others. Come on. Toxic baby. Chapter 23. The 23rd day summer sand. After staying in the steamy steel factory for a short while, both of them were drenched in sweat. Let's go. I'll treat you to ice pops. Su Xian, unable to contain her excitement, pulled Lu Xing out. Su Xian's hands were wet and sticky, and holding Lu Xing's hand made it sweaty too, but she didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead of taking the main entrance, She directly grabbed a stick and climbed up the back wall. Following this girl feels like being a thief. It's Lu Xing's first time climbing over the back wall. And his skills aren't very good. His wrist has been scraped several times. Although he's hurt, Lu Xing feels unusually excited. After being honest for so long, doing something bad occasionally feels like opening the door to a new world. You're such a loser, getting hurt just climbing a wall. Su Xian mocked, taking out a tissue to clean his wounds, then pulling him to a faucet in the bushes to wash off the dirt. Lu Xing winced in pain, and Su Xian rolled her eyes at him. A big man like you can't even handle this? You talk better than any man. Lu Xing couldn't help but retort. Su Xian proudly replied, at least I can talk better than you. Look at you, you probably haven't even touched a girl's hand. Lu Xing was momentarily stunned. He realized it's true. He had never held a girl's hand since he was a child, except for that brief moment when he was dragged out by this girl. He thought about it and figured it wasn't such a big deal. Humph, are you thinking of something? Your eyes are rolling back. Su Xian pinched him without hesitation. Lu Xing snapped back to reality, thinking this girl is quite bold and straightforward. With a slap, he hit her on the backside and then took off running. You pervert. How dare you hit me there? Su Xian exclaimed, her face turning red with anger. Lu Xing didn't know why he felt so relaxed around her. After running a distance, he turned back and laughed. With you like that, I can't even get aroused, but it is pretty soft. Su Xian picked up a stone and threw it at him. Lu Xing hurriedly ran faster, while Su Xian stomped her foot and shouted, Don't run away, you weirdo. She grabbed a handful of sand and chased after him. Lu Xing saw her with the sand and couldn't stop laughing, almost out of breath. Su Xian seized the opportunity to catch up and slapped her sandy hand on his neck. Take that. You pervert, touching my back. So what if I did? What can you do about it? Lu Xing couldn't tolerate her teasing anymore and picked up a handful of sand, making Su Xian flinch and quickly dodge. What are you trying to do? I'm a girl. Hee hee hee. Lu Xing grinned wickedly. Now that we have gender equality, I'll repay you in kind. No, Su Xian couldn't dodge in time and ended up covered in sand, looking disheveled. You're dead meat, Lu Xing. She spat out some sand-laden saliva and grabbed more sand to chase after him. Eventually, neither of them could keep going and collapsed on the ground, gasping for air, bringing the battle to a halt. Phew, I'm so tired. I really want some water. Su Xian wiped the sandy sweat from her forehead, feeling miserable all over. Lu Xing still had some energy left. He asked, panting, Where can we buy water? Su Xian looked around, dazed, and pointed in a direction. Let's go. You buy it. I can't move. Su Xian squatted on the ground, looking pitifully at him. Lu Xing didn't want to run there and back. That would be exhausting. He unceremoniously pulled Su Xian up. No, you go? A man should take care of the girl, Su Xian said with a long face. Lu Xing supported her, walking while chuckling. Hey, weren't you just saying I wasn't a man? Now you want to treat me like one? No matter what, if one of us dies, we both die. No one gets to slack off. You're so annoying, Lu Xing. I'm exhausted. Just carry me. Su Xian complained endlessly, but as they helped each other, they gradually found the strength to walk. After about 10 minutes, they finally spotted a small shop. They ran towards it as if they'd seen their long-lost parents. Boss. 2 bottles of soda, Lu Xing shouted. Get it yourself. $3 each. The boss sat still, watching his TV. Lu Xing and Su Xian had no choice but to help themselves, then sat on the stone steps, drinking the not-so-cold soda under the blazing afternoon sun. It's too sweet. Lu Xing couldn't help but sigh. Su Xian gulped down half a bottle, then lay back, arms and legs spread out, her fair skin covered in sand and sweat. So comfortable, she murmured, as a slight breeze from the rotating fan brought some relief. After resting for a moment, they finally remembered their original intention, each taking out 50 cents to buy milk-flavored popsicles, dripping and licking them like crazy. You're dripping all over your pants. Su Xian laughed. Lu Xing saw her mouth covered in milk stains and couldn't resist taking a picture to post in their class group. He commented, The top student of the Beast Masterclass can't even eat a popsicle. Several pages of comments followed, mimicking his post. Su Xian didn't notice at first, but when she felt her phone vibrating constantly and opened it, she couldn't help but yell, Lu Xing, you sold me out. She retaliated by posting a picture of Lu Xing's pants covered in milk stains in the class group. This time, the tone of the comments changed dramatically, with many more question marks appearing. Lu Xing couldn't help but cover his head, feeling speechless. Did this silly girl not know that you shouldn't take pictures of a guy's crotch? That could lead to misunderstandings. Chapter 24. You don't want this either, right? Shall you? No way. No way. I admit I thought wrong. Sun Chanshan, I actually feel the same way as Xiaoyu. Let the world end. Xiaoyu, are you implying something? Sun Chanshan, oh, you just realized? Zhou Lijiang, haha, my good best friend got gored by a pig. But why do I feel no emotion and just want to laugh? Teacher Su Fan, please mind your image. This is the class group. Su Xian, what are you guys thinking? After sending this message in the group, she suddenly realized something and her face turned bright red. You guys have such dirty minds. How could you think of that scene? Su Xian scolded, her face flushed. Lu Xing couldn't help but chuckle and asked, what are you thinking about? Your face is so red. You look like a steamed bun. Lu Sheng, you're asking for it. Su Xian said, unable to argue back, and lunged at him angrily. Lu Sheng was caught off guard and found himself pinned to the ground. Su Xian rubbed her milk-stained face on his clothes and then looked at him triumphantly, saying, you messy guy, you look like a homeless person. I'm going to post this in the class group and make you socially die. Su Xian held down his arm and took a picture of Lu Xing's dazed expression to post in the class group. Whoever wants this dirty guy can take him. Xiaoyu, you're going all out. Zhou Lijiang, I think not only this pig is confused, we're all confused. Teacher Su Fan, cover your head. Sun Cha-shan. I didn't expect Su to be this kind of girl. If I had known, I would have confessed. Su Xian felt like her explanations were making things worse. But she didn't notice how her body was pressing down on Lu Sheng, causing him to have some unnatural reactions. He truly had no thoughts about it. With Su Xian covered in sand and her mind a bit foggy, even though she was youthful and beautiful, with her long black hair giving off a pleasant sweet scent, and her skin feeling exceptionally soft, he didn't feel excited. It was just a natural physiological reaction for boys. Male hormones interacting with female hormones naturally led to changes. Su Xian showed an unhappy expression as she noticed Lu Xing looking dazed. She couldn't help but pinch him, saying, it's all your fault for making me embarrassed. You better explain clearly, or we won't be done. She seemed oblivious to how suggestive their position was, and after saying that, she even raised her arm to take a selfie of the two of them. Humph, Lu Sheng. You wouldn't want pictures of you being bullied by a girl to get out, right? Su Xian threatened playfully, puffing up her cheeks. Lu Xing looked at the picture of him with a mortified expression under Su Xian's weight and nodded helplessly, saying, yes, yes, yes. Only then did Su Xian release him, putting her hands on her hips and looking quite pleased with herself. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was being threatened with the photo by Su Xian, while on the other side, the toxic baby was undergoing hellish training. The burning beast smeared the leftover fire oil on the hands of the poison-sound infant, then made it continuously pound the scalding iron block with its fists. As soon as the poison-sound infant's fist hit the iron stone, the fire oil ignited upon contact with the high temperature, causing it to cry out in pain. Seeing it cowering, the burning beast ruthlessly grabbed its hand and slammed it against the iron stone, each time inflicting deep pain as if its bones were breaking. But thanks to the burning beast's special technique, there were no external injuries, only pain. The poison-sound infant wanted to give up, but it couldn't. So it could only cry with tears streaming down its face while constantly striking the iron stone. When Lu Xing returned, he saw the poison-sound infant's hands were swollen. It leaped into his arms, crying loudly. Su Xian curled her lips and said, can't even handle this little bit? The first time the cloud-split cat was in the forging room, it didn't come out for a whole day. The poison-sound infant cried even more pitifully. Lu Xing felt a bit of a headache. Who knew Su Xian would add fuel to the fire, saying they would continue tomorrow? At this rate, it would take at least 6 months to get started. The poison-sound infant looked at the girl in terror, as if seeing a world-destroying demon, trembling in fear. You, stop scaring it. Humph, didn't you ask for it to be taught until it learned? This is the most effective method. Lu Sheng was speechless, while the poison-sound infant tightly clutched his clothes, as if saying, hurry up and think of a way. He frowned and thought for a moment. Since the poison-sound infant was so afraid of suffering yet could learn so many moves in the simulator, perhaps it was because there was a barrier that made it fearless, thus stimulating its potential instincts. Since that's the case, let the poison-sound infant enter the simulator to practice the flame fist. Su Xian, lend me the fire oil for a moment. After he said that, he grabbed it and ran. Su Xian was momentarily stunned, not knowing what kind of trick Lu Sheng was playing. Once outside, Lu Xing had the poison-sound infant prepare the fire oil and then started the simulation. Chapter 25, Unique Skill on the First Day. The poison-sound infant appeared in the toxic swamp and immediately fell asleep, seemingly forgetting its original goal. On the third day, the poison-sound infant woke up hungry and happily fished in the swamp. On the 7th day, the poison sound infant gradually felt bored. It accidentally touched the fire oil and remembered its original purpose, reluctantly starting to practice. On the 12th day, the poison sound infant felt proud of its diligence and decided to take a 2-day break. On the 30th day, it remembered its goal again and continued practicing. On the 160th day, the poison sound infant's fist finally ignited on their own, and with one punch, it could shatter mountains and split stones. On the 230th day, it had fully mastered the flame fist, and after achieving its goal, the poison sound infant began to explore the toxic swamp. On the 242nd day, it discovered the poison sound infant tribe, but this tribe was being attacked by mud golem giants. Due to the lack of offensive means to fight back, the poison sound infant tribe was on the verge of annihilation. The poison sound infant used its iron head to repel the enemy and gain the admiration of other poison sound infants. On the 243rd day, 2 mud golem giants attacked, and the poison sound infant was outnumbered. The elder poison sound infant, severely injured, led it to escape into a cave. The mud golem giants could not enter due to their size, but they did not leave, occupying the poison sound infant tribe's camp. On the 250th day, the poison sound infant awoke, and the elder took it to pay respects to their ancestors, imparting the unique skill of gear shift to the poison sound infant. This skill, by rotating gears, not only increased its attack power but also greatly enhanced its speed. On the 280th day, the food reserves of the poison sound infant tribe were about to run out, but it still had not mastered gear shift. Taking advantage of the night, the poison sound infant ventured out to ambush a mud golem giant, forcing it to temporarily leave the camp to recover. On the 283rd day, the mud golem giant attacked again, but the poison sound infant was prepared and once again hid in the cave. On the 299th day, the poison sound infant mastered the skill and immediately used gear shift to burst out of the cave, defeating the mud golem giant in a 1-against-2 situation with its iron head. On the 300th day, the poison sound infant felt the threat of the mud golem giants, and, to prevent the tribe from being slaughtered after its departure, it wanted to teach Iron Head, but found that training Iron Head would only lead to death or injury unless one had a fortuitous encounter like it did. It could only teach the flame fist to the other poison sound infants. On the 330th day, the fire oil ran out, but none of the poison sound infants had mastered it yet. It began to focus on practicing the flame fist, tasting various herbs, hoping to understand a method to train without fire oil. On the 690th day, the poison sound infant discovered that the sunflowers in the toxic swamp could be used as a supplement for training the flame fist. It began to lead the tribe in planting sunflowers and practiced the flame fist diligently every day, unknowingly becoming very skilled at it. On the 721st day, the poison sound infant's gear shift also reached the proficient level with a significantly increased duration. On the 760th day, 10 poison sound infants had mastered the flame fist, but none had mastered gear shift. The poison sound infant prepared the tribe for war, as they could not allow the mud golem giant tribe to continue existing. On the 763rd day, the poison sound infant launched a surprise attack on the mud golem giant tribe. The poison sound infant, after using gear shift, fought 1-against-2 and killed a mud golem giant, driving the remaining mud golem minions away, completely claiming this area as the territory of the poison sound infants. On the 980th day, it found that both the flame fist and gear shift had reached a bottleneck with slow progress. So it turned to training Iron Head and Bending Spoon, striving to reach the perfect level. On the 1600th day, the elder poison sound infant died, and the poison sound infant became the new elder of the tribe. It obtained the ancient gear, a legacy from the elder, and gained the information for gear shift. On the 1800th day, the poison sound infant fused the ancient gear and comprehended the dual twisting power, achieving mastery in gear shift. On the 1980th day, while comprehending the perfect inspiration, a massive earthquake struck the toxic swamp. It had a foreboding feeling and decided to relocate the tribe. On the 2008th day, the mud golem giant king came with fury, towering at 12 meters, making the poison sound infants remember the fear of being dominated by the giants. The mud golem giant king used the earth and sky meteor explosion, obliterating the poison sound infant tribe. Except for the poison sound infant that had left to scout, all others perished. Simulation ended. Gained 15 exploration points. Unlock ancient gear. Requires 5 exploration points. Unlock a skill, Iron Head. Requires 1 exploration point. Unlock a skill, Bending Spoon. Requires 1 exploration point. Unlock Flame Fist, proficient level. Requires 2 exploration points. Unlock Gear Shift, mastery level. Requires 5 exploration points. Unlock 5 years of cultivation. Requires 5 exploration points. This simulation was a huge success. Lu Sheng suspected that Su Xian was possessed by the goddess of luck. Otherwise, why did so many good things happen when he was with her? This time, a total of 19 exploration points were needed, and after deducting the 15 points obtained, 4 more were required. Lu Sheng didn't want to give up any of them, so he could only spend his savings. He watched with a pained expression as the exploration points kept disappearing, while the poison sound infant's aura continuously rose. With 5 years of cultivation being constantly infused, it finally broke through to the 6th level of entry. However, the poison sound infant was not happy at all. It dejectedly hugged Lu Sheng's thigh, letting out low whimpers, as if to say, "It's all my fault. They all died." Chapter 26. Borrow money? Borrow money. Lu Sheng could only comfort it, saying, "This is just a simulation, don't take it seriously, and you've already done your best." The poison sound infant looked up at him with its big, cute eyes, as if asking, "Is it really just a simulation?" Lu Sheng felt a chill run down his spine. He certainly had doubts in his heart, but could only comfort the poison sound infant according to its feelings at that moment. "Why do you all look so dejected after just a little while? By the way, give me back the fire oil." Su Xian suddenly woke up and loudly demanded. Of course, there was no fire oil to return. Lu Sheng smiled slightly, his mind quickly formulating a strategy to deal with the situation. After wiping the snot and tears from the poison sound infant, he had it show Su Xian a trick. Let it burn fiercely, Flame Fist. The poison sound infant did not use its full strength, but merely through self-combustion of its fists, the temperature reached a staggering 1,000 degrees Celsius, which was enough to demonstrate that it had already learned the Flame Fist. Su Xian opened her mouth in shock and said, "What did you do? How come you learned the Flame Fist in such a short time? He is a fire-type beast, and even it took 3 months to get started. How could the poison sound infant be faster than it?" Seeing her completely lost in a storm of thoughts and forgetting about the igniting oil, Lu Sheng let out a slight sigh of relief and said, "Heh, every beast has different talents. Don't underestimate my poison sound infant. It's a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. It picks up any technique instantly and masters it with practice." Su Xian thought carefully, and indeed, there is a huge gap between human geniuses and ordinary people. Perhaps the differences among beasts are also vast. However, this is too enviable, isn't it? You really have incredible luck. No way, I can't take it anymore. Treat me to a meal, or I will expose the photos of you being bullied by me. Su Xian shouted loudly in threat. Lu Sheng thought to himself that the valuable igniting oil had all been used up, so what was treating her to a meal? Although he didn't have much money, he could still afford a meal. At this moment, Lu Sheng also recalled the idea of working to earn money, and quickly opened Fei Xin to ask Yuna if there were any new work arrangements. After sending the message, Lu Sheng handed his phone to the sulking poison sound infant, as there was still a girl with a unique thought process to deal with. In order to make her forget about the igniting oil, Lu Sheng was doing his utmost to find conversational topics. Su Xian suspiciously glanced at him and asked, "Why are you suddenly so enthusiastic? Are you trying to borrow money?" "Heh, do I need to borrow money? I just had a role in a TV series yesterday. Although it was just a minor role, guess how much I earned?" Lu Sheng put on an arrogant expression, which piqued Su Xian's curiosity. Su Xian asked, "How much can a minor role earn? I heard that extras earn only a few dozen at the lowest and a few hundred at most." Lu Sheng waved his hand and said, "I'm a special extra. I earn 5,000 for 1 performance, 10,000 for 2. Su Xian exclaimed, patting his shoulder. "I didn't expect you to earn so much. It seems I can't let you off easily." Seeing her excited expression as if she were going to rob a landlord, Lu Sheng's heart sank, suddenly worried about his wallet. Yuna had just submitted Lu Sheng's contract to the company when she turned around and saw Lu Sheng's Fei Xin message. This kid is quite proactive. She smiled, very satisfied. Encountering a motivated person who wants to make money was a great help for her commission. She sat down in front of the computer, reviewed the company's disclosed information, and then called the responsible person one by one. The information that Xinglu Company could publicly disclose naturally did not belong to roles that could be easily obtained. Yunna's task was to select the roles most suitable for Lu Sheng, allowing him the best chance of passing the selection. At that moment, a film being shot in Pingqing caught her eye. The crew of On the Road needed several extras, special, requiring the Beastmaster to be young, suitable for wearing school uniforms. With no restrictions on the beast, but with the ability to engage with initial stage opponents, the more spectacular, the better. with pay ranging from 3,000 to 6,000 per performance. This role was indeed hard to find in a small place like Pingching. Anyone looking like a student should not be over 20, otherwise, even the best makeup wouldn't help. The requirement of being able to engage with initial stage opponents was easy for many adults, but problematic for those under 20. If it weren't for Yun not knowing that Lu Xing had narrowly defeated an initial stage, she probably wouldn't dare recommend him. Yun Na sent over the interview materials, and soon she received a reply. Just as she wanted to praise the other person for being quick, she unexpectedly received a message asking for money. She was instantly dumbfounded. Lu Xing rubbed the back of his hands nervously, awkwardly looking at the lavishly decorated European restaurant, regretting why he had just agreed to treat. He only had a few hundred on him, and just a glass of water here costs 50. It seemed he was not just spending but going bankrupt. For Lu Xing, going bankrupt was not the most terrifying part. The scariest part was that he couldn't understand the European language on the menu and had no idea what Su Xian ordered or how much it cost. With a ding, the notification from Fei Xin brought him back to reality. He secretly glanced at his phone screen, which displayed a transfer amount of 5,000. There was also a message stating that this money would be deducted from his next paycheck. You must pass this interview. Otherwise, I will be eating the northwest wind. Upon seeing the last line, Lu Xing suddenly realized that Yun Na was just like him. Per people. Chapter 27. Encounter with the old Inbai. A bottle of wine, 2 servings of explosive steak, a portion of ice crystal swan liver, and raw golden-scaled fish slices, not expensive, only 4,800. Lu Xing's expression gradually withered, leaving only his mouth silently eating. Su Xian felt it wasn't enough after finishing and asked the waiter for another serving of pasta. A portion of pasta only cost 500. It really isn't cheap at all. Lu Xing felt like a knife was cutting through his heart. And Su Xian suddenly laughed at him. Oh, feeling the pain? My igniting oil costs 500,000 a bottle. Treating me to a meal isn't too much, right? She said with a smile, her eyes shining with wisdom. Lu Xing was taken aback, as if he had seen an alien. Su Xian actually had a brain. What kind of look is that? Humph, I am the top of the Beast Master class. I don't need to think about this little thing. Your performance was too lacking. You still need to practice, extra. Su Xian teased. Hearing her tone didn't seem too serious, Lu Xing finally relaxed a bit. But Su Xian smiled and said, You can escape death but not live. In a few days, Mai will be preparing to evolve. Then we will have a match. If you win, we'll call it even. If you lose, you can consider me your sidekick. She thought that once evolved, she could easily defeat the Poison Sound Infant. Not knowing that the growth speed of the Poison Sound Infant was far beyond her imagination, Lu Xing confidently said, If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you countless times. Your lines are well rehearsed, but now it's my turn. Su Xian smiled. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. Lu Xing swallowed his pride and paid the bill. The next day, Yun Na rode her little motorcycle to take him to the interview location, the Silver Tower. The area around Silver Tower was filled with tall buildings, and within a mile was the largest commercial center in Pingching. Early in the morning, cars were already queuing to enter the underground parking lot. It seemed that taking a motorcycle was more convenient. Upon entering, one must scan a code. After confirming their identity, they would receive authorization to directly access the elevator to the 18th floor. When the elevator doors opened, Lu Xing saw far more actors than last time. Since there was no limit on the number of participants this time, as long as they met the conditions, they could qualify. So half of Pingching's special extras rushed in to try their luck. Most of those who went in ahead were covered in dirt and ran out with their beasts. And even the few who passed the interview didn't look too good. Lu Xing had already made some estimations in his heart. It seemed that it would indeed take some effort to secure a job opportunity this time. He wasn't the earliest to arrive. So he sat on the bench for nearly an hour before a staff member called him in for the interview. The room was large, and compared to the first interview, it was like a bathroom to a hall, allowing for battles without worrying about space issues. The Poison Sound Infant suddenly let out a warning cry, and Lu Xing couldn't help but look over, only to see a large lizard, 30 centimeters long, with a tail 20 centimeters long, for a total length of 50 centimeters. 20 centimeters wide, and a shoulder height of 15 centimeters, with a dark red appearance and dark yellow sharp horns on both sides of its head. Although it was just lying in the battle arena, not even opening its eyelids, it exuded an intense aura of a primitive beast that could not be ignored. Lu Xing was secretly shocked. This was actually the flame-horn lizard. Although it was only in its juvenile stage, its inherent lord-level qualities had already made it impressive. He couldn't help but wonder who owned such a lord-level flame-horn lizard. Have you seen enough? Let's start the battle. The voice came from across the arena. Lu Xing saw a handsome, young nobleman lazily walking to one side of the battle platform, and in an instant, it seemed as if a dazzling flame ignited in his eyes. Lu Xing nodded, and his partner, Poison Sound Infant, jumped onto the battle platform. The young nobleman leisurely introduced himself. My name is Nan Lingtong, the male lead of this movie. As long as you can pass my test, you can join the crew. Of course, if you fail, no matter how good your acting is, it won't matter. This movie focuses on realism with no flashy stuff. Lu Xing also introduced himself. My name is Lu Xing, and this is my partner, Poison Sound Infant, who specializes in explosive attacks. Please take care of us. Explosive attacks? Nan Lingtong smirked as he glanced at them and said, just in time, that's also the area where the flame horn lizard excels. With that, the conversation ended, and Poison Sound Infant took the first shot. The flame horn lizard seemed still half asleep, yawning and watching the attack come at it. A fiery punch struck the flame horn lizard like a heavy hammer, but the opponent was like a mountain, only slightly shaken, not even a scale was damaged. The flame horn lizard's physical resilience was evident. A pretty skilled fiery punch, not bad for your age, but that won't help you pass the test. Nan Lingtong commented with an air of superiority, despite not being much older than Lu Xing. Lu Xing smiled faintly, realizing that the opponent's confidence was already firm. The other side thought that being a Lord-level beast tamer made them invincible, relying on their strong physique to point fingers. Unaware of the painful lesson they would face from a true expert. To repay a debt of 5,000 yuan, Lu Xing had to secure this job. So he planned to feign weakness at the start. Next came the main event. Poison Sound Infant used Gear Shift, a move that had never been seen in this world before. Nan Lingtong didn't recognize it, but after Poison Sound Infant used this move, its momentum rapidly surged. Every muscle tightening like gears, releasing waves of hot air. Is this a transformation-type move? Nan Lingtong felt an ominous premonition, but his earlier disdain delayed his reaction. Soon, Poison Sound Infant used Gear Shift again. After merging ancient gears and comprehending the power of dual twisting, Poison Sound Infant could perform 2 gear shifts without injury, and the duration would be longer. The rising momentum was no joke. Poison Sound Infant seemed like a heavy cannon, its iron head striking the flame horn lizard with lightning speed, as if it were a drill breaking through the sky. Roar. With a roar of pain and disbelief, the flame horn lizard's impacted area was bloodied and burned as if pierced through. It became furious, its scales rapidly shedding and regrowing new ones in a short time. At this moment, it lost its ground attributes and significantly lowered its defense, while its fire attributes, speed, physical attack, and special attack greatly increased. Entering the second phase, Explosive Scales. Chapter 28 Photon Adventure. Lu Xing took a deep breath. The Flamehorn Lizard was indeed a Lord-level beast. After suffering 2 gear shifts, it still had a bit of health left. This was troublesome. The most annoying aspect of the Flamehorn Lizard wasn't its strong physique and defense, but that it became stronger the weaker it got. In fact, it wouldn't fall below a certain health threshold, and it was clear that the battle was far from over. Nan Lingtong laughed instead of getting angry, unable to help but applaud. I used to think the playing dumb to eat the tiger was just a joke, but I didn't expect to encounter it for real. Now I know how impressive it is. Thank you. I'll remember this lesson. Lu Xing didn't care whether he would be resented or not. No matter what, he had to win against the opponent and secure this job. Nan Lingtong commanded the Flame Horn Lizard, use Dragon's Flame. The Flame Horn Lizard inhaled deeply and then violently exhaled a fiery column in the shape of an Eastern dragon. The swirling fire pillar hovered in the air and then pounced down towards Poison Sound Infant. As expected from a move in the explosive scale state, Dragon's Flame even fused the dual platform's floor into mud, with high temperatures making it hard to breathe. If Poison Sound Infant was hit by this Dragon's Flame, it would be severely injured. Poison Sound Infant was incredibly fast. Even though it was locked on by Dragon's Flame, it managed to dash through the heavy barrage. The Flame Horn Lizard could only control the Dragon's Flame to explode, turning into a rain of fire. Although the power was greatly reduced, the coverage area was immense, leaving Poison Sound Infant with nowhere to escape, and it was hit by the fiery rain, just being singed by a few sparks. Poison Sound Infant showed signs of light injury, and the wounds were deepening. Nan Lingtong said, "You're quite good, but the gap in strength is too large. Just one more attack, and Poison Sound Infant will exhaust its stamina. Your only option now is to go all out, but unfortunately, I've seen through your move. Flamehorn Lizard, use Dragon Claw." The opponent thought Poison Sound Infant would use the same tactic again with Iron Head, but clearly, It was Nan Lingtong who was being read. Iron Head was indeed a finishing move, but before that, Lu Xing still had a hidden card. Even while moving, Poison Sound Infant radiated a magnetic charm. The Flamehorn Lizard couldn't help but be attracted, and the next moment, with a crack, its raised claw unexpectedly bent. The Form Dragon Claw passed right beside Poison Sound Infant, landing on the ground without any obstruction. Mastering the bending spoon technique was not so simple. After the bending spoon came Iron Head. Lu Xing had no intention of clashing head-on with the Flamehorn Lizard. The level gap was evident. And only by relying on a systematic strategy did Poison Sound Infant have a chance to win. The speed boost from Gear Shift was fully unleashed in that instant. And the small Poison Sound Infant leaped up, its iron head striking the Flamehorn Lizard's chin like a rocket, twisting its head to the side. It swayed dizzily before finally collapsing helplessly onto the ground. With a thud, dust scattered, leaving only the fallen Flamehorn Lizard and the slightly panting Poison Sound Infant. Nan Lingtong's mind went blank. The exchange just now had been too fast, and he couldn't believe that his surefire Dragon Claw had missed its target. I win. Lu Xing reminded him as he stood there in a daze. Nan Lingtong couldn't help but ask, what move did you use in the final phase? Lu Xing glanced at the surveillance camera above and pointed up. You can check the monitoring records yourself. I charge extra for pointers. Nan Lingtong understood that the other party was too lazy to say more and could only say, your strength is quite good. After the on-the-road crew, they will send the role and script to your manager. Lu Xing nodded and then asked his most concerned question, how much per performance? This guy is really money-obsessed. Nan Lingtong thought, slightly speechless. Since you can defeat me, it must be calculated at the highest rate of 6,000 yuan per performance. Lu Xing finally breathed a sigh of relief. His creditor was outside, watching him closely. Yuna couldn't help but ask when he came out, how was it? I got it, 6,000 per performance. Hiss, how did you do it? The Flamehorn Lizard is a second-tier, Lord-level beast? Yuna gasped in shock. How did I do it? Just did it, as long as you have hands. Lu Xing joked. Yuna rolled her eyes. All right, I know you're amazing. Not long after, her phone dinged, and the advance payment arrived, along with the script content. The role assigned to Lu Xing in On the Road was the opponent of Nan Lingtong in the final of the Campus Cup, who suppressed the Flamehorn Lizard from start to finish. In the end, due to the power of love, the Flamehorn Lizard overcame its fear of Iron Head, defeated Poison Sound Infant, and won the championship. This role is pretty good. It has more screen time than an average supporting role. Yuna exclaimed. After all, it's 6,000 yuan per performance. It can't just be a random extra, right? Lu Xing couldn't help but retort. To celebrate getting the extra role, Yuna treated him to a meal at a small restaurant downstairs, each having a bowl of Arctic cold noodles. The shop owner's child was chasing and playing around in the store, making a ruckus that was quite annoying. After the advertisement finished on the TV hanging in the closet, the children immediately quieted down and looked up at the screen with rapt attention. Photon snatched the Genesis tablet from the hands of the evil organization, and the ninja Huashing of the pursuing team was closing in. This familiar yet cringeworthy plot seems to be from Photon's adventure. Lu Xing was still in a daze. But Yuna had clearly told him that this was the first TV drama he participated in shooting. Chapter 29, Beast Master Director Qin Ming Huashing killed the Iron Palm Bear, secretly protecting the villagers and Little Guang, but he was unaware that the mysterious black robe left envoy was already on the way, living in darkness but yearning for light. It was Little Guang who showed him hope, and he decided to use his life to block the black robe left envoy. Go, Poison Sound Baby. Use the last Iron Head. After the ninja Huashing shouted this line in the drama, the Poison Sound Baby seemed like a shooting star. And even the Iron Head at a mastery level made the children feel fear from across the screen. However, this made them even more moved, shouting along, Poison Sound Baby. Use the last Iron Head. The real Poison Sound Baby was startled, thinking he had unconsciously used the Iron Head, until he touched his head and realized everything was normal. The children nervously watched the final confrontation between Poison Sound Baby and Old Ghost Head, until in the end, Huashing's mouth bled. He slightly raised his head, his eyes blankly staring at the sky. A ray of sunlight fell, gradually transforming the world around him into a beautiful place filled with flowers. A faint smile blossomed, and he slowly closed his eyes. Lu Xing only appeared in one episode, but this scene made the children tear up. Huashing died so tragically, sob. That handsome older brother clearly turned from darkness to light. Why did he have to die so tragically? It's too unfair. Little Guang is too useless to save her. Even Huixing fell. When will the lowly rabbit be able to stand up? Listening to the children's discussion, Yuna couldn't help but tease. What do you think? Tell me. Lu Sheng saw his performance and was surprised that it looked quite decent. At least he didn't lower the overall quality of the drama. And he was a bit amazed that so many children liked his portrayal of Huixing. At that moment, Arctic cold noodles were served, and the manager glanced at him, feeling a bit familiar. When he turned around and saw the ninja lying dead in the drama, his gaze sharpened, and he instinctively said, Huixing, you're still alive. This statement piqued the children's curiosity. They looked over and found that the real-life Huixing and his beast, Poison Sound Baby, were actually eating noodles in the shop. At such a young age, they instantly awakened their star-chasing instincts, rushing over and asking him, Huixing, how come you didn't die? Did someone save you? Lu Sheng faced his first encounter with fans and didn't know how to explain. At a critical moment, Yuna stepped in. She said, kids, Huixing just revived and needs to eat noodles to regain strength. Otherwise, he might die again. Oh, so you have to eat after being revived. The children each realized. They didn't dare to let Lu Sheng go hungry, but still hid nearby to watch him. Lu Sheng could only helplessly eat his noodles quickly, and his wolfing down the food once again made the children exclaim. With a snap, a flash of light appeared. Lu Sheng instinctively looked up and found the manager had taken a photo with his phone and quickly ducked down. So the manager was the biggest hidden fan. Lu Sheng was speechless and could only hurry to finish his meal and escape the noodle shop. Ha ha, are you okay? Ha ha, Yuna asked, laughing uncontrollably. Lu Sheng had a dark expression, helplessly saying, what do you think? It's really unlucky to encounter such a thing just while eating noodles. I think it's a good thing. Having fans who like you right from your first shoot means your future is limitless, Yuna said confidently. Lu Sheng gave a non-committal chuckle. At first, he only regarded this profession as a means to make money, but seeing so many people like his performance, he did undergo a slight change. This change was something even he himself didn't notice. After finishing the interview early, Nan Linggong eagerly opened the surveillance records to replay his battle with Lu Sheng. He dragged the progress bar until the flame-horned lizard used Dragon Claw, which looked normal, but in an instant, its eyes became dazed. And one of its claws bent uncontrollably. Nan Linggong couldn't figure out what move could silently cause the flame-horned lizard to falter. So he had to ask director Qin Ming for guidance. Qin Ming was a well-known beastmaster in the industry, skilled at filming beastmaster duels and emotional bonds between beasts. Naturally, he was very familiar with the moves used by beasts, far more knowledgeable than Nan Lingtong, who had just entered college. Hearing Nan Lingtong's explanation, he was somewhat curious. It was not uncommon for a special guest role to defeat the main male lead. But this was usually due to an older supporting actor taking advantage of a younger actor's age. In contrast, it was rare for the opponent to not be much older, which piqued Qin Ming's interest a bit. Interesting, Nan Linggong, you're also a top student from Qibei. For you to be careless, your opponent is indeed formidable, Qin Ming said, stroking his goatee with a smile. Nan Lingtong rolled his eyes and said, TCH, I was just careless, okay? If it weren't for the opponent playing dumb, I wouldn't have given him the chance to explode. A loss is a loss. Can you say the same to wild beasts in the secret realm? Qin Ming retorted. Nan Linggong couldn't listen to that and pulled him, saying, there's plenty of time to teach you later. Let's go watch the surveillance. Qin Ming also knew that relying solely on words wouldn't make Nan Lingtong realize his mistake, so he sighed silently and said no more. When they replayed it again, Nan Lingtong initially wanted to switch quickly, but Qin Ming stopped him. Wait, I need to start from the beginning and take a close look. Qin Ming's expression suddenly became serious, and he casually took out a notebook to start recording. Initially, using the flame fist to lure the flame-horned lizard into underestimating. Then using an unknown move and continuously using it twice, the opponent's muscles seemed to tighten like gears, releasing steam, with both speed and power greatly increased. Just this scene already made Qin Ming frown deeply, racking his brain. Does Poison Sound Baby have this move? Strange, how come I've never seen it? He rewound it several times but still couldn't match the effects of this move with any moves he knew. Due to Nan Lingtong's urging, Qin Ming continued to watch. This time, Qin Ming had some thoughts but wasn't very certain, so he called a university professor. Nan Lingtong couldn't help but ask, what move is this? Why is it so amazing? After hanging up, Qin Ming said with a half smile, this move is quite well known, but to practice it to this extent, the younger generation is indeed impressive. Nan Linggong knew the old man was once again being cryptic, no matter how he thought about it. He couldn't figure out which well-known move had this effect. Qin Ming picked up a pencil from the table and broke it forcefully. Then Lingtong finally understood, realizing. Could it be the bending spoon? Chapter 30. Ugly duckling Lu Sheng didn't he know that his single battle had made the director of On the Road look at him in a new light. When he got home, he immediately memorized the script content. His lines weren't many, so memorizing them took only a few sentences. However, this was not a good thing because Lu Sheng's appearances were limited, while more of the shots were actually on Poison Sound Baby. To showcase the emotional bond between Poison Sound Baby and Flamehorn Lizard, Qin Ming used a lot of footage, which posed a bit of difficulty for him. Lu Sheng simulated it with Poison Sound Baby, feeling it was lacking. If it were before, Lu Sheng might have given up. But it seemed that he gained new motivation from the children's affection. Earning a living from this job was just to make money. But earning it standing up was certainly better than kneeling down. So even if it was just for the money, he planned to earn it beautifully. The toxic voice baby indeed has no talent for acting, with stiff performances, exaggerated emotions, and chaotic movements. Fortunately, it has a good memory and has managed to remember its storyline quite well. Lu Sheng feels helpless, as the results of the toxic voice baby's efforts are really too few, but luckily, it still has me. Whimper whimper, here we go again. The toxic voice baby rolls its eyes in frustration, and then it hears a familiar voice. Toxic voice baby, start simulating. This time, the requirements are not high. You can relax during the simulation, just practice your acting skills along the way. The toxic voice baby's eyes light up. Its master has finally acted like a human for once, not in vain for all the daily beatings and battles. Seeing it agree, Lu Sheng immediately uses his golden finger. On the first day, the toxic voice baby falls into the sea and almost drowns, only to be saved by an ugly duckling that was abandoned due to its extreme ugliness. On the second day, the toxic voice baby wakes up to find itself on a piece of driftwood in the ocean and uses its electric power to catch some fish to thank the ugly duckling. On the 30th day, after continuously using electric power, the toxic voice baby comprehends a new technique, electric shock, making it more efficient at catching fish. On the 70th day, the ugly duckling, exhausted from dragging the driftwood across the sea, finally faints. The toxic voice baby feels guilty and decides to survive in the sea for a while. On the 77th day, after careful care, the ugly duckling awakens. The toxic voice baby's simulated performance on the driftwood catches its attention, and the ugly duckling learns to imitate. On the 180th day, the toxic voice baby becomes very skilled at catching fish by using electric shock daily. On the 230th day, through simulated performances with the ugly duckling, its favorability increases, and the ugly duckling becomes more confident. On the 260th day, the ugly duckling learns to sing through the toxic voice baby songs and gains the singing technique, making the toxic voice baby feel inferior and start slacking off. On the 350th day, they are attacked by a sperm whale, and the toxic voice baby loses an arm while trying to protect the ugly duckling. The sperm whale is severely injured and flees in fear. On the 360th day, they encounter a storm, and the driftwood is blown away, leaving the toxic voice baby caught in a whirlpool. To protect the toxic voice baby, the ugly duckling grabs onto the driftwood, a phoenix tree branch, amidst the storm and under intense emotions, undergoes a miraculous evolution into a phoenix. The storm dissipates, sunlight shines on the sea, and the toxic voice baby, on the brink of death, receives the phoenix fire, causing its body to change while the phoenix reverts back to the ugly duckling. On the 407th day, the toxic voice baby wakes up to find its severed arm restored and the phoenix fire burning within it. It feels guilty, but the ugly duckling doesn't care. In order to help the ugly duckling evolve back into the phoenix, it wants to return the phoenix fire, but since the phoenix fire is fused with it, it cannot separate it and can only start trying to comprehend the essence of the phoenix fire. On the 530th day, after using the phoenix fire multiple times, the toxic voice baby learns the healing and enchantment techniques of the phoenix fire. But it still cannot separate this power from its body and notices that the ugly duckling is aging faster. On the 560th day, they board an ancient dragon tortoise disguised as a deserted island and almost become its snack. The toxic voice baby uses the phoenix fire fist to set the ancient dragon tortoise's millennia-old vegetation ablaze, and since the phoenix fire is unquenchable, the dragon tortoise is helpless against its own water spray. If this continues, its beloved vegetation may be burned away. To protect its appearance, the ancient dragon tortoise has no choice but to compromise and tells them the way to strip the phoenix fire, comprehend the perfect level of phoenix fire, or die. On the 567th day, the ancient dragon tortoise sends them to the mainland. The ugly duckling encounters the group that abandoned it, but they turn a blind eye. Lu Sheng, furious, injures their leader, the clumsy duck. The clumsy duck softens and tells them the ugly duckling was a found egg, not one of their kind. The ugly duckling is severely impacted, but thus resolves old grievances and cuts ties with them. On the 680th day, the ugly duckling shows signs of aging, but it accepts it calmly. Its singing and imitation techniques effortlessly break through to perfection, even glimpsing mastery. The toxic voice baby is amazed by the other's extraordinary talent. The ugly duckling tells it that it only wants to comprehend more to help it achieve its goals. The toxic voice baby is inexplicably moved and makes a firm decision. On the 721st day, the ugly duckling is so old it can no longer move. No matter how hard the toxic voice baby tries, it can only master the phoenix fire, falling far short of perfection. Due to the simulator's restrictions, it cannot inform others about the simulator. To prevent the ugly duckling from developing a mental block, the toxic voice baby can only leave a note hinting at its ability to traverse and not die. Thus, as the ugly duckling lies on its deathbed, the toxic voice baby chooses to disintegrate, returning the phoenix fire to the ugly duckling. Simulation ended. Gained 15 exploration points. Unlock 2 years of cultivation. Requires 2 exploration points. Unlock Phoenix Fire. Requires 15 exploration points. Unlock Phoenix Fire Mastery. Requires 5 exploration points. Unlock Electric Shock Proficient. Requires 2 exploration points. After reading the results of this simulation, Lu Sheng is greatly shocked. This time, the toxic voice baby not only learned to act in the simulation, but also portrayed Yanghua, Shanks, and the 3 holy beasts. If it weren't for the ugly duckling nearing its end, this exploration point should be enough to unlock all rewards. Unfortunately, Lu Sheng is left with only 3 exploration points. So he has to painfully give up on the others and choose to unlock the Phoenix Fire. This Phoenix Fire is between an item and a technique, able to combine with any technique, making it an absolute perfect enhancer. After so many simulations, this is the first time Lu Sheng has encountered such a treasure, and naturally, he cannot give it up. The other rewards seem pale in comparison, and Lu Sheng knows how to choose. After obtaining the Phoenix Fire, the toxic voice baby is somewhat surprised because it remembers that it had already returned the Phoenix Fire to the ugly duckling. It didn't expect to recover it after returning to reality. Frowning with worry, it seems to be contemplating whether the ugly duckling can return to its original state, as the simulator had no further developments after it disintegrated its life, leaving it unaware of what happened to the other. Chapter 31. Ugly Duckling 2. As the ugly duckling lies on its deathbed, it tightly holds onto the toxic voice baby. Long ago, it wanted to die in its clan. And when it was abandoned and wandering alone, it also thought about suicide. However, now, it doesn't want to die. Although it appears calm in front of the toxic voice baby, it cries alone in the quiet of the night. It is not afraid of death. It just wants to experience the joyful moments it never had with the toxic voice baby. For it, on the driftwood in the sea, acting, singing, and eating electric grilled fish together makes life so beautiful. But time passes too quickly, and it feels it cannot hold on to life before it dies. The only regret of the ugly duckling is that it didn't meet the toxic voice baby earlier. Otherwise, it could have had more joyful times instead of searching for relief in pain. Now, death finally approaches, but it doesn't want to leave. It has a premonition that tomorrow might be its day of death. The ugly duckling grips the toxic voice baby's hand tightly, but the nightmare ruthlessly makes it lose consciousness. The ugly duckling hasn't slept so comfortably in a long time. Sunlight shines on its wings, and it feels an endless warmth flowing through its veins. It wakes up and finds that it can see much further, as if it has transformed into a giant bird. No, it has really turned back into the phoenix. The phoenix's heart sinks continuously, and it cannot control its anxious emotions. After searching for a long time, it finally sees the words left on the stone wall. Ugly duckling, if you have now recovered, you should be called Phoenix. Thank you for saving me and allowing my life to continue until now, allowing me to finally achieve my goal. Thank you once again. The Phoenix Fire belongs to you. I have returned it to its rightful owner. But don't be sad, as I have traversed from another world. This is my innate ability. I will automatically return after death. If this world truly exists, perhaps we will have a chance to meet again in the future. Phoenix, you have become beautiful now and should have more friends and a broader sky. Do not miss me, the toxic voice baby. Seeing these words, the phoenix breathes a sigh of relief. Things are not as bad as imagined. If the poison sound baby is telling the truth, it just needs to find its world. Without your world, my life is incomplete. So, no matter what, I will find you. Wu Tianfeng made up her mind, her eyes resolutely wiping away the words on the stone wall. Then she flew decisively into the distant sky. Hundreds of years later, an earthquake that affected the entire world tore apart a corner of the continent, merging it with the real world and turning it into a secret realm. As time gradually passed, a fossil beast egg was brought out of the secret realm. Lu Xing and Poison Sound Baby rehearsed once, discovering its significant progress. To make a stunning performance tomorrow, they went to bed early. The next day, they rode Cloud Na's small motorcycle to the shooting location. Nan Lingtong was sitting on one side, acting with the flame-horned lizard. When he saw Lu Sheng, he couldn't help but walk over and loudly exclaimed, "Good guy? I didn't expect you to handle the bent spoon so skillfully." Lu Sheng was surprised that he still remembered that duel and awkwardly apologized, saying, "At that time, I was just thinking about winning, so I used a little trick to catch you off guard. Otherwise, it would have been hard for me to win." Nan Lingtong waved his hand indifferently, not caring about winning or losing. However, the male supporting actor in Ping, who was memorizing lines nearby, glanced at Lu Sheng with a flicker in his eyes, seemingly plotting something. Both Lu Sheng and Nan Lingtong didn't notice this person, only hearing Nan Lingtong nonchalantly say, "Winning is winning, losing is losing. I can take a loss," and even Director Qin praised it. Director Qin watched it too. Lu Sheng felt even more embarrassed. Wouldn't he leave a bad impression in Director Qin's eyes? Nan Lingtong chuckled and teased, "You're not scared, are you? Old Qin's tactics are even more insidious than yours. He wouldn't care about your little tricks. It's your opening enhancement move that he studied for a long time." Just as they were talking, Director Qin, with dark circles under his eyes, walked into the crew and sat down on a folding chair. He took a small sip of the Longjing tea prepared by his assistant, and his tired eyes finally regained focus. "Get ready to start. All departments take their positions." The deputy director began to urge loudly, while everyone around was busy. Qin Ming calmly surveyed the area until he spotted Nan Lingtong and Lu Sheng standing aside. He immediately waved for them to come over. "What's wrong with the old man?" Nan Lingtong asked curiously. "I called for Lu Sheng. Why did you come over?" Director Qin said irritably, hitting him on the head with a roll of paper. Nan Lingtong pretended to be in pain, holding his head with a wronged look in his small eyes. "Stop pretending. Go, go, go. You're the first on stage later. Hurry up and prepare." Qin Ming knew the other party wanted to eavesdrop, but didn't give him the opportunity at all. Nan Lingtong had no choice but to leave indignantly. Lu Sheng saw him turn and show a kind smile, which made him shiver as if being stared at by a venomous snake. "Lu Xiaoyu, I've seen your combat skills. They're quite high. I thought about it all night last night, but I still don't know what your enhancement move is. Can you satisfy my curiosity?" "Don't worry. Even if I know, I'll keep it a secret." Director Qin asked somewhat flatteringly. Nowadays, although people aren't as strict as in ancient times about various moves, many are still reluctant to reveal their secret techniques, especially those with special uses. Lu Xing thought for a moment. He felt that the gear shift was just a relatively powerful move and only applicable to Poison Sound Baby. So there was nothing to hide. He generously told Qin Ming the name and effect of the move. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming couldn't help but exclaim, "Good guy." It simultaneously boosts attack power and speed. If it weren't just for Poison Sound Baby, I would suspect you are the chosen one. The quality of Poison Sound Baby is really too low, and it has no evolutionary form. So even if its exclusive move is good, it doesn't hold much value. Qin Ming looked at this young man with regret. From his attire and temperament, it was clear that he came from a poor background. To obtain a Poison Sound Baby, he probably went bankrupt. If the young man's beast were a bit better, he might consider taking him as a disciple. He sighed inwardly, feeling it's a pity, then planned to give Lu Sheng more screen time and presence so he could gain more capital from the movie. This was the only thing he could do for Lu Sheng as a director. Soon, it was Lu Sheng's turn to go on stage. However, he only made a brief appearance before it was Poison Sound Baby's scene. Standing not far away, seeing Poison Sound Baby rushing alone to the lighted area, Lu Sheng silently cheered it on. Chapter 32, a tide of bad reviews. Poison Sound Baby wearily strolled down the street. In the script, it sneaked out because it was tired from excessive training. Soon, the weather team's Beastmaster ordered the Whistle Frog to use the rain move. A strange whistle sounded, and Poison Sound Baby touched its head, realizing a few raindrops had fallen on it, and the rainfall around it was increasing. It began to run, finding a dripping bridge tunnel and instinctively hiding inside. The camera quickly shifted to capture the environment inside the bridge tunnel, finally aiming at the flame-horn lizard sleeping there. The flame-horn lizard here was perfectly cast, beautifully embodying what it meant to be lazily elegant. Hearing the footsteps, it slightly opened its eyes, making eye contact with Poison Sound Baby. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The whistle frog intensified the rain, and at that moment, the sounds of wind and rain merged into a damp, beautiful scene. Director Chin felt it was pretty good, so he instructed the cameraman to extend the shot and keep filming. Poison Sound Baby's eyes briefly showed surprise. It avoided the flame-horned lizard and squatted in a corner, watching the raindrops outside the bridge tunnel, tiredly whimpering. The flame-horned lizard yawned, intentionally raising its body temperature, dispelling the chill inside the tunnel and warming both beasts. Poison Sound Baby couldn't help but look at the flame-horned lizard. The camera zoomed in, capturing the flame-horned lizard's scales flickering, a result of expending energy to generate warmth. This subtle expression highlighted the deep affection between the beasts. Poison Sound Baby revealed a brilliant smile at the right moment. Shifting its position to sit closer to the flame-horned lizard, the closeness of their spirits reflected in the physical distance shrinking. The flame-horned lizard let out a low murmur, and Poison Sound Baby responded. This would be accompanied by text and sound in post-production, likely depicting the two beasts discussing their daily training. They didn't chat enthusiastically. Their friendship was as light as water. As time passed, a figure rushed out from the rain curtain, which was Nan Lingtong. Ha ha ha, finally found you. Flame-horned lizard, you're slacking off here again, Nan Lingtong said with a smile while playing with his hair. The scene gave a lot of shots of Nan Lingtong playing with his hair and shaking off raindrops, finally freezing on his innocent smile, vividly portraying the image of this male lead who cares for his beast, yet is carefree. The flame-horned lizard got up and nudged Nan Lingtong, glancing back at Poison Sound Baby before walking into the rain, as if saying goodbye indefinitely. This scene came to an end, although there were no particularly difficult performances so far for newcomers. Being able to do it in one continuous shot still made Director Chin nod slightly. Indeed, he has put in the effort, a good kid, Qin Ming evaluated inwardly. Actors who leave a deep impression in the director's mind usually have a bright future. Lu Xing only knew to do his part well, but just this was already better than many mediocre actors. Next came the scenes of Nan Lingtong and supporting actor En Ping. As the second best supporting actor after Nan Lingtong, En Ping was the best friend in the script, but in reality, they were in a state of mutual hostility, with no room for each other. They belonged to the same age group of actors, both portraying young beastmasters, and even their beasts were of the fire type. Their similar traits inevitably led to competition for resources, raising the question of who was truly the best. Tragically, Nan Lingtong comes from a family of beast tamers, and they prepared a beast for him since he was young. By the time he reached university, he had contracted a lord-level flame-horned lizard, while En Ping used a master-level sunflower obtained through student loans. In terms of both appearance and quality, he was at a significant disadvantage and, naturally, couldn't compete. Before they took the stage, neither of them even glanced at each other, their expressions as somber as if they were attending a funeral, but under the spotlight, everything would turn completely upside down. In the script, Nan Lingtong and En Ping are alumni and teammates, having played together since childhood, and are the best of friends. They exchange witty banter and roughhouse together, and when they learn that the Huagua Campus Cup is about to take place, they promise to win the championship together. To gather three teammates, they find the school beauty, the female lead, Hua Xiaoqiu. Hua Xiaoqiu gradually develops feelings for the cheerful and innocent Nan Lingtong, but En Ping secretly harbors a crush on her. The camera often captures En Ping's sorrowful expressions, which can be seen as his moment of glory as a supporting character. Cut. That essay wrap for today. Starting tomorrow, we'll be in combat scenes, so please ensure your beasts are well rested. Director Chin concluded today's schedule after finishing this segment. Nan Lingtong let out a long breath, elegantly changed his clothes, and walked out of the set, only to see En Ping sneaking out of the restroom, wearing a cap and looking down. He really thinks he is some big star, needing to disguise himself so dramatically just to go out. After a mocking smile, Nan Lingtong left leisurely. Lu Sheng, who had no scenes later, had already returned home to study. He had just scored 80 points on a test paper and was feeling quite pleased with himself as he stroked his chin. At this rate, he should be able to score above 90 in the Beast Tamer's major examination. The written test is secure, he muttered to himself. These questions are trivial for a professional student. To Lu Sheng, they were incredibly simple. Just as he was feeling proud, a phone call came in. It was Yun Na. He answered, asking if there was new work. Yun Na hesitated, annoyed, and said, "You wish. Something big has happened. The surveillance video of your battle with Nan Lingtong has been leaked online and is trending." Lu Sheng frowned and asked who did it and what their purpose was. Yu Na sighed. I'm sorry, I don't have any leads either. However, from the comments, most are directed at Nan Lingong. It's a huge shock to his image that the male lead of the Beast Tamer blockbuster lost to a guest actor. Lu Xing realized he wouldn't get much from Yu Na, so he hung up and searched online. Sure enough, there were a bunch of sensational headlines. And the negative comments were remarkably uniform. The male lead of On the Road loses to a guest actor, Nan Lingtong, is a joke. An epic flame horned lizard can lose to a poison sound baby, and even more outrageously, many people were calling for the removal of Nan Lingong's lead role, claiming that in Ping, a commoner actor, was the real powerhouse, while Nan Lingong was just a show-off. After reading through the comments, Lu Xing noticed that the focus was not on him, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed someone was deliberately targeting Nan Lingong. But who could it be? He murmured to himself. Chapter 33. The Grateful Monkey. Because this matter concerned the entire film's future, Director Chin did not dare to be negligent and called both parties to the set overnight. It was clear that the leak of the surveillance footage was an inside job. But since the monitoring room had been breached, all the data had been deleted, making it impossible to find out who was responsible. Qin Ming said helplessly. Nan Lingtong gritted his teeth and said, I find in Ping the most suspicious. I saw him sneak out of the restroom in disguise. Qin Ming, well aware of the conflict between the two, didn't fully believe him. After hesitating for a moment, he said, now that the incident has happened, there are many trolls on the internet driving the narrative. We must respond immediately, otherwise, this film will be ruined. Lu Sheng sensed that Qin Ming seemed to have come up with a solution but was too embarrassed to say it. So he asked, Director Qin, feel free to speak your mind. There are no outsiders here. Yeah, at this point, what is there to hide? Nan Lingong rolled his eyes. Seeing both of them urging him, Qin Ming made a decision and finally said, this matter can be easy or difficult to resolve. We just need to find a new topic to overshadow this issue. What topic can we find in a hurry? Nan Lingtong asked in confusion. Qin Ming awkwardly smiled and said, many people have overlooked Lu Sheng's strength. As long as we showcase his abilities, we can naturally attract attention. This idea was indeed easy to say, but not necessarily good for Lu Sheng personally. If a person's strength were completely exposed, opponents would find weaknesses, and Lu Sheng's usual strategy of winning by being weak would become difficult. Lu Sheng thought for a moment and shook his head, saying, I'm sorry, Director Qin, but you know I'm going to participate in the Beast Tamer major exam this year. If all my information is exposed, it will be even harder to get into a good school. This thought made Qin Ming fall into deep contemplation. The atmosphere in the room gradually became tense, and Lu Sheng felt helpless. After all, he didn't want to refuse to help everyone, but for him, getting into university was currently the most important thing. Qin Ming, being an experienced director, came up with an idea. How about this? When I served in the military and attacked the Sakura Island Evil God Temple, I obtained a special electric-type move that can break enemy techniques. If you learn it, it will be an ace up your sleeve. And passing the Beast Tamer major exam will be a piece of cake. What do you think of this condition? Qin Ming looked at him with great anticipation. If this move was indeed powerful, then he could agree, but the key was that Lu Sheng's heart was soft. Sighing, he expressed his reluctance. At this point, it's hard for Lu Sheng to reject. Soon, Lu Sheng recorded a video in the studio and uploaded it online. With an enticing title, what you thought was a guest role is actually scarily strong. In exchange, Qin Ming presented him with the training method for the electric-type move. When Lu Sheng returned home and saw the content of this electric-type move, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. He felt he had been deceived. This electric move was called Electronic Iato Slash, and it had a high difficulty level. One needed to break through thunder to enter the door. However, once learned, one could slash through myriad techniques with a single sword strike, and the faster the speed, the more incredible the power. It was very suitable for mastering the shifting poison sound baby, but the problem was that this move required a weapon of at least famous sword level. Because this move needed to conduct electric attribute energy and withstand the destructive force of other moves, it required at least a famous sword level weapon to endure. But herein lies the problem. For Lu Sheng, poverty limited his impulse to practice. Famous swords were terrifyingly expensive, requiring special steel, with a minimum price of over $1 million. Just relying on the salary of a guest actor, he would need to perform 166 shows to afford one. Lu Sheng fell into deep despair. He was indeed envious, but truly had no money. How to relieve his worries? Only through simulation. He looked at the poison sound baby. who was nearby recording music and doing nothing, and mercilessly made it feel the master's care. On the first day, the poison sound baby appeared on the mountain with electronic Iato slash. It heard the sound of bells and couldn't help but go check it out. On the third day, after an arduous climb, the poison sound baby finally reached the mountain top and saw a temple. The abbot was an ancient bronze bell, and there were many ancient bells in the temple that rang together at the right time to purify the world of demonic energy. The ancient bell treated it to a meal and then sent it away, leaving the poison sound baby to return along the same path, where it encountered a furious ape seeking revenge at the temple. On the fourth day, the furious ape, annoyed by the ancient bell ringing all the time, decided to silence them. Unfortunately, the ancient bells preferred group fights over one-on-one duels, and the furious ape was nearly beaten to death. The poison sound baby encountered the severely injured and dying furious ape at the foot of the mountain and casually used phoenix fire to heal it. On the fifth day, the irritable ape expressed its gratitude and declared it would serve the poison sound infant like a beast of burden. The poison sound infant thought that Lu Xing had a need for a famous sword, so it conveyed this request to him. The irritable ape informed it that the wealthiest beast master nearby was the floating dragon, and if they could defeat it, they might find the whereabouts of the famous sword. On the 10th day, the poison sound infant saw the floating dragon suspended high above the mountains, hundreds of meters tall and immeasurable in length. And the strength disparity was too great, forcing it to return in disappointment. To repay its debt of gratitude, the irritable ape stealthily infiltrated the floating dragon's lair at night, triggering a trap, and was grazed by the floating dragon's star-destroying cannon, losing half of its body. On the 180th day, after continuous healing from the poison sound infant's phoenix fire, the irritable ape recovered completely, and the poison sound infant had become very skilled with its phoenix fire. The irritable ape was deeply moved as it witnessed the healing process and, that night, left without saying goodbye. On the 350th day, the poison sound infant continuously practiced iron head and bending spoons, finally gaining insight. On the 360th day, while out gathering mushrooms, the poison sound infant found the seriously injured irritable ape once again. The irritable ape infiltrated the floating dragon's lair once more, and, thanks to its previous experience, it successfully stole one of the cursed 7 demon artifacts, a crescent moon scimitar with a damaged blade edge. This weapon was very light and could become invisible. Although it wasn't a famous sword in the traditional sense, it met the training requirements for electronic quick-draw slashes. The only problem was that it caused the wielder to be plagued by resentment, constantly losing stamina. On the 407th day, the poison sound infant healed the irritable ape, which, having successfully repaid its debt, let go of its inner turmoil and was promoted to a black diamond. It felt it had incurred another great debt of gratitude, so it left again without saying goodbye. On the 555th day, the poison sound infant continuously used phoenix fire to counteract the curse of the crescent moon scimitar, and the phoenix fire underwent a transformation, achieving mastery. It discovered it could now use the crescent moon scimitar without being affected by the curse, and began practicing electronic quick-draw slashes. On the 1100th day, the poison sound infant used electronic quick-draw slashes to split a bolt of lightning, grasping the essence of the technique and finally achieving a successful entry. On the 1300th day, while the poison sound infant was in closed-door meditation, the ground suddenly shook. It went outside to find the floating dragon chasing the black diamond right to its doorstep. It guessed that the black diamond had gone to steal from the floating dragon's lair out of gratitude, and with mixed feelings. The poison sound infant used electronic quick-draw slashes to block the floating dragon's lethal strike. The floating dragon, noticing the crescent moon scimitar in its hand, mocked it, redirecting its anger and using its reverse scale to swallow the poison sound infant whole, leading to the poison sound infant's demise. Simulation ended. Gain 20 exploration points. Unlock 3 years of cultivation. Requires 3 exploration points. Unlock the damaged crescent moon scimitar. Requires 10 exploration points. Unlock an insight, Iron Head. Requires 1 exploration point. Unlock an insight, Bending Spoon. Requires 1 exploration point. Unlock Phoenix Fire, Mastery. Requires 5 exploration points. It had been a long time since I gained so many exploration points. The last time was when I accidentally entered the lair of the ghost dragon. Indeed, places with treasures are conducive to gaining exploration points. Lu Xing happily accepted all the rewards, but the poison sound infant absorbed 3 years of cultivation and still did not meet the requirements for promotion, remaining at the 6th level of entry. Chapter 34. Promotion to artist. The Black Diamond witnessed the poison sound infant perish in the dragon's belly, filled with overwhelming hatred. Originally pure and sacred, it was easily influenced by emotions, and at that moment, it fell into madness. The floating dragon had initially looked down on the Black Diamond, but everything changed the moment it went mad. The demonic energy drifting throughout the world gathered around it, and the Black Diamond began to grow larger, sprouting 12 pairs of deformed hairy giant arms. Its face lost all other emotions, leaving only a grimace, and its resentment turned its fur into murky black. A demonic diamond appeared in this world. The floating dragon felt that even breathing the air was becoming polluted and couldn't help but unleash a star-destroying cannon. However, this time, the demonic diamond not only withstood it, but also pressed forward against the star-destroying cannon, completely lacking the sense to dodge. After burning off one deformed arm, it stood before the floating dragon, and 23 ape fists simultaneously hammered down on the floating dragon, knocking it to the ground. The floating dragon, the local overlord, was not frightened by the severe injury, but rather enraged. It used its coiling tail to wrap around the demonic diamond's body and then bit down. The demonic diamond had a piece of flesh bitten off, but retaliated by biting into the floating dragon, and the two giant beasts began to devour each other. Suddenly, the floating dragon discovered that the demonic diamond's 24th arm had somehow restored, while it itself was battered and bleeding. It finally felt fear and wanted to escape, but the demonic diamond's 12 pairs of arms had it tightly locked. With a grim laugh, it frantically tore into the floating dragon for 3 days and nights. When the floating dragon's heart was consumed, its enormous body was reduced to a mere skeleton, and its final breath came to a halt. The demonic diamond let out a roar, avenging the poison-sound infant, but it lost the last shred of its sanity and could no longer maintain its ape-like appearance, transforming into a moving mass of deformity. However, this deformed mass soon found itself unable to move because, during its loss of reason while devouring the floating dragon, a group of ancient bells had surrounded it, placing heavy seals upon it. Using the 100-year-old ancient bells as offerings, it was sealed within its own body, thus averting a world-ending crisis. The 100-year-old ancient bells became lifeless and were taken back to the temple by other ancient bells, reciting scriptures day and night to dissipate the demonic energy of the Black Diamond, unknowingly passing several hundred years. On the other side, the sun rose as usual. But the internet had no sense of time. A report and a video shifted the attention of many onlookers. What you thought was a side character is actually terrifyingly strong. This video thoroughly analyzed the strengths of the poison-sound infant. It excelled in a wide variety of techniques, not only mastering, but also possessing advanced levels. These could help the black character identify flaws, as there were many talented beast masters. But they were soon slapped in the face again when the poison-sound infant showcased a brand new enhanced technique, significantly increasing both attack power and speed, and crucially, it could be used consecutively twice without side effects. They searched the entire internet but couldn't find the origin of this technique, exclaiming how terrifying it was. If other beast masters learned it, wouldn't they be able to soar to great heights? Qin Ming deliberately did not showcase the drawbacks of this technique. If they knew it was exclusive to the poison-sound infant and that understanding the dual twisting force required not only proficiency but also special props, public opinion would not be so easily swayed. Once this video was released, it sparked widespread discussion online, shifting the focus from the black character to the poison-sound infant, with hardly anyone paying attention to Lu Sheng. After all, Lu Sheng was so young. What did his exceptional beast have to do with him? Of course, there were those trying to ride the coattails of the black poison-sound infant, but every time they appeared, another hidden force would snuff out that momentum. Indeed, that hand was the poison-sound infant's #1 fan, the diva Lilith Beast. Lilith Beast had long known the poison-sound infant's background, but to avoid affecting its creative environment, she had always silently watched. If it hadn't been for this incident stepping on her reverse scale, she probably wouldn't have intervened. When Lu Sheng woke up, he found the online sentiment had reversed overnight, shifting from a full-on attack against the black character to discussions about the poison-sound infant. He hopped onto Yuna's small motorcycle, and she excitedly said, "You won't believe what happened." Due to the heated discussions online, the Star Road Entertainment Company has upgraded your artist level to level. Lu Sheng, puzzled, asked, "Artist level? You didn't mention that before?" Yuna's moment of embarrassment quickly passed. She coughed twice and said, "Well, I probably forgot to mention that you used to be just a background actor, which doesn't count in the artist system. So the company only provided basic information, but now it's different. After leveling up to a qualified artist, you can access resources below supporting roles, including songs, scripts, and exemption from tests. Lu Xing roughly understood what she meant. It meant that he was just a temporary worker before, belonging to a loose system. And now he was finally included in the structure. He didn't resent Yuna for not informing him about this in advance, because even if she had, it wouldn't have made a difference. After a moment of silence, Lu Xing made a request. Yuna, can I use the company's resources to help my brother get a better job? He asked. Yuna was taken aback. It was the first time she had heard someone wanting to use the company's resources for such a thing. She wanted to stop Lu Xing because, after all, the resources for qualified artists were not unlimited. On the contrary, many people would meticulously budget their resources to improve their own artist status. However, when Yuna thought about Lu Xing's background, she fell silent. Lu Qingshan had carried his brother on his shoulders, step by step, through the hardships after losing their parents. To forget the sacrifices of family for the sake of one's own future would be shameless, regardless of whether it was for personal interest or emotional reasons. She had to help Lu Xing with this matter. Yuna nodded seriously. This will be on me. Lu Xing sighed in relief and said to her, thank you. But if this works out, can you not let my brother know it was me who did it? He cares too much about his pride, and probably wouldn't be able to accept this job. I understand. I will find an intermediary for this matter. And Lu Qingshan won't know about your involvement, Yuna said. Then I can rest assured. Lu Xing lightly sighed. Chapter 35. Invitation from Yu Xian. Beast. The mechanical clanking sounds were loud and rhythmic, with people constantly moving around in the factory. Lu Qingshan had just stepped outside for a smoke and returned to find Team Leader Wei wandering around aimlessly again. Lu Qingshan scolded inwardly. Holding a feather duster like a command token, you're not even a big official, yet you spend all day nitpicking. He quickly extinguished his cigarette, stuffed the remaining half into his pocket, and hurried back to the packing machine. Team Leader Wei seemed to have zeroed in on him, walking straight towards him without checking anywhere else, his small green bean-like eyes scanning the freshly packed products as if searching for faults. After so many years in the industry, Lu Qingshan knew there wouldn't be any problems. Team Leader Wei had only been there a few months and couldn't find any of his weaknesses. Just as he was feeling smug, Team Leader Wei decided to make an example out of him to assert authority. Suddenly, he said, why were you absent without reason at the beginning of the month? According to the rules, your salary for this month will be reduced by 1,000. Lu Qingshan's mind went blank. That was when Lu Sheng's college entrance examination results were announced, and he had gone home early that day. He hurriedly explained, I had something to do that day, and I asked Oldly to cover for me. I made up for it afterward. It's perfectly normal. But you didn't report it to me, which counts as being absent. Team Leader Wei said unabashedly. Lu Qingshan felt furious at the thought of losing that 1,000 yuan for no reason. You bastard Wei Yan, you used to do this too. Why is it a problem now that it's your turn? Are you trying to set me up on purpose? Team Leader Wei's pupils slightly constricted, and he unconsciously took a step back, retorting, this is company policy. If you're unhappy, you can resign. You son of a bitch, if I want to resign, I'll make sure you know my strength first. Lu Qingshan was enraged and swung his fist at his face. Team Leader Wei fell to the ground, seeing stars, blood on his face, and exclaimed in terror, you're done for. How dare you hit someone? Where are the security guards? Hurry up and throw this thug out. Lu Qingshan spat a mouthful of phlegm at him, stepped over him, and before the security guards could catch up, he threw his work uniform on the ground. This lousy factory can stay here. If you don't return all my wages, I'll report you to the Labor Bureau. Lu Qingshan turned back and said, ignoring the astonished gazes of everyone as he strode out, trying to dock my salary? No way. He walked out proudly, put on a yellow jacket, and went out to deliver food. Although there weren't many orders in the morning, riding his small electric bike felt better than sulking by himself. He knew he had a bad temper and easily caused trouble, but he just couldn't hold it in. Stubborn as a bull, if others didn't provoke him, it was fine. But if they did, even the Jade Emperor wouldn't get any face. After delivering to a community, Lu Qingshan found that orders stopped refreshing. He simply leaned against the roadside, squatted on the curb, and lit a cigarette. Smoking was a way to cope with his loneliness. There were cars passing by, but his mind was filled with swirling smoke and restlessness. What to eat tonight? What about the rent? What about Shengzi's college tuition? One question after another, like a never-ending cycle. After finishing several cigarettes, he felt the empty shell with only a few strands of tobacco left and crumpled it up to throw in the trash bin. At that moment, the trash bin seemed to disdain him, rejecting his garbage. He picked it up and tried again. If he couldn't get it in, he'd just pick it up again. After all, he had plenty of time. When he picked up the garbage for the 5th time, his phone rang. It was an unknown number. In the past, he wouldn't have bothered to answer, but now he was just bored, thinking that if it was a telemarketer, he could chat idly for a while. Lu Qingshan answered the phone, and the other side spoke first. Hello, this is the Pingshan Human Resources Agency. A company just received your information and has already accepted you. When can you start? Are you scamming me? I never submitted a resume. How could anyone hire me? After so long in the industry, he wouldn't fall for these shady tactics. Just as he was about to hang up, the phone rang again within a second. This time, the caller ID showed a company called Yuxian Beast. He recalled what the intermediary had said earlier and hesitated for a moment before picking up the phone again, this time softening his tone. Hello, is this Mr. Lu Qingshan? We saw the resume you submitted, and it fits our company's criteria perfectly. Please find time to come in for your job. The position we offer is Beast Selection Specialist, with a basic salary of 3,000 plus sales commission. And you won't miss out on any benefits mandated by the state. What do you think? The customer service representative's gentle voice sounded almost angelic, giving Lu Qingshan a glimmer of hope. He suspected that it was a trap, but while asking for clarification on the salary and benefits, he searched online for information about Yuxian Beast. This company was considered a well-known enterprise in Ping City, primarily engaged in promoting beasts to customers, since beasts were quite valuable. The commission was also considerable, making it a pinnacle in sales. Lu Qingshan looked at the information and recalled the company's name from earlier, finally feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. A thought popped into his mind. Could it be that he was truly a sales genius? Otherwise, how could Yuxian Beast have recognized him at first glance and offered him a job right away? Chapter 36. Not a friendly visitor in the end. Lu Qingshan couldn't resist the temptation. Who cares if it's a scam? I'm not a woman. How could they possibly stop me if I want to leave? Lu Qingshan finally made up his mind. He took off his yellow jacket and put it in the trunk of his bike, then rode his electric bike straight to Urshian Road. Yuxian Beast had purchased an entire building as its workplace, and even after working hours, there were still men and women in business attire coming in and out. Lu Qingshan didn't care about how out of place his attire was. When he reached the entrance of the Yuxian building, a beautiful receptionist in a black skirt immediately asked him to come over to register for entry. Lu Qingshan pulled out his battered phone from his pocket and handed it over. The receptionist struggled to read the employment message through the cracked screen. She couldn't help but mutter in her heart, what kind of person is this? Didn't they say the entry requirement was a college student? How could someone like this get in? The beautiful receptionist glanced at him suspiciously, but in the end, she still helped him enter his information and gave him a temporary access card to let him through. Lu Qingshan didn't expect it to actually work. His doubts about the company had vanished. After all, a company that could buy an entire building wouldn't need to deceive a penniless worker like him, right? He chuckled, feeling that his luck was turning, and walked with a lighter step. When he reached the elevator, he suddenly remembered he hadn't shared the good news. So he quickly sent a message to Lu Sheng. When Lu Sheng received the message, he happened to be reminded by his combat coach about what pose he should strike in front of the camera. The phone rang, and he apologized to the coach before picking it up to check. Yana was pretty quick. Lu Sheng was slightly surprised and quickly typed out a reply. Great. You'd better treat me to a big meal tonight. Don't worry, the money that needs to be spent should be spent. Let's invite your friends too and celebrate. Wow, so generous. No wonder you're a white-collar worker. When have I ever been stingy? Gotta go. I need to get on the elevator. Bad signal. Bye. Lu Sheng smiled happily at his phone screen. It seemed his brother was quite satisfied with the job. Although sales weren't a stable job and were considered relatively lowly by many, for people like them at the bottom, it was already the best choice. No matter the commission. At least the base salary was much higher than working in a factory, and they could still slack off a bit. After Lu Sheng hung up, his combat coach immediately urged him to hurry up, not to keep the whole crew waiting. Sure, Lu Sheng was in a great mood and didn't mind the coach's harsh tone. When it was time for the official shooting, it was supposed to be Nan Linggong and Din Ping discussing combat strategies in front of the camera, but Nan Linggong suddenly flew into a rage, tackling and Ping and shouting, "You despicable little man, it was you." Qin Ming quickly yelled cut. Angrily, "Nan Linggong, what are you doing? What the hell? Remember your identity, damn it." Nan Linggong actually held back quite a bit, his fist clenched but not striking, otherwise he would have smashed in Ping's face and the whole scene would be ruined. A trace of regret flashed in Ping's eyes as he calmly pushed Nan Linggong away, stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and said dismissively, "I don't even know what you're talking about. How ridiculous." Nan Lingtong had clearly heard him admit it was his doing. Although he hadn't specified what it was, what else could it be? But once he calmed down, he realized that Ping hadn't actually said anything and couldn't provide evidence. If he really hit Ping, everything that had just calmed down would likely come back to bite him even faster. Director Qin ordered him to cool off. So Lu Shang had to take the stage early. As he brushed past Ping, he caught a glimpse of a hidden hatred in Ping's expression. Lu Shang paused for a moment, squinting at Ping's retreating figure, his heart filled with vigilance. As one of the only two students who made it to the finals in this drama, Lu Shang played the Beastmaster, who single-handedly supported Haidang High School. Every time he appeared, he crushed his opponents with overwhelming force. Since most of the main shots were focused on the protagonist group, Lu Shang only needed a few shots of him defeating his opponents. Following the dual coach's arrangement, he put on a cold, indifferent expression. Paired with the white powder applied by the makeup artist, he looked almost like a zombie. When the Poison Sound Baby used a normal attack to knock down an opponent, he coldly glanced at the fallen Black Beetle and turned to leave. When the Poison Sound Baby used Fire Fist to pierce through 3 opponents, he closed his eyes in boredom. When the Poison Sound Baby knocked an opponent off the combat platform with a headbutt, he finally revealed a hint of a cold smile. All these scenes would require editing at the end. To showcase his dominating image, Lu Shang had every expression of victory filmed at least 3 times for post-production. Although there weren't many shots, it was quite tiring. Soon, all these minor episodes were filmed, and it was time for the main event. Lu Shang was going to battle the protagonist group. His 2 teammates had fought to a standstill with the female lead, Hua Xiaoqiu, leaving the rest to him. The honor of Haidang High School will rest on my shoulders, Lu Shang declared firmly as he walked step by step to the combat platform, passing by his despondent teammates. They couldn't help but look up at Lu Shang, their faces filled with admiration. Nan Lingong looked serious, saying, "Lu Shang, the ace of Haidang High School. If we defeat him, the championship of the Huagua Academy Cup will be ours. I'll go first, you might not even get a turn." And Ping teased. Although this was just a line, it made Nan Lingtong's veins bulge, nearly breaking character. He clenched his fists and continued with his lines. "Don't underestimate him. Lu Shang has the strength to take on 2 at once. Don't worry, Captain, even if I lose, you're still here, right?" And Ping said with a half-smile as he glanced at him and stepped onto the stage. Seeing that the camera wasn't on him, Nan Lingong spat on Ping's back. What a pretentious jerk. He cursed as he walked off the stage. Director Qin rolled up the script and gave him a hard knock. "Behave yourself. You don't want this movie to fail, do you?" I know. If it weren't for you being the boss here, I'd have sent him to the hospital by now," Nan Lingtong said, covering his head and fleeing. But he wouldn't stop running his mouth, looking less like a nobleman and more like a street punk. Chapter 37. Unexpectedly gaining fans. Ping, wearing the sunny smile of his character, walked to face Lu Shang. From Ping's disguised expression, Lu Shang only felt a coldness like that of a venomous snake. "So you're the ace of Haidang High School, doesn't he seem like much?" And Ping sneered. "A mere pawn dares to boast. The quality of this campus cup is too poor." Lu Shang looked at him indifferently, standing with his arms crossed, his posture reminiscent of a European sculpture. Exuding one word, cool. And Ping thought to himself that just based on this kid's temperament and appearance, he indeed posed a threat. However, what could an ordinary-level Poison Sound Baby stir up? If it weren't for Nan Lingtong's carelessness, how could he have been so arrogant? But this also worked in my favor. As long as I defeat you, all the glory will fall on me. He secretly glanced at the agent below, who had quietly picked up his phone to live stream the recording, ensuring that the footage would hit the internet immediately. The agent gave him a sign, and he understood. A cruel smile spreading across his face. "Go, solar flower." According to the plot, the solar flower began by rooting itself in the soil, absorbing sunlight. Lu Shang was supposed to counterattack after it released its move, but instead of veering off course, its sunlight flames aimed directly at the Poison Sound Baby. Showing no intention of dodging, this little man actually dared to play dirty. Lu Shang's face turned angry, and he unhesitatingly commanded the Poison Sound Baby. The Poison Sound Baby took a deep breath, and in an instant, its muscles seemed to tighten like gears, its pink skin turning red-hot, steam hissing from its body, forming a misty aura. Director Qin couldn't help but stand up in surprise. What is going on? Why did the Poison Sound Baby shift gears early? Nan Lingong appeared beside him, looking serious. "Old man, and Ping is up to no good. Lu Shang must have sensed the danger." Director Qin, still skeptical, sat back down on his folding chair. The assistant director couldn't help but look at him, as if asking if they should stop. No need. Since they want to go all out, let us capture it all on film. If it's good, we can always rewrite the script, Director Chin thought. Since he had already sensed in Ping's scheme, he naturally guessed his backup plan. But was Lu Sheng really that easy to deal with? Qin Ming chuckled. The blazing sunflower released a scorching high-temperature flame, which was indeed aimed at the Poison Sound infant. The Poison Sound infant was well prepared and quickly dodged with its superior speed. And Ping's expression darkened. He did not expect that his must-have move would be evaded by the opponent. The blazing sunflower continuously swept the battle platform with its sunlight flames. But the Poison Sound infant, now in a new gear, showed no fear and instead took the opportunity to approach the blazing sunflower. And Ping then revealed a cunning expression. Although his blazing sunflower appeared delicate, it was skilled in close combat. And its 7 mulberry fist had taken down many who underestimated it. The Poison Sound infant unleashed a flame fist, and the blazing sunflower bent down to evade. But then the leaves wrapped around its arm, and the poisonous thorns pierced deeply into its flesh, causing it to crash to the ground. The Poison Sound infant remained calm, emanating a strange, demonic aura, while the blazing sunflower's eyes became hazy, causing its leaves to loosen slightly. Just this tiny gap was enough for the Poison Sound infant to seize the opportunity and smash its head with an iron head. The combined effects of the mastery-level Iron Head and the title of Iron Head King made this heavy blow instill unprecedented fear in the blazing sunflower. And Ping couldn't help but change his expression, secretly cursing that this was bad. As expected, the Poison Sound infant did not pursue the advantage, but instead stopped to switch gears again. The dual twisting force completely unleashed the terrifying potential of the Poison Sound infant. Its muscles tightened to the limit, bulging and steaming, radiating intense heat. Even from a distance, one could feel the strong threat. When the blazing sunflower regained its composure, it suddenly felt dizzy, and the entire beast-controlling spiral soared into the sky, crashing to the ground, followed by excruciating pain. It felt as if every fiber was shattered under the Poison Sound infant's flame fist. It tried to force itself to stand, but a strange flame emerged, interrupting it and causing it to fall to the ground again, unable to rise. And Ping hurried onto the stage to carry the blazing sunflower for treatment. But he did not know that Lu Sheng, this old sly fox, only ever deceived others. There was no reason to be ambushed without retaliating. So, after the Poison Sound infant switched gears, he quietly gave an order for the Poison Sound infant to conceal the phoenix fire within the flame fist. When it struck with the flame fist at lightning speed, it also injected a wisp of phoenix fire into the opponent's body. Although this wisp of phoenix fire was minimal, it acted like a bone-deep poison, continuously draining its stamina. Ordinary healing methods could not remove this wisp of phoenix fire, unless the Poison Sound infant was willing to take action to heal. But that was simply wishful thinking. Lu Sheng coldly crossed his arms, watching in Ping and the blazing sunflower's retreating figures, thinking, "Don't blame me. A poor child cannot afford to fail. Since you have already made your move, you must face the consequences." Little did he know, this cold and ruthless expression was not only captured on film but also posted online by Ping's manager. Since the whole event was live-streamed, the manager could not turn it off in time, and many fans, who had originally followed Ping, were instead captivated by the domineering and cold Lu Sheng. Chapter 38. I want to. Ping sat on a bench outside the medical room, his expression vacant. The treatment lights remained on, and his mind was in chaos. Ultimately, he had lost to someone he looked down upon, a mere supporting character. His manager rushed over, panting, and quickly said, "You lost too fast just now. I couldn't turn off the live stream in time. Now many people know you lost to Lu Sheng. It's fine." And Ping rubbed his face and, after forcing himself to regain his composure, said, "After all, Nanling Tong lost earlier, so I can justify my loss. It's just that this time, instead of shooting down a goose, I got pecked in the eye. It will be difficult to target him in the future." The manager was puzzled, saying, "But Lu Sheng is just a supporting character. Do you really need to suppress him? Right now, he is just a supporting character. But what about in the future? In terms of age and beast control, how could he lose? Sooner or later, he will climb to our position. Only Nanling Tong, that fool, would befriend such a formidable opponent." And Ping said fiercely, jealousy evident in his eyes. "What do you plan to do now?" The manager asked, confused. And Ping tapped his head mockingly, saying, "Am I just going to rely on brute force to reach my current status as a commoner? Have your Sakura Entertainment look into his background and see if there are any flaws in his family. I don't believe this guy is flawless." The manager had long known that this guy was despicable, but to stoop to such a level was truly rare. However, he did not dare to persuade further. And Ping was not a simple character, and if he got upset, it would be the manager who suffered. The treatment lights finally turned off, and Ping hurried in to check on the blazing sunflower. The blazing sunflower appeared to have mostly recovered, shaking its leaves and attempting to stand up. A sharp burning pain shot from its roots, and it stumbled and fell to the ground. And Ping quickly held it and comforted, "Don't worry, you just got treated. You need to rest for a while." The blazing sunflower nodded in confusion, thinking that it just needed more time to recover, having experienced similar situations in past battles. However, it did not know that this hidden injury would follow it for a lifetime. On the other side, after Lu Sheng had rested enough, Director Qin immediately sent Nan Ling Tong onto the stage. The poison-sound infant restored its state from the previous battle with the blazing sunflower before taking the stage. Slightly panting, with a flesh wound from the 7 mulberry fist using green poison. In reality, this wound had already healed completely during the rest. And what was now visible on the surface was merely specially concocted bile, looking frightening but merely decorative. The flame-horned lizard stepped onto the stage and, upon seeing the opponent, both beasts fell into reminiscence. The poison-sound infant showed an indescribable expression. Recalling the scene of sheltering from the rain with the flame-horned lizard under a bridge on a rainy day, its previously boundless fighting spirit suddenly waning. At that moment, the flame-horned lizard let out a furious roar, as if to say that their friendship was not something so weak. "Let us fight, come on, burn everything to ashes." The poison-sound infant shuddered, realizing this, and the camera captured the change in its eyes from weakness to determination. In that instant, the mist emanating from it transformed under the telekinetic control of the psychic lion into a menacing, coiling giant python. Lu Sheng spoke. "I didn't expect you to have such a story, although it's unfortunate. This ends here." Under the enhancement of the double gear shift, the poison-sound infant's speed surpassed that of the flame-horned lizard's dynamic tracking speed. The camera froze on the poison-sound infant using Flame Fist, continuously striking the flame-horned lizard, with burning flames and shredded scales flying through the flesh. The flame-horned lizard could not withstand it, retreating step by step, and finally, the poison-sound infant used a stunning iron head to heavily knock it away. At this moment, the flame-horned lizard's eyes were filled with gloom. It barely stood but could not hide its fearful expression. Under the spotlight, the mastery-level Iron Head, enhanced by the title of Iron Head King, appeared especially fierce and terrifying, instilling fear in everyone. Then the camera shifted to Nan Ling Tong. Nan Ling Tong called out loudly, igniting the flame-horned lizard's fighting spirit through a nostalgic memory. At this moment, time seemed to stop. The poison-sound infant did not pursue but stood still, giving Nan Ling Tong time to taunt. The flame-horned lizard gradually regained its fighting spirit, and that spirit kept burning. Its body began to change. The move it had been trying to master throughout the plot finally clicked at this moment. Nan Ling Tong revealed a confident smile, loudly declaring, "Flame-horned lizard, believe in our bond, explode those scales." This state changed exceptionally clearly and vividly under the camera. The flame-horned lizard shed its injured scales and donned entirely new, shining diamond-red scales. The earth attribute disappeared, the fire attribute greatly increased, and its speed skyrocketed. The psychic lion used telekinesis to condense the sparks bursting from the flame-horned lizard into a giant dragon soaring in the sky. The scene of the giant python confronting the world-destroying dragon was frozen in the frame. To highlight the artistic nature of the film, the psychic lion had to exert great effort to make the giant python and the world-destroying dragon engage in a fierce battle. While the two beasts were off-screen, they took a break, drinking water or relaxing. The poison-sound baby even secretly took a photo of itself and the huge Songtian python, which was engaged in a fierce battle behind it, and posted it on Doudu when no one was paying attention. The photo was really cool, showcasing professional styling and beast mastery that was extraordinary, almost like an epic battle, which caused its popularity on Doudu to skyrocket. It was happily watching the increasing likes and collections when suddenly, the flame-horned lizard crawled over, holding a bottle of beast mastery happy water. The poison-sound baby didn't have time to put away its phone, and the flame-horned lizard took a big gulp of the happy water. Its eyes widening as it saw the photo it had taken, immediately astonished. It raised its paw, pointed at itself, and affectionately rubbed against the poison-sound baby, as if saying, "I want to take a pretty picture too." The lizard's cutesy voice and gestures gave the poison-sound baby goosebumps. It had no choice but to raise its phone and honestly take a few angles of beautiful photos for the flame-horned lizard. The flame-horned lizard was so happy that its nostrils were bubbling, and it couldn't bear to give the phone back after looking at the photos for a long time. It secretly planned to have its poop scooper buy a few phones to play with. Nan Linghong suddenly sneezed, touched his nose, and felt a bad premonition creeping into his heart. Chapter 39. Dinner Party. That Song Tian Python and the world-destroying dragon battled under the control of the Wisdom Law Lion for 20 minutes, of which about 80% would be cut out. The Wisdom Law Lion was drenched in sweat, panting with its tongue out, its purple mane slick with sweat. Its beast master kept having another beast provide healing waves to sustain its stamina. When it was the turn of the Poison Sound Baby and the Flame-Horned Lizard to take the stage, the two beasts continuously used normal attacks, quickly exchanging blows in the air. The speed was incredibly fast, leaving only after images on camera, but in reality, both beasts were just putting on a show with minimal effort. In real combat, there wouldn't be so many opportunities for normal attacks. If the strength levels were similar, just a slight difference could lead to defeat. But acting had to be like this, with a mix of truth and illusion. Sometimes they had to genuinely exchange blows, and other times they had to be flashy. After this round of exchanges, the Flame-Horned Lizard's speed increased, gradually able to keep up with the Poison Sound Baby, who had shifted gears twice. However, in reality, the Poison Sound Baby had slowed its speed, making it seem like the Flame-Horned Lizard was getting faster. At this moment, the camera turned, and the judges and actors on stage seriously commented that the speed of the Flame-Horned Lizard scales exploding this time was much faster than in previous matches, probably due to the chemical reaction from the bond between the Flame-Horned Lizard and Nan Lingtong. The Flame-Horned Lizard began to show signs of suppressing the Poison Sound Baby, but how could the plot go so smoothly? Nan Linghong suddenly exclaimed, "Flame-Horned Lizard, stop." The Flame-Horned Lizard glanced back at Nan Lingtong, showing regret and helplessness, then resolutely let out a dragon roar. The reverberating sound waves pushed the Poison Sound Baby back, and then the camera showed blood oozing from the corners of the Flame-Horned Lizard's mouth. It turned out that in order to catch up with the Poison Sound Baby's speed, it had suffered multiple internal injuries during the battle, reaching a state where it could no longer continue fighting. However, the Flame-Horned Lizard still charged toward the Poison Sound Baby, blood streaming down, using its fire wheel attack. It curled up like a burning wheel and charged at the Poison Sound Baby, who did not dodge and, with a fierce determination in its eyes, used its iron head to withstand the impact of the fire wheel. The flames burned, and smoke billowed up, the camera zooming in on the Poison Sound Baby's expression, which changed from defiance to gradually feeling powerless. It revealed a regretful expression as it was sent flying by the fire wheel, showing a helpless smile in midair, as if saying, "Flame-Horned Lizard, you fool." The Poison Sound Baby fell heavily to the ground, at which point it felt warmth in its hand. It turned out that Lu Sheng had already picked it up. "You did your best, you did great." Lu Sheng comforted the Poison Sound Baby, which was barely opening its eyes. The Poison Sound Baby emitted a weak sound, and then turned to look at the still struggling Flame-Horned Lizard, nodding. Click. Perfect. Director Qin happily announced that this scene was perfectly completed. He patted Lu Sheng on the shoulder and said, "Your beast has great talent. I originally thought this scene would need several takes, but I didn't expect it to be done in one go. Well done." Lu Sheng knew how poor the Poison Sound Baby's talent was. If it weren't for the simulator allowing it a lot of time to train, it probably wouldn't be receiving praise, but rather facing the director's anger. After this scene was finished, Lu Sheng's scenes in On the Road were also wrapped up. While others were still busy, he packed his things and prepared to find his brother for a big meal. At this moment, Nan Lingtong came over and put his arm around his shoulder, saying, "Aren't you going to wait? Director Qin will give out red envelopes after the wrap." Although it was tempting, Lu Sheng still shook his head. After all, his brother Lu Qingshan treating everyone to a meal was a big deal, and waiting for the crew to wrap up would be in the middle of the night, so there wouldn't be enough time. "All right, then I won't insist." After Nan Linghong said this, he seriously leaned in closer to Lu Sheng's ear and whispered, "You have to be careful of Ping. This guy can resort to any dirty tricks." There was an artist who got tricked by him into a video shoot and quickly fell from grace. Lu Sheng's heart tightened. He had thought the incident with Ping was over, but hearing Nan Lingtong say this, it seemed there was more to come. He couldn't help but frown and nod slightly, saying, "Okay, I'll be careful. Thank you for the reminder." Only then did Nan Lingtong release his hand and let him leave. After Lu Qingshan joined the company, he changed into a clean and crisp white shirt, looking much tidier than his previous sloppy appearance. He called over a few old friends from the factory, and Lu Sheng brought Yuna along since she was the direct person in charge of organizing this event. Even though Lu Qingshan didn't know it, but it was indeed a gesture of gratitude, although Lu Qishan said he was treating them. They didn't go to a big hotel, but set up a large table at a street stall they often frequented. Old Li looked at Lu Sheng in surprise, his cigarette dropping to the ground as he couldn't help but ask, "Old Lu, what path are you on? Why have you even changed your outfit?" Lu Qingshan chuckled. "Things change. I just resigned and got noticed by a top-notch beast master company. Today I started directly, so now I can be considered a white-collar worker." A few old friends from the factory exchanged glances, shocked and envious. After all, working in a factory didn't earn much, and Lu Qingshan's career change instantly elevated his status. Seeing the jealous expressions on his friends' faces, Lu Qingshan felt quite pleased, busying himself with getting them seated and handing out cigarettes and drinks. Once the drinks were served, all past grievances could be put aside, and the old friends instantly forgot their worries, raising their voices in laughter. To save on travel expenses, Lu Sheng took Yunna's small motorcycle to the roadside stall, arriving 10 minutes late. Old Li had watched Lu Sheng grow up, and when he saw Lu Sheng getting out of the car behind a tall, fair-skinned beauty in a tight dress, his gaze couldn't help but fixate on Yunna's swaying form, swallowing hard and asking, "Shenggu, is this your girlfriend?" Yunna's face immediately turned slightly red, and Lu Sheng quickly said, "You misunderstood. She's my manager. I just finished work and came along to this dinner." "Yes, I'm Lu Sheng's manager. Here's my business card." Yunna took out a stack of business cards and distributed them one by one. Lu Qingshan was more shocked than anyone else. Although he had heard Lu Sheng mention he was doing extra work, wasn't an extra just a slightly more advanced background actor? How could he have such a beautiful manager arranged for him? "Sit, sit, sit. If she's my brother's friend, then she's our friend too. Don't be shy, keep drinking. If it's not enough, just order more," Lu Qingshan said enthusiastically. Although he said this, with an elegant and beautiful woman present, the old bachelors from the factory all became nervous and couldn't speak, leaving only the sound of eating. Yunna seemed to realize she had affected the atmosphere, so she started talking about Lu Sheng's recent work at the dinner table. This was surprising. Lu Sheng not only participated in a TV drama, but was now also filming movies, earning 6,000 for one scene, 12,000 for 2 scenes, which was enough to support an ordinary white-collar worker in Pingxing for 2 months. And that was just for 2 days of pay. Lu Sheng felt the atmosphere grow heavier and couldn't help but secretly pinch Yunna's smooth thigh. Yunna blushed, realizing she had misspoken, and quickly picked up the wine bottle to pour drinks for the older men. These old bachelors had never seen such a large basketball swaying in front of them, each turning red and staring blankly, which made Lu Qingshan feel quite embarrassed. After finally finishing the meal, Lu Qingshan was dizzy from drinking, while Yunna, despite consuming so much, appeared completely sober, her spirited demeanor making her seem like a hero among drinkers. With no other choice, Lu Sheng let Yunna go home by herself while he personally escorted Lu Qingshan home. Chapter 40. Preconditioned drink. Keep drinking. I'm happy today. Everyone feel free. Lu Qingshan shouted as he stumbled out in a serpentine gait. Lu Sheng quickly supported him, and they walked step by step back home through the alley. They rented a place in the urban village. Although there were streetlights, they were old and often malfunctioned, occasionally going out, leaving the whole road pitch black, barely illuminated by the moonlight. The poison-sound infant was playing with its phone when it suddenly caught the scent of an unfamiliar beast. Having been through many battles, it was no longer the naive creature it once was, and it quietly gripped its hidden curved dagger. Lu Sheng felt the connection with it and understood immediately. He pretended not to notice, but his body tensed up. The fog thickened, and visibility decreased. Suddenly, a viscous substance surged out from beneath a manhole cover. Somewhere between fog and liquid, this fog was toxic. Lu Sheng quickly held his breath while covering Lu Qingshan's mouth and nose. At the same time, the poison-sound infant swung its dagger at the beast that was about to possess Lu Qingshan. The strike was faster than lightning, the golden electronic particles coalescing into a blade of light sliced through the darkness, illuminating the opponent's body. It was a ghost resembling a beast egg, continuously oozing fog and poison, with its red, hate-filled eyes glaring at humans. It was the grotesque ghost, the evolved form of the little monster egg. The grotesque ghost did not expect the opponent to wield such a powerful technique. The electronic slash split it in half with a single strike. Had it not been a ghost-type beast, it might have perished on the spot. It glared fiercely at the poison-sound infant that had delivered the electronic slash and unhesitatingly dove toward the manhole cover. Lu Sheng would not let it escape. This beast was clearly after Lu Qingshan. If he didn't figure out who was behind it, the danger would always remain. The poison-sound infant unleashed a phoenix flame fist, smashing open the manhole cover, and then unhesitatingly chased into the sewer. The half-bodied grotesque ghost, seeing the evil spirit, frantically fled into the filthy underground water. This water escape was a superb technique. It would be difficult for other beasts to track it down, but unfortunately for the grotesque ghost. When the poison-sound infant executed the phoenix flame fist, a bit of flame touched it, marking it and making it impossible to escape no matter how far it ran. After settling the drunken Lu Xing regrouped with the poison-sound infant, which was still circling in the sewer. Half an hour later, the grotesque ghost finally confirmed that it was alone behind it and, believing it had escaped, turned back to its beast master, unbeknownst to it. Lu Xing was waiting for it. Following its movement trajectory, Lu Xing arrived at a warehouse located in a remote area, which would not even show up on navigation maps without guidance. Quite professional. Who exactly wants to target my brother? Lu Xing wondered. The poison-sound infant suddenly sensed another phoenix fire mark and hurriedly alerted him. Lu Xing paused, feeling a surge of anger. So it was you, and Ping. As Nan Lingtong said, and Ping is indeed a despicable person. He was itching to rush into the warehouse and take revenge on his enemy. But as someone with a promising future, he had no need to engage in criminal acts. However, if he didn't retaliate, his anger would not subside. Soon, Lu Xing formulated a plan. But this plan required the poison-sound infant to face two beasts at the same time, even though both were injured, just in case. Lu Xing decided to simulate the encounter first. Simulator activated. Day 1. The poison-sound infant appeared on a vast grassland, where a group of blue-eyed white cattle drove it out of their territory. Day 3. While walking, the poison-sound infant continuously practiced the electronic slash, casually defeating a blocking double-spiked hummingbird and collecting a special seed. Day 7. The poison-sound infant found an unclaimed grassland and temporarily settled there, planting the seeds in the grassland while practicing and waiting for the seeds to take root. Day 30. The poison-sound infant killed the invading blue-eyed white cattle and had a big feast. Day 150. The seeds sprouted spiritual rice, and the poison-sound infant's cultivation speed significantly increased thanks to the spiritual rice. Day 380. The poison-sound infant's technique became proficient, able to unleash 3 electronic slashes at once. Day 460, a group of double-spiked hummingbirds tried to steal the spiritual rice, and the poison-sound infant used the electronic slash to sever their wings, turning them into serfs. Day 1500, the spiritual rice cultivated by the double-spiked hummingbirds increased, and the poison-sound infant continuously fed. Through training with the double-spiked hummingbirds, the electronic slash evolved, speeding up again and allowing it to unleash 6 slashes at once. Day 2400, the poison-sound infant realized the path to the mastery level and left to find a suitable place for a breakthrough. Day 2550, the poison-sound infant found a group of thunderclouds and intentionally provoked them, encountering a thunderstorm of 100,000 bolts. In the scene resembling a heavenly tribulation, the poison-sound infant unleashed all its potential, glimpsing the essence of thunder in life and death, finally grasping the essence of the electronic slash, unleashing 18 slashes, shattering several bolts of lightning before ultimately falling beneath countless bolts. Simulation ended, exploration points gained. 30. Unlock 7 years of cultivation. Requires exploration points. 7. Unlock electronic slash, mastery level. Requires exploration points. 10. Unlock spiritual rice seed. Requires exploration points. 5. This simulation surprisingly lasted 7 years. And it even discovered spiritual rice seeds, a crop that could enhance cultivation and is unique in reality. Lu Xing suppressed his excitement and claimed all the rewards. The poison-sound infant, through the consumption of spiritual rice, easily broke through from entry-level 7 to entry-level 8 under the infusion of 7 years of cultivation. The poison-sound infant's strength significantly increased, and the prerequisites for the revenge plan were exceeded. Chapter 41. Little Yi of the Mountain and in Ping as Lu Xing and the poison-sound infant infiltrated the warehouse. They saw the beast master from Sakura Island cutting his own finger to feed the ghost with blood. The poison-sound infant skillfully controlled the phone to hover at the best distance and began to livestream. The livestream initially had few viewers, but when Ping appeared in the video, it immediately attracted a significant number of onlookers. No way, is this filming a movie? How could Ping be mingling with Japanese people? One viewer couldn't help but ask, would they use a phone to film a movie? Plus, there are no other cameras around. It's clearly a secret recording. TSK, looks like this gossip is ripe for the picking. What is Ping up to? It seems quite evil. Should we report it? As the viewers in the live stream debated, the grotesque ghost's remaining body gradually solidified. Xiaoyi, what happened? Did you fail? And Ping asked upon seeing the grotesque ghost, which was now only half a body. Xiaoyi of the mountain had sacrificed a large amount of his blood to restore some vitality to the grotesque ghost, which then angrily cursed in Ping. Xiaoyi's face immediately turned ugly. You bastard, you actually deceived me. Xiaoyi of the mountain turned and slapped in Ping, shouting. The opponent's strength is completely different from what you described. I've suffered heavy losses. How is that possible? I just wanted you to deal with Lu Xing's brother. He's just a civilian without a beast. And Ping replied, astonished. Yamashita Kono slapped the opponent again and roared, Baka. Do you think everyone is as stupid as you? The other side has long noticed your scheme and set up an ambush, catching me off guard. At this point, Onping's cheeks were swollen on both sides, perfectly symmetrical. Onping showed a resentful expression, but the other party was from the headquarters of Sakurajima, someone he couldn't provoke, so he could only swallow this bitter defeat. Besides the appearance fee, you also need to compensate me with 1 million yuan for medical expenses. If you dare to deny it, you'll bear the consequences. Yamashita Kono threatened. Onping trembled all over and said in disbelief, 1 million? How can it be that much? Aren't you a star? Earning so much. Are you afraid you can't pay it back? Yamashita Kono maliciously patted his face and reminded him, you better be careful. If you don't pay back, I'll expose your dirty deeds and make sure you can't survive. You wouldn't want your reputation to be ruined and end up on the streets, would you? Onping clenched his fists. Over the years, most of the money he earned had been taken by Sakura Entertainment. And the rest he spent on buying popularity and hiring online trolls, which cost a lot. He even started borrowing money. He didn't expect that after failing this time, he would have to pay an extra million. Wasn't that like cutting off a piece of his flesh? He couldn't help but lower his voice and say, Kono-kun, considering I often patronize your place, could you give me a discount? I don't have that much money on hand. Damn it. You don't have money and still want to hire a hitman? How shameless. Yamashita Kono scolded, kicking him and grabbing his thumb to directly press a promissory note. Onping humiliatedly fell to the ground, watching the number on the promissory note increase by 7 zeros, feeling extremely frustrated but not daring to say a word. The audience in the live broadcast room was in an uproar. In their eyes, Onping was a refreshing star, but unexpectedly he was involved in hiring a hitman. And he didn't dare to resist being slapped by a Japanese person, which made people feel disgusted. Some people started calling to report him and even began to spread the news and create memes, causing Onping to go viral online without knowing it. Onping had kept his phone off to maintain secrecy, but Yamashita Kono's phone was connected. He saw the incoming call notification and immediately bent over and respectfully answered, Moshi Moshi. This is Yamashita Kono. May I ask what the chairman wants from me? The voice on the other end immediately scolded him harshly. And Yamashita Kono's face grew darker as he scanned the warehouse, finally spotting a phone that was live streaming. Bakayuru. Yamashita Kono put away his phone and shouted angrily. The secret is out. You bastard actually brought people here. Onping took the blame again, but he didn't have time to get angry, as the more important issue was that their conversation had just been broadcasted online. Flame Flower, destroy that phone, Onping hurriedly ordered. A blazing flame shot out from the Flame Flower's mouth, but the Poison Sound baby rushed out from the corner, grabbing the phone and rolling on the ground. You don't walk the path to heaven, but you barge into hell. Die. Yamashita Kono arrogantly recited in a strange accent, although the bizarre ghost was somewhat afraid. Thinking that they had 2 initial level beasts on their side gave it courage, and it summoned a series of hell water bombs to shoot at the opponent. However, the Poison Sound baby calmly put down the phone, holding the hidden moon scimitar, and a bolt of lightning surged into its body, wrapping it in electricity. The hell water bombs and blazing sunlight were almost upon it when the Poison Sound baby jumped up and executed 18 swift electronic Iato slashes. The electronic Iato slashes were incredibly swift, actually arriving before the hell water bombs and sunlight, causing them to be pushed back against the blade light formed by the electronic energy. They had to continuously pour their techniques and energy into resisting the blade light. But while everyone was focused on the fight, the Poison Sound baby successfully shifted gears. Just as the 18 electronic Iato slashes were exhausted, they were about to launch a counterattack when the Poison Sound baby, like a hurricane, dashed through the space between them, fully releasing the triple-layered electronic Iato slashes, disrupting their psychological defenses. The overwhelming blade light formed an insurmountable net, and in less than a second, the electronic Iato slashes knocked both beasts to the ground. Unknown if they were alive or dead, Yamashita Kono, having lost his beasts, collapsed to the ground with lifeless eyes. Onping realized he was already disgraced and had lost his beasts, feeling even more desperate. However, he then thought about having to pay Yamashita Kono an additional 1 million in medical fees, and murderous intent arose within him. You push me to this. You push me to this. Onping stepped closer to Yamashita Kono's back, and when he wasn't paying attention, he tightly gripped the opponent's throat. As Kono struggled, roaring like a dying wild boar, Onping kept exerting force. Lu Sheng didn't want Onping to benefit. He thought that after killing someone, even if he was disgraced and ended up in prison, he could still live comfortably after getting out, but he wouldn't allow this little man to have his way. He had no grievances with Yamashita Kono, but Onping and Yamashita Kono had a major conflict. Since he dared to attack Lu Qingshan, he wouldn't let him off easily. The poison sound baby immediately intervened, sending a current throughout Onping's body, causing him to tremble and release Yamashita Kono. Yamashita Kono gratefully glanced at Lu Sheng, clutching his neck and stumbling out of the warehouse. As he left, the cold gaze he cast towards Onping sent chills down one's spine. Chapter 42. Perfect level Iron Head. At the top floor of the Sakura Hua building, a large conference room, sat only 3 people, led by a cold and formidable female president. Inghua finished watching the live broadcast clips and coldly said, Onping's judgment is not wrong. This person named Lu Sheng is indeed somewhat of a threat. However, his mistake lies in failure, and being broadcasted online has significantly impacted our Sakura entertainment in Huagua. We must resolve this as soon as possible. Beside her, the risk control supervisor said, we have instructed all channels to immediately extinguish the related hot topics. And the executives are negotiating benefits with Dodo, believing they will make decisions in their best interest. However, the police have already detained Onping and Kono, and we cannot influence the judiciary in Huagua. What should we do next? Inghua tapped the table and pondered for a moment before saying, give up on Onping. This expendable has no value left. However, Yamashita Kono is from the headquarters and must be rescued. You can take the route of the parties involved to seek a settlement, and the finance department will fully cooperate with you. The risk control supervisor let out a sigh of relief. As long as the president was willing to release some operational space, the possibility of completing the task increased significantly. As Sakura Entertainment continued to take action, by the next day, there was hardly any news online, and even Dodo experienced a certain degree of throttling. Seeing this situation, Lu Sheng couldn't help but sigh that foreign large enterprises were indeed skilled in capital operations. Fortunately, the main culprit had been detained by the police, so there was no need to worry about them becoming desperate. Of course, the on-the-road film crew was also in chaos because of this, but fortunately, Onping was not the main character. In the eyes of the general public, supporting characters, no matter how big their names, had little impact on the film. So, in a hurry, director Chin found another actor to fill in Onping's original scenes, and the release date would likely have to be pushed back. After making a series of calls, by morning, Lu Sheng took a short nap before returning to school. He was dozing off at the corner by the window when he suddenly heard a series of exclamations. He looked up to see Su Xian entering with her beast. However, her beast was no longer the cracked cloud cat, but its evolved form, the wing hunter lion. The wing hunter lion was 2 meters long and 80 centimeters wide. Resembling a lion with wings sprouting from its back, a white armored head, and bright eyes filled with battle intent upon seeing the poison sound baby. An elite-level wing hunter lion. So cool. Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim in envy. Su Xian proudly strode to Lu Sheng's table to issue a challenge. As previously agreed, if she won, it would be settled. If she lost, she would become his subordinate. Come on, this time I won't hold back, she said seriously. I'll say it again. If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you countless times. Lu Sheng yawned lazily, stretching and standing up slowly. Poison Sound Infant, mimicking the appearance of a beast master, also looked half asleep, which made Su Xian laugh. Here we go again, trying to throw me off with psychological tactics. I see through it. Lu Sheng was merely feeling sleepy, but if the opponent wanted to believe that, it was fine. After all, the outcome was already decided before the battle began. Poison Sound Infant had transformed significantly. Not only was it now an 8th-tier Beastmaster, but it also mastered unique secret techniques like Gear Shift and 3 mastery-level moves, one of which was a powerful electric-type ultimate move that could withstand a direct hit from Nan Lingtong's Flamehorn Lizard, while Su Xian's Winged Hunting Lion was still quite inferior to it. However, it was clear that Su Xian was full of confidence and did not believe she would lose. Upon reaching the battle platform, Su Fan leisurely approached the referee's seat. He glanced at Poison Sound Infant, which, though lazy, exuded an aura of strength, and couldn't help but wonder how Lu Sheng had trained such a beastmaster. Could there really be such a talented beastmaster in the world? No matter how he speculated, Su Fan still wanted to see what level Poison Sound Infant had reached now, if it was impressive. Perhaps he could offer Lu Sheng an opportunity. At the moment the battle began, the winged hunting lion soared into the air, wind energy particles swirling around its wings, greatly increasing its speed. It seemed that after her previous battle with Lu Sheng, Su Xian had gained new insights into strengthening moves. Lu Sheng nodded slightly. Poison Sound Infant did not rush to attack, every muscle appearing to tighten like gears, becoming more compact and crimson, steam hissing as it evaporated. The enhancement effects were completely different. From the looks of it, Poison Sound Infant was clearly superior. Su Xian pouted and reluctantly said, "Looks good, but useless." Winged Hunting Lion. Use Hurricane Fire Fan. This move could only be learned after the Cloud Splitter Catapult, possessing both wind and fire attributes for dual damage. With wind fueling the fire and fire enhancing the wind speed, making it incredibly powerful. Indeed, it was the Winged Hunting Lion's strongest move. Left Hurricane, right Fire Column. Merging into one as the Winged Hunting Lion flapped its wings, sweeping across the sky and charging at Poison Sound Infant. Starting off with a big move. It seemed Su Xian wanted to end the battle quickly. Coincidentally, Lu Sheng had the same idea. Poison Sound Infant quickly moved while approaching the Winged Hunting Lion. As the Hurricane Fire Fan closed in, it chose to draw its hidden moon curved blade, and with 18 electronic Iato slashes, to everyone's astonishment, it shattered the Hurricane Fire Fan. This electric-type move required cutting through lightning to be mastered, and the mere Hurricane Fire Fan was no match against the combined strike of 18 electronic Iato slashes. Lu Sheng said to the stunned Su Xian. Poison Sound Infant easily bypassed the now energy particles of the Hurricane Fire Fan and beckoned to the Winged Hunting Lion. The opponent felt a sharp pain from the base of its wings and cried out, falling in front of Poison Sound Infant. Su Xian hurriedly shouted, "Hold on. Winged Hunting Lion, use Roar." Due to their bond, the Winged Hunting Lion, unwilling to admit defeat, let out a powerful sound wave despite the pain. Poison Sound Infant felt refreshed from the roar. As for the fear induced by it, it was suppressed the moment it appeared. True fear was not something to be used this way. Poison Sound Infant inexplicably recalled the tribe that had been destroyed by the Earth Golem King using the cataclysmic meteor explosion. This memory fragment transformed into the final inspiration, burning together with the insights it had previously gained, and it entered a state of enlightenment in a daze. The Winged Hunting Lion widened its eyes, watching as Poison Sound Infant charged with its iron head. Behind it a winding, thorny vine sprouted, piercing through the blurred image of a crown. Su Fan couldn't help but exclaim, "Is that the perfect level iron head imagery?" With a thud, the Winged Hunting Lion was knocked to the ground by Poison Sound Infant's iron head, its limbs trembling as it struggled to stand, seemingly controlled by fear and unable to muster any strength. However, Poison Sound Infant closed its eyes, the imagery of thorns piercing the crown solidifying continuously, resembling a new life breaking free from its shell, thriving under the gaze of everyone. Chapter 43. The Pool of 10,000 Poisons. Your Beast Master truly gave me a huge surprise, Su Fan said, looking at Lu Sheng with a complex expression. Lu Sheng also hadn't expected the perfect level iron head to appear so suddenly. Achieving enlightenment in front of everyone from just a single ordinary battle was hard to believe. Su Xian had initially felt a bit down from her defeat, but upon realizing she had lost to a perfect level iron head, her disappointment vanished, and she instead exclaimed, "When Poison Sound Infant learned the Flame Fist, I was still skeptical. But now it's truly achieved enlightenment with the perfect level iron head in front of me. What a rare, genius beast master." Watching this brother-sister duo praise Poison Sound Infant endlessly, even lamenting that it had found such a poor beast master in Lu Sheng, he felt a sense of bitterness. "Don't you think the true talent lies with the beast master?" Lu Sheng couldn't help but ask. Su Xian scoffed, rolling her eyes. "Do you understand the training methods for moves? Do you have the money to buy resources to cultivate beast masters? These are all insights Poison Sound Infant has gained bit by bit. Don't take the credit for yourself." Su Fan couldn't help but cough a couple of times, reminding Su Xian not to embarrass Lu Sheng too much, even though he had the same thought in mind. "Lu Sheng, you are indeed a good seed. Your ability to defeat Su Xian shows you already possess top-tier strength. Our school just happens to have 3 invitations for the Poison Appreciation Conference. You can choose to participate with the other 2 candidates or opt for other resources." Although Su Fan pointed out the second option, It was clear he was leaning towards Lu Sheng choosing the invitation to the Poison Appreciation Conference. However, Lu Sheng was unfamiliar with the Poison Appreciation Conference. Xiaoyu, noticing his confusion, walked over and said, "My blood-sucking bat also has a poison attribute, so this time the teacher gave me an invitation. Let me tell you, this Poison Appreciation Conference is extremely beneficial for poison attribute beastmasters. Every year, the conference collects a certain amount of toxins from participants and mixes them into the pool of 10,000 poisons. Just by participating in the conference, you can taste the liquid from the pool of 10,000 poisons, which not only enhances poison attribute abilities but also has a high chance of awakening poison-type moves." Lu Sheng had not expected such a great event existed in this world, but Xiaoyu quickly dashed his hopes. Although the Poison Appreciation Conference had many benefits, it was highly competitive with many participants and to cultivate young talent. The conference had set an age limit of 20 years and required participants holding invitations to explore secret realms to find special toxins released by the conference to enter the final tasting phase. Xiaoyu smiled bitterly and said, "Not many in our school use poison attribute beast masters. Besides me, there's also Wang Quebec. Wang K's beast master is stronger than mine. But it's only an entry-level 9th-tier elite lower-class snake-tailed crane. Many participants are in university, and we are not at an advantage among the strong competitors. Now with you, we finally have a slight chance." Lu Sheng pondered for a moment. Although the under-20 restriction was not very favorable for him, it was still fair. Relying on poison sound invincibilities, there was still a chance. "All right, I've decided to participate in this Poison Appreciation Conference," Lu Sheng said after some thought. Su Fan smiled slightly and said, "You've made a great choice. In fact, the most important aspect of the pool of 10,000 poisons at the Poison Appreciation Conference is to build the most solid foundation for poison attribute beastmasters. In the past, even ordinary-level beastmasters have evolved through the conference. Although Poison Sound Infant currently doesn't have an evolved form, perhaps this channel could lead to finding a new path." His words were filled with anticipation, and there was no lack of regret for the genius beast master Poison Sound Infant, which could not evolve. Lu Sheng finally understood why teacher Su Fan strongly recommended him to attend this conference. He felt incredibly moved and nodded to thank the teacher, saying, "I will make the most of this invitation and will definitely not disappoint you." "Good. Then I look forward to your performance," Su Fan replied with a smile. And he indeed had a glimmer of hope for him in his heart. Although in previous years, no one from the school had entered the poison tasting segment, Lu Sheng had not shown all his strength in the battle against Su Xian. Perhaps he really could become the school's first to achieve this. Su Xian patted Lu Sheng's shoulder and said boldly, "I will also look forward to you." Lu Sheng couldn't help but roll his eyes and swatted her fair little hand away, saying, "You can just forget it. You only know how to mess around all day. You, Lu Sheng, I am magnanimous and forgive you for using up my burning oil, and yet you treat me like this? I'm not happy. Pay me back." Su Xian began to pester him. Lu Sheng felt a headache coming on. They had clearly agreed that if he won, everything would be settled. But Su Xian had completely forgotten about it. He argued a few times, but Su Xian stubbornly covered her ears, claiming she had no memory of saying that. Su Fan looked at Lu Sheng with some sympathy in his eyes and quietly turned to leave. He wouldn't tell Lu Sheng that he had been tormented by Su Xian since childhood. And it was to escape Su Xian's torment that he had achieved the remarkable accomplishment of cultivating a professional-level beast master at such a young age. Chapter 44, The Substitute Doll. After finally making it through school, Lu Sheng had just stepped out of the school gate when he saw a samurai brand sedan drive up in front of him. A middle-aged man dressed in an expensive cherry blossom-style robe opened the door and said, "Lu Daojun, nice to meet you. I am Masao Jiro, the risk control supervisor of Sakura Entertainment. I wonder if you have time to chat." Lu Sheng smiled slightly and said, "You are a bit late. I have been waiting for a long time." He showed no fear and directly got into the samurai brand sedan, seemingly having anticipated that the other party would come to him. This demeanor left Masao Jiro, who initially wanted to suppress the boy's momentum, somewhat flustered. He regained his composure and coughed lightly, saying, "Lu Daojun, you are exceptionally bold. No wonder you dared to undertake such a big matter alone, causing us significant losses." Lu Sheng sneered. "You people from Sakura Island have a big business and do terrible things. What does this little loss count for?" Masao Jiro seemed not to pick up on the sarcasm, gladly accepting the compliment, and then said, "We are not enemies for life. It is just an internal conflict within your Hua country. However, Yamashita Kono is from Sakura Island and absolutely cannot be punished in Hua country. You name your price, and we can release Yamashita Kono without charges. We can still bury the hatchet. Lu Xing did not expect the other party to give up and Ping so readily, which significantly diminished his bargaining power. This time, and Ping and Yamashita Kono's actions fell under attempted murder, and Yamashita Kono, as an accomplice, would likely face over 10 years in prison. The reason Lu Xing was willing to make concessions was that Yamashita Kono was merely a pawn of Sakura Entertainment, and whether he was eliminated or not was of no importance. The group behind him would suffer no losses. Once the storm passed, Lu Qingshan might take action. He possessed a simulator, and as long as he had enough time, he would eventually grow into a being that Sakura Entertainment would look up to. At that time, he could easily crush them, so why fight a life-and-death battle now? He had already noted his grudge, but felt there was no need to let the other party know. Time was what Lu Xing truly wanted. After pondering for a moment, he boldly stated, letting Yamashita Kono go is not a problem. Isn't Sakura Island known for its substitutes? Then give me some resources to train in substitute techniques. A cold light flashed in Masao Jiro's eyes. He initially wanted to refuse, but suddenly a signal from the chip hidden in his ear caused him to pause for a moment. Well, you really know how to choose. If it weren't for the fact that our Sakura Island is the country that produces the most substitute dolls in the world, I doubt anyone would agree to this condition. Masao Jiro revealed a gloomy smile. Lu Xing had thought the other party would refuse and was already prepared to negotiate, but unexpectedly, the next moment, he agreed. This turn of events felt a bit stiff, and Lu Xing vaguely sensed something was off and wanted to regret it. But soon, a beast resembling a Japanese grandmother, wearing a pigskin mask, appeared next to Masao Jiro. This beast used instant teleportation to enter the car, holding a substitute doll locked in a silver-gray safe. When Masao Jiro saw the doll, his pupils slightly constricted, and he instinctively scooted back a bit. Lu Xing couldn't help but ask, "Hey, is there something wrong with this substitute doll?" No, how could that be? We people from Great Sakura Island all have the spirit of craftsmanship. This substitute doll was made using the best ghost-type beast, the Crazy Scarecrow. A substitute created with this can replicate powers much better than the inferior products on the market. Although Masao Jiro said this, he was secretly laughing darkly in his heart. It seemed that Lord Inghua did not want to let this boy go. This substitute doll was indeed made with the best Crazy Scarecrow, but unfortunately, its resentment was too heavy. Using it to train in substitute techniques would cause it to backfire and possess the user, becoming the substitute for the substitute doll. If the Beast Master did not notice, they might even be killed by their own beast, and such cases were not rare. Faced with a substitute doll that was already delivered to him, Lu Xing felt it was neither acceptable nor unacceptable, and he had a sense of being trapped. He hesitated for a moment, and the poison sound baby smiled cunningly, bypassing his body and directly hugging the safe. Seeing it seemingly confident, Lu Xing's heart moved, and he pretended to be reluctant, nodding, "Then let's do it this way. After all, I don't want to provoke an international giant like Sakura Entertainment." Masao Jiro suddenly realized, patting Lu Xing's shoulder with regret, it's a pity you're not from Sakura Island. Otherwise, I would really want to take you as my adopted son." Lu Xing was disgusted and hurriedly got out of the car, scrubbing the places he had touched vigorously over 10 times. When he returned home, the poison sound baby clung to him, whining. This was its first time being so eager to simulate, and Lu Xing gently patted the little head of the poison sound baby. If he knew that the poison sound baby actually wanted to cultivate a substitute to replace it at work, giving it time to slack off, he would probably have spanked it. Chapter 45, The Suffering of the Substitute Doll. On the first day, the poison sound baby appeared in the fairy forest with Lingmi. It scattered seeds and waited for them to sprout, merging its flesh and blood with the substitute doll, causing changes in the substitute doll. On the third day, the resentment of the substitute doll attacked the poison sound baby, causing it to lose its rationality and become the substitute for the substitute doll, learning the mutated substitute technique. On the seventh day, the Lingmi seeds took root and sprouted, attracting the attention of the flower fairies in the fairy forest. The substitute doll used the poison sound baby to attack them and was beaten up by the flower fairies, resulting in the capture of both the substitute doll and the poison sound baby. On the 30th day, the substitute doll and the poison sound baby became the planters of Lingmi, and the flower fairies taught the rain technique. The substitute doll used the poison sound baby to learn this technique, but failed, angering the substitute doll, which then learned the technique directly. On the 36th day, the poison sound baby could not get started, and the substitute doll thought it was useless and wanted to dismiss it. But the poison sound baby once again used flesh and blood to merge with the substitute doll, binding it. It tried to dismiss it, but the poison sound baby would bind it again. It hid to try to dismiss it, but the poison sound baby found it and bound it once more. It sought help from the flower fairies but was beaten up, and the poison sound baby's substitute techniques became proficient. On the 50th day, the flower fairies were very satisfied with the substitute doll, expanding the farmland, leaving the substitute doll in tears. On the 120th day, Lingmi was harvested, and a flower fairy evolved from among the flower fairies. The flower fairy bestowed blessings upon the substitute doll, causing it to feel depressed, while the poison sound baby gained some insight into the mutated substitute. On the 360th day, the poison sound baby, long serving as a substitute, comprehended the essence of substitutes after personally experiencing them, and the mutated substitute technique advanced to mastery. The substitute doll sometimes feels out of control. It fears the toxic sound baby and wants to kill it, but each time the toxic sound baby cleverly evades its attempts, causing it to doubt itself. On the 480th day, the substitute doll has long been using rain and has become proficient in its techniques. But it is gloomy because the harvest of spirit rice has led to an increasing number of flower fairies, who are keen to bless and exorcise the substitute doll, making it feel unbearable. On the 518th day, the substitute doll tries to escape but is reported by the toxic sound baby. It is hung on a branch and exposed to the scorching sun, feeling like it is about to die. On the 760th day, the toxic sound baby successfully controls the substitute doll using its own substitute body multiple times, and the mutated substitute technique becomes proficient. It discovers that the substitute doll has not lost its intelligence, so it makes the substitute doll take on the appearance of the toxic sound baby to work on its own. As the substitute doll must do both its own work and that of the toxic sound baby, it becomes exhausted every day, increasing its resentment and understanding of curses. On the 767th day, the toxic sound baby realizes it is cursed and shifts the curse onto the substitute doll, which gets severely injured. On the 1400th day, the substitute doll has been worn down by the heavy daily work pressure and no longer wants to control the toxic sound baby. It begs the toxic sound baby to let it go, and seeing it cry, the toxic sound baby promises to give it half a day off for a week. The substitute doll is extremely touched, and the toxic sound baby's mutated substitute technique inexplicably advances to mastery level, leading it to comprehend the essence of the mutated substitute and the technique of dual casting. On the 1800th day, a flower fairy advances to become the sun fairy and continues to bless and exorcise the substitute doll, almost erasing its resentment. Once the resentment is erased, the substitute doll will become an ordinary substitute doll, meaning it will truly die, just when the substitute doll thinks it is really going to die. The toxic sound baby uses the substitute technique to transform into the substitute doll's substitute, transferring the substitute doll's injuries to itself, resulting in the toxic sound baby being mortally wounded and thus perishing. Simulation ended. Gain 20 exploration points. Unlock 5 years of cultivation. Requires 5 exploration points. Unlock self-aware substitute doll. Requires 5 exploration points. Unlock substitute. Mastery level. Requires 10 exploration points. The exploration points gained this time just offset the rewards, and Lu Sheng accepts them all. The toxic sound baby gains 5 years of cultivation and is almost on the verge of breaking through to entry level 9. Just a step away, but still lacking a bit. The substitute doll follows the toxic sound baby out. It was still crying, but upon seeing the toxic sound baby unharmed, its mind suddenly went blank. The toxic sound baby adopts a serious expression and tells the substitute doll, with a whimper, the principle of repaying a life-saving grace with a spring of gratitude. The substitute doll, confused, nods. If it weren't for the overwhelming resentment it carries, Lu Sheng would think it has already been purified into a saint. The toxic sound baby, satisfied, lies in its little nest, picks up its phone, and opens Daodu to record today's music. The substitute doll, taking on the appearance of the toxic sound baby, runs back and forth serving tea and water, looking like a waiter in a restaurant, and Lu Sheng finally realizes something is amiss. He looks at them in confusion and can't help but mutter, "Is this how substitutes are used?" The toxic sound baby 1T turn into a big fat pig, right? Chapter 46, Xianghe Martial Arts School. Wang Kei on the second floor of the Pingqing department store, in a dilapidated martial arts school of only about 200 square meters. A girl with a pristine white horse coat and a sweet appearance stretches her arms, resembling a soaring white crane, her fingers forming a beak as she suddenly attacks the beast in front of her. This beast is entirely black as ink. measuring 80 centimeters in length but spreading its wings to a width of 2 meters, resembling a red-crowned crane. But its tail has grown into a fierce, poisonous snake with green scales. Facing Wang Kei's attack, the snake-tailed crane rises into the air unhurriedly, its snake tail transforming into an afterimage as it engages in combat with her, producing a series of explosive sounds like firecrackers. Lu Xing and Xiaoyu search for a long time in the Pingqing department store before finding the Xianghe Martial Arts School, where there are no students. Only Wang Kei and the snake-tailed crane continuously honing their skills. Xiaoyu, seeing Wang Kei drenched in sweat since early morning, couldn't help but admire her, saying, "Impressive. No wonder you're the second in the Beast Taming class. This crane dance snake bite fist is almost at mastery level." Lu Xing also couldn't help but praise. This technique combines offense and defense, merging human martial arts with beast techniques, even if the snake-tailed crane doesn't understand other techniques. Just using the crane dance snake bite fist can probably handle most opponents. After finishing her morning training without distraction, Wang Kei casually picked up a towel hanging nearby to wipe off her sweat before turning to look at Xiaoyu and Lu Xing. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Wang Kei hung a plain yet polite smile, her gaze inadvertently sweeping over the drowsy toxic sound baby, her pupils suddenly narrowing slightly. Since her beast broke through to entry level 9, it hasn't attended the beast taming class, so she doesn't know the strength of Lu Sheng and the toxic sound baby. She only confirmed the third candidate last night when Su Fan called her, but upon seeing the toxic sound baby, which looks flawless and exudes a strong presence even while being lazy, she couldn't help but suspect that this fellow is a descendant of some big family. The toxic sound baby feels Wang Kei's gaze, shivers awake, lets out a whimper, and makes eye contact with Wang Kei, scratching its head in confusion, looking adorable and innocent. Wang Kei thinks to herself that this beast is quite good at pretending. If it weren't for her having mingled with her father in the secret realm since childhood, she might have been deceived. She walks up to Lu Sheng and smiles more sincerely, saying, "You must be Lu Sheng, as mentioned by teacher Su Fan. With you joining, our chances of entering the Wandu pool have increased." Xiaoyu chuckles. "That's right. Lu Sheng has even defeated both me and Sun Changshan. You didn't see it yesterday." Su Xian's Rift Cloud Cat couldn't even compete with the toxic sound baby after evolving into the Wing Hunter Lion. He even comprehended the perfect level Iron Head on the spot. He's practically a monster. Wang Kei can't help but gaze at the toxic sound baby again, her eyes sparkling, and says, "To train an ordinary beast to this level, you're truly impressive." Lu Xing hasn't heard anyone praise him for a long time. Many people think that all the credit goes to the toxic sound baby's innate talent. He smiles slightly, experiencing a qualitative leap in his perception of Wang Kei. And then he hears her say, "Are you interested in having a match?" Lu Sheng shakes his head. "The poison-tasting conference is more important. I don't want the toxic sound baby to be injured while fighting against various strong opponents." Wang Kei sighs regretfully. Although I really want to battle with you." "What you said makes sense. Let's go." She turns around and changes into a black horse coat, slinging 2 snake-shaped swords over her back and carrying a bulging bag in her hand. Xiaoyu can't help but say in surprise, "Do you really need to bring so many things?" Wang Kei looks at them with a bit of surprise. "You two aren't planning to attend the poison-tasting conference like this, are you? You need to enter the secret realm this time." Xiaoyu and Lu Sheng awkwardly nod, and Wang Kei covers her forehead, feeling a headache. These two must be pure novices. She helplessly begins to explain. In the secret realm, wild beasts won't care whether the opponent is a beast or a beast tamer, so the beast tamers must bring their own weapons and have the ability to protect themselves. Additionally, it's very difficult to find food and medicine in the secret realm. If you get lost or injured without having prepared items in advance, it can easily lead to death in the secret realm. Because Wang Kei frequently enters the secret realm, her family has several spare military bags. "Well, seeing as we're classmates, I'll charge you 5,000 each for the military bags," Wang Kei says with a slight smile, stating a price that makes Lu Xing's heart race. That's simply heartless. Although Xiaoyu comes from an ordinary background, 5,000 is still an amount he can take out without blinking. However, Lu Xing is stuck in place. He had just given 5,000 to Yuna, and with the agent's 2-tier commission, he only has 3,000 left now, which is far too much. Wang Kei initially thought Lu Xing was a descendant of a big family, but upon seeing his financially strained expression, she finally realizes she completely guessed wrong. Fa. Wang Kei couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lu Xing's face flushed red, feeling a bit embarrassed. After Wang Kei finished laughing, he patted his shoulder and said, "Here's a military pouch for you. Consider it a favor owed to me." Lu Sheng let out a sigh of relief and quickly expressed his gratitude. He could tell that Wang Ke wasn't wealthy, and for him to spare a military pouch was already a great kindness. As for how to repay the favor, he didn't care. If he could repay it, he would, and if he couldn't, he would just continue to owe it. After all, he wasn't cultivating immortality, so he wasn't afraid of karmic retribution. Wang Ke thought that the military pouch was worth it. Lu Sheng looked like a dragon among men, and having him owe a favor could be life-saving in the future. Both of them were very satisfied. Only Xiao Yu, holding 5,000 yuan in cash, felt out of place. He muttered to himself, I'm the one actually spending money. Why does it seem like those who aren't spending money are the ones in love? How strange. Chapter 47. The conference begins. The Poison Appreciation Conference was held in the center of Luocheng, requiring a train ride. Fortunately, there was no need to transfer in between, saving a lot of unnecessary physical exertion. But even so, Lu Sheng still found taking the train to be an extremely uncomfortable choice. In his previous life, he had not only taken trains, but also had to take high-speed trains back and forth every month during university. The problem wasn't motion sickness, but rather that there were not only people on the train, but also beast tamers. After the equality movement, humans and beast tamers could no longer be stuffed into freight containers like cargo, but beasts inherently had a stronger odor than humans. And with the occasional beast getting motion sickness, all three of them had pale faces, holding their breath and nearly vomiting the entire way. Once they got off the train, Lu Sheng exhaled a mouthful of foul air and then took a deep breath of the smoke from the burning tar. This train is too much. Lu Sheng couldn't help but complain. If it weren't for the lack of money, I wouldn't take the train again, he lamented, glancing at Wang Ke, who exchanged a helpless look with him. Xiao Yu intended to change to another mode of transportation for the return trip, but thinking about how his teammates all came from poor families, he swallowed those words back. Ugh. A weak-looking boy in a plaid shirt and glasses stumbled off the train, leaning on the stairs as he threw up profusely. Beside him, a blue swimming frog jumped anxiously, occasionally croaking in distress. Now they couldn't even use the stairs. The three of them were dumbfounded, and the sour smell made them even more hesitant to step onto the hellish staircase. Fortunately, after the weak boy finished vomiting, he quickly had the blue swimming frog spray water to wash the filth down the stairs. Lu Sheng pulled Wang Ke to quickly avoid the murky water. And the weak boy, seeing this, looked apologetic and said, Sorry, I almost splashed you. I thought there was no one here. Wang Ke, looking disgusted, hid behind Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng helplessly said, It's fine. We're here to attend the Poison Appreciation Conference. What about you? The weak boy's glasses seemed to sparkle and he excitedly grasped Lu Sheng's hand, saying, Nice to meet you. My name is Luwen. I'm a reporter for Xinduan News. I just arrived and ran into participants. It's really lucky. Can you cooperate with me for an interview? Lu Sheng initially thought that Lu Wan, with his beast, was also a participant, but it turned out he was a reporter, which was a bit unexpected. Thinking Lu Sheng didn't believe him, Luwen hurriedly pulled out his press badge. Lu Sheng took a glance, noted the employee number, and sent it to Yun not a check. Wang Ke didn't want to be interviewed by this bespectacled reporter, so she carefully tugged at Lu Sheng's clothing and quickly moved away from the filthy area to exit the train station. It was then that Luwen noticed Wang Ke's attire. The black coat matched her swaying, shiny black ponytail, making her look youthful and handsome, instantly causing him to feel attracted. No, it should be love at first sight. He slightly opened his mouth, somewhat annoyed that his first impression had caused disgust. However, human desires are not easily defeated by self-loathing. Luwen didn't hesitate to follow the three, walking alongside them while boasting, Actually, I'm not just a reporter. I'm also a beast tamer. There are so many beast tamers participating in the Poison Appreciation Conference. I can help you find out about them. Lu Sheng casually responded a few times, and Luwen became increasingly excited. Luocheng had gained a lot of attention due to the Poison Appreciation Conference. With beast tamers coming and going, Luwen indeed had some skills. With just a few glances, he analyzed the beasts they encountered on the road. Hey, isn't that Hu Jia from Qingbei University? She was the champion of last year's beast tamer exam. You all need to be careful, Luwen said quietly as he spotted a long-haired girl riding on the back of a dragon from afar. Upon hearing that she was the champion of the beast tamer exam, all three of them were slightly shaken and couldn't help but ask, Can you tell us what beast she uses? Luwen replied, Hu Jia's beast is the evolved form of the venomous tooth dragon, the venomous fire dragon. This beast is an epic-level beast at the initial stage of the 10th rank, making it hard to find an opponent even among first-year students at Qingbei University. Her most commonly used skill combination is Venomous Fire Burning Domain, Flame Leap, and rending venomous claw. But I've heard through the grapevine that she has mastered a unique poison skill, though no one has been able to force her to use it yet. He speculated. This poison appreciation conference is indeed hiding dragons and crouching tigers, who Jia might be here to fill in her deficiency in poison attributes with the 10,000 poisons pool. If we encounter her, this conference could be over before it even starts. Lu Sheng secretly gasped. He had been proud of his progress with the poison sound infant. But compared to these true prodigies, he was still far behind. When they arrived at the venue, Lu Sheng presented the invitation letter, and the staff handed him an unknown device. They fiddled with the device for a while and found that it had a built-in battery. When turned on, it displayed longitude and latitude lines, but currently nothing was showing on the device. The scene of the Poison Appreciation Conference became increasingly lively, with more and more people gathering. Some coming alone and others in groups. Hu Jia stood proudly among the crowd, and almost no one dared to approach within 5 meters of her. Lu Xing looked around and noticed that the place was surrounded by huge gray rock scales, a material he had never seen before. Luwen was taking pictures everywhere. And while the event hadn't started yet, he took his recorder to interview the participants. After an unknown amount of time, the sky suddenly darkened, and the gray rock scales surrounding the venue began to move. A 6-winged giant python, over 1,000 meters long, rose from the ground. Its sculpted serpent face glowing with wisdom. It opened its massive mouth and let out a deafening roar towards the crowd. Standing atop the head of the 6-winged giant python was a thin old man with his hands behind his back, his white hair flowing down while his beard grew wildly like it had exploded. Luwen quietly told them, "This person is Feng Long, the beast tamer hosting the Poison Appreciation Conference. The 6-winged giant python is at the master level, and the combined strength of everyone present is not enough to match it. All of you have received invitations, so now you can enter the secret realm for exploration. I have placed 30 serpent dragon fruits inside. As long as you bring one out, it counts as a quota," Feng Long said, stamping his foot hard. The 6-winged giant python knelt on the ground, opening its mouth wide to reveal a spatial gap. Lu Sheng was somewhat surprised. The entrance to the secret realm was actually in the mouth of the 6-winged giant python. How did Feng Long manage to do that? Luwen noticed the undisguised confusion on his face and whispered, "Feng Long is the favored one of the venomous snake secret realm. This is not a secret in Huagua." Wang Ke nodded, saying, "Becoming the favored one of a secret realm is difficult, but once obtained, there are opportunities to gain various advantages from the secret realm. The entrance is just one of the least significant abilities. Some beast tamers can even summon the lord of the secret realm to fight for them." Lu Sheng couldn't help but be astonished. If one could summon the lord of the secret realm, wouldn't that mean they could form an army by themselves? Feng Long continued, "You can find the location of the serpent dragon fruits using the detection device. I remind you, the venomous snake secret realm is very dangerous. Wild beasts do not care whether you are human or not. You may even face life-threatening situations. If you are afraid, please withdraw now." Those who dared to attend the Poison Appreciation Conference were already mentally prepared, so Feng Long merely made a reminder. Seeing no one questioning, he spoke. "Since no one is withdrawing, then the conference officially begins." Chapter 48. Robbing the rich to help the poor. The throat of the 6-winged giant python was as hard as marble, and the faint light released from the entrance of the secret realm illuminated the path ahead for everyone. After passing through a long, straight path and entering the spatial gap in the python's mouth, they were suddenly greeted by a scene that was independent of Luoqing. Outside, it was scorching summer, but inside, it was a continuous downpour. As soon as they entered, everyone was caught off guard. The raindrops were highly toxic, and beast tamers who did not bring raincoats would gradually have their bones soften from prolonged exposure to the rain, ultimately turning into a puddle of mud unable to move. Some regretted not bringing proper gear and could only return the way they came. Wang Ke calmly pulled a women's raincoat from her military pouch and put it on. Seeing this, Lu Xing also took out a raincoat. "Good thing you were well prepared. Otherwise, we would have lost members right away." Lu Xing sighed. Wang Ke frowned and said, "This is just the basics. In the wild, you can encounter various weather conditions at any time. If you're unprepared, it's easy to fall ill and affect your actions. I just didn't expect so many people to enter the secret realm without preparing in advance." After putting on his raincoat, Xiaoyu chuckled happily. They're all new generation beast tamers under 20. Having never faced hardships, they naturally don't know the importance of being prepared in advance. "This is great. Our opponents just lost more than half." Wang Ke rolled her eyes at him. In fact, Xiaoyu and Lu Xing were empty-handed at first too. If it weren't for her reminder, she might be the only one left to act now. However, Even with the raincoat, the poisonous rain was relentless. Prolonged exposure would still have an effect. We need to find the crystal monkey mushroom as soon as possible, Wang Ke said with a frown. The three of them decided to quietly leave while others were still figuring out how to deal with the poisonous rain. But they did not know that someone had already set their sights on their raincoats, planning to rob the rich to help the poor. Far from the entrance of the secret realm, thorny grass soaked in toxic liquid lay before them. These thorny grasses were exceptionally towering, with the shorter ones being a meter tall and the taller ones reaching 3 to 4 meters. Once they stepped in, it would be extremely easy to get lost among the thorny grass. Lu Xing felt that this world was incredibly wild, with rustling sounds constantly ringing in his ears. With every step, he could feel the soil sinking and clinging, and every time he lifted his foot, he had to exert effort to pull out his shoe, which was stuck in the poison mud. Looking at the densely packed light spots in the detector, Xiaoyu couldn't help but complain, "What a harsh environment. There are so many snake dragon fruits. Which one should we go for first? Of course, you should send your blood-sucking bat to scout, avoid the strong ones, and take what you can. Otherwise, do you think I brought you to the poison-tasting conference for nothing?" Wang Ke couldn't help but retort. Xiaoyu was taken aback and countered, "My blood-sucking bat can fly. Can't your snake-tailed crane fly too?" "But the snake-tailed crane is our main combat force and needs to conserve energy, so scouting has to rely on you." Wang Ke patted his shoulder and advised earnestly. The implication was clear, suggesting that Xiaoyu was just a minor player who could only do the rough work. But Xiaoyu couldn't refute it. He lowered his head in dejection and reluctantly said, all right, you're awesome. You have a point." The blood-sucking bat reluctantly flew out to scout. After a while, it hadn't returned, but the poison-sound infant sensed something unusual. Lu Shang stopped in his tracks, looked around, and loudly said, "Which friend has been following us? Please enlighten us." After waiting for a while and seeing no one respond, Lu Shang realized that the other party was unwilling to reveal themselves. He then signaled for the poison-sound infant to take action. A fist engulfed in flames shot out, and the next second, a 7-meter-long purple kelp spat out a large amount of toxic liquid in midair. The toxic liquid collided with the flames, creating high-temperature steam that melted the surrounding thorny grass, revealing the other party's figure, the kelp demon sunflower. The beast tamer of the kelp demon sunflower glared at Lu Sheng angrily, saying, "Why did you suddenly attack me?" Lu Sheng sneered, "You don't want to drink a toast, but instead want to suffer a penalty. You followed me, and now you have a reason?" Seeing that Lu Sheng was not to be trifled with, the other party was drenched in toxic rain and realized that without a raincoat, they could only retreat. In a moment of desperation, the kelp demon sunflower suddenly attacked, using the kelp tide technique. Waves of blue kelp rose from the ground like giant waves, crashing toward the poison-sound infant. The poison-sound infant used the flame fist again, this time employing phoenix fire, causing the flame fist to burn as hot as the sun. The other party coldly said, "The kelp tide is a threefold attribute move of water, grass, and poison. Do you think your flame fist can break my technique? Techniques depend on who uses them. Your move is weak and powerless, neither solid nor swift. Who do you think you can scare with just appearance?" Lu Xing commented. The poison-sound infant charged forward with the flame fist, crashing into the towering wave of kelp. There was no intense collision. The phoenix fire melted the kelp's body, and the residual fire even spread to the kelp demon sunflower, scaring it into hastily canceling its move. How can it be so powerful? The beast tamer was dumbfounded, but fortunately, he was experienced. Seeing the situation was not good, he quickly picked up the kelp demon sunflower and dove into the thorny grass. The poison-sound infant could not catch up. A flame fist struck the thorny grass, burning a large area, but it was quickly extinguished by the toxic rain. Lu Sheng could only say, "Forget it, don't chase, conserve energy." Without a raincoat, the other party can only retreat. The poison-sound infant let out a reluctant cry, looking at the vast grass sea, and could only sigh in disappointment, giving up on the other party and returning to Lu Xing's side. Chapter 49, Flying Winged Snake, Part 1. The blood-sucking bat returned to inform them about the movements of some strong individuals. Wang Ke specifically asked about the direction Hu Jia had gone, and Xiaoyu replied, "The blood-sucking bat confirmed she went north. Then let's head south, that way. We definitely won't run into her," Wang Ke said with a proud expression. "Let's do it that way. Hurry up and set off, or we'll be beaten to it." After Lu Sheng said that, he had the poison-sound infant lead the way south. Suddenly, a light spot in the detector closest to them began to move. Xiaoyu exclaimed, "How could it be taken so quickly?" Wang Ke looked at the moving light spot and seemed to realize something, taking a sharp breath. That guy is doomed. After taking the snake dragon fruit, the light spot won't disappear. It will continuously inform others of his location. Other people might directly attack him to snatch the snake dragon fruit. Lu Xing nodded. The rules didn't say you can't attack other participants. Now, the one who got the snake dragon fruit first will probably face trouble. They all felt a chill in their hearts at the thought of being attacked after the location was exposed if they got the snake dragon fruit. Should we delay a bit then? Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask. No, Wang Ke replied. The snake dragon fruit will attract participants, but it will also attract wild snake-type beasts. The longer we wait, the further the snake dragon fruit will be. The risk of returning after getting it will be greater. It's better to take it while it's still close. After all, with so many people, fighting over 30 snake dragon fruits is inevitable. Lu Xing agreed with her judgment, and the three of them immediately moved closer to the nearest light spot. A few minutes later, they saw two high school girls getting their beasts to retrieve an unhatched beast egg and a snake dragon fruit from a snake den. One girl was slightly chubby, and the other was petite, neither particularly beautiful, just ordinary high school girls. Someone's already here, and there are three of them, Li Ping said discontentedly. It's all your fault. Qian Xiaoxiao complained. You said to grab the snake dragon fruit and leave. Why are we stealing eggs too? Li Ping didn't want to argue anymore. Otherwise, their plastic friendship would shatter. Enough talking. The enemy is right in front of us. Let's take care of them first. After Li Ping said that, she sent a plump little bird with a green pot on its head to attack. It was a small pot bird, a normal level beast, which was immediately suppressed when facing the snake-tailed crane. The other girl used a red-skinned, round-nosed Didi mouse. Didi mouse burrowed into the ground, causing the pouncing vampire bats to miss their target. Seizing the opportunity, Didi mouse used a frenzied claw attack, making the vampire bats shed fur continuously. The two beastmasters, Wang Ke and Xiaoyu, volunteered to battle against them. Lu Xing, seeing their enthusiasm, didn't want to intervene and stood by to create pressure on the two high school students. Gradually, the battle situation became clearer. The little pot bird was being overwhelmed by a series of crane dance snake-bite punches and was likely to be defeated in just a few rounds. Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was locked in a fierce struggle against Didi Mouse, one skilled in ambushes and the other adept at draining life, where victory would depend on whose patience held out longer. While they fought, Lu Xing had to remain vigilant for any approaching individuals. At that moment, he noticed that the instrument showed a previously stationary light point suddenly moving towards him rapidly. Interesting. It seemed to be a participant who had obtained a snake dragon fruit returning from their journey. Would they run into each other? Lu Xing calmly instructed Poison Sound Baby to prepare. The opponent, having obtained a snake dragon fruit, seemed to be fleeing in a panic and clearly was not in a team. If that were the case, he felt confident he could take them on. Before long, a college student who intended to avoid the light point and take a detour ended up inadvertently discovering Poison Sound Baby, which was tensed up and releasing steam. He was taken aback and hurriedly exclaimed, "Sorry, I took a wrong turn," just as he was about to turn around and dive into the vast sea of grass. Poison Sound Baby struck with lightning speed. The desert star on the college student's shoulder glimmered with an unusual light, and then a sandstorm mixed with poisonous spikes swirled up. Poison Sound Baby executed an electronic slash, shattering the hastily conjured sandstorm poison wind, and then delivered a headbutt that knocked the desert star and the college student to the ground. The power of this electronic slash was astonishing, capable of even cutting through sandstorm poison wind, making it unnecessary to try other moves to avoid humiliation. The college student realized he was no match and quickly surrendered, handing over the snake dragon fruit he had. With the spoils in hand, Lu Xing did not stop the other party, allowing them to help each other back unsteadily. Meanwhile, the snake-tail crane had already defeated the little pot bird and was watching the battle between the vampire bats and Didi Mouse. It was unclear whether the vampire bats were too weak or Didi Mouse was too cautious. After several rounds, it was all about Didi Mouse successfully ambushing and escaping, while the vampire bats could do nothing but watch helplessly as their opponent burrowed away. As the vampire bats were on the verge of defeat, the other two had already dispatched their opponents and were eyeing Qian Xiaoxiao greedily. Qian Xiaoxiao, on the verge of tears, could only hand over her snake dragon fruit. Li Ping did not stop her and flashed a sly look. After all, they had also reaped rewards, having found a beast egg in the snake's den. As long as they could take it out, selling it for tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands would be no problem. Compared to the rewards from the 10,000 poison pool, this was much more tangible. Lu Xing obtained 2 snake dragon fruits and had no objections to the two taking the beast egg. After all, taking the snake dragon fruit was part of the game rules. But the other loot was just a matter of luck for them. Taking it would be inhumane. Let's go. We were quite lucky this time. Lu Sheng smiled slightly and then left the snake's den with the other two. Wang Ke was in a good mood. The enemies they encountered were either weaklings or careless college students, presenting themselves to them. One could only say that luck was on their side this time. The three chatted and laughed as if they were on a picnic, but the sky had other plans. Just after they left, the two high school girls suddenly ran back, screaming in terror, "Help! Help!" Wang Ke's expression changed, and she hurriedly pulled her confused teammates to run. She glanced back, saying, "Damn it. How could we run into such people? I brought trouble upon us." The two high school girls realized they couldn't catch up to Lu Sheng and the others, and despair appeared in their eyes. A fierce poisonous wind mixed with a torrential rain pressed down on the thorny grass, and two flying winged snakes, one male and one female, swooped down, clearly the parents of the beast egg. Furious at the sight of thieves stealing their egg, they decided to rip the two high school girls apart. The little pot bird and Dee Dee Mouse trembled instinctively before the professional-level beasts. As one flying winged snake dove down, they charged forward to block the fatal blow for their beast master. The flying winged snake pounced and bit down, swiftly and decisively, feeding the two beasts directly to its belly, buying a bit of time for the two high school girls. With faces full of fear and tear stains, they finally made a desperate move. Qian Xiaoxiao snatched the precious beast egg from Li Ping and hurled it with all her might towards Lu Sheng. At that moment, the beast egg in midair caught the attention of the flying winged snake parents. Lu Sheng did not want to catch this hot potato, so after grabbing the beast egg, he threw it back. The female flying winged snake intercepted it in midair, carefully taking the beast egg back to the snake's nest as if relieved. Lu Sheng thought the matter would end there, but the remaining male flying winged snake noticed the two snake dragon fruits in Lu Sheng's hands, one of which was clearly from its family. It roared in anger, as if to say, "You thief, pay with your life." Facing a professional-level beast, Lu Sheng did not dare to engage in battle across two major tiers. "It's targeting me. You all go back and wait for me," Lu Sheng said, instructing Poison Sound Baby to carry him into the vast sea of grass, disappearing in an instant. Chapter 50, Flying Winged Snake, Part 2. Even with Lu Sheng on its back, Poison Sound Baby ran quickly after shifting gears. However, the flying winged snake was familiar with the terrain, moving as fast as the wind and effectively pursuing them. Fortunately, the flying winged snakes might made surrounding wild beasts hesitate, allowing Lu Sheng to run smoothly. However, other beastmasters were not aware of this. Seeing two light points appear, some planned to ambush, but they were quickly struck down by the flying winged snake. None under 20 years old reached professional level. Appearing before the flying winged snake was equivalent to seeking death. Lu Sheng was glad to see this, as the presence of these brave warriors created obstacles, allowing him to keep the flying winged snake at bay without being caught. But this was nearly at an end. Poison Sound Baby's speed suddenly decreased significantly. The effect of shifting gears was not infinite, and its muscles relaxed, causing a noticeable decline in the strength it had to carry Lu Sheng. Just as Lu Sheng was feeling desperate, the thorny grass ahead suddenly thinned, revealing traces of ground scorched by poisonous fire. A gigantic creature was eating a snake dragon fruit while casting a hostile glance at the unexpected guest. Lu Sheng recognized the poison fire dragon and its beast master, Hu Jia. He never expected that the snake dragon fruit everyone was fighting over would be devoured as a snack by the poison fire dragon. And its beast master's attention turned to his snake dragon fruits, revealing an indescribable expression of delight. "What a sweet treat delivered right to my door. Hand it over, or I'll kill you," Hu Jia said with a sweet smile, delivering an extremely domineering statement. Lu Sheng wanted to speak, but Poison Sound Baby, carrying him, was panting heavily and ran past Hu Jia without stopping. Hu Jia was ignored, her eyes widened in disbelief. But just then, the poison fire dragon suddenly flapped its wings, roaring as it released its dragon might forward. The flying wing snake, closely following Lu Sheng, instinctively shrank back upon seeing the poison fire dragon. But upon realizing it was merely in its juvenile stage with a strength of only initial level 10, it revealed a brutal expression and opened its mouth to spit out acidic poison projectiles. The poison fire dragon utilized the poisonous fire domain it had previously set up in this location, marking the coordinates closest to the flying winged snake, and then used Flame Leap to evade the acidic poison projectiles. A tearing claw strike from the poison fire dragon created a sonic boom through the air, its power not to be underestimated. At the critical moment, the flying winged snake used Feather Guard, generating a 3 centimeter thick light shield outside its wings, blocking the tearing poisonous claws. It then seized the opportunity to bite the poison fire dragon, using Beast Tooth Strike. The poison fire dragon, feeling pain, took a deep breath, expanding its lungs and using poison fire breath, hitting the flying wing snake at close range. The flying wing snake became even more ferocious, continuously using Beast Tooth Strike while its tail wrapped around the poison fire dragon's body, using coil. The hard scales, as tough as iron, scraped across the poison fire dragon's body, instantly turning it into a bloody mess. Hu Jia, seeing her beast at a disadvantage, became anxious. At that moment, she noticed that the previously vanished Lu Sheng had returned with the poison sound infant. Lu Sheng, feeling uneasy after diverting the trouble, ultimately did not flee again, but let the poison sound infant use sleep to recover its strength before shifting gears once more. Why are you back? I thought you had run away, Hu Jia said coldly. Lu Sheng smiled slightly and replied, thanks for covering for me just now. Leave the rest to us. Just you? Although Hu Jia thought there was still hope, she did not believe it was in the hands of this timid boy. Lu Sheng did not care about her opinion. The poison sound infant used a substitute, and two figures rushed toward the flying wing snake, one in front and one behind. The flying wing snake couldn't distinguish which was the real body and could only use its tail to sweep at them. Both the poison sound infant and the substitute deftly avoided the attack, while the real body leveraged the substitute's hands to lift off the ground, suddenly whipping its head back. The perfect Iron Head, combined with the title of Iron Head King, shot forward like a blazing meteor, directly impacting the base of the flying wing snake's wings. This area, though not the flying wing snake's fatal weakness, was its most vulnerable point. The perfect Iron Head attack made it tremble all over, causing it to involuntarily release its grip. The poison fire dragon took the chance to break free. Knowing it was exhausted and had little opportunity left, it summoned its remaining strength, igniting with raging poisonous flames, then opened its tattered wings and soared into the sky. The flying wing snake sensed danger and tried to evade, but the poison sound infant would not let it escape. In that instant, it used the spoon-bending technique to attract the flying wing snake's attention. With a determined momentum, the poison fire dragon flew into the sky and then fell, while Hu Jia shouted, use the ultimate move, poison fire burn body to crash into the starball. At this moment, the flying wing snake had no chance to dodge and could only use feather guard to minimize the impact. The poison sound infant would not let it go, directly circling behind it, using electronic Iato / at the fastest speed. 18 bolts of lightning flashed by, and the flying wing snake, in shock and fear, stared at the shattering shield. With a thunderous boom, poison fire burn body crashed into the flying wing snake, shattering its bones into pieces, and it collapsed to the ground, lifeless. After using this ultimate move, the poison fire dragon also suffered significant backlash, swaying before collapsing to the ground. Hu Jia hurriedly held the poison fire dragon and frantically searched her bag for healing spray. But these healing items were only a drop in the bucket for the poison fire dragon's injuries. The poison fire dragon was on the brink of death, and before Lu Sheng could speak, the poison sound infant naturally approached the most severely injured area of the poison fire dragon to release Phoenix Fire Healing. What are you doing? Hu Jia initially thought the poison sound infant was taking advantage of the situation, but after speaking, she realized that the poison fire dragon's previously precarious injuries had improved significantly, and even its breathing had stabilized. She looked bewildered, not expecting that the other party was not attacking but healing instead. That's not what I meant just now. Seeing her flustered and unsure whether to thank or apologize, Lu Sheng couldn't help but find it amusing. It's okay. I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for you, we would have been done for. Yes, indeed. You should thank me. Hu Jia nodded proudly, and then took out a snake dragon fruit from her pocket and tossed it over. Consider this a reward for healing the poison fire dragon. It's very helpful for beasts with poison attributes. After saying this, Hu Jia's face turned slightly red, and she waved her hand dismissively, urging Lu Sheng to take the item and hurry away. Chapter 51. Self-satisfaction after being chased away by Hu Jia. Lu Sheng did not go far before he noticed some beast masters heading in Hu Jia's direction. He was alarmed and thought, not good. These people were likely trying to take advantage of the situation, knowing that Hu Jia and the flying wing snake were both heavily injured, aiming to reap the benefits. Normally, Lu Sheng wouldn't have intervened in such matters, but feeling indebted to Hu Jia, he changed direction and rushed back. The battle between the flying wing snake and the poison fire dragon had caused quite a commotion, and it wasn't long before someone acted upon the news. Hu Jia was tending to the poison fire dragon when suddenly, a gloomy-looking man emerged from the thicket, followed by a beast, a exploding bowl, marked with traces of poisonous fire burns, glaring angrily at the poison fire dragon. Haha, I didn't expect you to end up like this. Yifeng sneered as he stared at the severely injured poison fire dragon. Hu Jia glanced around and coldly laughed. So it's you, the defeated one. I didn't expect you to dare challenge me again instead of obediently going back. It's truly laughable. You're quite arrogant. That was a professional-level flying wing snake. After fighting with it, how much strength do you think the poison fire dragon has left? It's barely able to protect itself, and you're still so arrogant. If you don't kneel and beg for mercy, don't blame me for killing you. After all, this is a secret realm. If you die at the hands of wild beasts, no one can be blamed. The beast master issued a death threat. He spoke smugly, as if he could already see the proud Hu Jia kneeling before him, begging for mercy. As Hu Jia stroked the poison fire dragon with one hand, she coldly regarded him, as if watching a clown performing desperately. However, she felt somewhat conflicted inside. Although the poison fire dragon had been healed by the poison sound infant, it had not yet awakened from its serious injuries. Forcing it awake might worsen its condition or even affect its foundation. Seeing Hu Jia silent, the beast master's expression gradually darkened. It seems you won't kneel and beg for mercy. Then don't blame me. A glimmer of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Hu Jia also put aside her reluctance and prepared to awaken the sleeping poison fire dragon. The exploding bull could no longer wait for revenge. Under Yifeng's command, it snorted and began to dig into the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. It first used sand mist to obscure its body and then charged forward with a roar. The poison fire dragon struggled to open its eyes, and at the moment it was about to fight back. The poison sound infant broke through the swirling sand mist like a cannonball, brushing past the exploding bull, which was so frightened it broke out in cold sweat and halted its charge. Lu Xing felt a bit regretful, while Yifeng was relieved that he had the exploding bull use sand mist just in case. Otherwise, being hit would have left it in a terrible state. Damn it. To think that in this situation, someone is still protecting you. You're really lucky. Yifeng said resentfully. Hu Jia's face turned slightly red as she looked at Lu Sheng with a complex expression and said, Humph, don't meddle in other people's business. Didn't you leave? Why are you back? Lu Xing replied helplessly, I saw more than one person coming over and was worried you might be in danger. After all, I owe you one. After saying this, Lu Sheng ignored Hu Jia, who wanted to say more, and urged the poison sound infant to quickly deal with the opponent to avoid being surrounded by more people. Yifeng hurriedly commanded the exploding bull to evade the poison sound infant's attack. In that instant, the exploding bull was distracted by the spoon bending technique. And then it unleashed electronic Iato slash, leaving only a dazzling display of electric light and blade light in the eyes of the opponent. The exploding bull's proud steel body could not withstand the onslaught, and it was sliced open again and again. The exploding bull stared in disbelief, and with a thunderous crash, it fell to the ground, unable to rise. How is this possible? Yifeng found it hard to believe that his beast was so easily defeated. He sensed Lu Xing's cold gaze on him and thought the other party might also want to kill him to silence him. He couldn't help but shiver and abandon the exploding bull, turning and fleeing into the thicket, running away so fast. Lu Xing was speechless. The battlefield has grown quiet again, with only the sound of poisonous rain pattering on the ground, mingling with the rustling of thorny grass and raincoats. After a while, Hu Jia gazed at him with a complicated expression and said, I just drove you away. Why are you back? I didn't ask you to save me. Do you really need to meddle? I want to thank you. Lu Xing instructed the poison sound infant to carry the unconscious poison fire dragon, walking as he said. When it comes to saving someone, you must see it through to the end. Delivering a Buddha to the West, I don't like to quit halfway. Humph. You're quite self-satisfied, Hu Jia scoffed. Lu Xing nodded. Although it sounded unpleasant, what Hu Jia said was indeed true. He was merely seeking satisfaction for himself within his capacity, thus achieving inner peace. So we owe each other nothing now, Lu Xing said flatly as he walked. Hu Jia snorted, walking behind Lu Xing, gazing at him and the poison sound infant, thinking, you saved me this time, but I will repay this kindness sooner or later, just wait. The return journey was uneventful. Most participants were terrified of the poison fire dragon's intimidation, and even though Lu Xing and Hu Jia had 6 snake dragon fruits between them, no one dared to take action against them. Upon reaching the entrance and submitting the snake dragon fruits to the staff, Lu Xing and the other 2 gained qualification for the Poison Appreciation Conference. Hu Jia had already taken the poison fire dragon to the hospital for treatment, but before leaving, she walked with Lu Xing, surprising Wang Ke and Xiaoyu. Wang Ke asked in confusion, why are you coming back with Hu Jia? and her poison fire dragon is seriously injured. Lu Sheng replied helplessly. The flying winged snake was chasing closely. I couldn't shake it off. If I hadn't run into Hu Jia, the conference would have ended for me. Wang Ke looked at him suspiciously, while Xiao Yu bluntly expressed her thoughts. I see your relationship is quite good. Hu Jia isn't someone easy to talk to. Did you do something to make her see you differently? Xiao Yu asked with a gossiping expression. Lu Sheng twitched his mouth, deciding to keep his matter with Hu Jia to himself. Although it was nothing, under the loudspeaker's promotion. Good things might turn bad. Let's go back to the hotel and get some rest. We need to enter the 10,000 poisons pool tomorrow morning. Lu Sheng ignored their words, waving his hand and yawning as he left the venue. Wang Ke and Xiao Yu exchanged smiles, as if they had tasted a ripe melon. After a night without conversation, the next day, Lu Sheng woke up to see Lu Wen persistently bothering Hu Jia in the hotel lobby. Hu Jia, too lazy to give Lu Wen an interview, walked straight over to Lu Sheng upon seeing him, pointing at him and saying he is also a participant. Just ask him if you have any questions. Both Lu Sheng and Lu Wen were taken aback. Lu Wen didn't know how this boy knew the exceptional Hu Jia. While Lu Sheng felt baffled as to why Hu Jia was throwing him under the bus right after waking up. Hu Jia, don't say that. I'm just an ordinary participant. I didn't do anything. Lu Sheng argued. Hu Jia laughed. You're not simple. If it weren't for your help in the secret realm, the flying winged snake wouldn't have been so easily defeated. Lu Wen's eyes lit up, as if he had heard some big news, and he hurriedly asked, sounds like a hero saving a beauty. Can you tell me more about it? Hu Jia's face turned extremely red upon his words, stammering, why you shouldn't say that? He didn't save me. I saved him. Lu Sheng quickly nodded. Lu Wen chuckled, his glasses reflecting light. He pretended to be confused, saying, is that so? As a journalist, I can't let this slide. Can you elaborate on what actually happened? Hu Jia's mind began to feel muddled under Lu Wen's questioning, and she inadvertently recounted the events. After Lu Wen took notes, he felt lucky to have encountered Lu Sheng, casually gaining a good story. Hu Jia gradually calmed down, realizing she had said things she shouldn't have. And she felt a hint of regret. So, she added at the end, don't edit what I said casually. Or the legal department of Qingbei University will send your company a lawyer's letter. Don't worry, I won't write anything chaotic. The Xindong News Department is renowned in the industry. Lu Wen said proudly. Hu Jia scoffed, expressing her disdain. Chapter 52. The uniquely horned fist demon, the Poison Appreciation Conference had screened most participants, leaving only 25 remaining. Under the guidance of the conference attendants, Lu Sheng arrived at the 10,000 poisons pool located among the bamboo forest. This pool was unusually clear. The various poisons poured in by the attendants were quickly merged into one, and a bamboo leaf that fell on the surface of the pool vanished almost instantly, as if it had never existed. Such toxicity would likely be hard for even poison attribute beasts to withstand. However, the organizers had clearly considered this issue. The attendants handed Lu Sheng a crimson pill, assuring him that as long as he took this pill, he wouldn't have to worry about his body being harmed by the 10,000 poisons pool. One by one, the beast tamers took the pill and entered the 10,000 poisons pool to taste its essence with their bodies. Despite the protection of the pill, each beast's ability to withstand the poison varied, and their limits were different. The blood-sucking bat had barely been inside for a minute before it couldn't handle the internal conflict caused by the poison and came out first. Xiao Yu couldn't contain her joy because the blood-sucking bat had actually broken through to the 5th level of entry with the power of the 10,000 poisons pool and had even comprehended the skill poisonous tooth drill, which was already worth it. Following that, other beasts came out one after another, leaving only the true strong still struggling. Wang Ke excitedly watched the snake-tailed crane, constantly cheering it on to hold on a little longer and absorb more poison. Before long, Lu Sheng saw the black color of the snake-tailed crane fade away, suddenly releasing an extraordinary brightness. Great! The snake-tailed crane has evolved. Wang Ke couldn't help but shout. The snake-tailed crane's body began to change. Its snake tail dropped off, transforming into a curved snake staff, while its black crane body morphed into a humanoid crane head with a spiritual form. This is the Lord-level snake staff crane spirit. Everyone exclaimed. Wang Ke had thought the snake-tailed crane would only evolve into an elite-level beast, but to his surprise, due to the baptism of the 10,000 poisons pool, it had special evolved into a Lord-level beast. After evolving, the snake staff crane spirit spread its wings and flew to the shore. Its appearance completely transformed, and it seemed to become more stable. Wang Ke, now only a third of the height of the snake staff crane spirit, looked like a child beside an adult. Shortly after the snake staff crane spirit evolved, The beasts in the 10,000 poisons pool dwindled. The poison-sound infant, immersed in the 10,000 poisons pool, gradually turned fierce, countless poisons clashing and merging within it. And it felt as if it might fall at any moment. Yet, the pill inside it protected its life at a critical moment. Lu Xing saw its persistence. Its skin was burning red, yet it still gained nothing. He knew the poison-sound infant was unwilling to give up. Ultimately, it was just an ordinary-level beast with extremely poor qualifications. Even after experiencing countless life-and-death battles in the simulator, it was still inferior to high-quality beasts that could casually cultivate for a few years. The poison-sound infant bit through its own arm's poison pouch. Looking resolutely at Lu Xing, letting out a soft cry, Lu Xing understood its meaning. The opportunity of the 10,000 poisons pool was extremely rare. The poison-sound infant didn't want to return empty-handed, but it had no strength left to continue and could only enter the simulation world to digest before trying again. Although this was already cheating, Lu Xing was too preoccupied to care. The simulator activated. On the first day, the poison-sound infant appeared near the Fist Demon tribe, fainted on the ground, and was captured as a slave. On the third day, it digested the power of the 10,000 poisons pool. Its poison attribute greatly increased. And it comprehended cold poison palm, awakening to find itself discovered by the Fist Demon. On the seventh day, the poison-sound infant had not eaten for days and fell into a state of hunger. The Fist Demon gave it a piece of meat and then made it a gladiator to fight against other slave beasts. On the 10th day, the poison-sound infant achieved consecutive victories and finally earned the right to eat, but the Fist Demon, afraid it would rebel, wouldn't let it cultivate. On the 30th day, the poison-sound infant became a well-known gladiator in the Punch Demon tribe, scheduled to fight against other gladiators from rival tribes, with the victor gaining better living conditions and food. On the 50th day, poison-sound infant was injured by another gladiator and missed out on the championship. It was ridiculed by the Punch Demons but remained unfazed, continuing to practice bending the spoon. On the 100th day, poison-sound infant caught the eye of a shaman from the Punch Demon tribe, who wanted to use its poison sac to create weapons. In resistance, poison-sound infant killed the shaman and fled under the cover of night. On the 120th day, poison-sound infant evaded the pursuing Punch Demons and dedicated itself to mastering various techniques. On the 150th day, it found an abandoned Punch Demon cub by the river, which had been discarded for growing demon horns, suspected of being involved with a gladiator. Feeling pity for the cub, poison-sound infant adopted it. On the 200th day, the unicorn Punch Demon secretly learned poison-sound infant's fire fist and was discovered by poison-sound infant, who was astonished to find it had achieved entry-level mastery without any auxiliary materials. On the 500th day, poison-sound infant meticulously taught the unicorn Punch Demon the fire fist, enabling it to surpass its teacher and grasp the ice fist and thunder fist, both achieving mastery. On the 1,200th day, poison-sound infant entered seclusion for training and finally comprehended the last crucial insight, forging a perfect level bending spoon. However, upon exiting seclusion, it found the unicorn Punch Demon had vanished. On the 1,230th day, poison-sound infant discovered the unicorn Punch Demon's whereabouts, finding it thrown into the arena by the Punch Demon tribe as a gladiator. In the trials of life and death, the unicorn Punch Demon comprehended the true essence of fighting and vowed to rescue other gladiators. On the 1,260th day, to aid the unicorn Punch Demon's liberation cause, poison-sound infant finally grasped the telekinetic hammer after multiple attempts. On the 1,300th day, the unicorn Punch Demon defeated all the gladiators from the Punch Demon tribe in the arena, and, upon winning the championship, fused the Fire Fist, Thunder Fist, and Ice Fist into one, comprehending the 3-point return to origin, using it as sustenance to ascend to become the Punch Overlord. Amidst the cheers, the Punch Overlord released all gladiators and slaves, defeating the Punch Demons with the 3-point return to origin. At that moment, the leader of the Punch Demon tribe, Punch General, struck first, sending the Punch Overlord flying and telling it that if it surrendered, it would still recognize the Punch Overlord as its son. The Punch Overlord refused to kneel, and although Punch General felt immense regret, he decided to strike and kill the Punch Overlord. At that moment, poison-sound infant appeared, using the telekinetic hammer to knock out Punch General, allowing the other slaves to rescue the Punch Overlord. Enraged and humiliated, Punch General used the cannon fist to kill poison-sound infant with a single blow. Simulation ended, gained 20 exploration points, unlocked 3 years of completion. Requires 3 exploration points. Unlock Poison Body, incomplete, requires 5 exploration points. Unlock Bending Spoon, perfect level, requires 10 exploration points. Unlock Telekinetic Hammer, entry level, requires 1 exploration point. Unlock Cold Poison Palm, entry level, requires 1 exploration point after obtaining all the rewards. Poison Sound Infant relied on the power of the 10,000 Poisons pool in its 3 years of cultivation to break through to entry level 9. But the matter was not over. Although the poison body it acquired was incomplete, it could still significantly absorb the effects of the 10,000 Poisons pool. Continuous streams of poison energy filled Poison Sound Infant's body, creating ripples around it. At that moment, everyone suddenly heard a dragon roar. The Poison Fire Dragon absorbed the power of the 10,000 Poisons pool and finally established a solid foundation of poison attributes. At this point, it only needed to seclude itself to absorb the remaining poison energy to directly advance to mid-stage. After the Poison Fire Dragon left, only Poison Sound Infant remained in the 10,000 Poisons pool. Poison Sound Infant was merely an ordinary existence, even among ordinary beast tamers. So how did it manage to survive until now? All eyes turned to this inconspicuous beast, as if witnessing the birth of a miracle. Chapter 53, Evolution. Super Infant. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Poison Sound Infant focused intently, accumulating toxicity and steadily increasing its cultivation level, as if simulating a month of hard training every second. Originally at entry level 9, it unexpectedly made rapid progress at this moment, stepping boldly towards entry level 10. An old man suddenly appeared by the 10,000 Poisons pool. He gazed at the changes in Poison Sound Infant and couldn't help but exclaim about its extraordinary talent. Realizing this beast intended to carve out a path of evolution for an entire inferior race by itself, this man was the Beast Master Fenglong. Fenglong's status and insight were far too high to be flattered. His words clearly expressed immense praise for Poison Sound Infant. Others couldn't help but look enviously at Lu Shang, wondering if Poison Sound Infant could truly succeed in evolving. If it did, as the first evolved Poison Sound Infant, it would be recorded in history alongside the Beast Tamer. Poison Sound Infant took step after step toward the pinnacle, its foundational strength already far beyond that of an entry-level beast, with its previously sealed ceiling finally cracking under the solid foundation. The light of evolution erupted from within Poison Sound Infant, and it seemed to see a path leading to a salamander's evolutionary form. At this crucial moment, however, it was reluctant to step forward. After enduring for so long and suffering so much, was it merely to evolve into an elite beast? Fenglong, seeing Poison Sound Infant hesitating in front of the light of evolution, lamented that even such a gifted beast genius had little choice, no matter what. Even if it was worse, it would still be much better than now. But if it didn't take this step, the future would really be cut off. He seemed to be speaking to himself, but was actually addressing Lu Shang. At this moment, Lu Shang quickly walked to Poison Sound Infant's side. Fenglong thought he wanted to persuade Poison Sound Infant and nodded slightly. However, Lu Shang avoided everyone's gaze and secretly placed the perfect level moon gem into the light of evolution. The light of evolution subtly trembled, and Poison Sound Infant seemed to breathe a sigh of relief upon seeing a brand new evolutionary form, finally taking that crucial step forward. Under the sacred light of evolution, Poison Sound Infant began to metamorphose. Its pink skin turned entirely silver, with its tail and abdomen displaying purple hues. Its fingers and toes transformed from 2 into 3, and its facial features became more human-like, resembling a half-human, half-salamander extraterrestrial life form. The moon gem transformed into a bolt of lightning that pierced into its brain's forbidden zone. The super infant let out a cry, as if experiencing a violent change akin to the evolution of the universe, swirling within its mind. At a critical moment, the telekinetic hammer spontaneously collided with the moon gem, resulting in a miraculous transformation. It was as if the original brain tissue was destroyed and reshaped by a cosmic explosion. With nerves woven and connected from superpowers, reviving its previously dormant thoughts at an unprecedented speed. When the super infant opened its eyes again, it possessed a superpowered brain comparable to a quantum computer. This was not a brain of a superpowered beast, but a brain entirely composed of superpowers. The implications were entirely different, and the capabilities vastly dissimilar. A brain made up of superpowers meant that the super infant could freely use any superpower even without possessing a superpower attribute. And the superpowers it had were purer than those of superpowered beasts. Furthermore, this superpowered brain allowed it to think in an exceedingly brief time, even approaching a standstill, creating a bullet time effect. Lastly, and most crucially, this superpowered brain endowed the super infant with a characteristic, an incredibly strong learning ability, allowing it to learn its opponent's moves during battle. As the light of evolution gradually dissipated, the super infant used its superpowers to hover in midair. Although it was just its first use, the superpowered brain enabled it to become incredibly skilled in an instant, allowing it to move at high speed to sit on Lu Sheng's shoulder without any recoil. Feng Long watched in astonishment as the newly transformed super infant possessed such powerful superpowers. His eyes nearly popped out. This evolutionary form awakened superpowers, appearing far more powerful than even a lord-level beast, and even rivaling the presence of an epic-level beast. What was this earlier fuss all about? Feng Long found it hard to comprehend. Only Hu Jia was clear that this brand new beast master was a genuine epic-level beast. As an epic-level beast himself, the poison fire dragon could tell at a glance that it was extraordinary. It even dared to assert that the super infant was an extremely powerful existence at the epic level. This couldn't help but make Hu Jia curious about how Lu Sheng had managed to cultivate such a beast. While Hu Jia was lost in thought, the poison fire dragon suddenly roared, filled with fighting spirit, and challenged the super infant, which was floating on Lu Sheng's shoulder. Clearly, it bore a grudge against the super sound infant that had saved it at the time, but the super sound infant was just an ordinary level beast, and the proud poison fire dragon looked down on the idea of a battle. However, things were different now. After evolving into the super infant, its strength had undergone a tremendous change, and it was eager to fight the super infant to wash away its previous shame. The super infant nodded. After its evolution, it had gained many new moves in its mind, and at this moment, it also wanted to find a punching bag to practice its skills. Chapter 54. First battle after evolution. Feng Long was delighted to see the battle between the super infant and the poison fire dragon. He was also eager to see just how strong this new evolution, referred to as the super infant by Lu Sheng, truly was. The crowd returned to the center of the venue, where a battle platform rose from the ground, and the protective shield and damage calculation instruments were fully activated. The super infant and the poison fire dragon stepped into the arena, each floating in a corner. Feng Long signaled for the battle to begin. In the moment the super infant's pupils changed infinitely, the psychic energy burst forth. The poison fire dragon didn't dare to be negligent. After taking a breath, it ignited a massive stream of poison fire, more substantial than before, that shot out in a parasol-shaped beam towards the super infant. The super infant remained calm. Extending 3 fingers, it released both psychic energy and electrical energy simultaneously, using a new move called Quantum Floating Blade. A series of quantum floating blades, generated from the electric properties in a magnetized state, emitted a technological glow and formed a shield in front of it. The poison fire impact struck the surface, creating a crystal wall effect that completely withstood all of its force, leaving no residual flames on the super infant. After a few seconds, the poison fire ceased, and the entire venue was covered in poison fire, but the super infant, floating in the air, was completely unharmed. Subsequently, the quantum floating blades transformed into a sky full of stars, slicing through the air with bluish light from all directions, propelled by both psychic energy and electromagnetic force, rapidly attacking the poison fire dragon. The speed of the quantum floating blades was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they reached the poison fire dragon, which didn't even have time to react. The poison fire dragon originally thought it was strong and powerful enough, with strength exceeding the super infant by a large margin, to easily withstand the attack with its scales. However, it did not anticipate that the sharpness of the floating blades was not what was most terrifying. It was the speed propelled by the simultaneous combination of psychic energy and electromagnetic force that was truly fearsome. The electromagnetic force provided the initial floating acceleration, allowing it to reach Mach-level speeds in a straight line almost instantaneously. But speed alone wouldn't matter if it couldn't hit the beast. The super infant utilized its advantage in spatial control from psychic abilities to allow the quantum floating blades to cleverly adjust their angles while maintaining Mach-level movement towards the poison fire dragon. This high-level maneuvering was almost second nature to the super infant, indicating that the performance enhancement from its psychic brain was comprehensive and multifaceted. The quantum floating blade sliced through the poison fire dragon's vulnerable abdomen, the base of its wings, and its eyes with effortless fluidity, leaving it covered in wounds and bleeding profusely. Realizing it could no longer allow the quantum floating blades to continue their assault, the poison fire dragon swiftly dodged using a flame leap while simultaneously striking out with its tearing poison claws towards the super infant. The super infant faced the sudden attack with calm composure and even flashed a wicked smile. The poison fire dragon's claw slammed down, but it felt an empty sensation. The battle-hardened beast instantly realized it had struck a substitute. Meanwhile, the real super infant had already teleported high above the battle platform, 100 meters in the air. It summoned the phantom of the moon from the sky, utilizing the residual aura left by the shattered moon gem. The moon began to descend, and the gravitational pull wrapping around it made it difficult for the poison fire dragon to move. It looked up and saw the super infant floating in midair, summoning the quantum floating blades to orbit around it, which then combined to form a 2-meter-long quantum orbital cannon. Countless particles condensed at the cannon's muzzle, and then a red-black beam descended from the sky, striking the helpless poison fire dragon. With a loud boom, the poison fire dragon was knocked back, rolling on the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. After a while, it struggled to rise, convinced it had not yet been defeated. Although the super infant's moves were exquisite, they did not pose a lethal threat due to the level difference. In contrast, despite being suppressed, the poison fire dragon remained tough-skinned and strong, with its battle power undiminished. Moreover, it now understood the opponent's moves and had yet to unleash its own trump card. Still holding a chance to turn the tide, it had a well-laid plan, but just then, a dazzling light like a nuclear explosion appeared beside it without any warning, shocking it into a cold sweat. The poison fire dragon hurriedly raised its claws to surrender. This move was far stronger than all its previous techniques combined, and taking a direct hit would leave it severely injured if not dead. It had already realized that this was a worthy opponent, not someone it bore a deep grudge against. The super infant, however, shook its head regretfully. The move just now was called Dominate the Future, allowing it to borrow a technique from its future self, with its power depending on the strength of its future self. The super infant had released the move the moment it entered the arena, but due to its low proficiency, the technique that was supposed to appear after the moon felt only manifested after the poison fire dragon was blasted away by the poison cannon. If the poison fire dragon had known how long the super infant's move would be delayed, it probably wouldn't have surrendered so easily. But the super infant had no intention of telling it that. Winning the battle, and doing so by defeating a top student from Qingbei University, drew everyone's attention. At this moment, Feng Long was delightfully thinking that once the news of the super sound infant evolving into an epic-level beast spread, he could reap substantial benefits from it. Chapter 55. Simulator Update. Lu Sheng was puzzled to find that Feng Long's attitude toward him had improved. Soon, the battle data was released, and every move of the super infant had reached the epic level. However, this alone did not prove that it was an epic-level beast. More comprehensive testing was needed. Feng Long put forward this request. Lu Sheng initially wanted to refuse, but the other party was offering too much. He proposed that he needed a full report on the super infant in exchange for a set of housing in the urban area. Having lived in various rental houses with his brother since childhood, owning a house of his own felt like a dream to Lu Sheng. He couldn't refuse the condition. But he had one requirement. The house's name should be under Lu Qingshan. This was just a minor issue, and Feng Long readily agreed. He then took Lu Sheng and the super infant for a comprehensive test. The testing process was quite simple. They only drew a bit of blood and scanned it with instruments, taking only about 10 minutes in total. However, the test report did not come out so quickly, and Lu Sheng didn't have time to linger, so he bade farewell to Feng Long. On the return train, Lu Sheng saw Lu Wen again, but this time Lu Wen was fully armed, wearing a sealed mask that made him look eccentric and out of the ordinary. He excitedly greeted Wang Ke, who looked at him with disdain. The snake staff crane spirit next to her stepped in front of her, watching him with a vigilant expression, as if he were a perverted creep. As a journalist who often interacted with various strangers, being blocked by the snake staff crane spirit did not dampen Lu Wen's excitement. He continued to share amusing stories about being a news worker, and these stories quickly captivated Xiaoyu. Wang Ke sighed deeply, covering her forehead as she looked at her traitorous companion. Lu Sheng leaned against the side, and as the train passed through layers of mountains and entered fields, the scenery became monotonous. Due to the various smells filling the cabin, the bored Wang Ke unconsciously sat next to Lu Wen, chatting just like Xiaoyu, leaving only Lu Sheng alone to keep company with Xiaoying. At this moment, he heard the sound of the simulator starting up. Detecting beast evolution, the simulator begins updating. 10 seconds remaining. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Simulator update complete. High-dimensional world unlocked. Death protection unlocked. Lu Sheng carefully reviewed the newly added features. It turned out that the simulator initially did not unlock many worlds to protect the weak poison sound infant. Among them, worlds with human existence were entirely prohibited. No wonder there were only beasts in the simulated world. The death protection feature was even more intriguing. It turned out that if one died in the simulated world, it was simply death. But after the update, if Chowing suffered a fatal blow in the simulated world, as long as payment was made, the simulator would use its stored energy to provide protection, and after a period of repair, it could re-enter that world. Lu Sheng guessed that this feature was not available before mainly because the poison sound infant was too weak to support it with sufficient energy. He was curious about what worlds the updated simulator would present, and Chowing was also excitedly making curious sounds. As if saying it wanted to go in and take a look, Lu Sheng nodded, and while the others were still chatting, he quietly activated the simulator. On the first day, Chowing appeared on the immigrant ship heading to Mercury, since it had not registered. It was treated as a smuggled wild beast and locked up in a detention room. Here, it met Huan Yinyu, a girl from Huagua who had also smuggled herself in. She didn't want to be sold off because her father had borrowed money from loan sharks. So she planned to sneak onto the ship to Mercury. Seeing another smuggled beast, Chowing felt a sense of camaraderie with Huan Yinyu, and they became companions in the detention room. On the second day, since the immigrant fleet had already left Earth, the cost of returning was exorbitant. So the two smuggled passengers could only be registered and released. However, since all the remaining money on them was confiscated as a fine by the law enforcement agency, Huan Yinyu and Chowing had no place to stay in the immigrant fleet. Fortunately, there was only artificial weather here, so they did not have to worry about severe weather. Huan Yinyu decided to perform in the square, although she had never learned to sing. She had a natural singing voice that attracted a few passers-by to tip her, earning some money to buy food. On the third day, while Chowing was eating the donuts that Huan Yinyu had worked hard to buy, it felt a bit embarrassed. So it showcased the singing skills it had honed over the years in the simulator. Unexpectedly, a song that had never gained much traction on Dodo suddenly attracted many beasts and audiences in the immigrant fleet. Huan Yinyu, who made a lot of money, was all smiles and treated herself to a feast. On the fourth day, when Chowing sang in the square, it already had a fixed fan base of up to 100 people, catching the attention of an entertainment company. Huan Yinyu was treated as a beastmaster, and under the financial temptation from the company, she secretly signed a contract without telling Chowing. That night, they moved into the accommodation provided by the agent. On the fifth day, Chowing sensed that Huan Yinyu was hiding something from it, and felt uneasy, as its beastmaster was only Lu Sheng. Huan Yinyu apologized and explained that she didn't T-sign Chowing, only herself, and that once they reached Mercury, Chowing could leave at any time. Chowing reluctantly agreed to continue together, and Huan Yinyu breathed a sigh of relief, starting activities arranged by the agent. On the 30th day, through several stage performances, Huan Yinyu and Chowing gained some popularity. The agent arranged a small concert, and Huan Yinyu wanted to try performing a song given by the agent alone, but the response was tepid. At a critical moment, Chowing couldn't stand it anymore and sang a song on stage, saving the crisis. Huan Yinyu was scolded by the agent, who informed her that the reason for the failure was not because her singing was bad, but because Chao Ying's song represented a new musical style, a culture belonging to space, which was why so many people adored it. Seeing Huan Yinyu despondent, Chowing decided to temporarily stay with her in this world, though it still thought of Lu Sheng in its heart. On the 60th day, the combination of Huan Yinyu and Chowing achieved great success in the immigrant fleet, becoming the most famous idols there. This day was also when the immigrant fleet arrived at Mercury, and Huan Yinyu was troubled about the road ahead. However, the agent told them that the people from this batch of immigrants would settle in the new city in the eastern hemisphere of Mercury. And as a spiritual support that accompanied them, it would be easy to gain the support of these people. On the 100th day, the agent was right. Huan Yinyu and Chowing easily gained fame in the new city due to their immense popularity in the immigrant fleet, and their fame spread throughout Mercury. Their first recorded album, Smuggling to Mercury with You, with its extremely unique song style, featured Chowing as the lead singer and Huan Yinyu as the backing singer. Organically combining beast culture with human singing, coupled with their special background, it became a hit upon release, becoming a benchmark for the new immigrant era. On the 150th day, Chowing grasped the sound system skill tempting sound through multiple concerts. Chapter 56, Sky Whale and Expedition. On the 200th day, the heat generated by the immigrant fleet's voyage attracted the attention of the Sky Whale. The Sky Whale was a biological extinction weapon created by the long-extinct Gaia people. According to the Dark Forest principle, This weapon would attack any planet with civilized beings. The sky whale had already destroyed countless civilizations, and after attacking the immigrant fleet, it was discovered and eliminated by the strongest beast, the giant divine soldier, left on Mercury. However, the sky whale emitted a signal to summon its companions, and the giant divine soldier was outnumbered. In the end, it used the Star Destruction Fist to kill the remaining sky whales, losing its own consciousness. On the 360th day, the damaged immigrant fleet dragged the body of the giant divine soldier back to Mercury, where the residents held an unprecedented festival in honor of the beast that protected them. However, the crisis of the sky whale had not yet been resolved. To protect Mercury, more preparations were needed. Xiaoying witnessed the weak divine-level giant divine soldier falling to the attack of the sky whale swarm and felt anxious, starting to train. On the 400th day, Xiaoying, with its super-intelligent brain, easily mastered all the skills to the proficient level. However, reaching the mastery level from proficiency required not just hard training but also combat experience. On the other hand, Xiaoying released a new song dedicated to the giant divine soldier, titled March of the Giant Divine Soldier. The entire song was filled with an uplifting and indomitable melody, standing out among a sea of self-pitying music, and was selected as one of the best songs on Mercury that year. Huan Yinyu and Xiaoying attended the first music awards ceremony on Mercury and won the Best Newcomer award. On the 500th day, scientists discovered that the sky whale invaded the solar system due to the immigrant fleet's voyage, which left heat material scattered throughout space. Earth abandoned the immigration plan and terminated spacecraft travel to Mercury to avoid another sky whale invasion of the solar system. On the 510th day, Mercury received news and fell into unprecedented despair. Due to the dire situation on Mercury, many resources depended on support from Earth. Without transport ships, Mercury would run out of food in 3 months. Huan Yinyu was also very desperate, but Xiaoying was unwilling to wait to die. Using its quantum computer-like super-intelligent brain, Xiaoying designed a large agricultural robot suitable for Mercury, commonly known as a farming machine. The appearance of this farming machine brought hope to the desperate people of Mercury, and the agent seized the opportunity to launch a new song, The Road to Mercury. To boost morale on Mercury and also to thank Xiaoying for inventing the farming machine, The Road to Mercury was spread as the planet's anthem, laying the groundwork for Mercury's independence in the near future. On the 600th day, Huan Yinyu and Xiaoying had become superstars, but the agency suddenly had conflicts with them. The agency wanted to monopolize the copyright of The Road to Mercury, as they could see that this song would eventually become a timeless piece of Mercury, and having it would be equivalent to having a treasure trove. Huan Yinyu was coerced and unwilling to sign an unequal treaty, so the agency decided to put her on ice to force her to yield. On the 700th day, with no activities and being forced to disappear from the public eye, Huan Yinrong and Super Baby set aside all work, changing their appearances to travel to Mercury like they did during the immigration ship era. Super Baby saw people using the farming machines it invented to cultivate fields and felt touched. Therefore, Huan Yinrong used all the money she had earned over the years to buy land the size of a town and became a farm owner. The farming machines designed by Super Baby had superpower interfaces, allowing Super Baby to control them with its powers, gradually increasing from 1 machine to 3. By the time it reached the 10th machine, it had gained insights and mastered the techniques of using superpowers. On the 800th day, Mercury overcame the crisis through the united efforts of its people, but the hatred of being abandoned by Earth was not forgotten. They elected representatives and a speaker through word of mouth and declared independence. This huge news caused dissatisfaction on Earth, leading to a war of words between the two governments, with daily news of mutual deletion of citizenship and freezing of assets. Amidst all this news, the fact that Huan Yinyu was elected as a representative by her fans went unnoticed. However, with power, Huan Yinyu became different in the eyes of the agency. The agency chose to yield, and Huan Yinyu was able to resume her activities. However, after experiencing loss once, she did not want to be caught off guard again. On the 1200th day, Huan Yinyu quietly started a new agency during this time and transferred her resources there. By the time the agency discovered the problem, it was too late. Huan Yinyu announced a complete break with them. Due to her public authority as a representative, the agency could not take action against her and could only keep slandering her, insulting her with accusations of human smuggling. On the 1300th day, Huan Yinyu easily defeated the agency with her status as a national idol. However, a crisis broke out, leaving them no time to be distracted. Earth sent a beast legion to invade Mercury. This legion contained at least epic-level beings, with the strongest being the faint divine-level Archangel Beast. The situation was manageable. But the highest combat power on Mercury was asleep and was no match for them. Fortunately, the Beast Legion had lost its spaceship capabilities and would take 2 years to reach Mercury, giving them time to produce a faint divine-level beast to overcome the crisis. On the 1400th day, during nationwide training, Super Baby had various combat opportunities. It frequently used the quantum floating blade, mastering it first. On the 1500th day, they released a new song, Newborn Stars, which became a battle song that every Beast Master had to listen to. It was said that playing it during battles would significantly boost the fighting power of the beasts. In reality, this was because Super Baby invented a technique to store the sound of temptation onto a disc, so when the song played, both the beasts and their masters would be filled with fighting spirit. On the 1600th day, the Mercury government announced a nationwide god-making competition, requiring all beasts to participate in battles, with the last one standing awarded a large amount of resources from Mercury. Super Baby was very tempted, but its skills were insufficient and was eliminated by a professional-level beast in the second round of selection. On the 1700th day, the competition crowned a 50-year-old middle-aged man named Lu Linqing, who used a demigod-level holy beast spinner, winning the championship with his dazzling totem attacks and receiving a large amount of resources. On the 1800th day, after releasing the new song Mercury Will, Huan Yinyu announced her enlistment as a representative. This news caused a huge stir, moving everyone, and many people, especially her fans, rushed to join the army. To protect the national idol's safety, the army placed Huan Yinyu in logistics, leading Super Baby to learn that the government was secretly working on a top-secret project in addition to the public god-making. They were transforming the consciousness-extinguished giant god soldiers into piloted machines. If Lu Linqing's holy beast spinner could not advance to a faint divine level, they would have to gamble everything, even at the risk of being scorned. On the 2020th day, the Beast Legion from Earth was approaching Mercury, and the government hurried to find the reclusive Lu Linqing, only to discover he had run off with the resources. In reality, he was an undercover agent sent by Earth to consume all of Mercury's efforts at the most critical moment. A great battle was imminent, and the government had no choice but to activate their final means. However, Earth had already learned of this plan and sent agents to infiltrate the base to seize the mechanical giant soldiers. Pilot Shinjun was the first to be killed, throwing the base into chaos. Super Baby hid with Huan Yinyu in the hangar as enemies approached. At a critical moment, Super Baby teleported with Huan Yinyu to the cockpit of the mechanical giant soldier. Huan Yinyu held Super Baby, looking at the strange instruments with both fear and curiosity. Fortunately, this mechanical transformation was based on farming machines. Super Baby was familiar with the basic operations, and crucially, this basic structure could fully adapt to Super Baby's superpowers, meaning the best pilot for the mechanical giant soldier was Super Baby itself. Accidentally boarding the mechanical giant soldier, Super Baby activated it, amplifying its own strength infinitely through the machine, capable of tearing the Earth apart with its movements. The invaders realized the mechanical giant soldier was activated and attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Super Baby used the mechanical giant soldier to unleash the Phoenix Flame Fist, defeating them and flying into space. The Legion commander saw the mechanical giant soldier approaching quickly and could only sigh in despair as he initiated a link. He was stunned to see Huan Yinyu and Super Baby, and after being informed, his face fell into despair. With the real pilot dead, what hope was there for this battle? Just then, Huan Yinyu, holding Super Baby, began to hum the song Sneaking to Mercury with You. This song was from their first album, filled with the pain of having to leave their home and the hope of longing for Mercury. Most people on Mercury had come to this barren planet because they yearned for the universe, and at that moment, the song resonated with everyone. They had started to despair, but Huan Yinyu's singing reignited their fighting spirit. The mechanical giant soldier arrived in front of the Earth Expeditionary Army, and the Archangel Beast thought the opponent was merely a weapon piloted by humans, underestimating it and deciding to challenge it one-on-one to instill fear in the other beasts. Hundreds of kilometers disappeared in an instant, and Super Baby continuously shifted gears, making the mechanical giant soldier faster and faster. By the time the Archangel Beast sensed something was wrong, it was too late. In the moment of engagement, Super Baby summoned thousands of quantum floating blades through the mechanical giant soldier, crashing them into the Archangel Beast and not giving it a chance to use any skills. Opting for a hard clash to deal a heavy blow, Huan Yinyu was still in shock at how Super Baby used the mechanical giant soldier's power to suppress the Archangel Beast, but the next second, she saw Super Baby bleeding from 7 orifices. This was the cost of using power that did not belong to it. The Archangel Beast was not suited for a hard confrontation. And after being suppressed, it found it hard to turn the tide and could only command other beasts to help it escape. However, the mechanical giant soldier ignored the attacks from the other beasts, relentlessly pounding the Archangel Beast with Phoenix Flame fists, leaving it in a sorry state. But this was already the limit. Huan Yinyu saw Super Baby covered in blood and cried while trying to clean it up. Hearing her cries, Super Baby involuntarily began to sing the uplifting march of the giant soldier to comfort her. Huan Yinyu was infected by the song, and seeing Super Baby smile, she couldn't help but freeze in place. Soon, the giant soldier seemed to be awakened by the song, and the temperature in the cockpit rapidly rose. Super Baby felt as if it were burning in flames, and scenes of the giant soldier crushing thousands of space whales flashed in its mind. It understood the meaning of the giant god soldier, so without hesitation, it used the burning life consciousness fist against the Archangel Beast. Starfall Fist. This fist had destroyed the Void Whale, had annihilated the giant god soldier, and today it would also annihilate the super infant. But before it burned out completely, it still needed to wipe out the expeditionary force from Earth. This earth-shattering punch swept across hundreds of kilometers, with only a few beasts at the edges escaping unscathed. The Archangel Beast and the other beasts at the forefront were all doomed, leaving only the battered mechanical giant god soldier floating in the sea of stars in space. The cockpit, once again plunged into silence, gradually lost its warmth. Huan Yinyu tightened her embrace around the consciousness-extinguished super infant with slight effort. She needed to keep smiling and continue humming the giant god soldier march that it had yet to finish singing. This scene echoed in the hearts of everyone on Mercury through the communication. Chapter 57. The House. Simulation ended. Gained 50 exploration points. Unlocked God-slaying mechanic. Title. 10 exploration points. Unlocked Starfall Fist. Mechanical giant god soldier version. 20 exploration points. Unlocked Voice of Temptation. Beginner level. 1 exploration point. Unlocked Quantum Floating Blade. Mastery level. 10 exploration points. Unlocked Moonfall. Mastery level. 5 exploration points. Unlocked Dominate the Future. Mastery level. 5 exploration points. Unlocked Instant Teleportation. Mastery level. 5 exploration points. Unlocked Super Ability Brain Development at 10 exploration points. Unlocked 5 years of cultivation. 5 exploration points. Unlocked Death Protection Mechanism. Cooldown of 3 days after use. 10 exploration points. After the first simulator update, it was a huge harvest. The super infant not only became a national idol, but also obtained the title of God-slaying mechanic with the help of the mechanical giant god soldier. The God-slaying mechanic before you shows that gods are not invincible, even with the aid of external objects. Wearing it grants the God-slaying halo, which has a small chance to trigger and enter the God-slaying state during battle, with the talent of 1. If near Mercury, it will also trigger a destiny effect. The effect of destiny cultivation is enhanced, making it easier to obtain special events and harder to die. Although destiny is limited to Mercury, Lu Xing is already very satisfied, as he still has a death protection mechanism that will allow him to return to Mercury in 3 days. Aside from the first and last mandatory choices, the others combined have already exceeded his available exploration points, requiring him to make trade-offs. The Starfall Fist can harness the power of the mechanical giant god soldier to execute a move that damages the enemy by 1,000 while harming oneself by 800, requiring as much as 20 exploration points. Using this move in reality would be suicidal, but in the simulator, it acts as a cheat to increase exploration point scores. The others could be ignored, but this one must be taken. Excluding these 3 options, Lu Xing's remaining balance is only 21 exploration points. He desires the other rewards but can only use the process of elimination, first ruling out the 5 years of cultivation. The super infant hasn't properly cultivated in the simulation world. It has become a national idol just by singing. So it's likely that the 5 years of cultivation could be watered down to the sea. It's better to wait for the next time he enters this world to take the cultivation reward. The remaining techniques and super ability brain development leave Lu Xing with only the Voice of Temptation and Quantum Floating Blade, as the other techniques are just at mastery level. Even in reality, relying on the super ability brain could easily allow for cultivation to return. The most important thing is the super ability brain development at 10. This is the super infant's core talent. A 10 development means its super ability usage skills and power have increased by 10. This is a simplified explanation in reality. It involves all aspects of the brain, and the benefits obtained from 10 are difficult to explain even in 100 papers. In summary, Lu Xing is determined to take this. Just like that, after spending, the super infant's strength received a tremendous boost, and his savings were left empty. which is both a joy and a cause for celebration. After getting off the train, Lu Sheng immediately called brother Qinshan. When Lu Qinshan received the call and saw it was Lu Sheng, he picked it up right away. "Hello, why the sudden call? What's up?" Qinshan asked, puzzled. Lu Sheng smiled and said, "I have good news to tell you. We have a home." Lu Qinshan chuckled. "What are you joking about? Stop it. I still have to meet a client later." "I'm serious," Lu Sheng hurriedly replied. "Didn't I tell you I was going to participate in the Poison Sound conference?" The Poison Sound infant evolved into the super infant with the help of the 10,000 poison pool, and Master Feng Long immediately offered to give me a house. Lu Qinshan was baffled. Is there something wrong with this logic? You used his resources to evolve, and he still wants to thank you? What is that about? You just don't understand. Do you know how popular the super infant is now? The other party is practically begging to give me a house, afraid I won't agree. Enough said. We're moving tonight, and you'll see whether it's true or not. Lu Sheng laughed as he hung up the phone. He knew his brother had been tricked so many times that mere words wouldn't convince him. He needed to show him the real thing for him to be completely at ease. Lu Sheng called a freight service and went directly to the bottom of the rental building. He scanned a shared bike and pedaled back vigorously. The freight service arrived even earlier than him, causing his phone to ring continuously. When he arrived, the driver grumbled, stating that if they didn't pay more, he wouldn't provide moving services. "If you're not moving, then we won't pay for this moving fee," Lu Sheng said straightforwardly. The driver laughed mockingly. "All right. You can save that little bit of money, but let us see how long it takes you to move by yourself." Lu Sheng looked at the super infant, which nodded. Its eyes began to change, and the silent, colorless super ability spread throughout the entire neighborhood, surrounding all the items in the rental house, then levitating them into the freight truck in an orderly manner. The driver was astonished and speechless, and Lu Sheng chuckled. "Sorry, but I can't move alone because I'm a beast tamer. How can you afford to keep such a precious beast but not pay?" The driver spat, but his voice had noticeably softened. Lu Sheng and the super infant exchanged smiles, not wanting to provoke the driver's anger further, as they still needed to move and didn't have that much time to waste. After Lu Qinshan finished his brother's call, he felt as if he was in a dream, lost in a fog. Ever since the Poison Sound infant came to his home, it seemed that every day brought about significant changes. Winning the championship in the ancient warehouse competition, participating in performances for TV dramas and movies. But none of these impacts were as significant as having a house. He counted the hours and hurried to leave work. When he arrived at the rental house, he pushed the door open and found it empty as if it had been robbed. At that moment, Lu Qinshan's heart stopped, his mind blank, trembling. He took out his phone and saw the address Lu Sheng had sent him. Could it be true? He walked to the entrance of the community, originally intending to search for how to take the bus to this address. He suddenly didn't want to take the bus anymore. Saving money is one thing, but now is not the time to be frugal. Lu Qinshan muttered to himself, then flagged down a taxi and told the driver to go to that address. The taxi headed straight for the center of Ping City. Lu Qinshan leaned against the window, continuously noting down the scenery along the way. These landmarks would serve as the markers for his way home. He couldn't forget them, or else he wouldn't be able to return. With anticipation, Lu Qinshan inexplicably felt a bit of fear. He was afraid everything was fake, that Lu Sheng was just playing a prank on him, concocting lies. This fear peaked when he reached the entrance of the community. The community wasn't particularly luxurious, but it had beautiful landscaping, a fountain, and patrolling security, making it look quite expensive. Lu Qinshan feared that if he walked over, the security would chase him away, but as soon as he got out of the taxi, it drove off, and the fare was deducted, leaving him only able to see the crowd coming and going at the mall across the street. He had no choice but to brave it and walked over to ask the security about the address. The security guard asked him to show his ID. And after checking against the form on the desk, he said, "Welcome, new owner. Home." Lu Qinshan was stunned. He glanced at the names on the form, which were written in a messy handwriting, and one of them was indeed Lu Qinshan. Not Lu Sheng or anyone else, but his name. Lu Qinshan's mood became complicated. Under the guidance of the security guard, he saw the tall red brick building, with the 8th floor being their home. Lu Sheng had already known that Lu Qinshan had arrived at the door, but his brother seemed hesitant to knock. He had no choice but to open the door and hug his brother, saying, "I've been waiting for you for so long, come in." Lu Qinshan was pulled into the house, sitting on the sofa that had been moved from the rental place, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar surroundings. He took out a cigarette, hesitated for a moment, fearing to dirty the brand new walls, and put it back. "Brother, how do you like the new home?" Lu Sheng asked with a grin. Lu Qinshan nodded and said, "It's nice. The house is beautiful, much more spacious and bright than the rental place. That's good. From now on, this will be our home, and we won't have to pay rent, for fear the landlord will raise the price. Lu Qingshan nodded gloomily, ultimately unable to resist opening the sliding door to the balcony and stepping outside for a smoke. Lu Sheng walked over in confusion, watching the unhappy Lu Qingshan, and asked, "Brother, why aren't you happy?" "I'm not unhappy," Lu Qingshan replied quickly, but his tone gradually slowed down. "I just feel like you've grown up and learned to share the burden for the family. Also, I just saw the security guard. And the owner wrote my name on the lease. Was that a mistake?" Lu Sheng wanted to keep it a secret, but unexpectedly, there was a slip-up at the security guard's place. He paused, turned to look at the evening glow, and nodded, saying, "Yes, this house is in your name, brother. Only then can I feel at ease. Otherwise, if something happens to me, what will you do?" Lu Qingshan's heart tightened suddenly. He originally wanted to scold Lu Sheng for being inconsiderate, thinking that the house he earned shouldn't be in his brother's name, as even siblings should keep accounts clear. However, he realized he was thinking too little. Lu Qingshan only saw the glory of a beast master, but did not see the countless bones on the path of becoming one. He exhaled a puff of smoke, patted his brother's shoulder, and smiled, saying, "No matter what, I can raise you alone. Even if you were gone, would I still not be able to get by?" Lu Sheng chuckled foolishly, scratching his head. "Isn't it to save on rent? With a house, brother, you won't have to work 2 jobs anymore. You can take it easier." Lu Qingshan lightly kicked him in the butt, calling, "Go get the beer. Today we brothers are having a toast." "All right." Lu Sheng touched his butt, but felt happy after being kicked. This was the true portrayal of his brother. Why should he be so restrained at home? After he walked away, Lu Qingshan silently leaned against the railing, the evening glow like blood, and his eyes felt inexplicably sore. The 2-footed beasts were busy celebrating their housewarming, while the super baby, who rarely got a break, organized the music from the Mercury world and posted it on Dodo. Without Huan Yinyu as the backing vocalist, it felt like something was missing. Its #1 fan, Lilith, could tell. Lilith asked, "Baby, this song seems different from before?" Super Baby replied, "You noticed, huh? That's right. There should have been a human backing vocalist, but I'm just a beast master. I can't play another role." Lilith said, "That's a pity. I can feel that if these songs could be perfectly performed, your fan base would definitely skyrocket." Super Baby lamented, "Don't say that. The more you say, the sadder I get." After finishing her message with a smile, Lilith rolled over while hugging the poison sound baby pillow, muttering to herself, "If only I could sing with it, that would be great, but unfortunately, my identity can't be exposed. Otherwise, it would cause trouble for it." She felt a bit troubled but couldn't think of a solution. However, she did gain another insight today, which was the new skin after the poison sound baby's evolution. Lilith immediately placed an order, having her manager work overtime to produce 100 super baby pillows and deliver them to her room. Just thinking about being able to hug the new pillow in the future made Lilith drool. Chapter 58. Creating Techniques Sleeping in the New House. The clattering sounds of traffic were no longer heard in his ears, and even waking up felt like breathing exceptionally fresh air. Lu Sheng rubbed his messy hair and lifted the still sleeping super baby onto his shoulder. Super baby skillfully wrapped its arms around his neck, eyes still closed, breathing steadily, looking as if it was still deeply asleep. After so long, he had also gotten used to super baby's routine, knowing it would never wake up on its own unless the sun shone on its backside. Reluctantly, he walked into the bathroom, which had 2 sets of toiletries, one blue for him and one pink for Super Baby. After brushing his teeth, Lu Sheng also helped Super Baby brush its teeth. Super Baby's eyes opened slightly, cooperating in a half-asleep state while rinsing its mouth, and after spitting, it closed its eyes again, not wasting any time sleeping, which could be said to be extremely energy efficient. Qingshan had left early, leaving a few boiled eggs he made on the table. Lu Sheng put them in his pocket, planning to eat them at school. After moving to the new house, Lu Sheng needed to take the bus to school, and he dawdled, almost getting late. Just as he walked into the Beast Master class, a thunderous applause erupted, and teacher Su Fan led the way, congratulating. "Congratulations to the 3 of you for successfully passing the poison conference and reaping great rewards." Xiao Yu and Wang Ke pulled him to the podium. Lu Sheng was still in a daze when Xiao Yu quietly said to him, "Don't be stunned. The principal is sitting in the back. Perform well, and you might get a reward later." Lu Sheng suddenly realized why the usually casual teacher Su Fan had turned formal. He secretly glanced at the back row and indeed saw a bald middle-aged man smiling and clapping his hands. Ahem, this time, our team leader has made great contributions. I'm not exaggerating. This is evident to all. Xiao Yu, who was good at storytelling, narrated how they discovered the stalker, ambushed the passerby, and how Lu Sheng, alone, had found a way out while being chased by a professional-grade flying wing serpent, defeating the opponent together with Hu Jia, and also defeating the epic-level poison fire dragon after evolving, shining brightly and receiving a house as a reward from Feng Long. Lu Xing was described as brave and resourceful, almost like the protagonist of a novel, which made the principal's eyes light up as he clapped in approval. At this moment, Su Fan pretended to cough twice to stop the garrulous Xiao Yu and then said, "Next, let's have Principal Hao say a few words." The main event was here, and the three of them immediately looked forward to Principal Hao walking to the podium. At that moment, this bald, big-bellied, middle-aged, greasy uncle looked particularly handsome in their eyes. Principal Hao was very pleased with the admiration from these students, as if he had become younger by a few years. He smiled broadly and said, "Your performances were all very good. To commend you for bringing honor to our school, Xiao Yu and Wang Kei. Both of you will receive a scholarship of 10,000 yuan. Then, Principal Hao looked at Lu Sheng, patted his shoulder, and praised. "You entered the Beast Master class after failing the exam. Yet with your perseverance, you have nurtured a low-quality beast to the epic level, setting a record for our school. In less than a week, the Beast Master Grand Examination will take place. So I have decided to grant you special permission to use the special grade Aura Chamber for 3 days, allowing you to break through to the initial stage before the exam. The Aura Chamber belongs to the school's benefits, and the special grade Aura Chamber can only be used by the principal. It should be noted that every time the Aura Chamber is opened, it consumes a large amount of electricity and spirit jade. Even the principal can only use it occasionally." Su Fan and Lu Sheng didn't expect the principal to be so generous this time, their faces showing surprise. Principal Hao's decision was not only for Lu Sheng, but also to achieve results for the school. Lu Sheng was the only man in the school with an epic-level beast, one of the few in the entire province. If his super baby could break through to the initial stage, then achieving first place in the province in the Beast Master Grand Examination would not be impossible. First place in the province, this enticing title, if it fell on the school, would at least earn him, as principal, a reputation for effective teaching, which was the highest honor that Pingqing High School had yet to achieve. Calculating this way, it's not a big deal for Lu Sheng to use the special-level spiritual energy chamber once. Principal Hao thought of this and felt delighted, wearing a cheerful expression on his face, making others think he had won the lottery and was about to get promoted. After he left, teacher Su Fan no longer held classes and directly brought Lu Sheng to the entrance of the special-level spiritual energy chamber. 3 days cannot be wasted. The principal didn't say when to interrupt, so hurry up and let the super infant go in to cultivate. Su Fan explained. Lu Sheng also wanted to know if the evolved super infant could break through to the initial stage with its epic-level qualifications. The super infant looked at Lu Sheng, nodded, and then entered the special chamber, after which the heavy gate fell shut. Thick cables poured in a massive amount of electricity, and in an instant, the chamber was filled with dazzling lightning and thunder. The spiritual jade embedded in the floor was stimulated, releasing a rich mist of spiritual energy that enveloped the entire chamber. The super infant used its superpower to levitate in the air, perceiving the spiritual energy through telekinesis, which clearly displayed the minuscule yet tangible particles in its superpower brain. It had never been so clear during previous cultivation, partly because it didn't have superpowers or its superpower brain was undeveloped, making it hard to see, and partly because it lacked such a unique environment. This chamber was a godsend for it, and with a movement of its telekinesis, the superpower transformed into a giant funnel, filtering out impurities and fully absorbing the spiritual energy into its body. With the computing power of its superpower brain, which operates at trillions of calculations per second, it continuously streamlined and optimized, ultimately creating its unique cultivation technique, the telekinesis vortex. As the telekinesis funnel was perfected, the super infant's cultivation speed skyrocketed, and soon, even the special-level spiritual jade could no longer sustain itself and was exhausted. When the last bit of spiritual energy was deeply inhaled, the super infant no longer suppressed its extremely solid foundation, let out a soft breath, and smoothly progressed into the initial stage. It didn't rush to leave the special chamber, but instead showed a mischievous smile, took out its phone, levitated in the air, crossed its legs, and comfortably started watching videos, occasionally filling the chamber with cheerful giggles. Chapter 59. Super infant clone Lu Xing was unaware that the super infant had successfully broken through and was still comfortably playing on his phone. For 3 days, he hadn't left the school, continuously waiting outside the chamber while working on problems. As day turned to night, the time for closed-door cultivation soon came to an end. He walked to the entrance and watched as the heavy iron gate slowly lifted. He saw the super infant looking haggard, with dark circles under its eyes, slightly swollen. It yawned while stretching, looking as if it had worked hard, and let out a couple of whines to indicate it had successfully broken through. Lu Sheng excitedly rubbed its head, praising it for not slacking off and for successfully breaking through, which was truly wonderful. Su Fan, who had come with Lu Sheng, glanced at the power meter, somewhat surprised and a bit incredulous, so he checked the consumption of the spiritual jade again. Upon returning, he looked at the super infant with a complicated expression and teased Lu Sheng, saying that he had just checked, and the super infant had used up all the spiritual energy in just one day. Lu Sheng and the super infant's expressions froze simultaneously, revealing that the facade of fatherly love had cracked. The super infant glared at teacher Su Fan, only to be caught and spanked by Lu Sheng. Good. After cultivating, you didn't even come out, making me worry about you for so long. I originally wanted to give you a day off, but it seems that has to be cancelled. Lu Sheng scolded while spanking. The super infant dared not resist and could only whine in protest, claiming it didn't want to cultivate so quickly, but the special chamber had too little spiritual energy, so it couldn't be blamed. Seeing this situation, Su Fan didn't dare to stay longer, lamenting the super infant's extraordinary qualifications, and quickly slipped away. After teaching the super infant a lesson, Lu Sheng also felt hungry. Outside the school, at a restaurant, the super infant eagerly picked up fries, added ketchup, and fed them to Lu Sheng. Others saw how adorable and considerate this beast was and took photos in amazement. Lu Sheng wanted to refuse but ended up with ketchup all over his mouth, leaving him both amused and annoyed. The super infant looked at him with a pitiful expression, as if asking, "Why are you ignoring me? Is it because you don't love me anymore?" Lu Sheng could only helplessly open his mouth, eating the fries while saying, all right, stop pretending. I'm not angry anymore." The super infant looked at him suspiciously, and seeing Lu Sheng nod seriously, it floated in the air, happily rolling the fries into its mouth one by one. Watching the fries disappear in an instant, Lu Sheng was utterly speechless. Upon returning home, the super infant tried to teleport away, but Lu Sheng had already seen through its intentions and directly activated the simulator. On the first day, when the super infant woke up, it found itself in a petri dish surrounded by its clones. Soon, its consciousness was interrupted, and another artificial consciousness awoke, named Super Infant Number 0. After Number 0 took over the consciousness, it did not betray it but treated the super infant as a friend. During their communication, No. 0 informed the super infant that this was a base of the Fate organization, with the purpose of mass-producing super infant clones to serve as pilots for mechanical beasts. The backdoor left by the super infant in agricultural machinery had become an indispensable flaw in the generations of technology updates, making its body the most suitable pilot. On the second day, the super infant's body was finally released from the petri dish after adjustments and modifications. Number 0 could connect with all surrounding super infant clones, making it the most special among all super infant clones. This organization had stolen the super infant's body and imitated Mercury's technology to create a brand new mechanical bone saint using the body of the bone saint. They attempted new technologies on the mechanical bone saint, allowing it to simulate the moves in front of it. The super infant secretly learned this technology, planning to pass it back to Mercury. Number 0 skillfully used the mechanical bone saint to move through the universe, using various techniques without feeling any pressure. No. 0 told it that after adjustments, it could distribute the pressure generated by the machine to other clones, but the other clones couldn't do this. So they remained disposable consumables that would be scrapped after one use. The super infant witnessed the cockpit opening and super infant clone No. 1889 was crushed into a grotesque form by gravity, causing a change to stir within its heart. On the third day, the super infant persuaded Number 0 to rebel, but Number 0 ignored it. The super infant decided to look for flaws to reclaim its body. Number 0 regarded the Fate organization as its biological parents, and even the super infant, its best friend, was of no use. On the 10th day, after numerous failed attempts, the super infant discovered that it could also connect with other super infant clones. It shifted its approach, began to instill its thoughts, and awakened other clones. On the 30th day, the super infant successfully brainwashed Number 18, and under the super infant's encouragement, Number 18 secretly sent a message to Huan Yinyu. Upon learning that the super infant's consciousness had been restored, Huan Yinyu was ecstatic, but the super infant could only communicate with her through clones, indicating that the situation was not optimistic. She had become one of the 12 influential counselors of Mercury after the God-slaying war. However, Rescuing the super infant was no easy task, especially with the Fate organization hiding the Mechanical Bone Saint as a trump card. Chapter 60. Mechanical God Athena on the 90th day, Huan Yinyu, through various channels, finally completed her layout. That day coincided with No. Zero's adjustment in the Petri dish when a Special Forces unit, which had quietly infiltrated the area around the base, suddenly launched an attack. The Super Infant clones. Under the Super Infant's brainwashing for several days, were unsure whether to pilot the demigod machine to engage in battle. Soon, the Special Forces controlled everyone in the base. At this time, Number Zero, still in the Petri dish for adjustments, was completely unaware of the dramatic changes occurring outside. Huan Yinyu threatened the scientists to shut down No. Zero's access, and at last, the super infant finally broke free from its cage. On the 91st day, Huan Yinyu held the super baby and recounted the experiences of this period. However, the Fate organization learned that the base had been attacked and immediately mobilized reinforcements from Earth. As the enemy approached their spaceship, the super baby decided to pilot the Mechanical Bone Saint to hold them off. The Fate organization had quietly cultivated resources on Earth for thousands of years, accumulating resources beyond the imagination of the Earth government. They immediately dispatched two mechanical weak gods. The super baby, piloting the Mechanical Bone Saint, faced two opponents and gradually found itself at a disadvantage. To cover the other's escape, it could only divert the pursuers. While fighting and retreating, it unknowingly discovered it was nearing the Earth's orbit. A satellite was destroyed during their battle, finally attracting the attention of Earth. Just as Earth was about to send its beast masters, at a critical moment, the super baby activated its god-slaying state, significantly increasing the power of the Mechanical Bone Saint. It used the Moonfall technique to entrap them and then summoned 3 Bone Saint avatars to form a massive skeletal array. The array released a multitude of eerie skeletons that clamped onto the 2 mechanical bodies, preventing them from focusing elsewhere. Seizing the opportunity, the super baby used the quantum floating blade to flank and break through the middle, blowing up the cockpit. After being defeated, the 2 mechanical bodies retained 90% of their form. The super baby was unwilling to give up. It glanced back at the hesitant Earth Beastmasters and calmly dragged the 2 bodies back to Mercury. The might of the Mechanical Bone Saint left a deep impression on Earth, reminding them of the fear they had once felt when defeated by the giant divine soldiers. On the 100th day, the Mechanical Bone Saint dragged the 2 empty shells back to the spaceship and successfully returned to Mercury with the ship's power. During this time, Earth announced the start of the Mechanical God Plan, intending to turn generations of divine beastmasters into mechanical bodies to reclaim Mercury. On the 120th day, the super baby, indifferent to the changes outside, lived a good life on Mercury, sleeping until naturally waking and counting money until its hands cramped. By chance, it encountered number 18 on the road, who informed the super baby that she had become the supervisor of the Super Baby Clone Project and frankly stated that her current life was like a dream. However, due to the arms race on Earth, this beautiful life would eventually be disrupted. Therefore, she decided to undergo enhancement modifications to risk her life to protect everything she cherished. The super baby felt complicated emotions and began to cultivate. Huan Yinrong provided a large amount of resources, allowing its cultivation speed to skyrocket. On the 300th day, the super baby perfected its ability to control the future. After exiting seclusion, it heard that number 18 had left Mercury. On the 360th day, number 18 stole the newly developed mechanical god Athena from Earth's military base. This body was synthesized from several weak divine corpses using the latest technology from Earth, possessing power comparable to a lower god. Number 18 piloted this mechanical god out of the Earth military base and barely made it back to Mercury, where it was urgently sent for adjustments. On the 380th day, Earth, seeking revenge for the loss of the mechanical god on Mercury, dispatched 10 newly made mechanical gods. Mercury had only 4, and the power disparity was immense. If number 18 hadn't risked stealing the Athena mechanical god, they would have had no choice but to surrender. Besides the super baby, no one on Mercury could fully utilize Athena's abilities. With no other option, it once again took to the cockpit. On the 400th day, facing the overwhelming Earth army, the mechanical god Athena directly activated its god-slaying state, reaching peak speed and attack power. Under the Spear of Victory, there was no opponent. The Earth army was forced to retreat, abandoning a large number of cannon fodder. Seeing this, Mercury decided to counterattack Earth, engaging in a final battle in the atmosphere. As both sides fought fiercely, the Fate organization ambushed from behind with 3 mechanical gods. Facing attacks from both sides, the Mercury Expeditionary Force began to collapse. The Super Baby could only hold the rear alone, using the power of all the Super Baby clones to unleash tens of thousands of Victory Light spears in one go. It charged through the enemy lines and entered the atmosphere, fearing a catastrophic disaster from Earth. The army had to abandon their objective and turn to deal with the Super Baby. As the Super Baby fought and retreated in this life and death moment, its super-powered brain began to burn, further enhancing its development. The Victory Light spears became even more unpredictable under the control of the super-powered brain, appearing from unexpected directions. The number of enemies dwindled to almost none, but the power borrowed from the clones was also exhausting. Seeing the approaching enemy aircraft, it did not hesitate and pressed the self-destruct button. The Athena mechanical god could not be left to Earth or the Fate organization. In the face of such a powerful mechanical god, Mercury would surely face annihilation. This war had greatly depleted both sides' strength, and as long as the Athena mechanical god disappeared, perhaps with Mercury's remaining strength, they could achieve peace, even if that peace would be fleeting. As the countdown for self-destruction began, the Super Baby saw a grand explosion rise from the Pacific Ocean of Earth, creating towering waves. Simulation ended, gained 80 exploration points, unlocked God-Slaying Pilot 2 legendary title. Requires 10 exploration points, unlocked 400 days of cultivation, requires 2 exploration points, unlocked Mechanical God Manufacturing Technology, requires 30 exploration points, unlocked 10 development of superpowered brain. Requires 10 exploration points, unlocked Future Control Perfect, requires 10 exploration points, unlocked Artificial Consciousness number 0 censored version, requires 5 exploration points, unlocked Adjuster Factor. Requires 2 exploration points, unlocked Death Protection Function, cooldown of 3 days after use, requires 10 exploration points, Lu Sheng exclaimed with excitement. This time the Super Baby had made a massive kill, gaining a large number of exploration points, enabling it to claim all rewards at once. Especially the Mechanical God Manufacturing Technology and God-Slaying Pilot 2. For the former, if Lu Sheng could acquire a body of a divine beast, along with various expensive modification materials. With this mechanical god, the Super Baby could kill gods and Buddhas alike. For the latter, the enhanced version of the God-Slaying Pilot title, when worn, would grant the bearer a God-Slaying halo, with a good chance of triggering during battle, thereby entering God-Slaying state, controlling talent 2, and triggering destiny effects on Earth and Mercury. This Earth is not just the world in the simulator. The reality where Lu Sheng resides is also Earth, meaning the Super Baby can also attain this level in reality. After obtaining all rewards, the Super Baby directly rose to the initial stage of the second level, which would surely astonish Su Xian, who was still stuck in the initial stage of the first level. Chapter 61, Void Mustard Artificial Consciousness No. Zero woke from its slumber and found it could no longer control the Super Baby's body, falling into silence. Super Baby number 0. How do you still want to control my body? This body originally belongs to me. Now it's just returning to its rightful owner. Number 0, I know. But since I became conscious, this body has been a part of me. I just need some time to adapt. Super Baby, I understand you're having a hard time now. How about this? When the opportunity arises in the future, I'll help you get a body. What do you think? Number 0, thank you. I didn't expect you to help me, especially after I refused your request back then. Super Baby, it's fine. After all, this isn't the world it used to be. No, 0. If your memories are true, then I can only regret that what I experienced was merely a simulated world. However, even so, the simulated world could be real. It might just be another timeline. This is a theory that scientists still can't fully comprehend, and I don't know if I'll ever figure it out in my lifetime. Super Baby, your curiosity is not at all like that of an artificial consciousness. Number 0, maybe it's because I haven't been subjected to any constraints set by them. Super Baby, it seems they treat you quite well. Number 0, although they do have a cruel side, it cannot be denied that, as a test subject, my living conditions are quite good. If possible, could you let me access your phone? I want to go online through this channel to learn about this world. Super Baby, sure, but I don't know how to let you in. Number 0, try to release the permissions and let me control this body. Super Baby exited consciousness without a word, and Number 0 didn't expect Super Baby to be so decisive, completely unafraid that it would seize the body and not switch back. Its expression was somewhat complicated, but it still shook its head with A, holding the phone and transferring its consciousness to the mobile terminal. Number 0. I've transferred part of my consciousness to the phone. So fast? That's great. You won't be lonely anymore. Number 0, were you worried about this? Super Baby chuckled. I was trapped in a cage, and it was very boring. I almost went crazy. I don't want you to end up like that. Don't worry. I like quiet and won't feel bored. Number 0 was bickering with Super Baby in its mind while exploring the internet. It subconsciously searched for traces of the Fate organization, thinking it wouldn't appear, but unexpectedly found a way in easily. It was somewhat confused, retracting all its outstretched tentacles and not daring to act rashly. Number 0. I've discovered something very strange on the internet. What can you find in such a short time? I just found the dark web of the Fate organization. Although it's the old version, I'm sure this is definitely the Fate organization. Lucian quickly received this news from Super Baby and frowned. The strength displayed by the Fate organization in the simulated world was astonishing. He was still so weak that the other party could crush him with just a finger. So it was better not to contact them for now. After learning Lucian's thoughts, no. Zero pretended to give up on further exploration, but secretly kept a part of its consciousness to monitor the dark web. If anything happened, it could use its advanced abilities to detect it in time. The next day, Su Xin called him, wanting to go to the provincial capital Wuchuan to scout the location and also book a room to review questions together. Lu Xing knew this top student was getting nervous close to the big exam and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Just after he hung up Su Xian's call, Wang Ke also called him, inviting him to Wuchuan as well. Lu Sheng started to sweat. Did these two women coordinate their plans? How could they both invite him at the same time? He couldn't think of what to say for a moment, and after hanging up the phone, he was completely dazed. Is this the legendary Shura field? But it seems like he hasn't done anything at all. Not long after, he still couldn't come up with any ideas. And when he stepped out of the house, he saw Wang Ke and Su Xian chatting at the bus stop. Seeing them enjoying their conversation, Lu Sheng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Wang Ke noticed he had arrived and teasingly said, "Two beautiful women are waiting for you. Your face is quite big." Lu Xing awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "You both came really fast. I thought women were usually slower." Su Xian chuckled. "Wang Ke and I are both naturally beautiful. We don't need makeup. How could we be slower than boys?" "Exactly. Are you underestimating us?" Wang Ke asked fiercely. Unable to argue with the two of them, Lu Sheng quickly raised his hands in surrender. Fortunately, not long after, the bus arrived in front of them. They got on, with the two girls sitting together chattering, while Lu Sheng sat alone at the back by the window. With his ears free from noise, he felt quite relaxed. Super Baby saw that the seat next to him was empty and floated down from his shoulder, casually reaching into its belly to pull out a bag of potato chips. Lu Sheng couldn't help but ask, "Where did you hide those potato chips? How did you get them out?" Super Baby smiled proudly and reached out again. This time much slower. Lu Sheng saw its fingers touch what seemed to be a black hole-like space, pulling out a box of jelly from inside. Super Baby told him that Number Zero's database stored many techniques left by the Fate organization. Although most only had names and detailed descriptions, there were still some basic techniques that could be learned from it. They probably didn't care about the leak of basic techniques, knowing they were going on a journey. Super Baby specifically found a very convenient superpower technique for travel. This technique was called Void Mustard, which creates a sealed space by cutting a part of the void with superpowers, allowing things to be stored inside and taken out whenever needed. Lu Xing's eyes lit up, exclaiming his luck. If it weren't for this time gaining a large number of exploration points, he probably wouldn't have kept Number 0. Unexpectedly, Number 0, which was worth only 5 exploration points, actually hit a mystery, allowing him to pick up a big bargain. Chapter 62. Yi Yelian in the president's office of the prestigious private Wuyu High School. Yi Yelian sat on the time-honored leather sofa, habitually picking at the hole in the suede with one finger while carefully flipping through the materials collected by the student council members with the other hand. The sound of flipping pages never ceased. Yi Yelian quickly skimmed through the pages, but finally stopped when she saw Su Xian's name. The elite beast master wing hunter lion at the initial first rank was indeed noteworthy. Yi Yelian carefully reviewed the gathered information, with the most important part being that her subordinates obtained the techniques used by the students of Pingxing High School. Seeing that Su Xian's techniques were at most proficient, she immediately felt relieved. Turning to the next page, she saw another student from Pingxing High School named Wang Quebec. This girl had no fame before, yet unexpectedly used the 10,000 poison pool to evolve into a Lord-level snake staff spirit crane. Fortunately, the other party was still at the entry-level 9th rank, which was one tier below her already initial 1st rank Lord-level beast spirit dream sprite. This was also a strong competitor for the provincial 1st place. Why did so many talents suddenly emerge from Pingxing High School this year? Yi Yelian covered her forehead in distress, just when she was already feeling heavy-hearted. She turned to the last page and saw another student from Pingching High School, and her mind went blank. She held back her anger, quickly scanned through. And her eyes went wide as she couldn't help but throw the materials to the ground, stomp on it a few times, and roar, "Is this ever going to end? Pingching High School again. It's you again. Is the 10,000 poison pool run by your family? One Lord-level beast isn't enough. Now there's another epic-level beast. And it's still at the initial stage." Yi Yelian was so angry she almost cried. Wuyu High School, this prestigious private school, had been facing a shortage of students due to public schools starting beast classes and was on the brink of bankruptcy. To save the school from impending collapse, Yi Yelian, as the granddaughter of the board chairman, decided to seize the provincial first place to revitalize the high school. But how could she achieve this given the current situation? Suddenly, the door of the student council burst open, and the vice president Li Xiaoyu walked in. Yi Yelian looked at the creaking door with pain and helplessly said, "I told you not to be so rough. The student council doesn't have money to repair the door." Li Xiaoyu walked up to Yi Yelian in 3 steps. Her face pressed directly in front of her, excitedly pulling out a movie poster and saying, "Lian, the movie from Nan Lingong is out. Let's go see it." Yi Yelian couldn't stand Li Xiaoyu's enthusiasm, forcefully pushed her face away, and shouted, "It's almost exam time. Do you still have time for this?" After she finished speaking, she suddenly paused, swallowed hard. Li Xiaoyu asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Did you get dizzy from anger?" Yi Yelian snatched the poster, carefully compared the information, and found that one of the characters was indeed played by Lu Xing. She couldn't help but show an evil smile, ruffling Li Xiaoyu's hair and grinning, "Haha. You've done a great job this time. You really are a lucky charm. It was worth it to pull you into the student council. The school is saved now." Li Xiaoyu disdainfully swatted her hand away, angrily saying, "My name is Li Xiaoyu, not Lucky Charm. Also, can you not smile so evilly? If someone didn't know better, they would think you're an alien here to destroy Earth. Without further ado, let's go watch the movie." Yi Yelian completely ignored her words, grabbed the poster, and pulled her hand to rush out of the student council office. She put on sunglasses, holding paper and pen, and sat in the cinema, looking at first glance as if she were a detective. This movie not only reveals the tactics of the poison sound infant, but also features an Easter egg at the end, providing a detailed analysis of why the poison sound infant was able to defeat Nan Lingtong and forcefully save Nan Lingtong's dignity. After watching, Yi Yelian felt a bit heavy-hearted, but also gained a little confidence. Although this beast is powerful in its moves, its physique is weak. Even a mere dragon flame could severely injure it. As long as it doesn't shift gears and one keeps an eye on its strongest move, the Iron Head, there is a chance to turn the tables. Li Xiaoyu noticed Yi Yelian displaying a devious smile again and felt anxious. She thought to herself that Lian wouldn't start daydreaming again, as the consequences were never good after such moments. Lu Sheng completely overlooked the information about the release of On the Road. After getting off the bus, he walked for a long time before arriving at the Wuchuan test site. The 2 girls got tired early and dumped all their luggage on him, a man, and he couldn't just ignore it. Fortunately, Super Infant saw him sweating profusely and reluctantly used its powers to levitate the 2 girls' luggage, earning compliments from both. Lu Sheng wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a bit disheartened. Just now, when he was carrying their luggage, they didn't show any concern for him. Why was the treatment so different once Super Infant intervened? The 2 girls still had some conscience, or perhaps they were perceptive, seeing him gloomy. Su Xian took out 3 bottles of ice cola and asked him to help open them, of course, with a share for him as well. As Lu Sheng twisted off the caps, his eyes scanned the girls' arms. Usually, their little punches could hurt. But how come they all seemed delicate and weak when it came to opening bottle caps? Well, at least he had something to drink. After gulping down the ice cola, he exhaled a breath of cold air, finally feeling revived. After walking the last stretch of the road, he saw 2 security guards standing at the entrance, with seals stretched from front to back, leaving no opportunity for stealthy entry. Given the situation, it seemed impossible to scout the area. They would likely only be able to enter during the exam. The 3 of them stood at the entrance, gazing inside, akin to longing for plums to quench thirst. After a while, they reluctantly withdrew their gaze and opened the navigation to search for the nearest hotel. This time, they were somewhat lucky. A hotel that was previously fully booked had a room become available. Lu Sheng hurriedly placed in order to secure the room, even though the price was triple the usual rate. After booking, the expressions of the 2 girls changed slightly. Su Xian asked with a hint of hostility, "You're not thinking of staying with us, are you?" Wang Ke was more direct, coldly mocking, "You know, being on 2 boats will get you drowned." Hey. Do we need to be so dramatic? The accommodation is so tight now, what's the harm in sharing a bed for one night? It's not like anyone's going to get pregnant. Uffed, as if you think that's possible. Wang Ke pulled Su Xian and quickly walked toward the hotel. Lu Xing couldn't help but shake his head. What was going on? It was you two who asked him out. Why was everything being blamed on him in the end? Of course, in the end, Lu Xing still ended up staying with them. As the two girls discovered that Lu Xing had rich experience in solving problems and had a better grasp of the knowledge points than the two of them combined, easily pointing out their flaws, this left them feeling quite unsatisfied, considering that Lu Xing had only transferred to the Beast Tamer class for a few months. To get into a good university, they could only hold their noses and give Lu Xing a bed space, although having two girls in the room filled it with fragrance. It also made it difficult for Lu Xing to develop any romantic thoughts. Those who understand would know that when two women are together, there's simply no place for a man. Studying late into the night, after they finished showering, they came out wearing loose, casual clothes, looking particularly enticing. Wow, Su Xian. Yours is really big. Wang Ke couldn't help but gesture, her eyes intentionally or unintentionally glancing at Lu Xing. Su Xian's face turned bright red as she exclaimed, "No way. I just started developing. Your legs are so long, white and tender. I'm the one who envies you. Hey, don't change the topic. Tell me, how big is yours?" Wang Ke pressed Su Xian, not letting her escape. Su Xian, feeling helpless, could only whisper the answer, and Wang Ke gasped, "Wow. No wonder it's so big." Hearing this, Lu Xing quickly covered his nose, which was about to bleed, and rushed into the bathroom to splash cold water on his face. However, even cold water couldn't extinguish the youthful restlessness in his heart. The lingering scent of the two girls in the bathroom made him unable to stop fantasizing. After calming down, Lu Xing came out to see the two of them squeezed together on one bed, playfully hitting each other with pillows, making it seem like they were at a summer camp. This could go on forever. Lu Xing shook his head helplessly. He had initially wanted to study together with them late into the night, but now it seemed he could only strive on his own. Chapter 63, Steam Armored Knights. The National Beast Tamer exam proceeded as scheduled. After Lu Xing passed the teacher's check with his admission ticket, he finally sat down in the written exam hall. He felt well prepared this time. Upon glancing at the exam questions, he couldn't help but smile. Great. These are all topics I'm thoroughly familiar with. He confidently began to write, without any hesitation, as if guided by a higher power, finishing the exam paper in less than half an hour. Out of caution, he double-checked the paper before submitting it. As soon as he stepped out, he exhaled a long breath and high-fived Super Infant in celebration. Finally finished with the written exam, and there would be no more problem-solving to worry about. Tears of joy. Lu Xing hugged Super Infant, feeling incredibly excited. This unique emotion for test takers was hard for outsiders to imagine. Wang Ke and Su Xian only left the exam hall after the bell rang, both looking heavy-hearted, making it hard to tell if they had done well or poorly. Upon seeing Lu Xing, they eagerly discussed answers. Lu Xing casually mentioned a few answers and methods for the difficult questions, making one girl look even worse, while the other beamed with joy, instantly revealing who got it right and who got it wrong. Is that so? I thought it was the other one. Su Xian's face turned pale, cold sweat breaking out, and she looked ready to cry. Lu Xing could only comfort her. What I said might not be right anyway. The exam is over, so don't dwell on it. Wang Ke quickly added, yeah, at most, you just got one question wrong. What's there to be afraid of? Upon hearing Wang Ke's words, Su Xian felt even more devastated, lying on the ground, murmuring, if even Wang Ke got it right, how could I have made a mistake? Hey, what do you mean by that? What do you mean even I could? Wang Ke said, hands on her hips, displeased. The two girls, who had been close as if they were best friends just the night before, were on the verge of arguing. At that moment, a supervising teacher shouted, exam's over. Go back. What are you still doing here? The second round of exams is in the afternoon. The teacher's authority made them obedient, each of them nodding and bowing. And only after leaving the Wuchuan exam hall did they return to normal. The two girls exchanged glances, both turning their heads away, placing Lu Xing in the middle as if to block each other's gaze. Was this little matter really worth making such a fuss about? Lu Xing felt quite speechless. After hearing this, the two girls simultaneously reached out and twisted his waist hard, saying, you don't understand anything, don't butt in. Lu Xing yelped in pain and could only give up struggling. Time passed quickly, after having a meal and taking a nap. It was time to start the secret realm exploration. This exam project was arranged in an artificial secret realm cave labyrinth below the examination site. The examiners had activated the monsters, steam-armored knights, within the maze. If the examinees were unable to defeat them, A safety valve would be triggered to terminate their actions. Each of these steam-armored knights possessed strength above the initial stage, with their leaders even reaching professional level, making them foes that the examinees could not defeat. Moreover, this exam did not require examinees to defeat these monsters in a head-on confrontation. Instead, it aimed to teach them to preserve their own lives and use various means to reach the finish line. Lu Sheng rode the examination-specific black box and fell into the stone cave labyrinth below a kilometer. Candles on both sides burned with faint flickers, but in the pitch-black cave, they only illuminated an area of less than half a meter. Heavy footsteps and sharp whistle sounds from gas eruptions echoed from afar, and stepping out of the candlelit area plunged him into complete darkness. This extreme environment was even scarier than an ordinary secret realm. It truly lived up to the title of Beast Master Exam, Lu Sheng muttered to himself. As he began the exam, the surveillance cameras scattered throughout the stone cave labyrinth reflected his and the super infant's images onto the terminal. Dozens of proctors started scoring his actions, and one of them thought he looked somewhat familiar. After a moment of recollection, he suddenly said, "This candidate seems to be an actor from On the Road." Another teacher, seemingly having seen the film, nodded and said, "No wonder he looks so familiar. I didn't expect it to be him." Other teachers also grew curious and began to inquire. This inquiry turned out to be significant. Lu Sheng had once defeated the renowned Nan Lingong from Qingbei University to star in On the Road. This incident had stirred up quite a controversy online, with some people criticizing Nan Lingtong and others defending him, leading to extensive video analyses. The movie's Easter egg even mentioned his skills, one of which was called Gear Shift, a godly technique at the entry level that he had created himself. Upon hearing the candidate's background, the proctors became intrigued. How would the student handle the formidable steam armor knight? The super infant stretched lazily, yawning as it floated into the air, its invisible and colorless psychic ability radiating outwards from its center into the stone cave labyrinth. Seeing this, the examiner couldn't help but smile slightly. When the psychic ability reached a steam armor knight wandering at a three-way intersection, its crimson single eye suddenly lit up. It then turned around, looking in the direction of the psychic signal, and the dark maze corridor appeared as bright as day in its eyes. The next moment, a red, searing heat ray shot out from its single eye, rapidly heading toward the super infant at the end of the corridor. The super infant did not expect the opponent to detect the psychic signal so quickly and could only draw the hidden moon-curved blade, executing an electronic Iato slash to split the heat ray in half along the center line. The dark stone corridor was illuminated by the firelight, revealing the steam armor knight charging towards it with heavy leg armor. The super infant used quantum floating blades, and 6 technology light blades resembling wings appeared behind it. 3 of them detached from behind. 2 floating blades approached from the sides, while 1 pierced over the head of the steam armor knight, attacking from behind. The steam armor knight's hands emitted white smoke as its front iron fist suddenly detached from its arm armor and flew out, colliding with the 2 side floating blades. Despite the impact, the side floating blades continued to entangle, preventing the steam armor knight from retracting its steam-flying fist, while the remaining floating blade stabbed toward its back. Seeing that it could not defend, the steam armor knight simply abandoned defense and leaped off the ground, executing a knight's kick. The 3 floating blades behind the super infant immediately flew to the front, forming a shield, and the knight's kick crashed into the crystalline wall formed by the floating blades. Unable to make any progress, the 3 quantum floating blades combined into a triangular pyramid and drilled into the steam armor knight's steam engine, stirring it up frantically. The steam armor knight lost power, and the light in its single eye gradually dimmed as it fell to the ground, motionless. The super infant landed, and the quantum floating blades emerged from its body, bringing out a piece of alloy. It used its psychic ability to draw the alloy into its palm, and the psychic brain continuously analyzed it, ultimately determining that this metal contained Haigang, one of the metals needed for the machine goddess creation. Chapter 64. Intense battle with the steam armor commander. The super infant's greed surged, and the metal vanished from its hand, falling into the void mustard. Lu Sheng was somewhat worried that the examiner might intervene to stop this theft, but after a while, when nothing happened, he tacitly accepted the super infant's actions. "Let's take it one step at a time," Lu Sheng sighed helplessly. Passing through the stone corridor, they arrived at the 3-way intersection, where the wandering steam armor knight had already been dealt with by the super infant. The question of which path to take next left them in deep thought. Lu Sheng wanted to be cautious, but the appearance of Haigang ignited the super infant's greed, planning to capture all the steam armor knights in the labyrinth. After intense mental communication, the super infant ultimately came out on top. With its psychic ability brain, the super infant analyzed the fixed patterns of the steam armor knights, figuring out that it could complete the strategy using quantum floating blades. Lu Sheng was skeptical, but said, "Let us give it a try." The super infant sat confidently in midair, using its psychic ability to sense that one of the passages was a dead end, while the remaining two each had a steam armor knight wandering. It emitted a rich glow of psychic energy, maximizing the power of the quantum floating blades, which surrounded it in a circle, totaling up to 12. The 12 floating blades divided into two teams, with one steam armor knight facing 6 blades. 3 blades launched a frontal assault, dividing into left and right wings to harass, while the middle breakthrough was covered by the remaining 3 blades forming a triangular pyramid that circled behind to find an opening. Although this tactic was simple, the steam armor knight truly had no countermeasure. Under the precise manipulation of the psychic brain, one steam armor knight after another was defeated by the floating blades, with the collected Haigang sent to the super infant's void mustard. At this point, even the examiner felt something was off. When the super infant systematically took down the 5th steam armor knight, the steam armor commander, who had been in the monster room, received the signal. Its single eye slightly turned, and its steel body began to move as the steam armor commander stepped out of the monster room. The incoming floating blades were instantly obliterated by its steam-flying fist. Sensing a strong enemy, the super infant narrowed its eyes, quickly retracting the quantum floating blades and then starting to combine and transform them. The steam armor commander was about to activate its steam engine when a phantom yet real moon descended from the sky, its gravitational pull wrenching at its steel body, making it difficult to move its feet. It let out an angry roar as the steam engine exerted force, and the gravity from the falling moon became increasingly evident, distorting its steel body. The super infant would not just sit back and watch the steam armor commander escape the gravitational pull. It grasped the quantum floating blades, which had formed a railgun, aimed at the opponent, and pulled the trigger. A red-blue beam with a diameter of 3 meters crossed through the stone cave, directly striking the steam armor commander. The steam armor commander suffered heavy damage but still managed to raise its shield, absorbing the remaining beam damage. The cost was that the shield was completely destroyed. The steam armor commander finally held on until the moon's descent disappeared, but at that moment, its body was covered in dents and deformations, revealing wires sparking with electricity. It glared angrily at the super infant, releasing a heat ray, a laser that was faster and stronger than those from the other steam armor knights, rapidly approaching the super infant. The super infant faced the attack fearlessly, smirking charmingly as it jumped and moved to evade. The steam armor knight couldn't help but be enraged, its single eye fixated on the super infant, moving side to side as the opponent did. Eventually, the super infant's fear became apparent as it was ultimately caught by the heat ray, instantly turning to ash in thousands of degrees of heat. It felt a sense of relief, suddenly sensing a large amount of steam. But this steam was not of a familiar scent. The steam armor commander sensed something was amiss and hurriedly looked up, realizing that the super infant had somehow instantaneously moved to its head, and the one that had just been burned was merely a decoy. But it was too late. The super infant successfully executed a double gear shift, raising the hidden moon curved blade and swinging out an electronic Iato slash. The hidden moon curved blade encountered unimaginable resistance. The steam armor commander was, after all, professional grade, and its steel body far surpassed that of an ordinary steam armor knight, making it not easy to penetrate. In that split second, the steam armor commander unleashed its steam flying fist, intending to crush the super infant at close range. If caught between its fists, the super infant would likely be killed in one blow. Seeing this, the examiner couldn't help but grip the remote, wanting to press the pause button. But the super infant did not give up. Instead of using teleportation to escape, it used its perfected iron head to block the double fists with its own head. Even though its face was deformed from being squeezed, the super infant still resolutely released the phoenix fire, and the hidden moon curved blade, infused with phoenix fire, melted through the steel body, finally piercing through the body of the steam armor commander. The steam flying fist lost its power and fell to the ground. Only then did the super infant release the iron head effect and rub its face. Woe is me, while crying out in pain. The super infant quietly extended its superpower towards the steam engine of the steam armor commander. With that touch, the pained expression on its face disappeared, replaced by a look of happiness. As expected of the commander of the steam armor, the Haigang was actually 10 times that of other steam armor riders. After obtaining the spoils, the super infant sensed with its superpower that the monsters in the stone cave maze had all disappeared. Lu Sheng regretted, saying that it seemed the assessment had ended after defeating the Steam Armor Commander, and there was no chance to pick up any more spoils. The super infant immediately became dejected. Chapter 65. Second phase results. Watching the surveillance footage of the Steam Armor Commander being killed, the examiners and proctors fell into silence. The Steam Armor Commander was benchmarked against professional-level beast tamers, and since the start of the major examination project, no one had been able to defeat the Steam Armor Commander by themselves. Unexpectedly, this record was broken by Lu Sheng. And the way he broke it was not by any tricks, but by relying on sheer strength to defeat the Steam Armor Commander. To defeat a professional-level beast tamer with an epic-level initial stage second tier is no ordinary talent. Without a doubt, all the examiners gave Lu Sheng full marks. At this time, a proctor saw Lu Sheng walking towards the exit and suddenly asked if this candidate had just taken some metal from the Steam Armor Rider and whether it should be retrieved. The examiner said this candidate probably thought that collecting materials during the secret realm exploration was also part of the exam, which was a good attitude, and hoped he could continue to maintain it. As a reward for breaking the record, I think it's unnecessary to pursue the matter further. The other examiners nodded in agreement, believing that handling it this way was fine. After all, a record-breaking full score appeared in their examination venue. And it would carry extra weight when mentioned later. What was this small loss compared to that? Thus, under Lu Sheng's unaware circumstances, he took the high gang with him. Upon exiting the secret realm, he looked around and found that no one had come to retrieve it, letting out a long sigh of relief. The super infant proudly put its hands on its hips, whining for credit. Lu Sheng pinched its cheek, saying, "I know you're smart, but don't do this next time." The super infant huffed, indicating it would dare to do so again next time. What a petty beast. Lu Sheng shook his head and waited outside the examination venue for Wang Ke and Su Xian. The two of them had spent much more time in the stone cave maze. After waiting for more than 2 hours, Wang Ke and Su Xian finally walked to the finish line, covered in dirt and disheveled. When they saw Lu Sheng looking clean and intact, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Did you surrender? How did you come out so quickly? Do I look like someone who surrenders?" Lu Sheng rolled his eyes, saying, "After I killed the Steam Armor Commander, the other Steam Armor Riders stopped functioning, and there were no monsters blocking the way, so naturally, I was faster than you." Wow. Su Xian's eyes sparkled as she admired him, asking, "You're amazing. How come it was so tough for me to take down a Steam Armor Rider? And in the end, I had to rely on my flying ability to escape to the finish line? How did you do it?" "Very simple." Lu Sheng patted the super infant and grinned. "As long as you have hands." Huffed. Wang Ke pulled Su Xian, looking at Lu Sheng disdainfully, saying, "Don't listen to this smelly man boasting. I saw the Steam Armor Commander in the monster room with my own eyes. The opponent just used the Steam Flying Fist to knock the Serpent Staff Crane Spirit out. If it weren't for my strong combat power, I would have had to drag it out of the monster room. I might have failed." "The monster room?" "I hadn't even reached that place when the Steam Armor Commander came out to fight me. I thought all the other candidates had the ability to deal with this Iron Giant, but I didn't expect there to be regional restrictions." Lu Sheng sighed. Wang Ke became even more convinced that Lu Sheng was bragging, her disdain growing stronger. Before long, the proctor came out to announce the results. Wang Ke pulled Su Xian to squeeze through the crowd to see the leaderboard. In this assessment, 80% of the candidates were directly eliminated, and many, upon seeing their failure, burst into tears on the spot. Wang Ke found her score was not high, only 80 points. Probably because she had relied on her own strength rather than her beast to reach the finish line. Su Xian's ranking was relatively high, only behind Yi Yelian from Wu Yu Private High School, with a score of 91, ranking third. Yi Yelian, who ranked above her, had only 1 point more, at 92. When their eyes focused on the first place, their mouths dropped in shock. Lu Sheng, 100 points. The crowd erupted in an uproar. This was the first time a full score had appeared in a secret realm exploration in the entire province. Everyone was amazed at how Lu Sheng, this candidate, had managed to achieve it. At this moment, Wang Ke had lost her composure, muttering to herself. Could it be that Lu Sheng really defeated the Steam Armor Commander by himself? That's impossible, right? She wanted to find Lu Sheng to clarify, but at this time, there was no sign of him. Su Xian, both amused and admiring, said, "Lu Sheng and the super infant are both super geniuses. How could someone so proud lie? Now it's your turn to be embarrassed." Wang Ke's face immediately flushed red, her stammering unable to form a coherent response. On the other side, after the results were announced, Lu Sheng immediately found his ranking, a surprising yet expected full score, making him slightly smug. But as the candidates gradually expressed their astonishment, He became a bit concerned that those who failed might lose control and take a shot at him from behind. To avoid any bloody incidents, he directly had the super infant teleport him away from this place of trouble. In his hotel room, Lu Shang saw the super infant ordering its clone to run back and forth, massaging and feeding it, looking like it had worked hard today. For some reason, he felt a bit reluctant to let it start its daily simulation. However, Lu Shang quickly firmed up his resolve. The super infant's achievements today were closely related to his efforts. If he hadn't been able to harden his heart and make the super infant abandon its crude desires, how could it have progressed so quickly? Therefore, just as the super infant was still enjoying itself, Lu Shang activated the simulator. Chapter 66, Imperial Ray on the first day. The super infant woke up and found itself in a severely damaged cockpit, washed ashore on an island due to the ocean currents. It opened the cockpit door and was immediately confronted by a ragged female officer pointing a gun at it. The super infant bent a spoon to snatch the gun from her hand. The female officer introduced herself as Emily, a pilot chasing the Athena mecha who had accidentally been shot down and stranded on the island. She pretended to surrender, using the opportunity to collect food to poison the super infant. After eating the toxin, its poison attribute increased, and it praised her cooking skills, requesting that she continue to be responsible for gathering food and cooking. After the meal, a heavy rain began, forcing the super infant and Emily to squeeze together in the cockpit to avoid the rain. Emily made several attempts to retrieve her gun, but was stopped each time. On the second day, the super infant woke up to find Emily attempting to commit suicide, so it knocked her out with an iron head. On the third day, Emily recovered from her concussion and miraculously stopped trying to kill herself. Enraged, she attempted to poison the super infant again. Unfortunately, even while playing on her phone, the super infant easily saw through her plan, leaving Emily at a loss and in a stalemate. On the fourth day, Emily became dull, despairing, and uninterested in life. The super infant could only share its phone with her to help her pass the time. Emily listened to the super infant and Huanyu's songs on the phone, which changed her mindset. She asked the super infant why it didn't continue singing, and the super infant used its superpower to let her feel its memories, making her realize she had been deceived by the propaganda of the Earth Star, leaving her in silence. On the seventh day, Emily suddenly disappeared. Soon after, the super infant saw a helicopter descending from the sky. Emily secretly used her phone to send distress signals, but she never revealed the existence of the super baby until she left the island. On the eighth day, in order to avoid detection by the military, the super baby began constructing a wooden boat, planning to escape the island. By the 10th day, it had completed the boat with a substitute and pushed it into the sea, drifting away with the cockpit. On the 30th day, fate was triggered, and the super baby was carried by ocean currents into the tomb of the super beast. This tomb resembled an ocean of light, and the super baby sensed the presence of the super beast's soul. Through consciousness communication, it learned that the other party was the beast Emperor Jia from the Star of Light, whose hometown had been destroyed by the Empty Whale. Jia had fled to Earth after being injured by the king of the Empty Whale and had perished there. It learned that not long ago, a giant war machine had killed the Empty Whale, and regrettably informed Jia that the death of the Empty Whale would alert all the Empty Whale legions across the star domains. If it did not escape quickly, it would be overwhelmed by billions of empty whales. At this time, humanity was still unaware of the impending destruction of the world, engaged in mutual slaughter, and Emperor Jia lamented the tragedy of fate. On the 100th day, through the imperial essence contained in the tomb, the super baby made rapid progress in its training, mastering all its techniques, with the most frequently used quantum floating blade reaching mastery level under Jia's guidance, comprehending the heart of light and breaking through to the master level. Jia believed it was very talented and imparted to it the ultimate technique, Jia's light beam. On the 150th day, while Emily was undergoing enhancements, her memories leaked, and the military tracked down Jia's tomb. To crush the resistance of Mercury, Earth dispatched the latest god-level war beast, Lucifer Mecha. The super baby did not want to endanger Jia's tomb and chose to escape. Lucifer Mecha quickly discovered the fleeing super baby, enveloping it in light and bringing it back to the cockpit. Jia told the super baby that it would use its last strength to merge its body with the cockpit, with the sole requirement being that it could destroy the Empty Whale in the future to avenge its hometown. Without waiting for the super baby's response, Jia vanished, and the scattered light connected to the cockpit, gradually transforming into a giant over 100 meters tall. Lucifer Mecha, seeing the giant of light 10 times its size, chose to flee without hesitation. In a fit of extreme anger, the super baby comprehended Jia's light beam, crossed its arms in front and expanded them to gather energy, then combined them into words to release a white ultra-high-temperature light beam. Lucifer Mecha was instantly destroyed, and the super baby captured its pilot. Learning that Emily had been imprisoned after being tortured, the Jia Mecha then tore through the sky to the Australian continent, shattering the prison walls with a punch and rescuing Emily. The Australian military mobilized, but faced with the rising war beasts and mechas, the super baby continuously used quantum floating blades to defeat them. To preserve humanity's fighting power against the empty whales, it did not kill. But the Australians mistakenly believed it feared their military and became even more relentless. Forced to act, the super baby unleashed Jia's light beam with all its might, annihilating all of Australia's forces. Endless fireworks lit up the sky, and in that moment, all of humanity, witnessing the scene through satellites, fell silent. No one in Australia dared to stop the super baby from leaving. It soared into the sky with Emily in its arms. On the 151st day, the Giant of Light landed in a few countries close to Mercury. The Mercury envoy contacted the super baby, informing it about the situation on Mercury. The super baby entrusted Emily to them, asking the envoy to take her away from Earth, and then flew alone to the moon to obtain the technology of the Kingdom of Light left by Jia. On the 153rd day, the Jia Mecha broke free from gravity, achieving maximum light speed in the universe, a speed unimaginable to ordinary people. In less than a day, it reached Mercury and reunited with Huan Yinyu after a long separation. Huan Yinyu seemed to know that it was not so easy to die, joking that it seemed to know it wouldn't die, always risking its life to save the world. Like a miracle, saying that if it really died, she wouldn't believe it. She hugged the super baby but secretly injected it with a nanosignal generator. The super baby, unaware, handed her the technology of the Kingdom of Light and informed her that the empty whales would soon return to the solar system, initiating the Wandering Mercury plan. On the 154th day, the super baby began to wander near the solar system alone to buy time for the Wandering Mercury plan, observing and eliminating scattered empty whales. By the 350th day, the empty whale legions from other star domains had gathered, and the super baby pushed a massive meteorite, causing widespread casualties. On the 360th day, the empty whale legions sacrificed themselves to summon the king of the empty whales across time and space. The king of the empty whales, who had destroyed the Kingdom of Light, awakened the Jia Mecha. The super baby realized that it could not defeat the king of the empty whales with its half-baked abilities. Thus, it did not hesitate to burn its life, entering a god-slaying state and the awakened mecha state, unleashing an extraordinary level of Super Jia's light beam. The cosmic battle came to a close, and both the super baby and the king of the empty whales fell. Simulation ended. Gained 500 exploration points. Unlock 1 year of cultivation. Requires 1 exploration point. Unlock God-slaying mecha pilot title. Requires 30 exploration points. Unlock Heart of Light. Requires 50 exploration points. Unlock Master Level Technique Gift Pack. Requires 50 exploration points. Unlock Master Level Quantum Floating Blade. Requires 50 exploration points. Unlock Master Level Jia's Light Beam. Requires 100 exploration points. Unlock Kingdom of Light Technology. Requires 100 exploration points. Unlock Extraordinary Level Super Jia's Light Beam. Requires 18,888 exploration points. Unlock Jia Mecha. Requires 100. 000 exploration points. Unlock Death Protection Function. Cooldown 1 year. Requires 500 exploration points. Lu Sheng saw the rewards and could hardly breathe. He really wanted to obtain the Jia Mecha, but the price was too high. Even though the super baby defeated the king of the empty whales and saved Mercury from crisis, he couldn't afford the exploration points. Another thing he coveted was the Super Jia's Light Beam, which could defeat the king of the empty whales, but unfortunately, the price was also astonishingly high. The Death Protection Function was affordable, but if he bought it, he would have to give up on other rewards. At this moment, Lu Xing realized that the price of the Death Protection Function had fluctuated so much. It used to cost only 10 reward points, but now it had risen to 500. And it also had a 1-year cooldown. He could roughly guess the reason. The Death Protection Function actually consumed a large amount of energy to allow the super baby to find a possibility of survival among countless death timelines. But this time, the confrontation between the super baby and the king of the empty whales had exceeded the intensity of an ordinary war. And even the simulator required a lot of energy support to realize the death protection. To Lu Sheng, this price seemed fair, but for him, the price was secondary. The key was the 1-year cooldown, which made him give up directly. In a year, he could make the Super Baby's power leap significantly. If he chose this function, wouldn't that be a waste of time? In the end, he eliminated these three options and took all the remaining rewards. The Super Baby gained a year of cultivation, and its strength directly broke through to the initial stage 4. In just 1 year, it easily crossed the initial stage 3, thanks in no small part to the training in the tomb. Additionally, Lu Xing had 130 exploration points left, and he discovered that he could light up the next stage of the Super Baby's evolution path. Chapter 67, Breath of Steel. At this moment, Lu Xing was unprecedentedly wealthy, needing only 100 exploration points to unlock the Super Baby's evolution path, which he didn't need to think about, so he purchased it directly. Soon, 3 evolution forms appeared before him. The first evolution form was called Immortal Baby, with the evolution condition being to refine all toxins in the body into a golden core at the high level 10 and undergo the baptism of the 3-9 heavenly tribulations to evolve. The second evolution form is called Thunderchild, and the evolution condition is to comprehend 100 types of thunder skills at high rank 10, with 1 thunder skill reaching the Grandmaster level to evolve. The third evolution form is called Steel Universe Super Baby, which requires the super brain development to reach 100 at high rank 10 and absorb various metals until perfection to complete the evolution. These 3 evolution forms each have their own characteristics. The Immortal Baby possesses various abilities of legendary cultivators. Thunderchild can maximize the power of thunder skills, while Steel Universe Super Baby is the most mediocre in comparison, gaining extremely strong adaptability and high defense after evolution. Without hesitation, Lu Xing chose the last evolution form. Ultimately, the greatest advantage of Super Baby is its ability to experience various simulated worlds. Given the unknown environment of simulated worlds, adaptability and defense are the most needed traits at present. The problem is that the evolution conditions seem to be very expensive. Lu Xing informed Super Baby of the evolution form and conditions, and Super Baby showed an excited expression, as if eager to evolve into the cosmic steel Super Baby overnight. At this moment, a voice from the phone said, "I apologize, but I must remind you that Super Baby itself does not possess the ability to absorb metals." Lu Xing was taken aback, as if he had returned to the time of searching for the telekinetic headhammer. It had been quite a hassle to find that skill, and he didn't know how to search this time. Thinking of this made him worry, but fortunately, the voice continued, "My database retains skills for absorbing metals. Would you like to inquire?" This truly felt like finding hope in a desperate situation. "Of course, thank you for your assistance," Lu Xing quickly replied. The voice paused for a moment and said with a smile, "You're welcome. I'm just an artificial consciousness. It's my honor to help you. The search will take some time. Please be patient." Although it was said that it would take time, Lu Xing waited for less than 3 seconds before the search was completed. The voice said, "My database has retained 2 skills for absorbing metals. The first is the Breath of Steel, created by ancient human warriors, which has gradually been learned by combat-type beast tamers. This skill allows the user to integrate metal into their body through breathing techniques, transforming it into armor or weapons. The second is Iron Stomach, a skill created by beasts with abnormal digestion, which can only be comprehended by beasts that inherently possess the talent for large appetites." After thinking for a moment, Lu Xing said, "Super Baby does not possess the talent for a large appetite. It seems we can only learn the Breath of Steel." The voice responded, "My database does not have the learning method for Breath of Steel, but I just happened to find a video uploaded by human warriors online. According to the description, there is a 99 probability that it is indeed the Breath of Steel." Curious, Lu Xing opened the video link recommended by the voice. The title of the video was Introduction to Ancient Martial Arts, and the description included the contact information of the uploader, indicating that those interested in learning ancient martial arts could reach out through this contact. Super Baby eagerly clicked on the video and found a muscular warrior introducing himself. Then grabbing a handful of steel nails and swallowing them with his eyes closed and head tilted back. As he chewed, he constantly changed hand gestures, showing a face of agony, with beads of sweat soaking into his white martial arts uniform, as if undergoing severe torture. The few comments in the video praised the man for daring to harm himself for the sake of views. At the end of the video, the warrior managed to swallow the steel nails, rubbed his palms together, and a pile of iron filings and impurities fell to the ground, followed by the reappearance of the martial arts school he belonged to and his contact information. Lu Xing couldn't help but frown. What a ridiculous tutorial. It's merely a demonstration of the skill. Super Baby, however, felt differently after watching. Its super brain played back the warrior's movements, posture, and breathing rhythm at an incredible speed. Soon, it restored the most primitive version of the Breath of Steel, but at this point, it was only suitable for human warriors. And beasts practicing it would either die or be severely injured. Based on this, Super Baby continuously optimized and filtered in its super brain until it determined the most suitable version of the Breath of Steel. It reached into the void and took out the steel it had collected in the stone maze, directly tossing it into its mouth. Lu Sheng's eyes widened, and he hurriedly said, "How long has it been? How can you start experimenting on yourself? Be careful not to cause problems." Super Baby chewed while making a gesture indicating it was fine. It continuously adjusted its breathing method based on its optimized version of the Breath of Steel. The originally indestructible steel underwent a miraculous change under the influence of the breathing technique, softening from a solid to a colloid, breaking into tiny particles under the grinding of its teeth. Super Baby tilted its head and swallowed the particles with saliva, and the next second, its super abilities activated, directly condensing the impurities inside into an iron ball and spitting it into its palm. Super Baby looked at Lu Sheng proudly, as if to say, "Trust me. You won't be wrong." Lu Sheng knew that it had already become remarkable, but he still couldn't stand its smugness. "Looks like you're getting restless and want to experience life in the simulator, huh?" Lu Sheng threatened fiercely. Super Baby shivered all over and quickly revealed a fawning smile, summoning its clone to massage Lu Sheng's shoulders. The clone was surprised to be summoned not for battle, but to serve its master. It was one thing to serve tea and water, but now it had to massage a bipedal beast. Wasn't that degrading? It sulked, getting angrier by the moment, and suddenly hit Lu Sheng hard, making him howl, before zooming back to sleep. Super Baby cried out in frustration, and Lu Sheng covered his injured shoulder, looking confused. Finally, the voice explained, "The clone said it only performs for pay, not for free. Please don't tarnish its dignity again." Lu Sheng finally understood, patted Super Baby, and said earnestly, "Did you hear that? Don't be lazy in the future. The work you should do still needs to be done by you." Super Baby snorted and directly summoned its clone, chasing after it to give it a beating. Lu Sheng couldn't help but shake his head. This beast was too arrogant. Fortunately, he was strong enough to take off even with a pig. Chapter 68. Terrifying indeed. Wang Ke and Su Xian returned to the hotel to find Super Baby chasing another Super Baby, causing chaos in the room. However, they remained calm, as the other was a powerful beast capable of defeating the Steam Armor Commander. Lu Sheng felt a bit embarrassed and apologized to them. "Sorry. Super Baby and its clone are having a quarrel, and it's affecting you." Su Xian waved her hand generously. "It's okay. Your Super Baby is progressing so quickly. Can you teach me how to nurture it?" Wang Ke nodded vigorously in agreement, clearly curious about Lu Sheng's nurturing techniques. Lu Sheng confidently replied, "As the saying goes, a good child comes from strict upbringing. My method is constant training. Don't give it any chance to be lazy. This way, it will strive on its own and unleash its full potential." Even low-quality beasts have unimaginable potential. There are no weak beasts, only useless beast tamers. Believe that every beast can evolve into a unique god. Su Xian didn't like this philosophy of cultivating through strictness, so she just pouted and treated it as background noise. Wang Ke, however, nodded thoughtfully. To her, Lu Sheng was undoubtedly a pioneering mentor who had grasped the truth, and what he said made some sense. Although she would normally supervise, she had sacrificed a lot of training time to foster a bond and provide the nutrients for evolution. Perhaps it was this point that caused her to lose to Lu Sheng in the competition. The next day, the final exam took place. If the written test assessed intelligence, and the secret realm exploration tested survival, then the beast battle undoubtedly assessed strength. Candidates from across the province were randomly matched, and each person had to engage in 10 battles. Each victory would earn 10 points, and the higher the score, the stronger the matched opponents. If someone could win all 10 battles, they would receive a full score. Lu Sheng entered a room that looked like a classroom on the outside, but was actually a battle platform. This room is filled with surveillance and protective devices. And at the exit, there are the latest medical pods and medical beast tamers, ensuring continuous combat in the shortest time possible. Lu Sheng had already made ample preparations. Without his command, the Super Baby confidently flew to the center of the platform. His opponent, named Jingyu, had his beast, the banana monkey, jump directly onto the battle platform. "I can't believe my opponent is you. How unlucky," Jingyu said with frustration. Lu Sheng smiled slightly and reassured him. "My movements are quick, don't be afraid." Jingyu's face showed some embarrassment as he huffed. "I'm not that weak. Even if you can defeat the Steam Armor Commander, don't underestimate me." "Banana Monkey, don't give it a chance," quickly used the chain banana bomb. He was still thinking of seizing the initiative. But the Super Baby had already released the quantum floating blade, deploying 6 technology-based light blades resembling wings behind it. With a casual gesture, one of the floating blades seemed to vanish and cut through the banana bomb the moment it was released from the banana monkey's hand. Not even giving it a chance to explode, the floating blade traced a path as if performing magic, eerily circling behind the banana monkey. Jingyu was about to warn him, but it was too late. With a gentle swipe, blood splattered, and it was a decisive blow. The banana monkey had no time to react and fell to the ground with a thud. Had it not been for the invigilating teacher nearby, allowing the beast to use the healing link to save the banana monkey's life, it might have already perished on the spot. So fast. How can you be so strong? Jingyu felt unwilling, but also a sense of despair. Appear was so powerful that he couldn't see the boundary, not even able to look up and see the background. Just one strike, not even a full round. Jingyu didn't know that in his eyes, that single strike contained spatial sensing abilities brought about by the adjuster factor, the ultimate speed from the heart of light, and the myriad transformations from the super ability brain. It could be said that he was defeated not just by a technique, but by the entire system integrated together. Jingyu stood there blankly, and the voice of the invigilating teacher rang in his ears. Lu Sheng wins the first match. Please have the loser exit the battle platform and go for treatment. Only then did he react, bitterly picking up the banana monkey and stumbling toward the medical pod outside. The invigilating teacher couldn't help but say, there are a total of 10 matches in the beast battles. Please don't mind the victory or defeat of a single round, and actively prepare for the next round. Jingyu paused, thanked the teacher, and his expression improved slightly. In the following matches, no beast exceeded the initial stage of level 1. Lu Sheng relied entirely on the Super Baby's performance, almost replicating Jingyu's battle each time. When the master-level quantum floating blade was unleashed, the opponent would swiftly fall, surrender, and undergo treatment. Even the invigilating teacher watching couldn't help but exclaim that he was indeed a once-in-a-century beast talent. Each match took longer, with most of the time spent waiting for the opponents to arrive. Perhaps it was because the Super Baby resolved opponents too quickly, while other battle rooms were still entangled. The Super Baby, not very patient to begin with, started to fidget and complain. Finally, it came to the last match, and unsurprisingly, the student council president of the prestigious Wuyu Private Academy, Yi Lian, entered. She walked into the battle classroom holding her badge, her sharp eyes locking onto Lu Sheng without any sign of fear. Like an Amazonian warrior filled with fighting spirit, she said to Lu Sheng, I guessed right. You are indeed my biggest obstacle this time. However, it's a pity that I've already figured out your trump card, and the winner will definitely be me. Lu Sheng was puzzled, wondering when his trump card had been leaked. Thinking she had grasped his techniques, Yi Lian unhesitatingly sent out the dream spirit, immediately having it clear the dust from the platform. Haha, I specifically had the dream spirit learn the dust removal technique. This is a secret technique of the fairy type. Your enhancement technique can't be used now, right? Yi Lian couldn't help but laugh. Lu Sheng then realized that the other party thought his trump card was the gear change. If it were before evolution, that technique would indeed have been his trump card. But now that the Super Baby had evolved, using the original standards to measure it was simply crazy. Lu Sheng couldn't help but chuckle, feeling relieved. He had almost been intimidated by this girl, prompting him to quickly have the Super Baby prepare to deploy the future techniques. Well, since everything was ready, let this technique conclude the beast examination. So, facing Yi Lian, who still wanted to say something, Lu Sheng casually said, 3 seconds left. If you don't attack, be prepared to collect your corpse. Yi Lian frowned, a sudden sense of crisis rising within her. Something felt off. She noticed the Super Baby yawning and casually crossing its legs in midair. Whatever, let us go. Use the ultimate technique, Dream Return. Yi Lian commanded loudly. The Dream Spirit's eyes widened, its superpower activated, filling the entire battle platform with a seductive melody. The Super Baby, already drowsy, became even less defensive, simply lying in midair in a position with its forelegs up. Ha ha ha, did you think you had any backup? You were just put to sleep by the Dream Spirit in one move. Yi Lian couldn't help but laugh, feeling that the heavy stone in her heart had been lifted. But for some reason, the boy in front of her showed no signs of fear. As if he didn't know that the beast in a sleeping state had already stepped into the realm of defeat. Lu Sheng suddenly smirked, as if the Dragon King had descended. 3, 2, 1, 0, countdown complete. Lu Sheng murmured before snapping his fingers. Instantly, A nearly 100-meter-long and wide beam of ultra-high heat light descended from an unknown time and space. The examiners and invigilating teachers simultaneously summoned their beasts to perform defensive techniques. But it was futile. They could only grab other students and beasts to retreat far away, watching helplessly as half of the examination hall was melted by the ultra-high heat light. As the examination hall melted, the Imperial Ray finally descended into the battle classroom, hitting the Dream Spirit at the center of the technique, almost vaporizing it completely. The nearby invigilating teacher hurriedly had the beast use the healing link, and the Dream Spirit, as if tortured, kept fluctuating between vaporization and restoration, causing the teacher to angrily shout, "What is going on here? Stop your technique." Lu Sheng suddenly felt awkward. He hadn't expected the Imperial Ray summoned by the future technique to be so overpowering that even the invigilating teacher couldn't save it. However, the super baby thought it was safe and voluntarily endured the dream return technique, hoping to sleep well with the opponent's move. Truly, it was a case of cleverness leading to its own downfall. When it was time for it to shine, it was still fast asleep. How could it dispel the technique? Seeing Lu Sheng's dazed expression, Yi Lian also came to her senses, realizing she couldn't blame him. She felt both regret and guilt, unsure of what to do. As she watched the healing link of the beast struggle to hold on, the Dream Spirit was truly on the verge of dying. Fortunately, at that moment, other invigilating teachers rushed over, one by one releasing the healing link onto the Dream Spirit, allowing it to last until the technique ended. However, even so, the Dream Spirit collapsed to the ground after the future control ended, unable to rise again. After using the high-intensity healing link, the other beasts were also exhausted. At that moment, all the teachers and beasts heard the sound of yawning. The super baby stretched lazily, waking up slowly. And seeing them all staring at it with resentful eyes, it scratched its head in confusion. Wah. The super baby inquired about what was going on with Lu Sheng. At this point, Lu Sheng didn't know how to respond, so he could only awkwardly ask, "Teacher, I won this match, can I leave now?" The invigilating teacher's mouth twitched slightly. Under the death stares of the other teachers, he coughed twice and said, "You have already reached 10 matches, so you can naturally leave." "That's great." Lu Sheng chuckled and immediately started to run. The supervising teacher hurriedly said, "Wait. You just used such a powerful move that caused great damage to the examination hall. There might be an investigation team coming down, and you need to cooperate. As long as you don't have to pay for it, everything can be discussed." Lu Sheng shouted as he ran far away, fearing that the other party would come after him for debts. A minute after he left, the scene was eerily silent. And no one knew which supervising teacher who liked to read web novels remarked, "This candidate is actually terrifying." One person nodded in agreement, indeed. Another person added, "He must not be left alone." Pfft, who said he must not be left alone? Do you want to kill him to silence him? Others finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chapter 69. The Thunder Plan. The devastating power of the summoned Imperial Ray of Light destroyed half of the examination hall, allowing all candidates to once again recognize Lu Sheng's terrifying strength. No one paid attention to Lu Sheng's perfect record. He called Qingshan to share the good news. Qingshan was silent for a moment on the phone, then sniffed. "Shengzi, you did well. When the results come out, let's go pay our respects to Mother," he said, choking back tears. "Yes, we haven't visited her in a long time," Lu Sheng nodded. "Mother would be very pleased to know you did so well," Qingshan said hoarsely. After hanging up, Lu Sheng suddenly recalled events from his childhood. At that time, the family was doing well, running a barbecue shop, and both he and Qingshan would help in the kitchen after school. Although it was tough, they enjoyed it. Later, for reasons unknown, their father believed in the cult of Sakurajima and donated all their wealth, even selling the barbecue shop they relied on for survival. Their mother struggled to maintain the family business, but every penny earned was given to that man until one day, she collapsed and never got up again. After their mother passed, their father disappeared, reportedly running off to Sakurajima to become a salesman for the cult. At that time, the young Qingshan wanted to go to Sakurajima to kill the cult leader, but ultimately didn't go because he had to take care of Lu Sheng. To help Lu Sheng grow up, Qingshan stopped studying, slept in underpasses, picked up trash, delivered newspapers, and did nearly every kind of work. Those bitter days were still vivid in his memory. Qingshan had it incredibly hard. In Huagua, where education has always been viewed as a crucial livelihood issue, the significant incident at the Wuchuan examination hall immediately attracted the attention of an investigation team. Within an hour, the investigation team dispatched from the capital had taken up residence in the examination hall, retrieving all surveillance records. The team leader, Lu Haiwei, was a high-ranking official in his 50s. He watched the footage with the supervising teachers present at the time and the examiners responsible for the examination hall issues. By dragging the footage back and forth and slowing down the speed, Lu Haiwei was able to determine that the move used by the super infant was indeed a super ability. The power of this move was so great that it couldn't possibly be executed by a beast of this age. Lu Haiwei analyzed. Although we still don't know what specific move it was or its effects, this move, like the known ability to predict the future, appears through time-space wormholes. It should also have drawn on the power of a certain time period. Although his tone was speculative, everyone felt that his analysis was quite accurate. Lu Haiwei stared at the super infant in the video, the lenses of his glasses reflecting a glint of light. He then inquired about the circumstances of the incident and began a meeting with other members of the investigation team. This is a purely accidental event, and from our perspective, there isn't much value in discussion, Lu Haiwei stated, setting the tone. However, others sensed that there was more behind the leader's words. Investigator Li Deng asked, "So what does Director Lu mean?" Lu Haiwei crossed his fingers on the table and, after a moment of contemplation, slowly said, "This child has great potential. I believe he qualifies for the Thunder Plan's list." Li Deng couldn't help but exclaim, "The Thunder Plan? That's a semi-official organization with a murder immunity clause. Does he really qualify?" Lu Haiwei nodded, saying, "He may not be quite there yet. But what if Lu Sheng's beast can grow to the point of destroying the examination hall with a single strike?" Li Deng swallowed hard and said, "If that's the case, then it would definitely be possible, but who can guarantee that he has such great potential?" Lu Haiwei took out a file, revealing it to be a report on the Toxic Sound Infant project written by Feng Long recently. Master Feng had received the testing report for this beast, which stated that the super infant possessed a brain with super abilities surpassing quantum computers and also had the ability to summon its own moves from the future. Whether now or in the future, this beast's potential was undeniably indispensable. Other members acknowledged Feng Long's professionalism, agreeing that if so, the super infant indeed possessed indispensable potential. Of course, Lu Haiwei did not tell them that Feng Long's report also included experimental data on replication evolution, all of which had ended in failure. In other words, the emergence of the super infant was merely a coincidence and could not be mass-produced. This was the main reason Lu Haiwei made this decision. The Thunder Plan had thwarted many organizations' conspiracies thus far. However, recently, there were prophecies of a beast calamity in Sakurajima, and there was an urgent need to strengthen the Thunder's power. Let Lu Sheng join as a reserve member for now. Li Deng nodded. "All right. I will contact Thunder immediately and have them make arrangements." Lu Sheng heard that the investigation team had arrived, but after waiting and waiting, there was still no summons. Instead, the results of the 3 subjects came out, and his total score reached 298, not only ranking first in the province, but also the highest score in the entire country. From being a failed candidate to achieving the best score in the nation, this made Pingcheng High School overjoyed, even somewhat incredulous. Many classmates from the Beast Master class called to congratulate him, and the principal directly awarded him a scholarship of 100,000 yuan, leaving Lu Sheng, who was recently short on cash, immensely grateful. What surprised him was that former classmates from the liberal arts also called him. Although they were congratulatory, there was more of a hint of jealousy and bitterness in their words. However, envy and jealousy are human nature. Lu Sheng just laughed it off and didn't take it to heart. After the excitement, the key was still to fill out the college applications. This time, Su Xian also performed well, scoring 261, which was enough to get into Qingbei, meaning she would also apply to the same university as Lu Sheng. Heading north to the capital together. Chapter 70. The Maid of Thunder. The long-distance bus shook violently on the bumpy road, rural weeds being continuously crushed. They passed a puddle of sewage, and the splashes further dirted the bus's exterior. After a 5-hour journey, Lu Qingshan and Lu Sheng finally returned to their hometown. Their mother was buried on Phoenix Mountain, and the two silently climbed from the foot of the mountain to the top. There was a cemetery there. After walking past one tombstone after another, Lu Sheng finally found his mother's grave. He placed down lilies and wiped the tombstone with a cloth. After a long time, he finally put down his work and knelt down to pray silently. "We're doing well now. Shengzi has also been accepted into Qingbei, so you don't have to worry anymore," Lu Qingshan said while wiping his tears. Lu Sheng burned paper money beside him when he suddenly heard Lu Qingshan say, "Mom, I came this time to say goodbye. After today, I will go find that man and let him come down to accompany you." "Wait, brother, what are you talking about?" Lu Sheng couldn't help but stand up and question him. Lu Qingshan did not respond. He merely bowed slightly to the tombstone with a blank expression and then turned to leave. Do you even know what you want to do? Lu Sheng chased after him and asked. Lu Qingshan stopped, turned to look at him, and then patted his shoulder, saying, I have endured for too long. I don't want to endure anymore. It's just a matter of bloodshed. Seeing the look in his brother's eyes, Lu Sheng knew that no matter what, he couldn't persuade him. For a moment, he didn't know what to do, only able to watch as Qingshan gradually walked away. Hello, Lu Sheng, you seem a bit troubled? An unfamiliar voice called his name from behind. Lu Sheng's mind stirred, and the super infant on his shoulder immediately teleported him to another location. There was no attack as he had anticipated, allowing Lu Sheng the leisure to look at the other party. The person slightly bowed, dressed in a classical maid's long dress, with a head of raven black long hair cascading down from sharp ears. A pale, bloodless face revealed a hint of a mocking smile. An impressively narrow phoenix eyes glimmered with a red light. Human eyes do not emit red light. Could she be a beast master? Oh my. You're quite quick to react, aren't you? Truly worthy of being my master. Her speech was reminiscent of a bard singing, strange yet surprisingly natural. As if such a person should converse in this manner. Lu Sheng stared at her warily and said, When did I acquire a servant like you? Oh, you still don't know? I thought the investigation team had contacted you. How interesting. She licked her lips, her narrow phoenix eyes flashing with sharp light. What's interesting about it? Lu Sheng asked curiously. Since you don't know, I can't tell you now. After all, she cast him a meaningful glance. Lu Sheng despised encountering people who liked to be cryptic. He usually had only one method for dealing with such individuals. Super infant, Lu Sheng called out loudly. The super infant nodded and began to teleport with Lu Sheng, intending to leave. But soon, Lu Sheng realized that no matter how the super infant teleported, the other party could keep up as if she were a poison that clung to his bones. Enough. What do you want? Lu Sheng stopped and glared. Ah, getting angry now? What a petty person, not cute at all. She revealed a mocking smile, then took a small step back, avoiding a quantum floating blade. However, this move finally revealed something, giving him a glimpse of the truth. Are you a ghost? Lu Sheng asked. Wrong guess. I'm human. Just fused with a bit of ghost bride's genes, she said, extending her finger to indicate a little. But that little bit seemed quite substantial. Oh, are you pitying me? Boo-hoo. The poor human girl turned into a messy monster by an evil scientist. Is that what you think? She burst into loud laughter, sensing Lu Sheng's thoughts. Lu Sheng frowned, his tone unfriendly as he said, Enough, stop pretending. Who exactly are you? Her laughter came to an abrupt halt, as if she had changed faces, revealing a flawless ceremonial smile. She slightly bowed and said, My name is Amaterasu, an ancient human resurrected using the latest technology, so please don't pity me. Feel free to use me as you wish. Amaterasu? Lu Sheng scanned her suspiciously. There was no myth of Amaterasu creating the people of Sakura Island in this world. Instead, there was a legend of a Luake turning into an island after death, with the resentment from his flesh becoming the people of Sakura Island. Well, the name is quite strange, isn't it? I think your names are strange too. After all, the era I lived in is far removed from yours. I don't know why you dug up my corpse from such a remote secret realm, but it's fortunate, so I can have the opportunity to serve you. 1,000 years of loyalty, even I'm moved. Boo-hoo. Amaterasu pretended to wipe away tears with her hand. Lu Sheng almost forgot to ask the most important question due to her ramblings. He suppressed his anger and asked, Since you're so loyal, then tell me, what organization are you affiliated with, and why do you recognize me as your master? Amaterasu dropped the pretense, looking disinterested as she casually said, Oh, you're asking this? Why didn't you say so earlier? Do you know Tian Ting? The sky's Tian, the thunder's Ting, symbolizing the meaning of exterminating evil. The work is probably like that. As a qualified tool, I must always follow the organization's orders. The organization told me to follow you, so I can only follow you. Marry a chicken, follow the chicken. Marry a dog, follow the dog. Tian Ting? Lu Sheng had no recollection of it, but connecting it with what Amaterasu said about the investigation team, it might be related. At this moment, Amaterasu pulled out a box from her clothing, then knelt in front of him, solemnly raising the box and forcefully opening it, revealing a diamond ring. As if proposing, What are you doing? Lu Sheng took a step back in surprise. Amaterasu rolled her eyes and disdainfully said, What are you thinking? Look closely. There is a cipher inscribed inside the diamond. Holding this ring will make you a prospective member of the organization. Through the sunlight. Lu Sheng finally saw the words Tian Ting that looked like tadpoles. I cannot accept this, Lu Sheng said coldly. Why not? Lu Sheng bluntly replied. I still don't understand what this Tianting organization is. How could I accept it inexplicably? Well, since you refuse, I can only report this to the organization. Hearing this, Amaterasu swiftly retracted the ring, her movements fluid and without hesitation as she turned and vanished from his sight. Just as Lu Sheng sighed in relief at the disappearance of this strange person, Amaterasu suddenly popped up behind him, blowing a cool breeze on his neck. Fortunately, Lu Sheng was bold enough not to be scared. He turned his head directly, helplessly asking, I knew you wouldn't leave so easily. So, what else do you want to say? I just remembered I forgot to tell you about an organizational benefit earlier. It's a good thing. Currently, it's unique to Huagua, and it might help with your troubles, Amaterasu said with a chuckle. My troubles, you mean? Lu Sheng's heart stirred slightly at her words. But Amaterasu then looked heartbroken and said, It seems you are determined to refuse. Alas, since ancient times, many have had unfulfilled loves. It appears I can only wait patiently for the next master. After saying this, she really disappeared. Lu Sheng's fists tightened. Chapter 71, License to Kill at First. You ignored me. Now I make you unable to reach me. After Amaterasu disappeared, Lu Sheng gradually understood the psychology she was playing with. Although he understood, he couldn't help but want to know what kind of benefit could resolve his troubles. Currently, the only clue was with the investigation team, but unfortunately, he had no contact information for them, and now the investigation team should have returned to the capital, making it difficult to reach them. Lu Sheng carefully recalled his conversation with Amaterasu and suddenly realized he had overlooked a term, Ghost Bride. If the other party was indeed an ancient human resurrected by the Ghost Bride, then this Beast Master's existence could influence her to some extent. 0. Please help me find relevant information. Thank you. Lu Sheng instructed. Okay, please wait a moment. 0 quickly replied, then delved deep into the network. 0's consciousness wandered through the ocean of the internet. Whether in the dark web or the internal network, as long as there were traces, they were nowhere to escape in its eyes. About a minute later, detailed information appeared on Lu Sheng's phone. Ghost Bride, legend has it to be a ghost-type Beast Master. With unclear birth conditions, cannot be hatched from Beast Master eggs, no large-scale production sites, and no evolution forms. The Ghost Bride is a type of Beast Master that can easily fall into a paranoid state, during which it cannot understand, communicate, or dispel. And Beast Master trainers lacking self-defense means are easily misinjured. It is not recommended for professional-level Beast Masters or below to possess. This entry is sourced from Professor Hu Yixing of Qingbei University. The Ghost Bride possesses the talent for death resurrection, a talent named reincarnation. When suffering fatal damage, the Ghost Bride will immediately resurrect from a random location. All abnormal states are removed, and it retains the list of moves, but all levels are reset. This entry is sourced from Professor Hu Yixing of Qingbei University. The Ghost Bride has a total of 3 inherent moves. 1. Formal dress. Can transform into a magnificent battle garment, possessing extremely high defense, but if worn by the enemy, it can seal its skills and talents. 2. Wedding ceremony. Through this ceremonial move, the bride will complete her transformation, gaining a significant boost in all aspects. On the night of the flower candle, this technique can replenish physical and spiritual strength, but very few ghost brides would misuse it. These techniques belong to ceremonial types and cannot currently be taught to other beasts through external forces. This entry comes from Professor Hu Yixing of Qingbei University. Is there really no other entry apart from the Qingbei professor? Lu Sheng wondered. 0 said apologetically, I'm sorry, but I couldn't find any images or information on ghost brides online. Even this data has been deleted. I found it through future trace restoration technology. If it were a modern human, they would completely fail to gather any information. This is what is known as top secret. Lu Sheng smiled slightly, finding it increasingly interesting. He searched for information about Hu Yixing and found that very little could be found online. Only less than 3 lines of text detailing the person's resume. 0 suddenly said anxiously, Oh no, we've been locked on. This professor's name is a bait. We've been fooled. Lu Sheng frowned but quickly laughed again. Isn't this better? Stirring the grass to scare the snake. Letting the snake come out by itself saves me the trouble of finding it. Lu Sheng said, while looking at the window that had opened at some point. Amaterasu leaned against the window sill, the gentle breeze blowing her maid's long skirt. Her absolute territory faintly visible. She swayed her curvy black silk legs, her high heels dangling between her toes as if they would fall at any moment. It's really puzzling. I've already let you go, but why do you still come over? Could it be that you've taken a liking to the big sister so quickly and want to do something bad to me? Her elongated phoenix eye swept over Lu Sheng, a barely noticeable smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. No wonder you resemble the ancient humans fused with ghost brides. Even the desire to marry is the same. Lu Sheng teased with a smile. Ah, I didn't expect you could find this information. You really are the super baby with a super-powered brain. I've underestimated you. Amaterasu was not angry at the mockery. Instead, she was surprised that Lu Sheng could find such information. Even the super baby knows about the super-powered brain. Your organization really does its research thoroughly. Heh, since you've come all this way, why not clarify things? As Lu Sheng spoke, he hinted for the super baby to keep a close watch on her, preventing Amaterasu from disappearing again. Don't be so tense. I can be scared too. Amaterasu pretended to shiver. Enough with the nonsense. Since you don't want to talk, let the super baby ask. Lu Sheng was too lazy to continue entangling with her. It was endless. Amaterasu chuckled, casually taking out a folding fan, blocking the incoming quantum floating blade with it. Oh dear, how dangerous. Amaterasu suddenly vanished, and a white ultra-high temperature beam nearly pierced through her. All right, since you want to know, I'll tell you. Amaterasu floated in the sky outside the window, pretending to be scared as she patted her chest. Lu Sheng felt a bit regretful. If they were in a narrow room, it would be much harder for her to evade easily, but sadly, she was always half a foot off the ground, ready to escape at any moment. Speak, Lu Sheng said coldly. As mentioned before, the work of Tianling is to eradicate evil, but many evil forces are spread across the globe. Simply eliminating those within the country cannot shake their foundations. To solve this problem, Tianling can only operate outside of official channels, existing as a civilian armed organization. The question arises, without law enforcement power, how can they eliminate evil forces? Ding ding ding. The QA session begins. You have 10 seconds to answer this question. Amaterasu became honest for a moment before solidifying again. Lu Sheng thought for a moment about how to solve the problem of lacking law enforcement power and his current issues. He could only think of one solution: extrajudicial immunity. That's right, it's the so-called license to kill. Amaterasu snapped her fingers. Lu Sheng's eyes lit up. Amaterasu waved her folding fan with a regretful expression. Unfortunately, someone has already rejected Tianling's invitation, but I have reported to the organization. Oh dear, this is quite a headache. What should we do now, Master? If you reported it, would you still call me Master? Hand over the ring, Lu Sheng said expressionlessly. Amaterasu looked shocked, as if she had seen an alien, covering her forehead and making various awkward poses while screaming. I actually let it slip. Could it be that my body has long been reduced to your property? No, my heart has not yet submitted. You me die? With so much drama. Lu Sheng's fist clenched again. Chapter 72 Amaterasu's work. Lu Sheng saw her slightly close her eyes, exhaling like orchids, as if a rose ready to be picked. Well, I'm afraid of you. He smiled slightly, wrapping his arms around her tender waist, then slid one hand in. Ah, little brother, so bold. You can't be too lewd. Amaterasu feigned resistance, her eyes showing a hint of dangerous red. Just as she was about to reach her breaking point, Lu Sheng quickly withdrew his hand. Amaterasu felt the situation was somewhat out of control. She didn't expect him to remain unmoved in front of her beauty and directly take the ring. Although regretful, she didn't try to stop him, only saying, you need to think this through. Wearing the ring means you are a part of Tianling. Along with rights come obligations. Many evil forces would love to eliminate those associated with Tianling. Lu Sheng ignored her and directly put the ring on his ring finger. The inscriptions inside the diamond glimmered slightly, and the encrypted text spiraled into Amaterasu's forehead. Amaterasu rolled on the ground, screaming as if she were Sun Wukong under the tightening of the golden hoop spell. Lu Sheng didn't know whether her pain was real or feigned after glancing at her. He immersed himself back into the information provided by the ring. This ring, called the Oath Ring, symbolizes identity within Tianling and also functions as a wedding ring, effectively binding the oath taker. Amaterasu's race is between humans and ghost brides named artificial heroic spirits. Artificial heroic spirits are made from bones excavated from ancient battlefield secret realms controlled by Tianling. These bones appear similar to ordinary humans but actually possess different beast taming adaptability. After years of experimentation, Tianling finally revived ancient humans utilizing the reincarnation characteristics of ghost brides as a being born with semi-legendary quality. Artificial heroic spirits have the advantage of possessing qualities higher than epic-level beasts, but the downside is the lack of evolution light for beasts. This means that without normal channels, there is no way to evolve to a higher quality. Tentatively, and they can only slowly increase their strength at a slightly higher than epic quality. Of course, strength is not what Tianling values. Artificial heroic spirits possess human intelligence and beast taming abilities, under dual control from Tianling and the Oath-Taker, ensuring they won't betray. Even in death, they can be resurrected by Tianling, serving as both supervisors and assistants to the Oath-Taker, perfectly bridging Tianling and the Holder. In Amaterasu's human identity, she has a flawless resume. She hails from the slums of Sakurajima and is currently the spokesperson for the Huashang self-defense organization Tangmen. This organization has developed from Southeast Asia to now, with branches around the world. In reality, the head honcho is one of Tianling's members, and the spokesperson's identity is genuine. They can work or not, and no one can say anything. However, during missions, they can utilize Tangmen's resources thanks to their identity. This not only allows them to bypass the background of the Huagua official, but also keeps the Tianling organization behind them hidden from ordinary people. After reading the information from the Oath Ring, Lu Sheng came back to his senses, only to find Amaterasu had already entered his room, sitting boldly on his bed. Her left leg crossed over her right, her elongated phoenix eyes filled with teasing as she looked at Lu Sheng, her finger beckoning. "Master, shall we?" Amaterasu invited. Lu Sheng recalled the clause in the Oath Ring that prohibited lewd acts. No wonder Amaterasu dared to be so unrestrained. With a thought, the Oath Ring emitted a faint glow. "Crouch down," Lu Sheng commanded. Amaterasu is bound by an oath, her body out of control, directly shifting from a seated position to a squatting posture with her legs spread apart and her hips slightly raised, an incredibly humiliating position. "Ah, little brother actually likes this. Is it fun?" Amaterasu seemed completely unaffected as she continued to tease. Reporting on the work, Lu Sheng ignored her and continued to issue orders. The known unfinished task is a preparatory member assessment task, which must be completed within 10 days. Failure to do so will result in the cancellation of preparatory qualifications. Amaterasu pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. As expected, I knew it was impossible to casually grant someone such great authority. Lu Sheng looked at the indignant Amaterasu with a half-smile. "So, how should the assessment task be completed?" Lu Sheng inquired. Amaterasu, still under the constraints of the oath mechanism, could only answer honestly despite her anger. "Your assessment task requires assistance from artificial heroic spirits to go to Lianxiao village and eliminate the cadres of the Witchcraft Church." "My first task from the Witchcraft Church is actually this." Lu Sheng fell silent for a moment before revealing a somewhat sinister smile. "Whether intentionally or unintentionally, I have to thank you. I accept this task." Amaterasu saw the expression of hatred on Lu Sheng's face and couldn't help but excitedly say that the epic revenge story of the cool young man was about to unfold. Lu Sheng rolled his eyes, released the restraints, and said, "It's time for you to get down to business. Sorry, I'm tired and not in the mood to work. I need some kisses and hugs to feel motivated." Amaterasu is soft and sprawled on the ground, resembling a writhing white snake. Lu Sheng is speechless. How can any beast master handle such a synthetic heroic spirit? "Crouch down, crouch down, crouch down." Lu Sheng continuously commanded Amaterasu, making her involuntarily do squats. Even Amaterasu found it hard to bear the humiliation of her thighs spreading apart and rising and falling repeatedly. "You're impressive. I admit defeat." Amaterasu helplessly raised her hands in surrender. Lu Sheng nodded slightly, feeling relieved in his heart. He didn't want to make the relationship with Amaterasu too tense, as he would still need her cooperation for future work. Since she was able to compromise so quickly, he also wouldn't have to resort to more extreme measures. Amaterasu breathed slightly heavier, took out a folding fan, waved it while dialing a phone number. "I'm Bu Yunwu. Who are you?" A cold voice came from the phone. "Amaterasu." The spokesperson of Sakurajima breathlessly said, "It's me, Amaterasu. Why is it so noisy over there? Did something happen?" Bu Yunwu frowned and asked, "Huh. I let a stinky man take advantage of me, but I'm comfortable with it and willing. So what do you think? Do you want to fly together?" Bu Yunwu cursed directly, saying, "Do your own thing. I have things to do here." Hanging up. "TSK, can't even make a joke? You really are a stickler for rules. You provincial authority. If it were in Sakurajima, the queue could stretch all the way to Hokkaido, and I can't help but complain. Doo-doo." Bu Yunwu directly hung up the phone. Lu Sheng was left with a head full of black lines. This annoying woman really knows how to stir trouble wherever she goes. Can't she speak properly? Amaterasu sweetly smiled and said goodbye to him. "This old maid is like this, but don't be fooled by her being old-fashioned. She is actually a level 9 beast master. Who knows, she might reach the master level at any time." and then she would have the same qualifications as you to become a reserve member. Only masters can become provisional members, so how did I manage to get in? Lucian couldn't help but feel puzzled. Tianzhao laughed and said, Allah, don't you know you took the back door yourself? Tianting is, after all, a semi-official organization, so they have to give the investigation team some face. Then am I not like a husky mixed in with a T-Rex? Interesting. Lucian couldn't help but self-deprecate. Don't worry, Tianting isn't foolish either. How could such vast authority rely solely on recommendations? I estimate they value your research capabilities with the super baby. You might become part of the logistics team in the future, and if that's the case, the tasks won't be too difficult. Tianzhao rarely offered comfort, but judging by her expression, there was more contempt than anything else. If I really am in logistics, then can I secretly use the organization's resources to create a machine god for the super baby? The other party despises the logistics team, but Lu Sheng is actually pleased about it. Tianzhao then called Bu Yunwu multiple times, and it was only after the fifth call that he got through. There's something to say, and there's gas to release. Bu Yunwu said bluntly, give me some manpower. A troublesome guy has run here from Sakurajima, and I want to take her down tonight. Amaterasu might be afraid that Bu Yunwu would hang up on her, so she spoke all at once without taking a breath. After all, continuously hanging up on Bu Yunwu in front of someone she had just met would be quite embarrassing. Bu Yunwu listened and immediately said, wait. Then she hung up the phone again. Chapter 73, Tangmin A-Long. At Bu Yunwu's command, 10 large trucks were called to their front. A dark-skinned man dressed as a fisherman, wearing a plastic apron, long rubber boots, and holding a large steel fork, exuded a strong, fishy smell as he walked up to them, with a hand-rolled cigarette in his mouth. Who is the person in charge of Sakurajima? His voice sounded hoarse and dry, like he had phlegm in his throat. However, this did not diminish his fierce demeanor. As he spoke, his eyes swept across Amaterasu like lightning. Even though Amaterasu was dressed in a long robe and maid outfit, her otherworldly appearance still gave the other party a faint chill. I am Amaterasu, the decision-maker of Sakurajima. How should I address you, so that I can learn how to operate in your territory? Amaterasu slightly lifted her raven-black long hair, her narrow phoenix eyes holding a hint of a smile, her lips curving slightly in a captivating manner. Just call me along, get in the car, and we can talk slowly about anything. The fierce-looking man actually blushed under Amaterasu's charm offensive, and his voice became low and polite. Ah, that's a really nice name, Along. So powerful. Amaterasu covered her mouth and giggled, deliberately letting her hair float past him as she walked by. A faint fragrance filled the air, and Along felt as if he had been electrocuted, his mind going blank. Lu Sheng couldn't help but shake his head in pity, surprised that such a fierce-looking man could be so easily toyed with by Amaterasu. They got on the truck, which had been transformed into a troop carrier with a huge cargo box, and both rows were filled with people. Lu Sheng found a spot to sit down and calculated in his mind. This truck could actually hold 12 people. If 10 trucks were filled with that many people, wouldn't that be over 200 individuals? A mere Tangmin spokesperson can easily call upon 200 brothers. What about the other subordinate organizations of the Tianting? The man sitting next to him took a sip of his drink and nudged him with his shoulder, asking, who was that woman just now? It seems like Long Gu is a bit interested in her. She is the spokesperson for Sakurajima, and I have nothing to do with her. I'm just accompanying her to work in Renshaw village, Lu Sheng casually said. The man was half convinced, and he laughed heartily while putting his arm around Lu Sheng's shoulder, saying, you are really lucky. This cherry blossom girl is quite something, so alluring that we can't help but drool. Brother, if you get the chance, you must let us meet her. Sure. Lu Sheng chuckled and thought to himself that if he introduced them to Amaterasu, it would be a blessing if they only got a skinning. The road became worse the closer they got to Lianxiao village. Suddenly, the truck in front emitted a loud screeching sound, and then with a bang, it completely broke down. Hearing the commotion, everyone stopped their cars and got out to watch. A brother beside him clicked his tongue in surprise, saying he didn't expect that there were still people out here doing roadblock and nail pulling for profit. After getting out of the car, Along also thought the same when he saw this scene. His already dark face turned even darker. These money-hungry folks, brothers. Go look for nearby signs and see which repair shop is so unscrupulous. 200 people searched through and found only a pile of weeds and mud, nothing else. How can they expect to generate revenue without even putting up a sign? Are they foolish? Aaron cursed and grumbled. At this moment, Amaterasu frowned as she noticed a surveillance camera on the fence of the road not far away. In such a remote area, the cameras are usually off, but this one was clearly not. Aaron, Amaterasu smiled sweetly and said, "It's a big sun. Don't let the brothers waste their efforts searching. Let's squeeze together and hurry on the road. After that, I'll let you handle the aftermath." Upon hearing this, Along quickly waved his hand and said, "How can you find someone to talk about such a small matter? I'll get a brother to come over and drag it back. We should continue with your big event." "You're really generous. Thank you, Along." Amaterasu smiled brightly, charming Along immensely. The remaining 9 trucks were severely overloaded and moving even slower, while the drivers were especially cautious, afraid of stepping on any nails again. How could the people from Sakurajima hide under the lotus? Those people are hard to deal with. Very exclusive. Even merchants can't get in. Along asked curiously, just as Amaterasu was about to find an excuse to deflect the question. She suddenly saw a strange bulge in the ground ahead and hurriedly shouted, "There's danger ahead. Don't go over." But she was still a bit late. As the truck drove onto the bulge, it immediately exploded, followed by sporadic gunfire from the mountains and forests on both sides of the road. Without a second thought, Along leaped onto Amaterasu to shield her from a bullet. His face instantly contorted in pain, but he kept silent, even ignoring his wound, and shouted, "Don't pay attention to these disturbances. They're just homemade guns and grenades. No one will die." The crowd, initially thrown into chaos by the attack, gradually regained their composure under Along's voice. The truck that had just hit a homemade grenade only had a blown tire. Nothing else was affected. Along, considering the lives of his brothers, told them to stay in the truck and wait for rescue while the remaining 8 trucks sped toward the Lotus, not giving the enemy any more time to prepare. As they got closer to the Lotus, the smoke grew thicker, produced by incense and burning paper. But the amount of smoke covering the entire village was excessive. The 8 trucks rushed directly into the village, where every household was burning piles of paper, and the flames from the burning stoves reached 3 feet high, enveloping the entire sky in gray-black smoke. Strangely, there were no elderly men on the streets, only women, who seemed completely unconcerned about the arrival of the trucks, tirelessly burning paper like tireless robots. This terrifying and eerie atmosphere made even the fearless Tangman brothers feel inexplicably creeped out. "Don't stop. Keep going, to that church," Amaterasu ordered. Along and Lu Sheng looked toward the church, where faint sounds of prayer could be heard, becoming clearer as the trucks approached. Lu Sheng heard a man beside him snicker, "This doctrine is too ridiculous. Who would give their property to the church to cleanse their sins?" Others echoed, "If you have money, why not enjoy life yourself? Why give it to the church's upper management to squander while you suffer?" If Lu Sheng had not experienced that tragic childhood, he might have laughed along with them. But reality is often more fantastical than fiction. Humanity can be that foolish. Lu Sheng smiled bitterly. The truck stopped at the church entrance, and about 200 people got out, surrounding the church. Along asked Miss Amaterasu, "What should we do next?" "Why are you asking me? I've already liberated it. I've finished my part. Now it's the boys' task," Amaterasu said, pulling out a folding fan and leisurely opening and waving it. Along looked at the boy who resembled a student, confused. Was the person in charge not Amaterasu? But this boy? Who was he? "Your task is over, but your duty remains, right? Now, I order you to push open the door," Lu Sheng said blandly. Amaterasu reluctantly closed her fan and said, Just a mere reserve being used so rudely. What if I get killed by opening the door?" Along also felt this was not good and suggested, "How about I let the brothers blow this door open?" Lu Sheng ignored Along. This maid needed to be dealt with. The ghostly beast body couldn't just die easily. "Amaterasu, start," Lu Sheng said again. This time, he used his ring. And under its constraint, even if she was unwilling, Amaterasu still placed both hands on the door and slowly pushed it open. The super infant watched the door crack open wider, data jumping in its pupils. Along closed his eyes, unable to bear the grim scene that was about to unfold. Unexpectedly, the door was pushed open calmly, and the prayer inside the church abruptly stopped. Thousands of emaciated people turned their heads in unison, their skeletal bodies swaying as they stood up. Behind them, a cute girl dressed as a red and white shrine maiden revealed an angelic and innocent smile. "Welcome. Do you want to join the church, receive free gifts, or have an intimate conversation with Sasha?" she said, seemingly oblivious to the murderous atmosphere, her tone unusually lively. Amaterasu put her hands on her hips and said, "You little cherry blossom girl, fooling the country folk is one thing. But who wants to have an intimate conversation with such a wicked woman? Aren't you afraid of a curse?" Sasha's smile gradually faded. Her eyes filled with coldness as she said, "You asked for it. Did everyone hear? This ugly woman actually insulted the priestess of the witches' hall. Without a doubt. She and her companions are enemies of the gods. Enemies of the gods. Kill them. Blood sacrifice to the enemies of the gods. Offer their skulls to the witch. The dazed villagers brandished various kitchen knives and hoes and charged forward. The 200 little brothers didn't need a long to give the signal. They immediately yelled and toppled the emaciated villagers to the ground. Sasha probably didn't expect so many people to be unable to defeat only a tenth of the number of little ruffians. Fortunately, she didn't have high hopes for these people to accomplish anything significant. Oh, let a beautiful girl like me take action. You believers need to reflect, earn more, and offer more, Sasha muttered to herself while summoning her beast. It was a creature with a body of mist below and an ethereal, ghostly upper half. Its name was Mist Phantom, which immediately began absorbing the smoke from the lotus. As the smoke entered its body, the Mist Phantom grew larger, expanding to 10 meters tall. Suddenly, several quantum floating blades appeared, continuously slicing into it, causing its absorption rate to fall behind its consumption rate, and it began to shrink. You're ruining my plans, die. Sasha glared at the super infant floating in midair with murderous intent. A series of explosive sounds rang out, but the target was not the super infant. It was Lu Xing. Sasha had long known through the church's external surveillance that Lu Xing was the real person in charge. She had never pointed her spear at him. All for this moment. Die, die, die. She screamed internally. With a bloodthirsty smile on her face, her expression twisted like a devil. The grenades approached Lu Xing. And at that moment, the ring on his finger emitted a faint glow, and then Amaterasu transformed into an 8-sided mirror in a moment of utter helplessness. All the grenades seemed to be swallowed by the mirror as if they had sunk into water, and then in the next second, they shot back along the same path. The cannon tubes exploded, flames burning everywhere. Thud. 3 assassins ambushed in the church's loft fell down, seemingly lifeless. Your artificial weapon form is much more reliable than you. Lu Xing couldn't help but exclaim. However, Amaterasu didn't think so. She quickly returned to human form, spat several times, and pretended to gag. Only you can make a weapon withstand grenades. I don't believe your beast can't block them, Amaterasu complained. Lu Xing smiled slightly. The super infant mastered the heart of light. Even if Lu Xing didn't react in time, it could definitely cut the grenades first. But why bother? Now was just the right time. Everyone's attention was not on the super infant, and it could secretly release a few quantum floating blades without anyone noticing. Moreover, with such a useful tool like Amaterasu, why not use her without paying a salary? Chapter 75, The Worshipper and the Spirit Threads. Isn't it better to die honestly? Why choose to live? Which temple? I beseech you, deliver divine punishment and make these sinners before me pay for their sins. Sasha seemed to have suffered a tremendous blow, placing all her hopes on prayer. Amaterasu's expression changed slightly. She noticed that the incense scent spreading beneath the lotus was rapidly dissipating and quickly said, Lu Xing, stop her. She's about to worship the gods. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing immediately ordered the super infant to launch an attack. In the next moment, 6 quantum floating blades cut through Sasha's head, limbs, and heart. However, even in this state, the head that rolled on the ground displayed a strange smile. The land, already corroded, fell into the realm of catastrophe. And spirit threads drilled out of the believers, merging into Sasha's body, stitching her back together. As the incense was completely absorbed, a terrifying gaze descended from distant time and space, and the fog spirit suddenly underwent evolution. In the blazing divine fire, it transformed into a calamity fog demon composed entirely of filthy desires, hatred, and death. Ha ha ha, if I had known that worshipping the gods would feel so good. I should have sacrificed these fools to the witch temple earlier. After her revival, Sasha became even more mad. Her laughter echoed in the church, while the believers fell unconscious one by one. Along and the other ruffians sensed something was wrong and attempted to flee, only to find that this place was no longer part of the human world, as if it were an independent space, endlessly circling back to the same spot. Amaterasu began to feel a bit nervous. She never expected that a worshipper would appear during just an assessment mission. According to the records of Tianting, the conditions for the appearance of a worshipper were random events, but whenever one appeared, it always resulted in significant casualties. Worshippers were no longer human. They were monsters formed from spirit threads, akin to data, and could only be killed by exhausting their spirit threads. Of course, no matter how difficult it was to kill a worshipper, they were merely targets. The critical issue was that their beasts would also receive blessings, gaining evolutionary leaps, rendering any bottleneck non-existent in their eyes. The originally weak would become strong, and the already strong would become unbeatable. The difficulty level of the task would become uncontrollable, which was what Tianting feared the most. Amaterasu was worried. But when she turned her head, she saw Lu Xing still maintaining a calm demeanor. Not only that, but he even lightly clapped his hands. What a good show. So this is how the witch temple operates, treating believers as expendables. After taking their spirit threads, I guess they won't live much longer. Lu Xing's voice was not loud, but it felt like a slap to Shasha's face. Shasha turned to look at him, her eyes darting around like a frenzied frog. She tilted her head and murmured, "Isn't it only natural to give everything for the gods? They will die. But what they gain is ultimate freedom." Lu Xing couldn't help but shake his head, his expression gradually turning cold. Your rationality has completely vanished. It seems that worshipping the gods isn't without its flaws. The game time ends here. Since you want ultimate freedom so much, then see for yourself how beautiful that world is. After saying this, Lu Xing began to count down. 5, 4, 3. Haha, how amusing. I seem to hear ants babbling. Hey, fog demon, why are you still dawdling? Get to work. After laughing, Shasha gave the order. The calamity fog demon's eyes flashed red, and a scythe appeared in its hand seemingly out of nowhere. With a casual swing, a crimson scythe blade tore through the air, appearing before Lu Xing. The shield made of quantum floating blades continuously resisted, yet was still consumed. Shasha couldn't help but mock. Is that all you've got? Next, she wanted the fog demon to put in more effort and take out the opponent in one go. At that moment, Shasha heard Lu Xing finish his countdown, and her heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding creeping over her. A time-space wormhole quietly opened above the realm of catastrophe, creating a 100-meter wide void. What is this? Shasha didn't understand. How could the realm of catastrophe be broken? This was. In the next moment, a white ultra-high heat beam arrived as expected, enveloping the fog demon and Shasha, causing them to burn like wood. The evil aura of the calamity fog demon was purified, the divine power continuously fading. And upon returning to its original form, it was disintegrated into particles, disappearing into the air. However, Shasha, due to the spirit threats, not only gained an almost indestructible vitality but also had to endure unimaginable torment. So that means it can be killed directly. Lu Xing snapped his fingers, and the super infant used controlled the future again. Soon, a time-space wormhole reappeared. But this time, the technique that emerged was something Lu Xing had never seen before. Chapter 76. Flying Swordly Ziqiang Control the Future is like a colorful big roulette wheel. What technique can be drawn purely depends on luck. The longer the preparation time, the more techniques, and the greater the power. The super infant always had good luck. After reaching perfect proficiency, it could even vaguely guess what techniques were on the big roulette wheel. The more frequently a technique was used, the easier it was for it to guess and draw from. But this time, perhaps because the preparation time was too long, a densely packed roulette wheel appeared before it, with several auras confusingly mixed together, making it impossible to distinguish which was which. Forget it, let's randomly choose one and give it a try. Trying it out could be fatal. It closed its eyes and randomly drew the technique with the strongest aura. Soon, a tentacle forcibly squeezed out of the time-space wormhole. This tentacle was pink and looked somewhat cute, but its behavior was quite lewd. Upon seeing Shasha, it immediately rushed over excitedly, wrapping around her body and sucking vigorously, as her spirit threads seemed to encounter a natural enemy, frantically trying to escape. But the suction cups on the tentacle were like black holes, sweeping through wildly, and soon they were drained dry. Shasha was horrified to discover that her body was now completely empty, with no spirit threads left. In that case, wouldn't she have become an ordinary person? The tentacle treated Shasha as if she were worthless, directly tossing her in front of Amaterasu. No, give me back my spirit threads. Give them back. Shasha displayed unprecedented fear. However, the tentacle had already completed its task and leisurely returned to the time-space wormhole, disappearing without a trace. Shasha came to her senses and found that those around her were looking at her with strange eyes. Just thinking about the punishment she might face next sent chills down her spine. Amaterasu was also bewildered by this sudden situation. According to Tian Ting's intelligence, these spirit threads would produce a spirit explosion when consumed to a certain extent, directly blowing up the worshipper without leaving any survivors. Why was this tentacle so unreasonable, directly consuming everything and still leaving a live one? Lu Xing was also at a loss. After all, this was his first time. In the end, it was Along who saw that Shasha was trying to find an opportunity to slip away, prompting him to have his little brothers tie her up. The realm of catastrophe, having lost the control of the worshipper, was already in disarray. Amaterasu took out her phone and dialed Tian Ting's secret contact number to inform them of this matter. Upon hearing this, The other side was also surprised and quickly instructed them to keep this captive secure. Soon, a huge shadow appeared in the clouds above the entire lotus, followed by a beast fantasy ship resembling a great angel descending from the clouds. The fantasy ship spirit was a beast of divine quality. Who would have thought Tian Ting would be so extravagant? Lucian couldn't help but drool. Mind your image, okay? This is a rare opportunity for you to show your face. The benefits are immense, Amaterasu said, exasperated. Lu Shang, feeling unworthy, touched the corner of his lips and declared solemnly, I'm not joining Tian Ting for the benefits. Don't try to use sweet words to corrupt me. Well said, Junior. No wonder the investigation team recommended you. Causing such a stir on your first mission shows such high awareness. A bald nun dressed in coarse cotton, resembling a master of primal power, gracefully landed before them on a flying sword. Then, the flying sword transformed into a human form, revealing a petite and adorable Loli. Lu Xing's eyes lit up. The weapon of this artificial spirit was so cool. Ah, is someone unhappy with me? Look at me. This is what every man dreams of. How can a mere flat-chested Loli compare to me? Tianzhao confidently puffed out her chest, looking down at the little Loli across from her. The little Loli, however, sweetly smiled and, being familiar, took Lucian's hand, saying, Big brother, my name is Li Ziqiang. This big fatty is completely useless. She has already been abandoned by 3 masters. If you save enough points in the future and want to replace her, I'll recommend you a beautiful and gentle big sister. Upon hearing this, Tianzhao immediately bared her teeth. Flat-chested Loli, your broken sword looks good but is useless. Besides being cute, what else can you do? I heard your Blackfire mercenaries are being hunted down by the government forces on the Black Continent. And who knows if you can survive until the end of the year. Ha ha, Tianzhao mocked. Oh, I didn't expect the news about Big Fatty to be so slow. Don't you know my Blackfire mercenaries have defeated the government forces and taken over the capital of Ogle? TSK. Ogle is a country rich in blood diamonds. Little Qiang is about to make a fortune. Li Ziqiang said proudly, hands on her hips. What is that? Just the Black Continent? I can make the local gangs in Kyoto bow down to me without lifting a finger. With just a command, I can change the entire underground world of Kyoto. Can you, a flat-chested Loli, do that? Tianzhao retorted uncomfortably. Li Ziqiang disdainfully wrinkled her nose, saying, a dignified artificial spirit actually uses beauty to attract others. Don't you feel ashamed? I'm embarrassed for you. I think the Tang sect should throw you out to avoid tarnishing their reputation. With your brain, you can only do some killing. Tianzhao mocked. It's better than Big Fatty borrowing money to speculate in the stock market every day. How's that going for you? Must be a huge loss, right? How could I lose in the stock market? As long as I don't take it out. There will always be a day when it rises back up. When the world economy improves, my stocks will definitely bounce back. Although Tianzhao was tough, her voice grew smaller. This rebuttal made Tianzhao suffer a 1,000,000-ton blow, turning her into a despondent background character. The nun shook her head and said to Lushing, the technology for artificial spirits is still immature. You're suffering. It's nothing, but what does immature technology mean? Lushing asked curiously. Artificial spirits are influenced by the ghost bride, which amplifies their emotional flaws. The arrogant become more arrogant, the benevolent more benevolent. This makes it hard for many contractors to handle. However, artificial spirits are the cornerstone of Tian Ting, so you will have to bear with it, the nun said kindly, gently ruffling Li Ziqiang's hair. Chapter 77. News. You have made a great contribution this time. I didn't expect time-space techniques could yield such miracles. If we could research how to eliminate the divine thread of the worshippers, we could quickly eradicate the witchcraft cult. The nun's praise seemed to imply something more. Lushing straightforwardly expressed his stance, saying, it's a pity. If I could understand the principle of the tentacles, I would definitely offer it up wholeheartedly. Unfortunately, I really don't know. Perhaps my future self can teach it to Super Baby, but not now. The nun smiled slightly. I believe in your future potential. Don't worry, Tianting is not a bureaucracy. It's okay if you hold back a bit. You will come to know that Tianting is an organization rich in humanistic care and social responsibility. She patted Lushing on the shoulder and took Shasha aboard the fantasy ship Spirit. The nun continued, my name is Shi Ruashi, the captain of Team 11 of Tianting, which is also what others call the logistics department. Your super baby has the potential to become a top scientist. It would be a waste to spend life on the battlefield. I wonder if you would be willing to join Team 11? Yeah, big brother. If you join Team 11, we can bully Big Fatty together. Li Ziqiang said excitedly. Don't listen to them. Your combat power is not bad. Joining Team 11 will only waste your youth. I suggest you find an opportunity to join another team. Tianzhao interrupted. Li Ziqiang disdainfully remarked. Isn't it because participating in battles can share profits? Please, your eyes have turned into money signs. Humph. Say what you want. I am Lu Xing's artificial spirit. And he would never listen to you over me. Tianzhao proudly puffed out her chest. Under Tianzhao's intense gaze, Lu Xing said without hesitation to Shi Ruoxi. I finally found a team. Captain Shi, I am willing to join Team 11 and contribute to scientific research. What a good young man. Not bad, you have awareness. I didn't misjudge you. Shi Ruoxi's smile became even more genuine. Tianzhao looked shocked and loudly questioned. Why? Why though? Li Ziqiang couldn't help but roll her eyes, saying, You worthless woman, why are you asking why? Don't you know love can disappear? Tianzhao's face instantly turned ashen. Shi Ruoxi was used to these two artificial spirits arguing. She said to Li Ziqiang, Stop playing around. Go get a set of preliminary member gear. Li Ziqiang grinned and transformed into a flying sword, diving into the fantasy ship spirit. When she reappeared, she was holding a gray-silver safety box. Shi Ruoxi took the safety box, opened it, and inside was a belt and a box of cards. This is the special set for Team 11. Once you wear this transformation belt, you can combine with artificial spirits using the cards. Unlike abroad, we often need to avoid suspicion and try not to expose our identities. After transforming, your code name will be Kamen Rider Mirror, which was the code name of the previous Tianzhao's contractor, now passed on to you. Additionally, this box of cards is a tool for unlocking combination skills. And it also contains a blue card. Don't use it unless absolutely necessary. Using it will force an evolution, but afterward, the artificial spirit will be in a slump for a long time and unable to combine again. Shi Ruoxi closed the safety box and handed the transformation belt and cards to Lu Xing. After Lu Xing received the safety box, Shi Ruoxi said, After your assessment task is completed, the restrictions of the oath will be lifted. After that, you can communicate with the Tianting through this ring. Remember to check the Thief Seagull report often, besides news. It will also occasionally update various treasure information and internal tasks. Of course, you can also use points to exchange or issue tasks. When she mentioned Tianting, she pointed to the sky. Lu Xing looked up, but saw nothing. However, he quickly realized that Tianting should be in space, though he was unsure if it was a technological creation or a powerful beast. One last thing, Shi Ruoxi said seriously, although Team 11 is the logistics department, it doesn't mean it will be easy. Every 3 months, at most 6 months, you will need to collaborate with other members to complete research tasks or complete them independently. If you have any innovative ideas, you need to submit an application to me, and I will allocate resources to Tianzhao. With obligations come benefits. Not only will you earn points for completing tasks, but you will also receive a monthly reserve salary of 10,000 yuan. This amount isn't much. And if you find it insufficient, you can take on tasks for extra income, as long as it doesn't interfere with research tasks. Lu Xing felt a bit disappointed. This salary couldn't be considered low, but it was merely better than nothing. He could easily earn more just by playing a minor role. However, since Tianting could attract so many talents to join, the benefits must be substantial, especially in terms of points. Lu Xing suddenly noticed one point Shi Ruoxi mentioned. The Thief Seagull report could issue internal tasks. I want to ask if I want to issue a missing person task. How many points do I need? Lu Xing inquired. Shi Ruoxi smiled slightly. If you were looking for Lu Gufeng as a joining benefit, I can tell you for free. He was last seen in Kyoto. Kyoto? Lu Xing couldn't help but look at Tianzhao. Chapter 78, Super String Metal, although he felt a bit schemed against. He welcomed this kind of benevolent scheming. Tianzhao regained her composure, her narrow phoenix eyes slightly raised, unfurling a folding fan without a word. Her lips unable to help but curl upward, elegant, as graceful as a beast about to be hunted. However, formidable hunters often disguise themselves as prey, waiting for the real prey to take the bait. Lu Xing could already sense the balance of victory and defeat swaying between the two. No, I think I'll pass on Amaterasu. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Xing said to Shi Ruoxi, Can I submit a research application right now? Amaterasu's elegance vanished in an instant. She sulked, causing Li Ziqiang to burst into laughter. Shi Ruoxi ignored Amaterasu beside her and exclaimed in surprise, So soon? Have you not thought it through? You still have 3 months until the deadline. It's fine. I've actually thought about it for a while. I just haven't had the opportunity. Lu Xing replied. Shi Ruoxi frowned slightly and said, Don't just throw out your wild ideas to brush me off. I won't make it easy for you to pass the research application, even if you are a promising junior. Lu Sheng was not just completing a task. He was actually looking to seize this opportunity to earn points, allowing him to report tasks through the thief gull. He certainly didn't expect Amaterasu, that worthless woman, to help him with such a dangerous trip to Sakura Island. It was more reliable to find help from within the Sky Thunder, as its members were all masters or above, with sufficient strength, influence, and intelligence. Don't worry, Captain. This research task isn't just a wild idea. I've mostly completed it. Since you're so confident, let us go to my lab and make the model so I can see it, Shiruashi said suspiciously. Although Chao Ying was a research talent, a talent that hasn't grown is just a useless stone. How long has Chao Ying evolved? No matter how much it grows. There must be limits. How could it possibly produce results so quickly? Although she was skeptical, seeing his certainty made Shiruashi believe him a little. So she had Li Ziqiang take the two of them to the Fantasy Ship Spirit's laboratory. The scenes in the Fantasy Ship Spirit surprised Lu Sheng. There were various laboratories everywhere, and people in white coats bustling about were all researchers. Li Ziqiang proudly said. These people were all hired bit by bit with the money earned from the Blackfire mercenaries, but now they can sustain themselves. They earn several hundred million just from patents every year. Amaterasu didn't find it impressive, but Lu Sheng felt a bit envious, comparing himself to others. Seeing how someone else's spirit could nurture such a high-end team, while Amaterasu was still living off others and surrounded by a group of thugs, made him feel exhausted. Suddenly, Lu Sheng saw that not just one laboratory was testing Sasha. Some were using cloning technology to create embryos, some were conducting Turing tests with brainwave instruments, and others were testing her tolerance with physical and chemical methods. Seeing Lu Sheng's bad expression, Li Ziqiang explained, "Don't worry, these experiments are very safe. After all, Sasha is the first worshipper to turn back into a human. If we can find what makes her different from other worshippers, we might understand the source of the worshipper's powers. It's nothing. I'm just not used to seeing scenes like this for the first time." Lu Sheng exhaled slightly. Li Ziqiang looked at him with pity and said, "In Team 11, such scenes may accompany you for a lifetime. You'd better be psychologically prepared." While they were talking, they arrived at the entrance of a special closed laboratory. Shiruashi had been waiting inside for a long time. She told Lu Sheng, "This room can materialize memories from the subconscious and calculate model probabilities using a quantum computer. To some extent, it's already close to precognition. I've contacted other reviewers. They will evaluate your research task with me." Lu Sheng didn't understand much about science. He turned to Chao Ying, and with a thought. Chao Ying understood and instantly moved to the center of the room. Seeing this scene, Shiruashi nodded knowingly. Indeed. What he described was not his own idea but Chao Ying's own achievement. In this regard, a gifted beast compared to humans had an overwhelming advantage. Other big shots also began to have the same thought. Some were regretful, while others were more interested. After all, no matter how talented a human is, there is a growth curve, but Chao Ying was a completely new beast. Perhaps it would produce some astonishing results. Chao Ying took out Haigang from the void. This metal looked ordinary, black with red, with a spiral pattern. It had good heat resistance and was typically used in engine motors. The crowd, being well-informed, recognized this metal, as it was not obscure. They were curious about why Chao Ying took out Haigang, and then various metals materialized in the room, no less than 100 types. Some of these metals were common, while others only existed in books and had almost no practical use. However, when they were combined with Haigang as the core element and calculated by the quantum computer with terascale processing, they unexpectedly synthesized several new alloys. If it were just ordinary alloys, it would be one thing. But the key was that among them was an alloy with a string-like pattern that had properties hard to match in the world, with extremely high resistance, toughness, and strength. Even more remarkably, this metal also possessed the theoretically existing ability of superstring resonance, which could be applied to beast tamers. In Team 11's laboratory, there were no less than 10 kinds of semi-finished products that could utilize this metal. Incredible. Amazing. This is the perfect metal, the reviewer exclaimed in disbelief, seeing everyone astonished. Shiruashi instead calmed down first. Everyone, this is just the result of the quantum computer's algorithm, but obtaining this metal in reality may not be so easy. She dampened the enthusiasm of the reviewers. At that moment, another person stood up and said, "Captain Shi's caution is reasonable. However, it is said that Chao Ying possesses computational abilities far exceeding those of quantum computers. Perhaps what we are seeing is just the tip of the iceberg. To quickly obtain this superstring metal, I propose an additional budget to grant Lu Sheng a platinum point so he can complete this research task as soon as possible." Isn't one platinum point too much? Shiruashi couldn't help but ask. The other reviewers began to discuss among themselves. As one platinum point was equivalent to 100 gold points or 1,000 silver points. Ordinary tasks could at most yield 10 silver points and could not be exchanged for higher levels, only lower ones. To get this point based on a proposal that hasn't yielded any results yet seemed excessive. At this moment, the central reviewer suddenly spoke, and everyone fell silent. Sorry, everyone. I just received the analysis results from the Sky Thunder. This metal performed excellently in simulations and can perfectly replace the current structure of the Sky Thunder, increasing its power by 50. Not only that, but the Sky Thunder can also upgrade from near-Earth level to solar system level, possessing true star navigation capabilities. The words of this big shot shocked everyone. Sure, Ruashi felt the tide had turned, covering her forehead as she sat down. She initially wanted to keep Lu Sheng and Xiaoying from being too conspicuous so they could conduct experiments peacefully, but now it seemed she had underestimated their abilities. Even that big shot had voice support. This research was bound to attract widespread attention. She just hoped they could deliver a perfect answer under the pressure of so many high-ups. Chapter 79, A Platinum Point. After Xiaoying finished presenting its proposal, it instantly moved back to Lu Sheng's side, yawning and looking listless, as if it had done something boring. For it might indeed be so. Everything displayed in the room was technology that originally existed in the Mercury world. It had merely brought it into reality. Amaterasu mocked, I thought you would evolve something interesting. But it turns out to just be a piece of metal. How boring. Lu Sheng was too lazy to refute, but beside him, Li Ziqiang said with admiration, That's amazing. This is the most difficult fundamental materials science and research tasks. Creating a completely new metal is simply the realm of gods. You and Super Baby are truly remarkable. Lu Sheng felt embarrassed by the praise, while Tian Zhao glared at Li Ziqiang with a sulky face and said, Are you going to refute me on everything? Even if it's trash, you have to praise it to the heavens. Li Ziqiang huffed and said, I'm not that childish. Your vow taker is not simple. If you don't hurry up and wash and sun your brain, you might be replaced again before long. Replacing me requires 50 gold points. Just because he is currently a reserve member, it will take more than 10 years to replace me. By then, I might have enough points to redeem myself. Tian Zhao's narrow phoenix eyes showed a scheming look. At this moment, Sure Ruashi walked out with looking a bit helpless. Tian Zhao immediately said proudly, See? I told you it's trash. How could it possibly pass the review? Let's disperse. It's better to hurry home. Lu Sheng was a bit puzzled. As this was a mature technology that had already been verified, it shouldn't fail, right? Sure Ruashi shook her head and said, Actually, your proposal has been approved. But unfortunately, because your proposal is too astonishing, the higher-ups have increased your budget and will pay you a platinum point in advance. Platinum point. Tian Zhao's face instantly turned pale. Lu Sheng ignored Tian Zhao and frowned, asking, Isn't that a good thing? Sure Ruashi said regretfully, If you were a well-known scientist, it might be a good thing. But you and Super Baby are just starting out and have already attracted so much attention from big shots. Success is fine, but if you fail, it might be very difficult to turn things around, and it will be extremely hard to apply for research in the future. So the captain is worried about this. Lu Sheng finally felt reassured. For others, the hardest part is finding the only breakthrough among countless possibilities, but for him, completing the research task is just a matter of his thoughts. Don't worry, Captain, I'm confident enough to submit this application. I hope so, Sure Ruashi nodded helplessly. Lu Sheng suddenly remembered what the captain had just said about him getting a platinum point, and he curiously asked, Are platinum points plentiful? How many gold points can they be exchanged for? I've heard that gold points are hard to obtain. Sure Ruashi replied, Gold points require completing high-difficulty tasks to earn. Originally, with your current status, it would be very difficult to obtain them, but since this metal is so astonishing, they've granted you a platinum point. 1 platinum point can be exchanged for 100 gold points. So, I can replace Tian Zhao right now? Lu Sheng couldn't help but stroke his chin. Sure Ruashi looked at Tian Zhao with confusion and advised, Tian Zhao has already been returned twice. If she's returned again, she might need to be remade. Why don't you reconsider? Upon hearing remade, Tian Zhao trembled all over. Li Ziqiang sighed and said, Although it's not good for me to say this, being remade will reset the memories of the artificial spirit. Although Tian Zhao is a bit disdainful, she's quite useful. Tian Zhao quickly nodded, saying yes. My mirror can defend and rebound, and I can escape into the mirror world. There's no one better than me for survival. Proudly, Tian Zhao rarely lowered her brows. Looking pitiful, Lu Sheng, who had originally made up his mind, couldn't help but waver. Sure, Ruashi sighed and said, if you're not in a hurry, it's better to keep using Tian Zhao for now. Her mind may not be good, but her performance is indeed decent. All right. Since the captain is also pleading for her, Lu Sheng shrugged. Tian Zhao breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, then saw Lu Sheng turn to her and say, if you don't want to be remade, then do your job properly from now on. Yes, leader. From now on, I'll be your exclusive servant. However you want to play is fine. I won't resist, Tian Zhao said pitifully. Lu Sheng held his forehead, not expecting that after just sparing her, she would become so clingy, prompting him to command, squat down. Upon hearing this, Tian Zhao's legs involuntarily spread apart, her but slightly raised, squatting on the ground in humiliation. Li Ziqiang couldn't help but burst out laughing. Big fatty, you have today too. Captain, can I use my points to take on a task? Lu Sheng asked. Sure, Ruashi smiled and said, if you want to take on a task, it's very simple. You just need to submit an application to the vow. The next issue of the Thief Seagull will publish that task. Lu Sheng then used the vow to say to the Tian Ting, please help me issue a task. The vow quickly lit up and emitted a serious mechanical echo. Reserve member Lu Sheng, please state the task you wish to issue, and I will price it based on the task difficulty coefficient. Lu Sheng said without hesitation, please help me issue a task to destroy the witchcraft cult. The Tian Ting replied, the difficulty coefficient of this task is too high. The points you hold are insufficient. Lu Sheng knew that his points were not enough to issue that task. He just wanted to test how many points the task required, but didn't expect the Tian Ting to directly refuse. So, he stated the task he really wanted to issue. Please help me issue an investigation task. The Tian Ting replied, please state the specific task content. The task content is to investigate the witchcraft cult in Kyoto and Lugufeng. Understood. Task evaluation completed. A general report costs 10 copper points, a detailed report 50 copper points, an expert level report 1 silver point, and a strategy level report 1 gold point. Lu Sheng, feeling generous, said directly, a strategy level report is only 1 gold point? That's too cheap, just buy me one. The Tian Ting paused, and then replied, deducting 1 gold point. The task has been printed in the latest issue of the Thief Seagull. Please check it in time. Chapter 80. The Fire-Kindling King and teaming up the fantasy ship Spirit directly sent Lu Sheng to the parking lot near the community. Before parting, Sure Ruashi said to Lu Sheng, to facilitate your experiments, the Tian Ting has found an assistant for you at Qingbei University. Her name is Li Shinro, a professor and also a reserve member of Team 11. Tian Zhao, acting like a true maid, bowed and said, as you said, I have already recorded it for my master. If forgotten, I will remind him at any time. Lu Sheng glanced at her. This serious demeanor was quite unfamiliar. Li Ziqiang waved her hand and said, goodbye, big brother. Big fatty, you better behave. Don't let me meet a different guy next time. After saying goodbye to them, Lu Sheng turned and walked out of the airport, attracting attention from at least 80 of the people he passed. After all, who would go out with a high-class maid? Once outside the airport, Tian Zhao didn't wait for Lu Sheng's instructions and directly called a special car from the tank sect. I have arranged the itinerary. Please rest assured and leave it to me, Tian Zhao said with a flawless expression, making those around them mistakenly think Lu Sheng was some rich young master going out. For some reason, Lu Sheng felt that Tian Zhao, wearing a mask, had become more troublesome. He sighed silently and sat in the car as Tian Zhao opened the door. Tian Zhao quietly sat beside him, motionless, her expression focused on the front. To be fair, this disdainful woman looked quite good when she wasn't talking, and the driver couldn't help but frequently glance back at Tian Zhao. At that moment, Lu Sheng suddenly noticed Tian Zhao passing him a note. It read, how's my performance? Am I bursting with vanity? Feels great. Lu Sheng turned to look at the still serious Tian Zhao and glanced at the note again. He raised an eyebrow and said lightly, keep it up. You wouldn't want me to send you back, would you? Tian Zhao's perfect expression cracked, and she quickly handed him another note. Lu Sheng opened it to find it read, Master, I know I was wrong. Can't you let me relax a bit? How about this? When we're outside, I'll give you face, and when no one is around, you let me have some fun. After reading this, Lu Sheng was speechless. He had long known that Tian Zhao was just putting on an act, but this 3-minute heat was just too fast. Perhaps you really need to be reformed to be useful. Lu Sheng couldn't help but sigh. Amaterasu puffed her cheeks, rolled her eyes, and whispered, Master, don't say that. Think about it. If you replace me, the next artificial spirit might not be any better. Wouldn't that be a case of losing both the lady and the troops? I think we should cooperate. Tian Ting is releasing research funding, and my remains are with them. They can call me anytime to verify accounts, and they trust me completely. But I am loyal to you, and I guarantee that I will say whatever you want me to say. Lu Sheng looked at Amaterasu with suspicion. This was indeed something that this despicable woman could do. You really are a talent. It would be a waste not to let you be an official. Is that a yes? If you are truly loyal, I won't restrict you too much. Then it's settled. Before Lu Sheng could finish speaking, Amaterasu got out of the car to open the door for him, and even threw him a flirtatious glance. Lu Sheng shook his head, with her as his maid. Rumors about him would surely spread throughout the community sooner or later. Amaterasu was even more eager to open the door to their home. As soon as she entered, she transformed from a dignified and virtuous maid into a husky, collapsing on the sofa and not moving at all. Lu Sheng thought for a moment, but decided not to discourage her. Given Amaterasu's character, it was already impressive that she could maintain her facade all the way home. Since they were home, he might as well let her relax a bit. Lu Sheng casually opened the simulator, and suddenly, the simulator detected the oath ring on him and sent him a prompt. Unknown life form detected. Would you like to bind it? Lu Sheng scratched his head. Since Amaterasu had not entered into a beast contract, it was hard to say whether she belonged to him or not. But since the simulator could bind her, why not give it a try? With that thought, he chose to bind. A set of data appeared before him. Amaterasu, race, artificial spirit, semi-legendary quality, unlockable evolutionary forms available. Seeing that unlocking the evolutionary forms required 10 exploration points made Lu Sheng feel a bit pained, but he was also curious. After all, the information from the oath ring indicated that artificial spirits could not evolve normally without the light of evolution. If that were the case, wouldn't Lu Sheng have found another way to grind for points? In the end, he couldn't resist the temptation and unlocked Amaterasu's evolutionary form. The first type was called the Earthbound God, which could establish a shrine in a masterless land and could evolve into a legendary spirit after being fully infused with incense. Its advantage was having strength beyond its level within the shrine's range, but the drawback was that it could not leave the shrine. The second type was called a true human, which would completely revert to an ancient human after reincarnating for the 99th time. It could not be resurrected or use beast powers, but could inherit the true body of ancient humans and open the path of cultivation. The third type was called the Flame King's successor, which could declare the oath of passing the flame to the heavens and earth through a millennium spirit garment, the clothing worn by ancient deceased, and upon receiving recognition, would regain its spiritual foundation, becoming a king-level spirit that helps the world pass on the flame. The first evolutionary form had the strongest power, but turned into a recluse, which was a bit useless for Lu Sheng. The second evolutionary form was actually the best, but since it couldn't use beast powers, it couldn't be contracted, making it irrelevant to him no matter how good it was. Excluding the first and second options, only the third remained. After evolving into the Flame King's successor, as long as it evolved into a spirit, he could truly sign a contract with Amaterasu and completely make her his own. It was very tempting, but the question was, would she be willing to become his spirit after evolving? Originally, he only wanted to grind for points, but unexpectedly discovered a new path. It was hard not to be moved, but it was still too early to make a decision. Just as Lu Sheng was about to start a new round in the simulated world, he noticed a team mode. When a beast master possesses 2 or more spirits, they can enter the simulated world together through team mode. Without hesitation, Lu Sheng selected this option. Amaterasu was just a subordinate to him now and did not count as his spirit, so he completely ignored this new feature. However, it reminded Lu Sheng that he could now contract a second spirit. Chapter 81. Dataized World and the Spirit Assassin. Tsinghua University, as a prestigious institution among prestigious institutions. Only the best students in the country can be admitted to this school, which naturally also has the best benefits in the country. Students admitted through the regular college entrance examination can purchase spirits at a discount of 10 to 50 using loans, while students admitted through the Spirit Master examination, due to already having high-quality spirits and excellent cultivation abilities, can choose from many excellent spirits cultivated by the school for free. Among them are elite-level spirits, which is music to the ears of students like Lu Sheng, who are impoverished. As he fantasized about what spirit he could select from Tsinghua University, the impatient super baby beside him extended a finger to his cheek and started to poke him. With a crackle, he was completely awakened from his fantasy. Wah! Super baby reminded him to hurry up and simulate, or else it would fall asleep and be thrown back into the simulated world. After saying this, it also showed a look of disdain. Lu Sheng smiled awkwardly. After all, He hadn't acted like a human for a day or two, so he could only hurry to open the simulator. On the first day, Super Baby appeared in a world of data torrents. It flowed with the data into a somewhat unreal virtual world, becoming a being. It took a long time for it to adapt to the system and its dataized body. By fighting monsters, it discovered that its cultivation could actually increase, and its system privileges also enhanced. On the second day, Super Baby defeated the Water Element Lord of the Elemental Forest. The Water Element Lord, defeated but not dead, decided to surrender. Super Baby accepted the surrender, gaining a template, significantly increasing its health, acquiring exclusive skills, and even growing to the appearance of a 12-year-old. These skills were quite strange. They could be used without learning. And once proficiency reached the maximum, skill points were needed to upgrade. Super Baby allocated its accumulated skill points to summon servants, which transformed into summon legions. On the third day, while killing monsters to level up, Super Baby was warned by the Earth Element Lord. It turned out that the Elemental Forest had hundreds of Elemental Lords, all of whom were subordinate to the 5 great Elemental Lords. Above the Elemental Lords was the sleeping Elemental King. Under the orders of the Elemental King, they signed a non-aggression pact. Since Super Baby had replaced the water element as the new lord, it also had to abide by the agreement. Super Baby's purpose in coming here was solely to cultivate. So it asked the Earth Element Lord how to level up. The Earth Element Lord informed Super Baby that killing undead would yield extra experience, which was much easier than defeating other wild beasts. These undead constantly eroded the elemental forest through the Lord's decree. If they attacked human villages, they would also provide assistance. Super Baby vaguely sensed that this dataized world was actually a game, and it planned to attack player territories to verify its suspicions. On the 10th day, it mobilized all the wild beasts in its territory and formed 4 divisions: Vanguard, Rearguard, Left Wing, and Right Wing. The Fire Element Lord suddenly visited, spoke an array of impressive yet vague words, and voluntarily added it as a friend. Through the friend verification, it found that the other party was named Don't Want Sir. Don't Want Sir behaved quite normally in the friend chat bar, seemingly due to dialogue restrictions from role-playing, but Super Baby did not feel that way. Don't Want Sir indicated that he had reached an agreement with some players, asking Super Baby not to attack these territories. In return, he would form an allied army with Super Baby to jointly launch monster sieges, taking only 30% of the game currency earned. Don't Want Sir clearly thought that Super Baby was also a human in disguise. Through indirect questioning, it gathered a lot of information. It turned out that this world was indeed a game called Shadows of the Old Days, where players could play as adventurers or wild beasts. However, templates above the elite level required spending federal currency and charged by time. Similar to the Fire Element Lord's template, playing for a day would cost 100 federal coins, which was about the same as the minimum wage for a month. Most of the wild monsters and adventurers who choose elite templates actively earn money in the game to maintain their accounts. Some attack human territories, some manage their own territories, and some cooperate with humans. Since game currency can be exchanged 1-to-1, the player can still maintain a balance of income and expenditure. On the 11th day, the Super Baby and the player decided not to attack the village of Aquaria, the supreme goddess. Due to the disparity in strength, the village fell within just 1 hour, and the Super Baby gained a large amount of experience and 10,000 game coins, while the player also earned 3,000 game coins. The player did not expect to make 3,000 game coins without even taking action. He had previously worried about his gaming skills and had avoided attacking players to prevent the high costs of resurrection. Now, he was somewhat eager for more and urged the Super Baby to target the next player's village. After gaining a lot of experience, the Super Baby found it much easier than his own training. Coupled with the easy breach of the first player's territory, the morale of the wild monsters was high. So he agreed to the invitation to attack the second player's territory. However, this time the player was unwilling to share the spoils in a 30-70 split and insisted on a 50-50 split. The Super Baby, who temporarily did not need game coins, pretended to be angry but agreed to his request. Upon arriving at Wasteful Hairball's village, they found that the opponent had clearly received word of their approach and had gathered a large force, making it evident that it would not be an easy fight. The player assessed the situation and went offline to gather more information, then informed the Super Baby that the player lord, Wasteful Hairball, had spent a lot of money hiring professional high-level players to defend. Just as the Super Baby and the player were about to retreat, the opponent could not hold back and actually charged out of the village to engage in battle. Although the player was not skilled, He had strategic awareness and ordered the vanguard to feign a retreat, luring the opponent in, which triggered an ambush from the rearguard stationed on both sides of the road. This massive area spell attack was enough to trouble even professional high-level players, quickly reducing the forces that had emerged from the village by 80. However, even with that, the remaining 20 of their forces still caused them significant trouble. While professional high-level players would not spend money on templates, that did not mean the opponent was weak. The Super Baby encountered a female elf assassin who, using time stop, teleportation, and backstab, managed to break through the clustered wild monsters and reach him. The opponent repeated the same trick, using teleportation and time stop to shoot arrows. But the Super Baby was still able to perform normally during the opponent's time stop. The opponent's time stop skill inadvertently activated a similar time stop effect hidden within the Super Baby's enhanced brain, allowing him to dodge the elf assassin's fatal blow with ease. When the female elf assassin failed her attack, she turned to flee. But the Super Baby realized he had not tapped into the full potential of his enhanced brain and could perhaps rely on the elf assassin to train himself. Therefore, he used Moonfall to immobilize the elf assassin, summoned his legion to let the water elementals attack her until she was at low health, and then surrounded her to meet the conditions for capture. She thought the Super Baby wanted a ransom, and to avoid the high costs of resurrection, she had no choice but to surrender. The player was also targeted by other players for execution, but unfortunately, he did not have the Super Baby's strength and almost failed against them. The Super Baby had to intervene, using quantum floating blades to harvest lives on the battlefield. And soon, the players were in disarray, leading to victory in the battle. Chapter 82. Server-wide announcement of betrayal before Wasteful Hairball's territory was breached. He proactively abandoned the village and fled with a large amount of resources, leaving the Super Baby and the player with only experience points and less than 5,000 game coins. The battle was heavily costly with little reward, leaving the player disheartened, so the two returned to the elemental forest. The captured female elf assassin was named Glorious Gallia, and the player had heard of her reputation. She was originally the #1 assassin in the national server of War Shadows, but later became paralyzed after being hit by a car driven by haters, withdrawing from the gaming scene. Unexpectedly, due to the rise of virtual games, this top assassin entered this game and was captured by the Super Baby. Gallia was indignant, claiming she was brought down by incompetent teammates. Otherwise, she would not have been surrounded and killed alone. The Super Baby was just about to use Gallia to train his enhanced brain, so he agreed to her condition that if she could defeat him in a one-on-one duel, he would let her go for free. Although Gallia was once the #1 assassin in the national server, she was now penniless due to medical expenses. If she paid the ransom, she would soon run out of medicine, so she fought desperately for the chance to be free. The Super Baby could easily keep her at bay using only quantum floating blades from various angles, and as Gallia exhausted all her efforts without success, she gradually realized that the Super Baby was forcing her to use her time stop skill. This skill was a legendary ability she obtained through a hidden quest, and she had always succeeded with it, but unexpectedly, she repeatedly failed against this guy. Gallia knew she could not win, and that the Super Baby's skills were even more unfair, so she had no choice but to surrender. The Super Baby discovered that under the training of time stop, his enhanced brain was indeed awakening, and when Gallia indicated she would pay the ransom, he refused, infuriating her to the point of logging off to complain. When Gallia logged back in, she paid the ransom to the system, which automatically lifted the restraints. Just as Gallia was about to leave, the Super Baby summoned his legion again to trap her. Gallia realized she could not escape from the Super Baby, so in despair, she asked what he intended to do. Without game coins, she would die. The Super Baby gave her the 12,000 game coins he had earned, informing her that he needed a training partner, and this would serve as compensation. Gallia suspected the Super Baby had ulterior motives, especially since before her paralysis, she had held the title of the most beautiful goddess in the national server. Gallia stated that the money was only enough for a week. 1 week was fine. If the money ran out, she could just attack human players. On the 15th day, the Super Baby experienced an unprecedented visual experience. The existence of time stop accelerated the flow of his abilities in the brain, significantly enhancing the development of his enhanced brain. He felt he could not do without Gallia's skills, but she would be leaving in 3 days. To keep Gallia around, he decided to initiate war. However, attacking player territories was not easy. Last time he and the player nearly failed against Wasteful Hairball's territory, and in the end, the opponent managed to escape. The Super Baby believed he needed to gather intelligence on the enemy before taking action, So he persuaded Gallia to disguise him and mix into the player territory. On the 16th day, the super baby entered a territory called Nightly Groom, and Gallia betrayed him, leading him into an enemy ambush. In a desperate situation, the super baby had no choice but to abandon her and teleport away from that territory. After returning to the elemental forest, the super baby immediately summoned his subordinates to attack Nightly Groom. The forces of Nightly Groom were not much different from the super babies, but he had a large-scale control skill, Moonfall, which forced the enemy's forces into a passive position. Soon, the super baby breached the enemy's territory, gaining a large amount of experience and 20,000 game coins. Nightly Groom fled alone, and the super baby initially thought Gallia had also escaped, but he eventually found her in the dungeon. Gallia did not expect to escape from the tiger's mouth, only to fall into the wolf's den. The super baby seemed to want to use her life debt to demand her home address, intending to take advantage of her. After Gallia refused, he angrily locked her in the dungeon, which was why she had not been seen during the battle. Gallia was repeatedly hit with setbacks, and the #1 assassin in the national server seemed to have lost confidence. The super baby captured her again, and a prompt appeared. Since it was his third time capturing an enemy, he could invite her to become his subordinate. Gallia originally intended to refuse at all costs, but the super baby was already aware of her situation and directly piled up 20,000 game coins on the ground. The 20,000 game coins made Gallia lose her sense of self completely, and under some mysterious influence, she chose to accept and became the super baby's first human subordinate. After becoming a subordinate, Gallia requested the position of Legion Commander. The super baby could only appoint 4 Legion Commanders, so he kicked out one of the weaker ones and gave the position to her. After Gallia became the commander of the Avant-Garde Regiment, she immediately seized power and occupied the territory that originally belonged to Nightly Bride. This is considered a game mechanic. Monsters, whether controlled by players or not, can only breach human territories. If they occupy an opponent's territory, it will turn into a savage form where all buildings disappear, requiring reconstruction. Only if a human breaches and occupies a human territory can they fully claim it. After Gallia transformed into the monster faction, she had a sudden idea and had the super baby grant her commander privileges to occupy the territory of Nightly Bride. Everything remained unchanged, meaning Gallia successfully utilized her dual identity. However, at this moment, the game issued an announcement. Human adventurer, the Shining Gallia, assisted the Monster Lord in occupying the territory of Nightly Bride, becoming the first traitor to betray humanity, and the game enters a new chapter, Dawn of Monsters. The super baby was shocked by the consequences of this event and wanted to ask Gallia's opinion, but to his surprise, Gallia logged off at lightning speed. On the 17th day, Gallia logged in again, this time with a beaming smile. It turned out that after complaints and negotiations, the game officials compensated Gallia for her reputation loss and image rights, greatly reducing her medical expenses. Moreover, the game officials also awarded her a template, which she could use for a lifetime for free. This template was called the Original Rebel, possessing 2 forms. The first form is human, and the second is a fallen angel form, with epic level health points divided into 3 segments, totaling 120,000. The super baby only has nearly 10,000 health points, which is quite ordinary. Additionally, the Original Rebel comes with exclusive skills and equipment, but Gallia did not reveal the specific effects to the super baby. Gallia had complex feelings as she learned the conditions for becoming a traitor from the officials. First, one must be captured by wild monsters 3 times in a row without dying to choose to surrender. Second, one must occupy human territory while keeping it intact. Though these conditions sound easy, they are not. The wild monsters mentioned by the officials are not player-controlled templates, and few players have been captured 3 times, let alone chosen to surrender. Gallia is the only one who managed to occupy human territory while being in a high position after being captured. Other players either struggle with monster merits and favorability or have hardly occupied human territory. Only Gallia achieved all of this. The super baby is already exposed. However, Gallia quickly had no time to ponder this issue. Shortly after she logged in, she received a notification. The largest human faction, the Anto Empire, announced a campaign against human traitors, dispatching the legendary veteran Musk and 100 Dragon Knights. Although 100 Dragon Knights seem few, they are elite among the elite, capable of taking on 10 wild monsters without a problem. Even more terrifying is that human players can join Musk's legion and earn substantial merits and rewards by killing monsters. The spark of rebellion was about to be extinguished, and Golia, using her awareness far beyond ordinary players, found the only way to save herself: infiltrate the Imperial capital alone and kill the legendary veteran. On the 18th day, Golia, using her human form, safely entered the Imperial capital. As the former top assassin on the national server, she faced an unguarded general's mansion, a situation that made her both relieved and disappointed. Using her exclusive skill, the traitor's disguise, she transformed into Emperor Anto III and swaggered into the general's mansion, summoning Musk before her. The traitor's disguise is different from ordinary disguises. This skill is so effective that even the veteran Musk, who has numerous passive enhancements, cannot see through it. He had just knelt before Anto III to pay his respects when, in the next moment, Golia drew the blade of betrayal and decapitated him, triggering the decapitation effect of the traitor's set, instantly emptying his health points in one strike. She did not flee in panic, but picked up the equipment Musk dropped and calmly walked outside the general's mansion, tossing his head onto the street. The appearance of Anto III terrified the guards, who did not dare to resist. After doing all this, Golia changed her appearance and approached the elder as the son of General Musk, persuading him to force the palace coup. On the 19th day, Anto III faced persecution from the council due to the murder of General Musk. Unable to bear the humiliation, he committed suicide to prove his innocence. When the crown prince was sent to the palace by the court eunuchs to ascend the throne, he was assassinated by Golia disguised as a dragon knight. Upon hearing of Anto III's suicide and the crown prince's assassination, the second prince, unwilling to inherit the throne, fled the imperial city. Only Princess Elizabeth was placed on the throne, but unfortunately, the council had already taken full control of the government, and Empress Elizabeth was merely a puppet. Unable to launch a campaign. After the judgment, the game issued an announcement. The Anto Empire has been defeated, and all human factions have suffered a 10 attribute reduction, while the monster faction has gained a 10 boost. At this time, the Super Baby was still preparing the monster army, and, upon hearing the game announcement, found itself inexplicably victorious in the campaign. Besides the monster faction's bonuses, the Super Baby and Golia, as the victors, also gained tremendous benefits. Golia obtained the exclusive skill tree of the traitor profession and the exclusive faction blade of rebellion. She can now recruit players to become full-time traders and learn exclusive skills. In comparison, the Super Baby appeared quite shabby. Its template grew from an elite template to an epic level template. Its health points increased from 1 to 2, and it gained a new form called Awakened Witch. On the 20th day, after Golia returned, she lent the legendary veteran set to the Super Baby and obtained control over the territory. She seemed to have comprehended the meaning of life from this battle, igniting a fierce ambition to bring the entire human world under her feet. Golia promoted the Blade of Rebellion online, using video clips to showcase her decapitation of the legendary veteran Musk, persuading the elders to force Anto III to commit suicide, and assassinating the crown prince in the street, vividly displaying the thrilling scenes. Many high-level players realized the infinite possibilities of the traitor from her operations. When they saw the recruitment order, they immediately submitted their resumes without hesitation, and for a time, the Blade of Rebellion spread across the land. On the 31st day, Golia successfully escaped poverty through a paid model, underwent a mimicry transplant in the hospital, and restored her body to that of a normal person. On the 32nd day, Golia's ambition no longer allowed her to submit to the Super Baby. While practicing with the Super Baby, she suddenly launched a surprise attack using her fallen angel form. Unfortunately, the Super Baby countered with a self-created move called Super Energy Clock by simulating time stop. At a crucial moment, a golden clock appeared, more than twice the height of the Super Baby, slowing time to near standstill. The Super Baby transformed into the Awakened Witch and struck Golia back to her original form with a powerful attack. Although Golia was defeated, she developed different feelings due to the Super Baby's stunning second form. On the 60th day, the Super Baby could no longer develop superpower brains with Golia. It summoned Golia, intending to let her go free. After a moment of hesitation, Golia refused, confessing her love to the Super Baby, only to be violently rejected. Golia believed it was her inadequacy that caused her favorability to fall short of expectations. As the saying goes, there are no players who can't increase favorability, only players who aren't competitive enough. The Blade of Rebellion now possessed strength far exceeding that of the Super Baby's faction, but after all, the Blade of Rebellion consists of players remaining transparent in the game. In the eyes of others, the Blade of Rebellion was merely an unnamed underground organization. she issued a faction announcement, urging all players of the Blade of Rebellion to recruit or cause trouble to expand its influence. All achievements would earn faction points, and players could learn skills from her for free. On the 100th day, Golia's actions caused a huge uproar in the game. Because the Blade of Rebellion possessed decapitation and backstab abilities that ignore defense, the lower the vigilance, the higher the probability of a one-hit kill, resulting in a surge of assassinations. Among them were many prominent figures in the game, and for a time, everyone felt uneasy and attitudes toward human players plummeted, never to return to the harmonious scene of the past. The rebellious blade gained immense fame, attracting numerous ambitious humans and monsters alike. Even the super infant's reputation soared due to the capabilities of its subordinates. In the game, fame is closely related to templates. The super infant's epic template was created because of Gloria's significant actions. Now, if the mastermind behind the rebellious blade was still just an epic template, it would be too pathetic. So, when the super infant woke up, it found that its epic template had upgraded to a legendary level. However, this legendary template was almost just a strengthened version of the epic one, with a massive increase in health and the acquisition of a legendary skill point. This skill point could upgrade a skill obtained from the game to legendary level. It hadn't really gained much from the game, but it was quite adept at summoning legions, so it added the legendary skill point to that. After the addition, the summoning legion showed abnormal data. A progress bar popped up behind this skill, indicating that it would take 100 days to complete the transformation. Chapter 84. The Betrayer betrayed the betrayer on the 110th day. Queen Elizabeth was seduced by Gloria and changed her class to Betrayer, joining the rebellious blade. On the 113th day, Queen Elizabeth summoned the elders into the palace, and the betrayers infiltrating the palace from various channels assassinated the trusted aides of the elders one by one, then disguised themselves to approach the elders. Most of the elders did not believe that the puppets would betray them and were caught off guard, losing their health bars to the betrayers, with only a few who had suffered at the hands of the betrayers managing to block the initial fatal blow. At this time, Gloria transformed into a fallen angel, leveraging the advantages of her template, and forcefully killed the remaining elders. Queen Elizabeth used this opportunity to clear the obstacles and announced the establishment of a kingdom for coexistence between humans and monsters. This declaration resonated almost simultaneously in the ears of players and in the game announcements. However, strangely, the Anto Empire fell silent, and anyone intending to raise a flag of resistance quickly vanished, leading many to believe it was the work of the rebellious blade, which bolstered the organization's reputation. Gloria became famous overnight. The super infant, however, was troubled because Gloria was its nominal subordinate, and now that the latter had accomplished something significant, even the 5 elemental lords expressed their intention to let it send some elements to the Anto Empire. Under the strong observation of the elemental lords, the super infant could not refuse and had to accept. On the 120th day, the super infant swaggered into the capital of the Anto Empire with 81 elemental lords and the fire element lord. By this time, the capital had already become the domain of players, and most high-ranking officials had sensed the ominous atmosphere and had slipped away to rural strongholds. Queen Elizabeth was merely a puppet with no loyal subjects. Since they had left, she made no effort to retain them and instead promoted players willing to ally with her. Thus, the super infant saw a group of players and knights welcoming the elemental envoy, standing in disarray along the main avenue of the capital, constantly eyeing it as if considering from where to strike easily. On the 121st day, after spending a night in the palace, the super infant and the fire element lord went to the Great Hall to meet Queen Elizabeth. Only then did the super infant notice the cautious and disdainful looks from the high-ranking officials and nobles. The fire element lord presented a document of the Elemental Summoning Covenant as a national charter, causing all the officials and nobles to change their expressions. If the Elemental Summoning Covenant truly fell into Queen Elizabeth's hands, wouldn't her subordinates be able to use this covenant to summon elements for battle? Queen Elizabeth did not expect such a grand gesture from the other side. Overjoyed, she directly granted the fire element lord a piece of land. This land was called the Yubo province, which had been under the governance of the Grand Elder. Relying on the Grand Elder's power in the empire, the Yubo province had reaped many benefits, and there were quite a few loyal citizens to the Grand Elder. After Queen Elizabeth killed the Grand Elder, rebellions began to erupt there. The Fire Element Lord had no idea about this. Upon seeing the map, it was thrilled to find that nearly 1/10 of the Empire's area was included, and there were several dormant volcanoes. If activated, it would not be impossible for the Fire Element Lord to become the leader of the five elements. Both sides were satisfied with this alliance, but just then, news came that the Holy Light Empire was invading the Yubo territory. Traders from the Yubo province collaborated with the 300,000 invading army. Having already seized 1/3 of the territory, the Fire Element Lord, easily provoked, viewed the Yubo province as a forbidden territory and could not sit idly by. It gathered the strength of the 81 lords to summon the Hell Gate, using the corridors of hell to teleport to the Yubo province at the fastest speed. Catching the enemy off guard, the Fire Element Lord and several elemental lords could summon ultra-tier magic through a joint ceremony. Ultra-tier magic was not something ordinary armies could resist. 30,000 holy knights were instantly annihilated. The Holy Light Empire, realizing the threat, dared not continue spreading its forces and began concentrating its troops to hold the cities. Now it was the Fire Element Lord's turn to be at a disadvantage. Ultra-tier magic would be countered by city defenses, and monster sieges relied on numbers. There were no wild monsters around the Fire Element Lord to summon, making it impossible to capture the enemy's cities. Fortunately, Gloria was soon ordered to come to assist, having artisans create siege engines. The Fire Element Lord was able to unleash its full potential, utilizing the privileges of the elemental lords to activate dormant volcanoes and summon fire elements to act as soldiers in the charge. On the 135th day, unbeknownst to the Fire Element Lord, Gloria gradually absorbed all useful talents from the Yubo province into the rebellious blade, with the remaining stubborn elements either killed by elements or driven to Western Yubo. In this war, the powers of the Holy Light Empire and the Fire Element Lord wore each other down, while Gloria secretly grew stronger. The Super Infant reaped significant rewards from this battle, with massive experience points pushing its level to 43. The higher it went, the harder it became to level up. It used to level up 1 or 2 levels a day, but now it had gone several days without a level increase, feeling somewhat distressed. Seeing the Super Infant's furrowed brow, Gloria could only hasten the creation of siege engines. On the 166th day, the siege engines crafted from the rear finally reached the battlefield. But reinforcements from the Holy Light Empire had also gathered in the largest city of Western Yubo, Haribo City. The intensity of the war escalated further, but everyone overlooked that the rebellious blade was showing its fangs at this time. Knights originally belonging to the Holy Light Empire suddenly rebelled as the siege engines approached the gates of Haribo City, using the Betrayer's blade to ambush the guarding soldiers. The city gates, lacking soldier protection, were immediately breached by the siege engines, and the Fire Element Lord led the charge into the city. The Super Infant continually unleashed Moonfall, each time controlling hundreds of people. Those struck down by elements also provided some experience to it. Chapter 85. Summoning the fourth catastrophe on the 173rd day. It took a total of 6 days from breaching the city gates to street fighting, but there was still no sign of an end. The buildings of Haribo were very sturdy, and the Imperial soldiers fought to the death. Taking down each bunker consumed a large number of elemental soldiers. The Super Infant had no idea how it managed to endure this. It had used Moonfall thousands of times, and had even forgotten when its proficiency had reached the master level. Unknowingly, its level had risen to 38, making it a prominent figure among players. On the 180th day, in order to gather enough experience for leveling up, it shamelessly used Quantum Floating Blade to kill low-level soldiers for assists, finally struggling to break through to level 40. Upon reaching level 40, its skill power surged, and it could finally solo kill captain-level enemies. Originally, the Quantum Floating Blade was very discreet, and not many noticed it, but as its level rose and its lethality increased, coupled with the frequency of its attacks, players recognized it, and its name was even listed in the military department of the Holy Light Empire, leading to a bounty being placed on it. On the 185th day, when the Super Infant ambushed a soldier, the latter suddenly tore open a scroll, summoning a Holy Light Angel wielding a flaming spear. This unit is a legendary top-tier template, completely different from the worthless Super Infant. When it tries to leave, the Holy Light Angel charges forward with a gun, while the Super Infant can only call for reinforcements while being forced to engage in battle. Relying on the sturdy build of the legendary template, the Super Infant finally manages to hold out until reinforcements arrive. It immediately uses the Moonfall to control the Holy Light Angel, allowing the Elemental Lord to eliminate the opponent. Just as it is about to strike, the Elemental Lord stabs it in the back with the blade of the Betrayer. The Betrayer's blade strikes unexpectedly, catching it off guard and instantly depleting its health. At that moment, the Elemental Lord reveals its true identity as a human player. Players are indifferent to loyalty, lacking any faction or values. When the Holy Light Empire issues a bounty, the game currency is tempting, and even if the blade of the betrayer belongs to Gloria's faction, so what? Isn't a betrayer born to betray? The super infant, whose template has been penetrated, bitterly awaits its demise. After a moment, it finds itself still alive. But its power has diminished to the level it had when it first entered the game. Suddenly, it realizes that it is not a game character at all. The template is just a disguise it wears, and its true self has yet to be broken. The super infant closes its eyes, pretending to be killed, secretly using the control of the future. When the player comes to loot the equipment, the super infant remains motionless, and the legendary veteran set falls into the player's hands, who immediately impatiently changes equipment. Soon, the control of the future creates a massive wormhole, and the Empire Ray descends upon the Holy Light Angel, instantly vaporizing it. The player, sensing danger, tries to escape, but the next moment collides with a quantum floating blade, severing its entire head. Although it wins, the super infant's template has also been penetrated, and its strength plummets, unable to gain experience points through kills. Gloria informs it that the game template is granted by the officials, and it is impossible to repair. But there is another way, to seize a higher level template. Just like how the super infant initially defeated the water elemental lord to obtain a template. As long as it seizes a legendary or higher template, it can replace the old one. Templates above the legendary level in the game are unique, and Gloria's template is one of them. The super infant obviously cannot seize her template, so now it can only choose from the Holy Light Empire. On the 195th day, the Queen's spy receives news that Marshal Schneider of the Holy Light Empire will lead troops to ambush Haribo in 4 days, intending not only to rescue the stranded troops but also to make the elemental monarch suffer a great loss. The super infant is not particularly concerned. But the problem is that Marshal Schneider possesses the unique template, Empire Fox, which is exactly what it needs. On the 198th day, Gloria spends a fortune to obtain Marshal Schneider's marching route from players of the Holy Light Empire. She deduces that Marshal Schneider will camp at Malwan Mountain and decides to seize the opponent's unique template there. On the 199th day, the Imperial Army indeed camps at Malwan Mountain, and Gloria and the super infant sneak into the camp through a tunnel dug by craftsmen. It is now close to midnight, the time when everyone is most drowsy. Gloria disguises herself as a soldier using the betrayer's disguise and silently approaches the marshal's tent. The super infant instantly teleports inside, only to find the tent empty. Then, the magic circle on the ground activates, and a massive cage traps the super infant and Gloria inside. Marshal Schneider appears, telling Gloria that it was Queen Elizabeth who sold her out. The other party has already made a deal with the Holy Light Empire. As long as Gloria's template is stripped away, she will cede the Yubo province to the Holy Light Empire. Gloria's template is the source of all betrayers. As long as the original betrayer disappears, Queen Elizabeth will have a chance to control this vast power across the entire game. No matter what Gloria and the super infant do, they cannot break the magical prison, but Marshal Schneider does not kill them. Instead, he withdraws all soldiers. Marshal Schneider threatens Gloria that if she wants the super infant to live, she must swear allegiance to him. Gloria knows that the super infant is just a program. If it is killed, it will die. With tears in her eyes, she confesses to the super infant. The lily has not yet bloomed, but has already withered. You have captured me, made me submit, allowed me to live passionately, and even if it means becoming a traitor to humanity, I willingly accept. I cannot bear to see you die, even if you are just data. I hope you can be moved by me, even just once. After saying this, she unhesitatingly chooses to swear allegiance to Marshal Schneider. The super infant is filled with rage but feels powerless. Unknowingly, midnight passes. On the 200th day, the super infant watches helplessly as the woman it loves is about to become the other's slave. Just then, the legendary skill loaded for 100 days finally evolves. The original Summon Legion transforms into a new skill called Summon the Fourth Disaster. All its previous skills could not take effect, but at this moment, it can only try its luck. The Summoning Boundary. Lu Sheng is focused on the content of the simulated world when the clock in the real world suddenly stops. He hears a ding from his phone, and then a pop-up appears on the screen. The super infant sends you a mission invitation. Please choose yes or no. Accepting the invitation will automatically grant you the fourth disaster template. Death or mission completion will automatically return you. Lu Sheng doesn't know how to complain. This skill is too broken, actually throwing the invitation at him. The super infant is currently facing a dire situation against Schneider the bull-headed man, and as a beastmaster, he naturally cannot sit idly by. But the question is, how can he rescue the super infant and the others? Chapter 86. The appearance of Kamen Rider Lu Sheng suddenly has a flash of inspiration, opening the silver gray safe to take out the transformation belt and cards inside. Transform. Kamen Rider Mirror. He chants this incantation, and the Amaterasu, which was frozen in the living room, transforms into red and black mechanical armor covering his body. Hey, what are you doing? I was supposed to be resting. The voice of Amaterasu comes from the transformation belt, but Kamen Rider pretends not to hear, forcibly taking down the makeup mirror in the bathroom, then clicking on the pop-up on his phone and pressing the yes option. The next second, a dazzling illusory door appears in front of Kamen Rider. How does your phone have this function? That's amazing. Hey, Lu Sheng, don't ignore me, or I'll get angry. I'll explain later when I have time. We need to set off now, Amaterasu. After Kamen Rider finishes speaking, he rushes into the door like a gust of wind. Mission: rescue from the magic prison. Incomplete. Reality, I swear. The Shining Gloria dedicates her body and soul to Marshall Schneider for all eternity, until the end of the world. Gloria says tearfully, word by word. Marshall Schneider gazes at the oath text forming in the air, unable to suppress a perverse smile. But this smile lasts less than 2 seconds. With a loud crash, the makeup mirror falls from the sky, smashing into Schneider's face and shattering into pieces. Who is it? Schneider roars. I am Kamen Rider Mirror. The black and red Kamen Rider lands handsomely, proudly proclaiming his name. Marshall Schneider brushes off the debris from his face, disdainfully saying, a nameless person dares to ambush me? I wonder where you got your courage. As the Kamen Rider pulls out a card and inserts it into the belt slot, he calmly replies, undeniably, my courage is immense, but unfortunately, you won't catch up to me. Amaterasu, use the combination technique. Mirror traversal. Next time just silently think it, otherwise, it will seem like a middle school disease. Amaterasu giggles but still follows the command, pulling Kamen Rider into the mirror. Marshall Schneider, seeing him disappear, thinks the other party has fled and immediately calls for soldiers to come in. Just now, an assassin ambushed me. He was wearing red and black armor. Search for him extensively. He shouldn't have gotten far. Marshall Schneider commands. The soldier hurriedly agreed, but at that moment, he saw the mirror shards that had fallen into the magical cage reaching out with 2 hands to grab Chao Ing and Gulia. Marshall, quick! Look behind! The soldier shouted. Marshall Schneider's heart sank, and he quickly turned around, only to see the 2 who were still in the magical cage instantly pulled into the mirror, as if they had never existed from the start. Damn it, I've been tricked by that masked little thief. Marshall Schneider couldn't help but roar. On the other side, after being pulled into the mirror world, Gulia curiously looked around. The mirror world was completely pure white, with mirrors of various sizes visible everywhere in the 6-dimensional space. Looking out from them, she could see the real world reflected in the mirrors. How magical! I can actually see the road in the real world. How is this possible? Gulia was somewhat surprised by the scenes reflected in the mirrors. What's there to be surprised about? There's just a layer of data separating the game from reality. I am Amaterasu. Whether it's a real mirror or a virtual mirror, they are all under my control. Amaterasu said confidently. This belt can actually talk. Gulia was even more surprised. Have you never seen the world, little child? How could a belt talk? It's me, Amaterasu, who is speaking. All right, enough nonsense. I need to send you safely away to complete the mission and return. The Kamen Rider said. Gulia nodded, and then saw her goddess jump into the Kamen Rider's arms, affectionately rubbing against him. Her worldview shattered in an instant. The Kamen Rider rubbed Chao Ing and then pulled the dazed Gulia to jump out of another mirror. Just as he sent the 2 out, Gulia snatched Chao Ing away, warily staring at the Kamen Rider. Thank you for saving us. Farewell, Gulia said to him with a frown. The Kamen Rider was well aware of the simulated world and understood that Gulia was an ultimate Yandere, so he didn't care. But Amaterasu was not pleased. I just saw a girl crying her heart out. If we hadn't saved her, she might have become someone else's slave by now. Amaterasu mocked. Gulia's face turned red, feeling a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry, next time, I will repay you. Oomph, no need for next time. Settle the mission reward now. Gulia didn't understand what the mission reward was about, but she got the gist. After thinking for a moment, she took out a job change scroll from her backpack. This is a special betrayal job change scroll I made. If you don't mind, please accept my apology. Why is there such an unpleasant job name? Aren't you afraid of getting killed? Amaterasu couldn't help but say. Gulia had heard countless similar remarks and was already used to it. The Kamen Rider took the job change scroll, and the mission was completed automatically. He was somewhat curious if the reward obtained from Gulia would follow him into the real world. If so, he could find the simulator and get good things from the simulated world for free in the future. Unfortunately, he was thinking too optimistically. As soon as he stepped out of the door, the job change scroll disappeared from his hands, leaving him empty-handed. Lu Sheng deactivated his transformation, and Amaterasu immediately glared at him, demanding to know what had just happened. Confess honestly. You don't want me to report you to Tianting, do you? Where's your loyalty? Lu Sheng retorted. Amaterasu smiled slightly, her narrow eyes blinking, and said, Who is this someone? I don't know any someone. Lu Sheng had no choice but to avoid the crucial point, and said, You saw it too. It's just a mobile game. Just a game? I see it's more than that. You little brat must be hiding something else. Humph. Quickly confess. Amaterasu said unhappily. Lu Sheng smiled slightly, spreading his hands with a helpless expression. What have I hidden? Can't you tell me what it is, so I can analyze it? Amaterasu frowned, pondering. Do you think this doesn't look like a game? No way. No way. Could it be that you've never played this kind of game? Uff, that's so outdated. Lu Sheng covered his mouth and laughed. Amaterasu became furious. She was indeed an ancient human, but she hated being called outdated the most. Humph. I certainly know this is a game. I sensed unusual data flow in the mirror world. Amaterasu forcibly defended herself. Lu Sheng looked at her with disdain, a sneer on his lips. Amaterasu, enraged, shouted, Lu Sheng, you bastard, why did you drag me into transforming while playing a game? I just want to sleep and rest. If you do this again, I will report you for using public resources for personal gain. This public transport is quite enjoyable. I might do it again next time. Lu Sheng pushed his hips forward, pulling his abdomen, and stroked the transformation belt as if massaging his skin, looking utterly pleased. Amaterasu, feeling goosebumps all over from Lu Sheng's shameless words, looked at him with a distorted expression. Disgusting. Pervert. Don't come near me again, or I will throw up. I love girls with pregnancy vibes the most. Especially at your age, you must be like a hungry wolf, just like a fully ripened fruit. Most enticing. Lu Sheng smiled slightly. And in that moment, countless perverted thoughts seemed to gather around him, dazzling enough to make Amaterasu unable to look directly at him. Amaterasu no longer doubted it. She confirmed with her eyes that this vow-maker was indeed a pervert. I can't take it anymore. You should find someone else. Amaterasu panicked and fled outside. Hey, don't run. You don't want to be sent back to Tianting for reprocessing, do you? Yamit, I'm still a child. I don't understand anything. After driving Amaterasu away, Lu Sheng hid by the wall and watched her for 10 minutes, discovering that she had not yet reacted and was still hiding under the covers, shivering. That playful smile gradually faded, and a dark look flashed in Lu Sheng's eyes. Chapter 87. Power is punch on the other side. After Chowing escaped from the military camp, Marshal Schneider immediately ordered a surprise attack on Haribo. The elemental army of Haribo had been exhausted after days of battle. Although Schneider's forces numbered only 10,000, they inflicted heavy losses on them, forcing them to retreat from the city. Not long after, Queen Elizabeth issued a notice that the Shining Gulia and Chowing had betrayed the empire, selling out the Fire Element Lord, stripping them of their citizenship and other political powers. The rebellious blade would be forgiven if they surrendered. If they refused to comply, they would share the same fate. Accompanied by this announcement, a large number of troops began capturing members of the rebellious blade according to a list. Most players logged off to avoid this cleansing, but many had no way out and were forced to surrender, entering the newly established Anto's whip by the queen. In just one day, Gulia and Chowing found themselves on the wanted list with no way to escape. On the 201st day, Gulia heard that the queen was sending those who refused to surrender and their families to prison, where they would be executed on the guillotine in 3 days. Gulia couldn't even remember their names, but at that moment, she felt the weight of each life so heavy. The responsibility was suffocating. Gulia knew the queen wanted her dead. As long as this layer of template was gone, they could survive. Gulia was not afraid of death, but she feared that after deleting her account, Chowing would no longer recognize her. That was her most tangled reason. On the 202nd day, Gulia thought about it all night and decided to bring Chowing back to the imperial capital to take a look. Perhaps there would be a turnaround. Due to the wanted notices posted everywhere, Gulia and Chowing had to carefully disguise themselves to pass through the checkpoints. On the 203rd day, Golia arrived at the imperial capital and found that the entire city seemed to be completely unguarded. She swaggered into the city, and not even the guards came to check her outfit. She encountered players who used to be part of the rebellious Blade, but were now part of Anto's whip in a bar frequented by players. They excitedly told Gloria that they had been lying in wait, gathering information, and were ready to prepare for a rebellion at any moment to take down the Normandy prison, rescue everyone, and then dethrone Queen Elizabeth. Gloria was touched, and she shared her experiences with the players. Suddenly, the tavern was surrounded by the Queen's guards, and the players who had just been discussing the uprising with her turned to assassination. The super baby, who had long sensed something was off, prepared for a long time to manipulate the future, and at the moment the players launched their assassination, activated the super energy clock to force them to slow down. Outnumbered, Gloria, despite her high template, feared the knives, but fortunately, the dimensional strike from the future turned the entire tavern into a pillar of white fire. The players' health points were like candles in the wind, instantly taken away, and the super baby took the opportunity to pull the dazed Gloria to escape. Gloria fully realized the fact that she was already betrayed and abandoned. The Queen wanted her life, and the players wanted to use her for a bounty. This imperial capital was a den of dragons and tigers. She was wrong to have come in. At this time, the super baby had already brought her to the heavily guarded Normandy prison. Gloria was still confused when the super baby launched a surprise attack alone. The quantum floating blade appeared like a magician's card, striking at various unnoticed places of the guards to initiate kills. Unfortunately, it was not a traitor. Even though the quantum floating blade was silent, it could not instantly deplete the opponent's health points. The guards noticed it was invading, and countless people came rushing at it. The super baby used the moon's fall to trap the guards in gravity, then turned back and threw a glance at Gloria. Gloria understood. This was a signal for her to go into Normandy prison to save people. This time, she no longer hesitated, and, while the super baby held off the guards, she tore open the doors of Normandy prison like a tornado. When she pushed the door open, she saw old and young people locked in iron cages. They shouted for her to run when they saw Gloria, and then an elderly man wearing a crown stepped out of the darkness. This person was not unfamiliar to Gloria. She had once disguised herself as him to kill Musk. He was Anto 3. She didn't expect Anto 3 to still be alive and not have committed suicide. Everything connected. Anto 3 had faked his death to escape, letting Queen Elizabeth be roasted on the furnace by the elders, while secretly controlling the elders' territorial forces to ensure that after Queen Elizabeth eliminated the others, she could safely absorb these unstable forces. Now, the biggest unstable factor. The province of Yubo was reshuffling in the war, and no one remembered the elders' grace anymore. The elemental forces and the Holy Light Empire fought to a standstill, leaving only the uprising of the Rebel Blade. It was time to discard the useless weapon. Anto 3 not only had the unique template power of the fist, able to convert power into strength, but also possessed the national protection artifact, the silver gray sword, which could ignore levels, immunity, and immortality, directly killing Gloria's account. Gloria did not want to be killed, but Anto 3 had no intention of letting her go. Wherever the silver gray slash went, it froze, and Gloria stood like an ice sculpture, unable to move. Anto 3 looked at the power of his sword with satisfaction. Since he exterminated all the elders, he had gained dictatorial power, and his strength had reached the upper limit of this world. Even Gloria, with her unique template, was not a match for him in a single blow. Gloria fell into complete despair. She could only send a farewell letter to the super baby, waiting for death. When the super baby received this letter, it was also in a precarious situation. Surrounded by guards, it felt like a bird trapped in a cage, unable to fly. But it still managed to take a glance at the envelope. The other party wrote, "I know you are just a game. Our connection exists only in data. Please, don't forget me. Even if the data disappears, I am still alive. My name is Gumebwa." The super baby also replied with a brief letter, then shut down the system, revealing a resolute look in its eyes. Anto 3 slowly inserted the silver gray sword into the ice sculpture that was Gloria, about to sever her data life. At that moment, he heard a deafening sound and couldn't help but turn his head, completely losing the opportunity to kill Gloria. A grand and majestic wave swept through the entire game world, and a giant divine soldier stood on the ground. A 12-meter-tall giant let out a shocking roar, then exerted all its strength to strike a punch. The Star Destruction Fist. This was a punch capable of killing tens of thousands of sky whales, and the guards blocking the super baby were instantly crushed. Even Anto 3, standing at the pinnacle of the game, could not ignore it. In a hurry, He had no time to pull out the silver-gray sword and could only use his fist, comparable to a divine weapon, to meet the Star Destruction fist. At the moment of impact, Anto 3 regretted his carelessness. At this moment, he actually had no way to use the silver-gray sword against the enemy. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to block this punch. Under his regret and despair, the Super Baby, burning with its soul like a ball of scorching flame, activated its God-slaying mode, pushing the Star Destruction fist to its limit, penetrating the entire Normandy prison and even creating an irreparable data black hole. The Super Baby killed Anto 3, and the ice and snow released by the other party gradually melted, with the silver-gray sword that had been stuck in the ice sculpture falling to the ground. Gloria broke free from her restraints, but weakly reached out her hand, watching the Super Baby move forward in a pool of blood, crying like a tearful person. The Star Destruction fist finally exhausted the Super Baby's potential, and it ultimately fell, being embraced by Gloria, gradually losing its life force. Simulation ended, gained 200 exploration points, unlocked 203 days of cultivation, requires 1 exploration point, unlock brain development at 20, requires 20 exploration points, unlock summon the 4th disaster, requires 10 exploration points, unlock power is the Fist 0 unique template, requires 100 exploration points, unlock super energy clock, requires 5 exploration points, unlock trader job change scroll, special, requires 1 exploration point, unlock death protection function, cooldown time 3 days, requires 10 exploration points. After Lu Sheng resolved the issue with Amaterasu, he finally saw the simulation results. Unexpectedly, just a few days after saving Gloria and the Super Baby, they died again. Fortunately, this time he killed the great Anto 3 with the Star Destruction fist. Otherwise, the exploration points would definitely not be so many. This Anto 3 was simply a scheming old fox. If it weren't for the Super Baby cheating, he could definitely manipulate everyone in the palm of his hand. After unlocking all the rewards, the Super Baby's super ability brain development level rose to 40. And the most surprising thing was that it also gained another power system apart from the Beastmaster rank. Power is the Fist 0, Health Points 1, Growth Rate 0. 25. Unique Specialty converts power into strength, currently has power 0. Converted to strength 0. Transformed form Awakened Witch, Inheritance. Chapter 88. Samia Doggirl and Rainbow Spirit clothes in the morning, the pirate seagull flew across the vast sea, dropping a newspaper on the head of Amaterasu, who was dressed in a maid outfit, from a private port. The seagull report was delivered as usual at 6 o'clock. But unfortunately, the snakehead was not so punctual, which was too regrettable. Amaterasu said dissatisfiedly. Lu Sheng yawned, feeling annoyed, saying it was because she was not capable enough. Going to Sakura Island made it feel like smuggling, having to come to this remote place early in the morning. It's smuggling, okay? You're not doing anything serious. I dare to send a plane to take you over. I'm just afraid you won't come back. Amaterasu rolled her eyes and threw the seagull report at him. Lu Sheng opened the newspaper while complaining, I just don't believe that other members need to sneak around when going abroad. Amaterasu, with her face unblushing and her heart not racing, thick-skinnedly smiled and said, That's not impossible, if you dare to spend points. I can make sure you have a comfortable time, even if it costs me my life. Lu Sheng glanced at her, snorted, and stopped talking. This little trick was just coveting his points, if he fell for it. It could only be said that he hadn't seen through the true face of the big fatty yet. Lazily ignoring Amaterasu, Lu Sheng turned to look at the thief seagull report. After scanning it with his oath, lines of continuously scrolling information appeared on the newspaper. The investigation tasks he posted were almost instantly claimed, showing an incomplete status. It seemed that gold points were still quite valuable, Lu Sheng thought to himself. At this moment, a 5-meter-long spray whale appeared along the coastline, pulling a steel-hull boat. A thin old man dressed as an ancient fisherman sat on the spray whale, shouting, You came early, boss. No wind, no rain, of course, I came early. Amaterasu made a gesture and, as per the usual practice, set a rendezvous code to indicate there were no authorities to dock. If it were someone else, he might be more cautious. But Tongman's reputation in the industry was a golden signboard, and the thin old man completely trusted the other party, so he didn't hesitate, shouted once, and directly let the spray whale dock at the port. Upon reaching the shore, the old man saw Amaterasu with a young boy and couldn't help but wonder what was going on. Why did the boss return to Sakura Island with a child? Amaterasu glanced at Lu Sheng and couldn't help but tease, No way, I was tempted. This kid is so clean. I want to take him back to Sakura Island and raise him. The old man had seen everything, but he still couldn't help but give a thumbs up, saying, "Awesome. You Sakura girls are open-minded. Come on." Although Lu Sheng knew it was to avoid drawing attention, Amaterasu's explanation was still a bit chilling. He couldn't help but glare at her, only to receive a proud smile from Amaterasu in return. Shaking his head helplessly, Lu Sheng stepped onto the steel plate of the steel hull boat and found that the boat seemed to have moved the entire home aboard, with comic book shelves, a sofa, a TV, and even a foldable bed. Sitting casually on the sofa by the window, he heard the old man shout, and thick mist sprayed out, making it impossible to see anything outside the window. The steel hull boat, pulled by the spray whale, began to move away from the port. Apart from a strong jolt at the beginning, it became stable when reaching maximum speed. Lu Sheng flipped through the Thief Seagull report again and spotted an ancient spirit garment, estimating it to be around 3,000 years old. Due to its antique value, the starting price was quite high, requiring 8 gold points. After hesitating for a moment and seeing no one raise the bid, he added 1 gold point just as it was about to go unsold. Auction successful, a dog hole appeared out of nowhere on the steel hull boat, and a Samoyed girl in a cheongsam crawled out, handing him a black gift box, saying, "This is your auction item. Please accept it." Lu Sheng silently took the gift box handed out from the dog hole. Tianting logistics was indeed fast, but it was also quite bizarre. The delivery person actually crawled through a dog hole. Didn't that seem a bit demeaning? The Samoyed girl seemed to sense his confusion, shook her silver ears, then obediently meowed and retreated back into the dog hole. The dog hole quickly shrank and disappeared along with her. Well, the Samoyed girl personally delivered the goods. This is VIP service. You actually shopped at the auction. You're really a tycoon. Amaterasu exclaimed in surprise. Lu Sheng handed the gift box to Amaterasu and said, "It's for you." For me. Amaterasu was not just surprised this time. She was a bit terrified. She didn't take the gift box, covering her plump figure with both hands, and said fearfully, "I'm not just any woman. Don't get any ideas. What are you thinking? I saw you in a maid outfit every day, so I specially prepared new clothes for you. After all, you can wear one piece for a lifetime, so I bought a good one." Lu Sheng explained with a reasonable excuse. "Is that true? Why do I smell a conspiracy?" Amaterasu squinted her long phoenix eyes, her nose twitching slightly. "You think you're a Samoyed girl?" Lu Sheng replied expressionlessly, tossing the gift box at her. "Wear it or don't. This is a spirit garment worth 9 gold points." Hearing the value of 9 gold points, Amaterasu's eyes lit up. She hurriedly hugged the gift box, murmuring as she opened it, "9 gold points. Can I return it for gold points?" Lu Sheng rolled his eyes at her, saying, "You wish. If you don't want it, I'll give it to someone else." "No, I won't return it. I can't." Amaterasu quickly ran into the bathroom with the gift box. The bathroom had poor sound insulation, and Lu Sheng heard rustling sounds, indicating she was probably changing clothes. He couldn't help but show a satisfied smile at his cleverness. While she was changing, Lu Sheng continued to browse the Thief Seagull report, looking at the auction items that kept appearing. Tianting's auction items were diverse, almost like a wish box that could satisfy anyone's needs. No wonder so many talented people were drawn into the organization. Just this aspect was enough to attract attention. Suddenly, Lu Sheng saw an auction item, a perfect repair agent usable by humans that could completely repair bodily damage, starting at a high price of 30 gold points. This price was extremely expensive, but Lu Sheng did not hesitate to bid. Due to the numerous bidders, the final price actually reached 40 gold points. But he had no regrets. He bought the perfect repair agent for Lu Qingshan. If it hadn't been for him selling his body to exchange for the poison sound infant back then, he might still be a street punk now, unable to accomplish anything. After successfully winning the perfect repair agent, Lu Sheng let out a long sigh of relief and carefully placed it into the void mustard seed of the super baby. With a creak, the iron door of the bathroom made a harsh sound, and Amaterasu slowly walked out. Lu Sheng put down the Thief Seagull report and looked up, originally wanting to casually compliment her, but the sight of Amaterasu in front of him shook him a bit. Although Amaterasu looked beautiful in her maid outfit, it lacked grandeur. However, this spirit garment was an ancient palace dress that completely highlighted Amaterasu's goddess-like temperament. With her already stunning looks, combined with the luxurious elegance of the garment, Amaterasu looked like a fairy stepping out of a painting, making people feel ashamed. "Wow, you seem completely enchanted by me. Boys are really simple," Amaterasu said, though her expression showed she enjoyed it, despite her disdainful words. Upon hearing her speak, Lu Sheng, who was originally a bit entranced, suddenly woke up. "Oh, Too bad you have a mouth. Lu Sheng sighed in regret. Amaterasu licked her red lips and smiled slightly. What if I let you taste my little mouth? Would you still say that? She stepped closer to Lu Sheng with a killer charm, pinning him against the wall. Lu Sheng's heart couldn't help but thump. And at that moment, the super baby, who had been shaking and recording a video, couldn't stand it any longer, instantly teleporting in front of Amaterasu. A flash of light passed, transforming into an awakened witch. Lu Sheng's eyes widened, and his mind went blank from the sight before him. The transformed witch had short silver-gray hair that faded to purple, looking as cute and charming as an idol. The only difference was that the witch's enchanting face wore no smile, and her starry eyes fixed on Amaterasu, her dazzling aura rivaling that of Amaterasu. She coldly snorted. Big fatty, the master likes me the most. Your mouth is just for you to spew nonsense. Amaterasu never expected the super baby could transform, and even looked so beautiful after transforming. She glanced at the awakened witch's chest and immediately revived, regaining confidence, proudly puffing out her constantly shaking figure, saying, "With your lowly body, you want to compete with me? You're still far from it." The witch turned her head and looked at Lu Sheng, asking, "Do you still like the flat one?" Lu Sheng nodded. Amaterasu smiled slightly and pointed at herself, asking, "What about me?" Lu Sheng sighed. "You can forget it. It's just excess flesh, no soul at all." Amaterasu was instantly petrified, and after the witch's victory, she smiled slightly. The light flashing again as she transformed back into the super baby, hugging Lu Sheng and rubbing against him. In the past, when he rubbed against the super baby, he found it quite cute, but for some reason, this time, Lu Sheng felt a bit uncomfortable. Why didn't the super baby use her witch form to rub against him? Chapter 89. Ichiro Majima and Koyuki, when they left the Kyushu barrier, they didn't feel much at first. However, as the spray whale dragged the ironclad ship closer to Sakurajima, Lu Sheng couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the wall of size surrounding the island. The wall of size was over 100 meters high, covered in tanks, and occasionally, loud explosions could be heard as shells struck the water. The old man noticed his surprise and pointed to the beast climbing on the wall of size, saying that Sakurajima was not like Huagua. In their land, the secret realms had even begun to commercialize. There, the secret realms were nest-breeding beast disasters, and the people of Sakurajima could no longer clear them out, only able to passively defend. As Lu Sheng saw a lizard-like unknown beast approaching the top of the wall of size, several self-defense forest beasts pounced on the wild beast, and soldiers used specially made bullets to stun it, successfully capturing it. Seeing their excitement, this wild beast would likely fetch a good price. The old man showed a mix of envy and disdain, saying that if there were no beast disasters, the appearance of wild beasts could earn the self-defense force a lot of money. What they feared was the arrival of beast disasters. If they couldn't hold the wall of size, it would be a total defeat. Lu Sheng thought that the situation abroad was similar to that at home, but he didn't expect that beasts abroad had actually evolved into disasters, which looked quite terrifying. It was no wonder that cults were so rampant if they had to live in such an environment. The old man said no more, and the ironclad ship quickly approached the shore through the mist. As soon as a few Yakuza-like Sakurajima residents saw Amaterasu, they immediately showed reverence, shouting loudly and bowing deeply. Amaterasu leisurely waved a folding fan and walked up to them, slapping them one by one. Instead of being angry, they seemed honored, shouting one after another, "Big sister leader." "Saga, what kind of Yakuza is this? It's clearly a large fan meeting. Is this what the Kyoto Taemin looks like?" Lu Sheng began to doubt whether his decision to come to Sakurajima was correct. Amaterasu smiled slightly and turned to Lu Sheng, who looked speechless, and said, "How about it? These are my loyal subordinates. Even after I've been gone for so long, they still treat me as before." Indeed, no mistakes there. It was akin to first love. Lu Sheng couldn't help but comment. Amaterasu seemed to not hear him, eagerly directing them to bring a rickshaw. The rickshaw was made of expensive golden oak, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, and adorned with an antique-style wooden umbrella. In ancient times, it would surely have been a luxury vehicle reserved for nobility. But now, it's the 21st century. Yet the Yakuza and Amaterasu showed no signs of anything unusual. One Yakuza lay on the ground, serving as a footstool for Amaterasu, allowing her to elegantly sit in the rickshaw. The rickshaw was pulled by a warrior dressed in armor, with a robust physique and one eye blind, but exuding a strong aura like a sea dragon. He had a unique mop-top hairstyle, and a proud, lively Koyuki struggled out from his thick hair, letting out a tinkling laugh. "Thank you for your hard work, Ichiro Majima," Amaterasu said to the warrior man, then symbolically gave him a wink. Ichiro Majima slightly lowered his head, his face suddenly turning bright red, and his whole body trembled. Lu Sheng was taken aback. This warrior-like man seemed too weak. After a few seconds, Ichiro Majima forcefully tore away his damp pants and tossed them aside, then donned a pair of shorts over his undergarments, heroically pulling the rickshaw and charging forward. The other Yakuza were unfazed and instead enviously exclaimed, "Brother Majima is so lucky to be able to pull the big sister leader's rickshaw. If it were me, I'd probably have fainted on the ground. What are you charging for? I regard the big sister leader as a deity and worship her every day." Lu Xing blended into this group of Yakuza as they returned to Kyoto, where most buildings still retained the scenery of Heiankyo, ancient and charming. Surprisingly, rickshaws like the one earlier were not uncommon. To others, they seemed even more extravagant than sports cars. Ichiro Majima was indeed not to be underestimated. He was almost like a human-sized Gundam, pulling the rickshaw and arriving even earlier than them. Lu Sheng spotted a Tang Dynasty building that stood out from the others, surrounded by more vendors selling Cantonese breakfasts than in Pingqing. If it weren't for everyone speaking in Sakurajima dialect, he would have thought he had returned to Huagua. Ichiro Majima reappeared in front of him wearing a pair of Western pants, saying, "The big sister leader has some matters to attend to and doesn't have time to see you." Lu Sheng furrowed his brow and asked what she was up to this time. A killing intent emanated from Ichiro Majima's head, and the angry Koyuki squeaked loudly with red eyes. Koyuki was saying, "You little pauper, speaking out of line. Hurry back where you came from." Ichiro Majima calmly translated. If his hand weren't on the hilt, it might actually seem credible. "Fine, I had already expected this. That worthless woman is indeed unreliable," Lu Sheng sighed. Just as he thought it was over, Amaterasu opened the window, smiling down at him and saying, "Who's unreliable? I'm just getting things in order first. Sharpening the knife doesn't delay chopping wood. Hurry and find a brothel to refresh yourself, and come find me tonight." After saying this, she yawned and closed the window directly. The big sister leader is truly beautiful and kind, even explaining so much to you. Ichiro Majima admired her back, then turned fiercely to Lu Sheng and said, "Did you hear that? Hurry up and leave." Seeing no point in lingering, Lu Sheng scoffed and left without looking back. How could that worthless woman handle serious matters? She probably didn't sleep well this morning and is going to catch up on sleep now. Well, it's better for him to act alone. He could go receive information from Tianting. Chapter 90. Assassination. Lu Sheng's pocket was nearly empty, and having smuggled himself over, staying in a proper hotel would be both troublesome and expensive. He glanced at the brothel, and then turned and dove into an internet CAF. A real man can bend and stretch. What's wrong with staying in an internet CAF? Lu Sheng paid 2,000 Sakura coins and moved into a small room of less than 1 ping. Fortunately, the room was not dirty or messy. Lu Sheng turned on the computer, entered a special website, and a video popped up. The opening featured a Sakura girl dancing the pure land of ultimate bliss, scaring Lu Sheng into thinking he had opened something he shouldn't have. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the rhythm chart of the Kyoto shamanic cult. And the one dancing the pure land of ultimate bliss was a 35-level missionary maiden, codenamed Princess, with an entry-level strength of 5. I have to say, this princess danced provocatively, teasingly revealing her attire, compensating for her lack of strength with sexiness. Lu Xing felt even more wary of the shamanic cult. It was too modernized. Scrolling from 35 down to 3, Lu Xing finally saw a familiar face. Lu Gufeng, have a drink, dear, and add a bottle of sparkling wine. A white-haired, melancholic middle-aged man transformed into the king of the night, the most requested host by wealthy women in nightclubs. Lu Xing hit pause, unable to look directly, and after a long time, he regained his composure and clicked continue. I have to say, even in middle age, Lu Gufeng was still incredibly handsome. The Sakura women couldn't resist his charm, and in no time, they lost their undergarments, spending money that an ordinary person would earn in a lifetime to have him come ashore and reform. Seeing this, Lu Xing was still puzzled as to why he was ranked so high at 3. Quickly, the video shifted to a memorial hall, where Lu Gufeng looked mournfully at a black and white photo, lighting incense for the deceased wealthy woman in front of relatives. In the next second, he took the will and sold the deceased's assets, handing everything over to the shamanic cult. Others thought he was so conscientious, refusing the inheritance. But he quickly returned to becoming the king of the night, earning money with his body. In less than half a year, he went from being a wealthy woman's new favorite to a diamond bachelor, and then ended up broke again, continuing to work. Outsiders could never guess that he was actually a harm wherever he went, motivated not for comfort, but for faith. Seeing this, Lu Sheng's face turned pale. Sure enough, this man was a disaster wherever he went. Lu Gufeng relied on the financial power of a wealthy woman to successfully become the top philanthropist in Kyoto. He also gained attention in the witch's cult, even receiving blessings directly from the ancestral witch. Continuing on, the second figure is the head witch who leads the entire witch's cult, possessing master-level beast taming abilities and being a worshipper herself. She has repeatedly been pursued by the self-defense forces for smuggling beasts but continues her missionary work vibrantly, which is quite telling. Lu Sheng did not expect that the first figure was not the head witch. He was curious about which expert could surpass the head witch to reach the top. In the video, a girl named Shina Yuki, dressed in a sailor uniform, smiles at the entrance of Fujian High School, posing with a peace sign for a photo. Shina Yuki appears cute, with a sweet smile, studying in the liberal arts class, occasionally taking photos and writing novels that get published in magazines. She doesn't seem like someone who could reach the top. In reality, this high school girl is a religious assassin who has fused with multiple high-level beasts to become a humanoid monster. She has contended against 3 master beast tamers without losing ground, but fortunately, they are not worshippers. Have artificial beings appeared? Lu Sheng feels even more disgusted with this cult. At the back door of a nightclub, Lu Sheng and Xiaoying crouch in the bushes, waiting for the hostesses to clock in for work. Xiaoying has set up quantum floating blades in all directions and has prepared for a future preemption. To be safe, Xiaoying chooses the technique it knows best. The Emperor's Ray. After a long preparation, this technique is powerful enough to ensure a one-hit kill. How could a flying dragon lose? Lu Sheng is filled with confidence. Soon, he sees a group of oddly dressed hostesses push open the back door and enter the nightclub. After waiting for over half an hour, with mosquitoes draining his blood, he finally sees a weathered middle-aged hostess with white hair approach. Lu Sheng's eyes shine with killing intent. With a thought, a super energy clock rises behind Xiaoying, and the prepared quantum floating blades strike out in an instant. In the suspended time and space, the quantum floating blades glide silently across Lu Gufeng's neck. Blood splatters. Yet dazzling spiritual threads emerge from his body, quickly healing the wound. Is this what they call a blessing? Lu Sheng can't help but shiver. The effect of the super energy clock is about to end, and a white, ultra-high temperature beam of light descends, completely enveloping him in light and fire. Chapter 91. A mist hit. Having dealt with the matter, Lu Sheng feels hungry and orders a plate of dumplings for dinner at a Chinese restaurant in Chinatown. Before the chef finishes cooking, he hears the Yakuza outside shouting crazily. He initially didn't want to get involved in the affairs of Sakurajima, but upon seeing a familiar figure in the crowd, he realizes it's Majima Aikir. Majima Aikir angrily denounces the Black Gold Society for abusing his brothers, forcibly making them undergo gender reassignment to become idols. I can endure, but my aunt cannot. For justice, we absolutely cannot allow the Black Gold Society to continue to exist. A dyed Yakuza hesitantly responds, but Big Brother, Aiko and the others haven't done anything wrong. A fat Yakuza lacking in body management chimes in. Yeah, Big Brother. Tonight is their underground idol concert, and the brothers have already bought tickets. Can we postpone the fight until tomorrow? Majima Aikir trembles with rage. You are betraying the Tang Gate, betraying the elder sister. Have you forgotten the elder sister's fair, beautiful legs? Betraying the Tang Gate is one thing, but the key point is Amaterasu's long legs, which are truly mesmerizing. This statement successfully evokes memories among the Yakuza, and they fall into a deep thought. Seeing the memory trigger work, Majima Aikir's eyes light up, and he says in a tempting tone, "Don't you want to see the elder sister's plump figure dancing with her fists?" Without further ado, the Yakuza immediately raise their baseball bats, as if they were a peasant army rising up. Let us do it. The elder sister is forever a goddess. The other Yakuza rekindle their fighting spirit. Nothing can shake their belief anymore. Lu Sheng watches this scene, losing his appetite entirely, feeling utterly disheveled. Amaterasu, what are you doing? He follows the Yakuza to the underground venue, navigating the chaotic stairs in the dimly lit environment, where the crowd is dense and dazzling lights spin continuously. 3 transgender idols shake their hips to the screams of fans, blowing kisses. The Tang Gate Yakuza seem to have fallen under a spell, chanting along with the fans. Let us become sworn brothers, say? Amaterasu has arrived. Majima Aikir, pulling a human-powered cart, storms onto the stage amidst wild roars. The luxurious cart crashes into a pillar, Collapsing with a bang, and Amaterasu gracefully flies out in her palace attire. The stunningly beautiful Amaterasu smiles slightly and performs a sensual dance with her folding fan. Her posture, her plumpness, every frown and smile immediately grips everyone's hearts. The three transgender Yakuza idols are so enchanted by Amaterasu's figure that they kneel on the ground like pugs. The fans, who initially wanted to resist, cry out internally, "We were ready to fight to the death. Why has your majesty surrendered first?" However, these three idols are still men at heart, and isn't the ultimate dream of men just to be with a plump figure? Amaterasu has crushed Kyoto's greatest threat, feeling joy in her heart as she declares, "Let me strip him of his clothes. The Black Gold Society is nothing. Today, they shall be annihilated." At this moment, the atmosphere reaches its peak, and Lu Sheng, blending into the crowd, appears somewhat perplexed. This venue is the Black Gold Society's territory. How can they allow Amaterasu to act recklessly? He becomes more vigilant, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, a high school girl quietly approaches the stage among the frenzied Yakuza. If it were any other high school girl, Lu Sheng wouldn't care, but the key issue is that this girl looks exactly like Shina Yuki from the Witch's Cult. He doesn't have time to analyze the connection between the Witch's Cult and the Black Gold Society. Shina Yuki's purpose in approaching Amaterasu is not pure. To avoid any accidents, he signals Chowing to prepare. With a wave of her hand, Amaterasu commands the crowd to respond, precisely at the moment when her guard is lowest. A beam of white light shoots up from the stage into the sky, and an ice crystal pillar pierces downward. Amaterasu's expression freezes, and she disappears without a trace. The ice crystal pillar stabbing into empty space. Shina Yuki did not expect her certain assassination to miss. She suddenly feels time freeze. And a masked rider in red and black armor dashes out of the underground venue without looking back. A halo appears in her pupils, and the beast organs fused within her tremble as if an earthquake has struck. For a moment, her entire body undergoes beastification. Her head is completely sealed within an oval blue glass mask, the upper body draped in curved platinum armor, while the lower half is ensnared by a cage-like beast resembling a horse. The purely stacked aesthetic is entirely a dehumanizing metallic structure. This is the true essence of the artificial human Shina Yuki. The beastification quickly disappears, and a fleeting expression of pain crosses Shina Yuki's face. Her bones, organs, skin, resistance, material, vision, and sense of smell are all super-enhanced. Utilizing her most adept enhancement technique, her strength surpasses human limits, allowing her to break free from the super energy clock's constraints. Then, she punches through the ceiling and leaps down to the ground. Has she disappeared? Her eyes scan the surroundings, the halo within them continuously shrinking and enlarging. The streets are bustling with people, yet there is no sign of the masked rider. Shina Yuki loses track of the masked rider, but does not lose her composure. Clearly, her actions are restricted. Although she cannot create a commotion in crowded areas, Shina Yuki immediately blends into the crowd, using her enhanced sense of smell to track the rider's scent. A passerby pretending to check their phone under a utility pole breaks into a cold sweat. It is Lu Sheng, who has transformed using the disguise of a traitor. Luo Sheng sensed that Shina Yuki was getting closer and could only signal Chao Ying to take action. Chao Ying used to stand, appearing out of nowhere on top of a tall building, throwing quantum floating blades at Shina Yuki. In the instant before the pedestrians could react, Shina Yuki turned into an afterimage, crushing the quantum floating blades with one hand, her speed almost undiminished as she directly approached Chao Ying. Chao Ying revealed a sly smile, instantly teleporting in the opposite direction, throwing quantum floating blades while fleeing. Something felt off. Shina Yuki caught a whiff of something false, and surprisingly stopped in her tracks. Allowing Chao Ying to bombard her with quantum floating blades, merely swatting them away with her hand, her attention mostly focused on the crowd. Her reaction was quick, but still a step too late. Luo Sheng had already slipped into the throng while Shina Yuki was distracted. The mission absolutely cannot fail. I am the strongest assassin. Shina Yuki bit her lip and unexpectedly pulled out a stack of cherry blossom coins, scattering them into the sky. Money is falling from the sky, she shouted, her eyes scanning the crowd. If they are strong, they definitely won't be tempted by money. She believed that instinctive actions would surely reveal their whereabouts. Unfortunately, she guessed wrong. Upon seeing the money, Luo Sheng, driven by instinct, couldn't help but reach out to grab a handful, and the people around him did the same. TCH. Just 10,000 cherry blossom coins. Luo Sheng scoffed upon seeing the denomination. At that moment, Shina Yuki noticed a well-dressed man glance at the cherry blossom coins. Sneer and disdain. and thinking he was the fake masked rider she was looking for, she immediately chased after him. Luo Sheng continued to pretend to pick up money. And once her figure disappeared, he slowly turned to leave, his expression unchanged. I almost lost my life. How could the Black Gold Society have such strong henchmen? Amaterasu muttered softly. Luo Sheng's gaze was exceptionally cold as he walked into an alley and said to Amaterasu, "It's a good thing you startled the snake. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known that the witch's cult's tentacles have already reached the Yakuza. Is that girl from the witch's cult? You're the local snake. And you come to ask me?" The intel I bought indicates that the other party is the most troublesome character in the area. Luckily, she's not a worshipper. Just a synthetic human. But synthetic humans are troublesome enough. Luo Sheng said irritably. If the Black Gold Society is colluding with the witch's cult, then our Tang sect is in danger. Amaterasu exclaimed. Luo Sheng snorted coldly, transforming into Oslin's appearance as he said to her, "It's not just dangerous. Since they dared to make a move on you, it means they have set their sights on you and the Tang sect." Chapter 92. Disguise on the other side. Upon returning to the church, Shina Yuki was dressed like a delicate doll, made up by the witch to look like a bride, and placed on the altar. The high priestess Aoyama Mai raised her arms and proclaimed, "Offer the most perfect bride to our God. Bless our Sakurajima with prosperous martial luck and eternal peace." Sacrifice, sacrifice, sacrifice. The faithful, who had prayed devoutly for 3 days and nights, erupted in their final roar. Threads of spirit energy were activated from their bodies, scrambling to crawl onto Shina Yuki. The high priestess gazed at Shina Yuki with anticipation, this being her 100th worship ceremony. According to the worst-case scenario, it should still be possible to successfully worship and transform Shina Yuki into a spirit person. The supreme wish of the witch's cult is to merge humans with divine beasts, elevating them to become worshippers favored by the gods. Shina Yuki was the perfect product she had cultivated over many years once she became a worshipper. Aoyama Mai would surely ascend to the ranks of the holy witches. As time passed, Aoyama Mai's expression grew worse. The spirit threads crawling onto Shina Yuki's body turned to ashes one by one. This time, 3,000 followers had offered their spirit threads. Could it be that not even one would succeed? Aoyama Mai's face grew colder. As the last thread turned to ashes, Shina Yuki still had not transformed into a worshipper. She got up from the ground, tidied her disheveled wedding dress, and the high priestess walked up to her and slapped her hard. "Bastard, another failure. What use is it to have cultivated you with such difficulty?" The high priestess screamed in anger. Shina Yuki lowered her head, her face devoid of expression. But the high priestess slapped her again. "It's because of your attitude that you anger the witch god. You are too irreverent. You failed. And you didn't show any feelings, shame, pain, sadness. Why can others do it, but you can't even manage that?" The high priestess sighed in disappointment. "I'm sorry," Shina Yuki said softly, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. The high priestess had failed multiple times before. She began to doubt Shina Yuki's value. If it weren't for her ability to merge so many advanced divine beast organs, and if it weren't for her ability to execute tasks, she would probably have abandoned her by now. "Why did you come back so late today?" the high priestess asked. Shina Yuki trembled all over. Her value was to kill all enemies blocking the church, but today, she had actually failed. Under the high priestess's probing gaze, she finally revealed the truth. Surprisingly, the high priestess did not lock her up in the punishment chamber for re-education again. Instead, she coldly said, "You truly are a waste. I shouldn't have had any expectations of you. Starting today, you cannot write novels anymore, and the library will no longer publish your works." Shina Yuki's mind went blank. Taking away her only hobby was even more despairing than torturing her with instruments. The high priestess, seeing her expression, nodded in satisfaction. "Maintain this attitude. Perhaps you can truly feel the witch god's love." Love? She completely couldn't understand. Why didn't they use language she understood to tell her what divine love truly was? For the first time, she felt rebellious. "Mom, I want to write novels." Shina Yuki couldn't help but plead. Another slap came. The high priestess looked at her with disgust and said, "Have you forgotten the rules of the witch's cult? Stay away from the secular world. Familial ties only lead to degradation. Don't call me mom again. You are just a monster that survived among hundreds of thousands of test tube babies. So disgusting. This time is your last violation of the teachings. Reflect well." Shina Yuki knelt down and pleaded, "Give me a chance. I will go to the Tang sect and personally kill Amaterasu." The high priestess ignored her, and Shina Yuki stood up in a daze, the killing intent and madness in her eyes no longer suppressed. her lower body transforming into that of a metallic nine-legged horse. It's all your fault. Why didn't you obediently let me kill you? Once I kill you, I can be free. Light rain began to fall from the sky, and the seaside grew increasingly damp. Luo Sheng did not want to deal with Amaterasu's problems. He had already killed those who needed to be killed, and he would deal with the witch's cult later when he became stronger. Now, he just wanted to return to his country. At the dock, Amaterasu still looked absent-minded. Luo Sheng sighed lightly. If you're worried, just stay on Sakurajima. Really? Do as you like, Luo Sheng replied indifferently. Amaterasu gritted her teeth and said, I really can't stop worrying about these brothers, so please allow me to stay on Sakurajima a bit longer. At most, in a month, I will return to your side. Luo Sheng nodded slightly, and then suddenly heard the ringing of a phone. Amaterasu quickly answered the call. It was Majima Ikaru on the other end. In a weak voice, Majima Ikaru said to her, Boss, the tank sect was destroyed by that monster. You need to run. Don't come back. After he finished speaking, a piercing scream came through the phone, abruptly cutting off, leaving only the sound of air passing through the microphone. Amaterasu heard this, and the phone slipped from her hand unconsciously. Her eyes were vacant, clearly not expecting that her lovely subordinates would be wiped out just like that. Luo Sheng sighed silently, picked up the phone from the ground, brushed off the dust on it, and returned it to her. Amaterasu, do you still want to go back? Luo Sheng asked. Amaterasu bit her lower lip, filled with a murderous intent as she said, Why not? I won't spare that woman. Honestly, you're not her match. Lu Sheng patted her shoulder, looking towards the jet whales gradually appearing at the edge of the sea, and said softly, Your best choice is to go back with me now. Endure and wait for the opportunity. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late, but I am just a small woman. Without hesitation, Amaterasu turned and walked towards Kyoto. This was the first time Lu Sheng saw Amaterasu displaying such a human side. He looked at her back and suddenly felt a resemblance to Aoyama. That day, in front of the tombstone, he seemed just as resolute. What a fool. Why struggle against something so powerful when you're so weak? Lu Sheng shook his head with a wry smile. He still couldn't convince himself to stand by and do nothing. So he shouted at the already distant Amaterasu, What can you accomplish alone? Let me help you. Amaterasu turned her head to look at him for a moment and said, No need. This is my own matter. You don't have to worry. Don't be so quick to refuse. Solving that woman won't be easy, but she has a fatal flaw. Lu Sheng said coldly. Flaw? That's right. I've seen the intel. This woman's biggest flaw is that she is not a worshipper. As long as she's not a worshipper, there's a chance to get close to her and strike decisively. Amaterasu's eyes lit up. What Lu Sheng said was indeed true. But the problem is, getting close to such a woman is not easy. Although she is not a worshipper, she is also a killer, highly vigilant, and ordinary people can't get close at all. Lu Sheng had considered this when he thought of the plan. His mind moved, and he took out a job change scroll from the super baby's void mustard seed. Lu Sheng tore open the job change scroll, and the fragments turned into smoke and disappeared, as if nothing had happened. At that moment, 3 exclusive skills of the betrayer suddenly appeared in Lu Sheng's mind. Betrayer's disguise, backstab, and decapitation. The original job change scroll would have suppressed Lu Sheng against the initial rebel, reducing his strength to a 10th, but the special scroll bypassed that flaw, making him an independent betrayer outside of Gloria. Although it wasn't very useful, Lu Sheng felt a bit annoyed. The expected special effect was not as satisfactory as he hoped. But at least he had what he needed. Using the betrayer's disguise, an exceptionally handsome nobleman appeared before Amaterasu, with messy and unruly black hair, a strikingly handsome face, and a calm and gentle expression, his drooping eyes a deep purple that left a strong impression. Good looking? Lu Sheng asked. Amaterasu swallowed and couldn't help but nod. Lu Sheng smiled slightly and said, Women care about looks. Killers are no exception. Since you think he looks good, she won't be an exception either. Chapter 93. Re-entering school, Lu Sheng stayed up late to finish reading the novel written by Shina Yuki, titled Calling Him at the End of the World, which tells the story of a girl suffering from a terminal illness who sneaks out of the hospital and rides her bike to the end of Sakurajima, calling out to the gods at the world's end to find the meaning of life and death, ultimately falling into the sea. This novel was not Lu Sheng's preferred genre, but after reading it, he didn't find it boring. Instead, he felt a sense of melancholy and loss. Amaterasu completely disregarded his current mood and tossed his student ID at his face, saying, The Tamen headquarters processed it urgently. You can go to school now. After saying that, she asked with a wicked sense of humor, How does it feel to graduate from high school and return to high school? Not much, Just another quest task. Lu Sheng replied as he picked up his student ID and stuffed it into his Fujiyama High School uniform. Let's go, Amaterasu. Lu Sheng picked up his empty backpack and walked out into the summer sunlight. Amaterasu, revealing her ghostly form, followed him closely, appearing as if she were invisible. In her ghostly form, Amaterasu and the object she touched, as well as sounds, could not be perceived by ordinary people. Of course, in this state. Her damage was also minimal, similar to the ghosts in Lu Sheng's impression. Sunlight filtered through the ghostly shell, and Amaterasu complained, "Hey, you should hurry up and go to college. Then you can unlock the beast space and conceal your beasts. It's really pointless to have such strict control over something as convenient as the beast space. Stop complaining. The concealment of beasts poses too great a threat to society. So the government's control is justified." Lu Sheng casually replied, and then, as if he had seen a ghost, he shivered slightly, feeling an impulse to run away. This was because Shina Yuki unexpectedly rode her bike past him. Lu Sheng recalled that he was now Lelouch and regained his composure. However, this little anomaly was still sharply perceived by her, but Shina Yuki was in a bad mood, her eyes hollow, not wanting to deal with troublesome matters. So a major crisis was silently diffused. "Your mental state isn't good. Are you sure you want to continue?" Amaterasu asked worriedly. Lu Sheng hesitated for a moment. Now he hadn't even faced Shina Yuki directly, and it was already perilous. Facing her in person would probably be even more dangerous. But he wasn't just doing this for Amaterasu. The witch cult had a deep blood feud with his family, and this was also an opportunity for him. After a long silence, Lu Sheng covered his slightly hot forehead and said, "Is there even a question?" "Of course, we continue. This game is getting more interesting." Lu Sheng stepped through the gates of Fujiyama High School, and several gazes shot towards him in an instant. It was the judgment of women upon a high-quality breeding specimen. In just a few seconds, from a woman's perspective, they could roughly assess Lu Sheng's appearance, temperament, family background, and other values. Lu Sheng silently counted to 3 in his heart. Amaterasu puffed up her cheeks and waved her folding fan as a gentle breeze tousled his unruly black hair. He slightly raised his head, revealing a 45-degree smile, and indiscriminately released a flashbang. The pink powder exploded, silently impacting all the judges. Amaterasu noticed a discipline committee member taking out her phone to quickly snap a picture and then upload it to her social media. Using her ghostly form, she quietly approached and peeked at the content. "Report, a prey has already taken the bait. Please advise," Amaterasu asked with a smile at the corner of her mouth. Lu Sheng subtly nodded. The artificial intelligence number 0 immediately infiltrated the other person's social media and fully forwarded the information from the discipline committee member. This information was initially just posted to social media, flaunting the appearance of a mysterious handsome man at Fujiyama High School, with many subordinates fanning the flames. This news and photo quickly spread throughout the female gossip circle of Fujiyama High School. Number 0 mobilized the masses to create momentum, pushing Lu Sheng's looks to the throne of the school's number 1 heartthrob. Such provocative actions would naturally face opposition from loyal fans of other heartthrobs. But Amaterasu quickly dug up dirt on these heartthrobs for personal attacks. These heartthrobs, to varying degrees, had their own unseemly sides. A few pieces of dirt could lead their fans into self-doubt, making them no match for Lu Sheng, who was a complete nobody. The war on the internet was quick and fierce, often leaving only one victor, and this time, having fully prepared to attack the unsuspecting enemy. The victor was Lu Sheng. As Lu Sheng reached the door of the classroom, he had already received the good news from the online war. He tidied his appearance and took out a novel from his backpack. The title was indeed calling him at the end of the world. The next step was crucial, and Lu Sheng couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. After taking a few deep breaths, Amaterasu couldn't help but ask, "Are you really going to do this? Isn't it too dangerous? Isn't the first step we take to minimize all negative impacts?" Lu Sheng replied, "TSK, don't underestimate humanity's fickleness, especially women." After a moment of silence, Lu Sheng said, "If this step doesn't work, then I'll just have to sneak back on a steel-hulled boat overnight." Amaterasu couldn't help but chuckle at this, feeling a bit touched at the same time.